In the sweltering summer, the cicadas sang amidst the lush greenery lining the streets. The sun cast its radiant light upon every passerby, stirring up waves of intense heat. The school's nameplate glimmered in gold, its inscription grand and majestic. At this moment, students emerged from within the campus, bustling about in haste. Suyu stood at the entrance of Qinghe High School, holding an umbrella. As a southerner, she appeared diminutive among the towering figures of her northern peers. The curious gazes of the students scrutinized her, and unlike them, this classmate at the gate seemed to glow with a radiant fairness. Gu Sheng, draped casually in his school uniform jacket, ambled along the path in a languid manner. After spending the night at an internet CAF, he was undeniably sleep-deprived before his early class the next morning. He squinted and stifled a yawn when suddenly his elbow was nudged by Fong Chu, who was walking alongside him. With a hint of excitement, Fong pointed fervently in a certain direction, exclaiming, "Gu, look! A beauty! Come on, Xiao Yuan. You think everyone is a beauty. I still can't forget the time you pointed at that bear doll on the street, claiming it was a beauty, only for it to reveal itself as a bearded man when it took off its headpiece," Gu Sheng retorted. Fong Chu ground his teeth, turning to Qin Kai with a grin that barely concealed his amusement. "Would you care to test my fist?" The youthful din around Gu Sheng erupted, yet click. Upon hearing the noise, Fong Chu and Qin Kai immediately released their grip on each other, falling silent as if struck by a spell. It was a well-known fact that Gu Sheng, when groggy from lack of sleep, could be quite irritable. They were wary of being dragged in as sparring partners. As the clamor subsided, Gu Sheng relaxed his brow, standing at the school entrance while contemplating the essential question of what to have for lunch amidst the vibrant signs lining the opposite street. Gu Sheng was a prominent figure at Qinghe High School. Not only was he handsome, but he consistently ranked first in his studies. Furthermore, judging by the watch adorning his wrist, it was clear he hailed from a wealthy family. Just how affluent, you might ask? According to Fong Chu, the grandest and most prosperous shopping mall in the area was a birthday gift he received when he turned 6. Leaning lazily against a tree trunk in the dappled shade of the school's entrance, Gu Sheng's tall figure and elegantly defined arms drew the attention of passing girls, their whispers trailing behind them. Look, don't say I'm not your sister. That's Gu Sheng from our school. Wow, he's so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? No. But the campus beauty has been pursuing him relentlessly, though he hasn't accepted her advances. I think you might have a chance. You're dreaming. Under the relentless sun, Suyu's breathing quickened, her hand unconsciously resting on her chest. She glanced down at her toes, pressed her lips together, and resolved to find her way into the classroom for a much-needed rest. Yet, in such a vast place as Qinghe, where exactly was the academic affairs office? She looked up in confusion at the rows of identical buildings before her. All were adorned in shades of orange and white. Which one was the administrative building? It had taken considerable effort to persuade her parents to allow her to transfer from the south to the north. In the presence of her parents, she signed a guarantee letter. It would be unreasonable to be compelled to return home without even stepping through the school gate due to health issues. So you bit her lip. This was unacceptable. However, the students exiting the school were moving swiftly, hurrying toward the restaurant across the street. Suyu felt certain that she could not catch up with them. Who could she possibly ask for directions? "Hello, fellow student. Do you need assistance?" A clean and fresh voice rang in Suyu's ears. She instinctively lifted her gaze in the direction of the sound. Gu Sheng stood before her, neatly dressed, a gentle smile gracing his face. In the distance, Qin Kai, holding his phone, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, when Gu smiles, it's quite terrifying. Fong Chu, squeezing beside Qin Kai, nodded in agreement. I think so too. Suyu adjusted her breathing, meeting Gu Sheng's eyes before inquiring, "Hello, could you please tell me where the academic affairs office is?" Gu Sheng, displaying his polite demeanor, pointed to the adjacent building and replied, "It's right there. Enter the school gate and take a left." "Thank you," Suyu said, her cheeks blooming with delicate dimples as she expressed her gratitude. As she walked away with her backpack, Gu Sheng pondered, why does she seem vaguely familiar? I can't quite place it. Never mind. Fong Chu and Qin Kai approached Gu Sheng, scrolling through their phones. Fong Chu confidently patted his chest and assured, Gu, don't worry in that photo. You look just like a model student. Yes. Gu, You're as kind as someone helping an elderly lady cross the street, Qinghe added. Gu Sheng shot a sidelong glance at Qinghe. I was helping a young girl. Besides, I have always been a model student. After taking a photo, he said, send it to Lao Zhang. Following a call on his phone, Gu Sheng informed his friends, also, I won't be coming back this afternoon. I have matters at home. Lunch is booked at Beijing. You two can go on your own. Rest assured, Gu, we will complete the task. Gu Sheng remarked, sometimes. I genuinely feel like their minds aren't quite right. He needed to inquire with his mother, as he had an inkling that the young girl he just met resembled someone from a photo his mother had shown him the previous day. Suyu, following the directions of the kind student, successfully arrived at the Academic Affairs Office of Qinghe. Inside, Lao Zhang was reclining in a chair, a soothing melody playing nearby. He waved a fan in rhythm with the rocking chair, the woven seat creaking softly. In the tranquil summer, the scene radiated an extraordinary sense of peace. Knock, knock, knock. Lao Zhang yawned, squinting towards the door. Come in. Suyu pushed the door open. Hello, Teacher Zhang, I am Suyu. Lao Zhang glanced at his watch. Indeed, it was time. Suyu's parents had previously called to inform him that their daughter would be reporting at noon. Observing the petite girl before him, Lao Zhang contemplated. She appears quite slender, yet her rebellious spirit seems considerable. He stood up and adjusted his collar. Hello, Suyu. I am the Director of Education at Qinghe Middle School. Zhang Guangtao, I have already been informed of your situation by your parents. However, the decision to disclose your health condition to others rests with you. He turned and retrieved a signed document from the file rack behind him, presenting it to Suyu. This is your enrollment consent form. Please affix your signature in the lower left corner. Suyu took the form silently. Her health had indeed been precarious. It was only after her parents learned that the renowned cardiologist, Professor Tang, would be delivering a lecture in Beijing that they reluctantly agreed to her request. They permitted her to live on campus for a while, provided she resided with Gu Ting, a close friend of her father. She had heard that Uncle Gu had a son around her age, and she wondered what their rapport would be like. The young girl appeared somewhat lost in thought, to the point where she did not notice when Zhang called her name. Suyu, your handwriting is quite impressive. Huh? Finally snapping back to reality, Suyu responded. I have been learning calligraphy under my grandfather's guidance since childhood. He is an exceptional teacher. A glimmer of approval shone in Zhang's eyes. Indeed, Su Laosher possesses remarkable penmanship. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance. He added, by the way, I am of a similar age to your father. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Su, the well-behaved you. Zhang mused. This child has a keen sense of awareness. Chapter 2. The new classmate at Qinghe High School. Afternoon classes commenced at 1:30. Suyu took a brief respite in Teacher Zhang's office, resting her hands on the table with her face cradled in her arms, succumbing to slumber. When the alert bell rang, she stirred, groggily opening her eyes. A distinct red mark adorned her fair cheek, a remnant from where she had inadvertently pressed her face while dozing. As Teacher Wang entered the office, he was greeted by this scene. Outside, the cicadas chirped in the sweltering summer air, while the girl within seemed like an unworldly doll, oblivious to her surroundings. Perhaps it was Suyu's fragile appearance that prompted Teacher Wang to tread lightly as he approached Director Zhang. Upon noticing Wang's arrival, old Zhang offered a warm welcome, handing him a cup of tea while gesturing towards Suyu, saying to Wang Mian, There, that is the transfer student who has joined your class this semester. Named Suyu. The little girl is not in the best of health, so do take extra care of her. Wang Mian replied, Of course, I shall be attentive. Our students in Class A to the 3rd year are all good kids. Old Zhang raised an eyebrow. Good kids? Yes, indeed, all of them, Wang Mian assured. Old Zhang clicked his tongue, and Teacher Wang followed his gaze towards Suyu, who appeared to be in a daze. He then waved his hand gently in front of her and cleared his throat. Ahem, Suyu. Are you with us? Suyu's eyes followed Wang Mian's hand as it moved, and once it stilled, she softly replied, Teacher, I wasn't dazing off just now. Then why? Wang Mian inquired. Ah, the little girl has been accustomed to home tutoring, so this is her first time in school. She may not yet feel at ease. Suyu found herself lost in the warmth of Wang Mian's increasingly benevolent gaze. She truly had not been daydreaming. She had merely awakened with tears in her eyes, feeling a bit bewildered. Following closely behind Wang Mian, So you traversed the lengthy corridor of the teaching building. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of flowers, playfully tousling the errant strands of hair that she had tucked behind her ear. Her long, flowing hair danced through the sunlit space cast by the teaching building, resembling ethereal sprites flitting through the air. As the lunch break drew to a close, the corridor buzzed with the lively footsteps of students. Fang Chu and Qinghe languidly leaned against the railing, engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, they heard their homeroom teacher, Wang, chiding them from behind. Indeed, Wang the Loquacious was the moniker they had bestowed upon him. Despite being a man, his incessant prattle rivaled that of the most nagging dormitory matron. Suyu, we've arrived. This is our classroom for Class 8 of the 3rd year, Wang Mian said with a smile, pointing at the sign affixed to the classroom door. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the two most troublesome students in class, lethargically propped against the railing. Fang Chu, Qinghe, what on earth are you two doing there? For a fleeting moment, Fang Chu thought Wang Mian resembled a ruffled rooster. How many times have I told you? Do not lean against the railing in the school corridor. What if it becomes loose? That would be quite perilous. Fang Chu and Qinghe exchanged glances, silently mouthing, here we go again. So you stood at the entrance of Class 8, tilting her head slightly as she observed the red couplets affixed beside the classroom door. The left one proclaimed, today, through diligent study, I shall surely excel. The right one declared, tomorrow, I shall seize the top position. Who else but I? There was an unmistakable fervor emanating from the words. The black lettering appeared increasingly vibrant. Suyu felt a sudden surge of righteousness course through her. Her mind echoing, study diligently and serve the nation. Wang Mian, parched from speaking, glanced at the two boys opposite him, who were deep in thought. Suddenly, he frowned and inquired, where is the third member of your trio? What about Gu Sheng? Fang Chu stammered, he has matters at home. He went back to harvest rice. Qinghe asked, are you serious? Fang Chu replied, he wouldn't hit me, right? You must be joking. Do you think I am unaware of Gu Sheng's situation? Tell him to return promptly. I mentioned before that we are all students. There's no need for G&G. Fang Chu's eyes darted, landing on Suyu, who was standing behind Wang. Wasn't this the charming girl he encountered at noon? Thus, in a place unnoticed by Wang Mian, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication toward Suyu. Having never interacted with male peers her age, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at her homeroom teacher and then at the two boys receiving a verbal reprimand across from her. She had some recollection. Observing Wang Mian's continued diatribe, Suyu pressed her lips together and gently tugged on Wang Mian's sleeve. Teacher, may we enter now? Fang Chu feigned surprise. Pointing at Suyu, old Wang, who was merely showing this new classmate the way during lunch, which delayed his meal and caused him stomach pain, leading him to go home. Qinghe chimed in. Yes. Ask the new classmate if you don't believe us. Suddenly being pointed out, Suyu paused. Had she indeed delayed that kind-hearted studentess lunch? It seemed that within the school, students' time was so tightly constrained. It made sense, as they were all preparing for the impending college entrance examinations and should devote every moment to their studies. Teacher Wang, I did encounter a very kind classmate who helped me find my way at noon. Suyu's voice carried a hint of regret. I inadvertently delayed that studentess lunch, which caused him to feel unwell. I apologize. Suyu genuinely felt remorseful and embarrassed, while Fang Chu discreetly nudged Qinghe's side, whispering, this classmate is truly easy to deceive. Xiao Yuan, I'll send a message to Gu later. But honestly, he should need us to fabricate excuses, right? Since it's already been said, let Gu handle it himself. But Gu said it's no problem. Really don't feel embarrassed. It's truly fine. Fang Chu's hands were almost spinning like a top, rapidly crossing and intertwining before Suyu, resembling a doll that had lost its components, teetering on the brink of disintegration. I shall deal with you two later, he muttered. Suyu, we have been standing outside for quite a while. Shall we proceed to the classroom? Old Wang's tone shifted effortlessly, displaying a disdainful demeanor towards them while adopting a tender concern for the naive new classmate. Fang Chu and Qinghe shrugged, instinctively following Wang Mian into the classroom, where they immediately returned to their seats, the fourth row by the window, adjacent to it. How absurd. The window seat belonged to Wang, and both he and Qinghe were merely Wang's underlings. It was Gu who occupied the window seat in the fourth row. Fang Chu and Qin Kai took their seats in succession, their heads bowed as they pulled out their phones from the desks and began typing furiously. The handsome trio, 3, Fang did Songming. Gu, I told old Wang that you went home due to stomach pain from not eating, and he believed me. Gu Sheng, Qin Kai the handsome. Fang did Songming. By the way, that classmate you met at noon today is a new student in our class 8. Looking adorably soft and fair-skinned. Do you think our school S bell might be replaced? Qin Kai the handsome. Not necessarily. After all, Gu Sheng has held the title for 2 consecutive years and still has many admirers. Gu Sheng. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 3. The desk mate. At this moment, Class 8 was just emerging from their midday slumber, most students still languidly nestled in their seats. Wang Mian first instructed Suyu to stand by the classroom door for a moment. He then pushed the door open and stepped inside, taking his position at the podium. With a firm slap on the desk, he elicited a sharp sound that quickly captured the attention of the students. Those who had been engaged in playful banter, including Fang Chu and a few others, fell silent as well. Old Wang, what are you up to? Aren't we all here just to admire your handsome face? One student quipped. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Old Wang, after a few days apart, it seems your hair has grown thicker. Another chimed in. Yes. I've only ever seen hairlines recede, but yours is advancing. How on earth did you manage that? Pray enlighten us. With a smile on his face, Old Wang waved dismissively at the rowdy students. Enough of that. Attention, everyone. We have a new classmate joining our Class 8 family today. Let us give her a warm welcome with a round of applause. But what, Old Wang? Can't you be more concise? Came the chorus of laughter. Quiet down and listen. Old Wang clapped his hands. This new student is a bit special. I'll let her introduce herself, and I trust you will all take good care of her. Having spoken these words, he gestured to Suyu, signaling her to enter and make her introduction. During the few minutes Suyu stood at the door, students from other classes had already begun to gather quietly in the corridor of Class 8, engaging in hushed conversations. Hey, Xiaoming, is that their new classmate? How would I know? All I can say is that she is quite beautiful. Well, that is obvious. I have eyes. Don't I? It seems the title of school belle is up for grabs again. Not a chance. Ji sure 1T agree to that. She needs that title to pursue Gu Sheng, the big school heartthrob. Take my advice. The school belle is not someone you can simply fancy. So you inhaled deeply at the door, clutching the strap of her backpack tightly, mentally cheering herself on. You can do this, Suyu. This is the opportunity you've fought for, the school life you've longed for. Gathering her courage, she slowly stepped into the classroom. Her long, silky hair, kissed by the sunlight, glimmered in a soft chestnut hue. Her lashes were thick and curled, casting delicate shadows across her face with every blink. Her lips, though small and thin, lacked only a hint of color. Yet her fair skin and petite frame radiated youthful charm, as she entered wearing brown shoes and white ankle socks. The boys in class were momentarily transported, believing a character from an anime had stepped out of the screen. My goodness, is she an angel? It was uncertain who first exclaimed, but the sentiment was unanimous. Wow, Old Wang, where did you find this stunning girl? Goodness. Isn't she the class beauty? Can you even hear yourself? She has far more than just the class beauty. Chow, you just drooled on my pants. Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't drooling. I'll get you for this. Greetings, everyone. My name is Suyu. The young girl turned gracefully, picking up a piece of chalk, and inscribed her name elegantly on the blackboard behind her. Her handwriting was a reflection of her character, beautiful yet not overly rigid, imbued with a gentle femininity. Suyu's soft voice wafted through the classroom, reminiscent of a delicate breeze, carrying the fragrance of jasmine, bringing comfort to all. I have never attended school before. Suyu's gaze fell, and her tone shifted to one tinged with melancholy. I have health issues, specifically with my heart, which is why I've been studying at home until now. This is my first time in school, and I hope to get along well with everyone. Upon finishing her heartfelt words, the once lively classroom fell into a hushed silence. Soon, a flurry of whispered exchanges ensued. Heart problems? Could it be a heart disease? It must be. Otherwise, why would she have stayed home? Isn't that new student fortunate? She doesn't have to go to school. Are you out of your mind? For her, the most desired thing is a normal life. Oh, I'm sorry. Old Wang, leaning against the podium, surveyed the room before his gaze settled on the seat by the window in the fourth row. He raised his hand to point, bending slightly towards Suyu, and said, "Sue, you can sit there. That spot is currently unoccupied. Should you have any further needs in the future, feel free to approach me." Suyu followed old Wang's gesture and noticed that the seat by the window was illuminated by a playful beam of sunlight. She nodded obediently. "Thank you, teacher." "All right, class." Old Wang raised his voice slightly. "Let us take good care of our new classmate. We must not bully her." "Yes, rest assured, Old Wang. We will certainly protect our class flower." "You little rascal." Old Wang nodded with satisfaction, placing his hands behind his back, and exited with a smile. He always claimed that the children of Class 8 were good kids. ISNT that. Gu Sheng's seat? Actually, Gu Sheng probably doesn't need it, right? ISNT, he always complaining about the sun being too bright? Are we to suffer just because a pretty girl has arrived in our class? What if Gu Sheng gets angry considering her health issues? What should we do? You go take the heat. I'm too scared. Amid the sympathetic gazes of her classmates, Suyu walked over to the vacant seat by the window and sat down with poise. She retrieved her books from her bag and neatly arranged them on the desk. "Hello, I'm Qinghe, your desk mate." The girl in front of her had a round face, and her smile brought forth crescent-shaped eyes, radiating infectious warmth. Suyu responded with a smile, her dimples subtly appearing. Suddenly, Qinghe leaned closer, lowering her voice. "The person next to you didn't come today, but be cautious. Do not provoke him, or it could be quite terrifying." The other party's seriousness compelled Suyu to pay close attention. She turned her gaze towards the temporarily vacant seat, which presumably belonged to the young man who had assisted her at noon. He was not, after all, intimidating. The expressions of Feng Chu and Qin Kai in the back row were complex. They swiftly took out their phones to type messages. "Friend and Wanshixing, 3. Feng de Calming. Who changed the name of my group? Feng de Calming. Never mind, it's not important. What matters is Gu. You have someone sitting next to you. Gu Sheng Qin Kai, the handsome guy. It's that lovely young lady who helped you at noon. Qin Kai, the handsome guy. Image. JPG Qin Kai, the handsome guy. Look, this is the good deed from earlier, your new desk mate. Gu Sheng." Chapter 4. Picking her up from school over there, Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow at the photograph of Qin Kai. He then tossed his phone aside and leaned back against the chair, turning his gaze towards the trees and streets that rushed by outside. Uncle Zhao, who was driving, caught sight of the young master lazily reclining in his seat through the rearview mirror and suddenly remembered something. "Ah, young master. Madam asked me to inform you that your room has now been repurposed. From now on, you will be sleeping in the study." Yesterday morning, after receiving a phone call, Madam hurriedly took Butler Lee to the mall. She returned with a multitude of items intended for girls, all of which she concealed in the storage room, radiating excitement. This morning, she and Lord Gu were meticulously selecting items in their villa. One moment, she complained that her room was too small, and the next, she criticized another for lacking sunlight. Ultimately, they settled on the young master Gu Sheng's room. Without hesitation, she ordered for the young master's belongings to be moved to the adjacent study. Now, Gu Sheng, forced to acknowledge his displacement, was taken aback. Uncle Zhao parked the car in the Gu family's garage and turned to Gu Sheng. "Young master, will you be returning to school later? Let us discuss it later." "Uncle Zhao, I have matters to attend to," he replied. Crossing through the garden adorned with various exquisite flowers, Gu Sheng entered his family's living room, where he found his mother bustling about, issuing commands. "Yes, this pink bedspread should go on Xiaoyu's bed. Shouldn't we change the mattress? That boy Gu Sheng is tough. But Xiaoyu cannot possibly sleep on such a hard surface." Just as Gu Sheng stepped in, he overheard this remark, which left him both amused and exasperated. Not only had they moved his room, but they were also complaining about the hardness of his mattress, insinuating that he was too rough. Were they expecting a princess to arrive? "Mom, what is this?" "Ah, you scared me," Su Ji exclaimed, startled by Gu Sheng's sudden entrance. She promptly extended her hand and gave a firm pat on Gu Sheng's shoulder. "Why didn't you announce your presence?" With a grimace from the impact, Gu Sheng replied, "Mom, could you be a bit gentler? I just heard Uncle Zhao say you moved my room, so I rushed back." Yes. Your room has been converted into a study." Gu Sheng, now validated by his mother, quipped, "I must not be your biological son, then." Suji took the menu handed to her by the butler and instructed, "That should suffice. From now on, let us keep our meals light and prepare more dishes that are beneficial for recuperation. Oh, by the way, Gu Sheng, could you pick up Xiaoyu after school?" Suddenly assigned a task, Gu Sheng frowned and inquired, "Who is Xiaoyu?" To his surprise, Suji appeared even more bewildered. "You don't remember? You used to fight with others for her when you were little, insisting on holding her hand and saying you would marry her someday." Gu Sheng was taken aback. "Huh? Suyu?" Suji quickly pulled out her phone and showed Gu Sheng a picture of the girl's face. "Look, she is Su Uncle's daughter. The one who has been unwell since childhood. The one who used to call you brother. His health was frail, yet she chased after him, calling out for her brother. And even took his hand, speaking of marriage." Gu Sheng rapidly searched his mind for the connections among these snippets of information, and suddenly recalled the photos on his mother's phone. Earlier that afternoon, to appease old Wang, he had casually assisted a girl in finding her way, who appeared as if she might faint. So it was her. He wondered why she seemed so familiar at that moment. The instinct to care for others resurfaced within him. In his childhood, Gu Sheng had a neighbor whose health was perpetually poor. This little neighbor had to be hospitalized in both hot and cold weather. Back then, young Gu Sheng felt immense sympathy for her, often taking her to play in his family's garden. After all, she was his only friend. Thus, a heartfelt desire emerged within him to always remain her best friend. One day, he took Su Yu before his parents, proclaiming that they would marry one day, ensuring they would always be together. Gu Sheng, a shameful memory. Su Ji, observing her son's expression of discomfort, knew he must have recalled that incident. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Little Yu is here for treatment, but your Uncle Su and Aunt Song are quite busy, and the professor has a packed schedule. So she will stay at our home for now. I've already given your room to little Yu. You can sleep in the study. Remember to take care of her at school. She hasn't been there before." Gu Sheng mused that if little Yu were bullied at school, it would certainly be his fault. He should embody the qualities of a school tyrant and protect her. Gu Sheng, inexplicably dubbed a school tyrant by his own mother, protested. "When did I become a school tyrant?" Just moments ago, he had claimed the title. After a long silence, he glanced at his mother, sometimes feeling that his father was indeed remarkable. It was no small feat for his father to keep up with his mother's erratic train of thought. Meanwhile, far away at the company, Gu Ting was in a meeting when he suddenly sneezed. His secretary, Xiao Li, lowered his voice, asking, "President Gu, would you like me to buy some cold medicine?" Gu Ting, still surprised by his sneeze, touched his nose, which had only itched slightly. "No need. Let us continue with the meeting." As evening descended and school let out, Gu Sheng, the so-called school tyrant, sat in the back seat of a car. Next to him, his mother had thoughtfully placed a cushion to ensure that the young girl, little Yu, would be comfortable. In his hand, he held a thermos of warm milk prepared by his mother. In her words, the little girl was a princess, while he was merely a troublesome boy who didn't require such meticulous care. With a sigh, Gu Sheng lamented his lack of refinement. Suddenly, his phone, resting beside him, vibrated with a call from his mother. "Hello, Gu Sheng, it's little Yu's first day at school. You must take good care of her." "I know. Hurry and get out of the car to wait for her. She doesn't even know what you look like. I've sent her a photo to help her recognize you. I know her. Hello, hello." After the call was abruptly disconnected, Gu Sheng looked up at Uncle Zhao in the driver's seat. "Uncle Zhao, so I truly am just a child picked up by my mother by the river, aren't I? You see, Suyu shares the same surname as my mother." Uncle Zhao offered an awkward yet polite smile through the rearview mirror. "Young master, you are indeed her biological son. In the Gu family, we cherish women above all else. In the past, Su Ji held the highest regard in this household. It seems that now, that honor will shift to Su Yu. Even if it is just a temporary arrangement, during this period, Su Yu will reign supreme." Having grown up under the influence of his father, Gu Ting, who adored his wife, Gu Sheng never dared to disobey Su Ji. When she instructed him to wait at the school gate, he complied without hesitation. Thus, at the dismissal hour of Qinghe Middle School, Gu Sheng casually sat on a bench at the school entrance, holding a stainless steel thermos. At 5 in the afternoon, the temperature in the capital still felt somewhat warm. Gu Sheng removed the jacket draped over his shoulders, casually resting it on the crook of his arm. He exuded a distinct air of youthful defiance. With deep-set eyes and an exceptional physique, The muscles hidden beneath his short sleeves revealed smooth lines from his neck to his shoulders. At this age, such attributes were undeniably captivating. The laughter and chatter from his peers made this abundantly clear. Wow, Gu Sheng, what are you doing, man? Why can't I express myself? I simply appreciate beauty. Ah, Gu Sheng is so handsome. Who is he waiting for? Probably Feng Chu and the others. Who else would make Gu Sheng wait? Chapter 5. Are you two living together? In the classroom of Class 8, Senior 3, the instant the school bell rang, the students erupted from their seats like monkeys released from a mountain. One by one, they darted out. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun Yang in the front row, Suyu shouldered her backpack and exited. Suyu, however, took her time organizing her belongings in her seat. She preferred to avoid the throngs of students outside, which would undoubtedly be bustling with activity at this hour. Therefore, she chose to slow her movements, waiting for the crowd to thin before making her exit. Ding dong. A message pinged through from her phone, resting on the desk. The screen illuminated with Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue, picture. JPG Aunt Sue. This is a photo of Gu Sheng. I've sent my little rascal to pick up Xiaoyu. I still have to stay home and cook, so I'll see you later, sweetheart. Suyu smiled, her eyes curving with delight at the message. Aunt Sue was a close friend of her mother, and coincidentally, they shared the same surname. She fondly remembered her childhood affection for Aunt Sue. However, when she was 10, her family moved away due to her father's job, and after that, she had not seen Aunt Sue again, owing to her own health issues. Fortunately, they managed to stay in touch via mobile phones. Thus, Suyu tapped on her phone and replied, "Okay, I understand, Annie." After sending the message, she felt compelled to add something more, so she typed, "I also want to see you." Once she noticed that most of her classmates had departed, Suyu tucked her phone away, adjusted her backpack, and strolled towards the school gate. The facilities at Qinghe High School were pristine and modern. The pathways were lined with greenery, and flower beds were a common sight. Suyu pondered how long it had been since she had visited a place bustling with people. She understood that her parents were overly protective, but occasionally, she yearned to rebel. This time, she decided to come to school to study before Professor Tang was ready for the surgery. Upon reaching the school gate, Suyu took out her phone, intending to sneak a glance at what Gu Sheng looked like before the crowd arrived. She opened the photo sent by Su Ji. Suyu fell silent. The backdrop of the picture was a seaside, and indeed, Gu Sheng was present. However, she found herself troubled. Staring at the boy in the image who appeared to be around 13 or 14. Was it a boy or a girl? Though the identity was correct, the age seemed wrong. And the gender. Gu Sheng, standing at the school gate with a thermos in hand, had already spotted Suyu sauntering out of the school. While others walked in pairs or groups, she ambled alone, moving at a leisurely pace. Her skin was exceptionally fair. Yet, upon reaching the gate, she paused to check her phone, biting her lip and furrowing her brow, revealing a look of considerable distress. His mother had clearly stated that she had communicated with Suyu. What was it? Had his appearance frightened the young girl? Or was he too ordinary that, upon glancing around at the few people gathered at the gate, she failed to recognize him, self-assured that he was not unattractive? Gu Sheng took the initiative to approach Suyu, holding the thermos. "Hot milk, my mom sent it for you." A shadow suddenly fell before Suyu, accompanied by a bottle of warm milk. Yes, warm milk nestled within a thermos. The boy's fingers were long and well-defined, his nails neatly trimmed and clean. So you couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful what?" Realizing the words that had escaped her lips, Suyu's face flushed, and she quickly looked up to find the classmate who had assisted her with directions at noon, just as she intended to express her gratitude for the earlier assistance. The boy spoke up, "I am Gu Sheng." "Suyu, huh? What S with that expression?" Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow at Suyu, who appeared utterly perplexed. "What? Can you not recognize me from the photo?" Suyu hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's just a photo. What about the photo?" As Suyu unlocked her phone and enlarged the picture for Gu Sheng to see, he then understood the reason behind the girl's strong reaction. In the photograph, Gu Sheng was clad in a floral dress, adorned with a wig handpicked by his mother, strolling by the seaside. That visit to the beach was a time Gu Sheng preferred not to recall. His mother had suddenly taken an interest in painting, insisting that Gu Sheng model in women's clothing. Naturally, the doting Gu Ting Wun Tia pose, and influenced by the culture of the Gu family, Gu Sheng thought, With no acquaintances around, why not? Little did he know, his mother had taken photos, and even sent them to Su Yu. Gu Sheng sighed, "Let us go. Uncle Zhao is waiting for us." Today marked his social demise. He brushed it aside. Gu Sheng valued his dignity. Su Yu replied, "Okay." Thus, clutching the cup of milk, she followed in Gu Sheng's footsteps. From the moment Gu Sheng approached Su Yu, they attracted the attention of numerous students. Gu Sheng was accustomed to such an atmosphere, whereas Su Yu was not. If she could run, she would certainly do so. Consequently, Gu Sheng noticed the petite girl, who was a head shorter than him, inexplicably quickening her pace to walk ahead of him, even showing signs of further acceleration. Drawing from his childhood experience as an older brother, he grasped the strap of Su Yu's backpack, pulling her back to his side. "Why are you running?" "I want to bite." Suddenly seized by her backpack, Su Yu felt as if someone had grabbed the nape of her neck. Su Yu, the familiar feeling has returned. In her childhood, this very Gu Sheng had similarly tugged her collar on their way home, claiming it was for her safety, as he was there to protect little Su Yu. However, each time he held her collar, she stumbled along, feeling that this neighborly boy was far more daunting than her illness. Eventually, little Gu Sheng learned to hold Su Yu's hand to play in the garden. But by then, she had moved away. Upon reaching the area where the Gu family's car was parked, Gu Sheng naturally bypassed Su Yu to open the car door for her. He even placed his hand gentlemanly on the car roof to prevent her from bumping her head. Once Su Yu was seated, he slid into the car, folded his long legs, and closed the door securely. Once the inconspicuous Maybach had departed, the students who witnessed this scene began to engage in conversation. What a joke! Who has ever seen Gu Sheng treat a girl with such care at school? Last time, when their campus belle Gu Sheng presented him with chocolate, he merely tossed it into the trash without a glance. Not to mention assisting a girl with opening the car door or shielding her from the rain. Astonishing. Why does Gu Sheng behave this way? My father mentioned that Gu Sheng's father dotes on his wife, so perhaps his behavior is not so surprising after all. But is it really so unexpected? According to your reasoning, he should only exhibit such tenderness towards his mother. Precisely. Last time, when Gu Sheng's clothes got dirty and she sought to borrow one from Gu Sheng, he refused to lend her anything. What did Gu Sheng say back then? "Oh, if you can't afford clothes, go to the principal's office and apply for financial aid." How ruthless. Chapter 6. Gu Sheng and Conditioned Reflex. The news of Gu Sheng personally escorting a female classmate home after school spread rapidly among the students. Some even captured photographs and posted them on the school forum. When it comes to gossip, students are unabashed. It is their sanctuary of liberated nature post classes. Main post, shock. The campus heartthrob from Qinghe is taken. What will happen to the campus belle? The title was indeed eye-catching, and it wasn't long before comments began to flood in. 1L. Who is the girl in the picture? I've never seen her before. 5L. I heard she is a transfer student from Class 8 of senior year. Just enrolled today. 12L. ISNT that Gu Sheng's class? 13L. Yes, and she sits right next to him. 24L. I can't wait to see Gu Sheng's reaction tomorrow when he finds someone in his seat. 35L. Please, with how he treated her this afternoon. He would never get angry. 45L. Why did they leave together? Are they living together? What about Gu Sheng? 57L. Gu Sheng has high standards. Only Gu Sheng could catch her eye. We commoners can only dream. 89L. I wonder how Gu Sheng will feel upon seeing this photo. At home, Gu Sheng clutched her phone, her face tinged with anger. What thoughts could she possibly entertain? Gu Sheng had humiliated her in front of so many people last time. She had made him chocolates, which he rejected. She desired a piece of clothing, and he denied her. Yet now, he was opening doors and fetching cups for a mere child. Was he not blatantly broadcasting to the entire school that he harbored no feelings for her? Gu Sheng? They were, after all, the most celebrated couple on campus. It was ridiculous that others deemed the girl in the photo the true campus belle. Tomorrow, she would show those blind fools who the real campus belle was. Gu Sheng glanced at the skincare products on her vanity, selecting the most expensive cream to apply. Although her family, the Gu family, was of considerably lesser status than the Gu family, Gu Sheng had been attending the same school as Gu Sheng since childhood. Thus, regardless of how he might reject her at school, everyone assumed they would eventually be together. Now, however, an uncontrollable little girl had appeared. With this thought, Ji Shih donned her coat and made her way to the study. She prepared a cup of freshly brewed coffee and paused at the door, gently knocking. "Come in." Ji Yunshun, who was working in the study, looked at Ji Shih with affection as he set down his pen. "Ah, rare guest. What brings my dear sister to seek me this time?" Ji Shih offered the coffee to Ji Yunshun, playfully saying, "Can I visit my brother without a reason?" All right. Now that you've dropped by, if there is nothing else, you may leave." Brother. Ji Yunshun knew his sister well. She would never come to him without an ulterior motive. Seeing her on the verge of annoyance, he relented. "Fine, speak up. What is it that you desire?" Seasoning the atmosphere with an air of grievance, Ji Shih settled beside Ji Yunshun, producing her phone to display a photo of Gu Sheng and Su Yu, which she handed to him. "Brother, there's a girl beside Sheng whom I don't recognize. Could you assist me in uncovering her identity?" Yet again it was Gu Sheng. From her childhood, Ji Shih had persistently trailed after him, and even now, her affection remained unwavering. It would undoubtedly be ideal for the Ji family to forge a union with the Gu family. However, Ji Yunshun had tested this notion multiple times, only to find the Gu family disinterested in such an alliance. Furthermore, they had no need to rely on marriage to solidify their standing. Taking the phone, Ji Yunshun extinguished the screen, fixing his gaze upon Ji Shih. "Shih, you know Gu Sheng does not harbor feelings for you. I do not wish for my only sister to be trampled upon." Ji Shih brushed aside Ji Yunshun's hand resting on her shoulder, furrowing her brow. "Brother, I do not. Sheng will surely notice my worth. I merely wish to ascertain this person's identity. If you refuse, I shall seek father." With that, she rose, intending to leave. As her hand grasped the doorknob, she heard her brother's voice. "Fine, I will help you, but it is merely a matter of identity." She knew that her feigned departure would prompt her brother to offer assistance. Throughout her life, there was nothing Ji Shih could not attain, save for Gu Sheng. "I love you, brother. Remember to rest early and avoid staying up late." With Ji Yunshun's promise secured, Ji Shih returned to her room with a buoyant step, opening her wardrobe to select attire for the following day. Meanwhile, seated properly in the back of the car with Gu Sheng, Su Yu rested on a plush cushion, supported by a pillow meticulously prepared by Su Ji. Cradling warm milk in her hands, she contrasted sharply with Gu Sheng, who, despite sharing the same vehicle, had nothing. Who could witness this and not remark on Gu Shao's unfortunate predicament? The car was enveloped in silence. Perhaps the depth of Gu Sheng's melancholic gaze caused Su Yu to hesitate mid-sip. Turning towards him after a brief moment of uncertainty, she inquired, "Do you want some?" Gu Sheng replied, "Thank you, but no. I never take milk from children." However, she pressed on, "Your classmate mentioned you skipped lunch because of stomach pain and returned home." Gu Sheng retorted, Who is spreading such rumors about me? I am in peak condition." At that moment, a message pinged on Gu Sheng's phone. "Fond de Kongming. Gu, they said this afternoon you went home due to stomach pain. You haven't forgotten, have you?" He had indeed forgotten. That rascal, Fong Chu. He would make sure to teach him a lesson when he returned to school. Guilt surged within Su Yu. Why not have this milk? It's still warm and good for your stomach. The concern and remorse etched on the young girl's face were unmistakable. Reluctantly, Gu Sheng accepted the thermos, compelled to take a sip. "Fine, thank you." His aversion to milk was a long-standing quirk. Others claimed that milk has a delightful aroma, but Gu Sheng insists that it is, in fact, foul. Fortunately, no one is forcing him to drink this concoction, except for little Su Yu. If he refuses, Su Yu will weep. At that moment, Gu Sheng is most terrified of her tears, for he knows he may face a combined reprimand from both sets of parents. Having abstained from milk for over a decade, Gu Sheng finds himself in a purely reflexive situation. The young master has no fondness for milk. As Uncle Zhao continues to speak, Gu Sheng, in a moment of dramatic defiance, gulps it down in one go. Merely drinking milk, yet it emerges with an air of grandeur. Uncle Zhao hopes fervently that the young master does not vomit in the car, for car washes can be rather costly. Chapter 7. Gu Sheng. Brother Uncle Zhao drove with remarkable steadiness, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the Gu family residence. At the entrance, Su Ji and Gu Ting had been waiting eagerly, accompanied by a servant standing by the door. The scene was grand enough to suggest the arrival of a dignitary. Gu Sheng remarked, "Do not inquire. The answer is that I have never received such a grand welcome before." Su Yu, clutching her small backpack, obediently disembarked from the vehicle. Approaching Su Ji and Gu Ting, she greeted them softly. "Hello, Aunt Su." "Hello, Uncle Gu." Time had not diminished the beauty of Su Ji. She appeared much the same as she had years ago. Gu Ting, on the other hand, seemed even more modest and gentle. Seeing Su Yu alight, Su Ji warmly took her hand and led her towards the house. "Ah, Xiao Yu, you have finally arrived. I was busy preparing dinner this afternoon and could not come to fetch you. Your mother mentioned that you love wood ear mushrooms, so I made plenty. Also, I have arranged your bedding in the first room on the second floor. It is spacious and bright, quite similar to your previous room layout. I am certain you will adore it. Until Xiaoro and the others can come to collect you, please make yourself comfortable here." As Su Ji chattered amiably with Su Yu, it was as if Su Yu were her own daughter. This left the two men present silently trailing behind. As Gu Sheng walked, he inexplicably caught a disdainful glance from his father. Gu Sheng questioned, "Why can you not have a daughter?" "Useless." After uttering this remark, Gu Ting hastily approached his wife, leaving Gu Sheng standing in place. Gu Sheng pondered, "So I am superfluous to this family?" Feeling like an outsider, Gu Sheng had no choice but to quicken his pace to follow. When Su Yu was led into the living room by Su Ji, she was captivated by a painting of sunflowers hanging on the wall. The vibrant colors and bright yellows radiated the vitality of the sunflower. In the lower right corner, it bore a modest signature, Gu Sheng. "That painting was created by our Gu Sheng when he was merely 10 years old," Su Ji remarked, noticing Su Yu's fascination. "Just 2 days prior to your move, he expressed his intention to gift it to you, but he did not have the chance. I decided to hang it on the wall today." Sunflowers, with their tendency to turn towards the sun, resonated deeply with Su Yu. They were her favorite flowers. She had experienced so little in life, with her most vivid childhood memories confined to the stark, white walls of a hospital. The first time she encountered sunflowers was in Gu Sheng's home. Among a variety of colorful blooms, young Su Yu had immediately been drawn to the modest sunflower. Little Gu Sheng had told her that it was a flower that could chase the sun. From that moment, sunflowers had become her most cherished flowers, without exception. She longed to chase the sun carefree, much like the flower itself. Upon entering the living room, Gu Sheng noticed Su Yu intently gazing at the painting. "Memories long buried have begun to assail me," he mused. "Do not dwell on it. If you desire, I can create another for you." The clear sound was reminiscent of droplets from a spring. As Su Yu turned to face Gu Sheng, her smile radiant, dimples adorning her cheeks. Gu Sheng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering that his desire to protect her since childhood was not without reason. Su Yu deserved to be safeguarded. Just as he believed he could still be her protective older brother at this moment, he wished for her health and happiness. After observing her cherubic face for a while, he playfully flicked her forehead and said, "Let us go eat." Completely unaware of Gu Sheng's newfound determination to be a good brother, Su Yu followed him, bewildered. At the dining table, she looked at the little bowl before her, piled high like a small mountain, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had already consumed a great deal. As she noticed Su Ji's hand reaching for more food, she quickly covered her bowl and waved her hands, saying, "Aunt Su, I really can't eat any more." "Little Yu, how can you eat so little? This is far too insufficient. Let me serve you some more." While Su Ji was fervently enthusiastic, Gu Sheng and his father exchanged silent glances, observing Su Yu's round, innocent eyes as she clutched her bowl, determined to intervene. Gu Sheng boldly moved Su Yu's bowl, now overflowing with dishes, to his side and swiftly devoured its contents. After finishing, he placed his chopsticks down and took Su Yu upstairs, casually announcing, "Mom, we've eaten. We're heading upstairs now." "Hey, you rascal, you've finished, but little Yu hasn't tea." At last, with a moment to be alone together, Gu Ting moved closer to Su Ji and said, "Little Yu isn't in good health. She can't eat much. And your enthusiasm is overwhelming. But I'm just concerned about her. I've always wanted to ensure we have a girl to cherish and protect. Rest assured, Gu Sheng will take good care of her. Just look at how well he managed tonight. You need not worry at school, as he has always been her brother. That brat better protect little Yu well." Well, they've eaten their fill. I haven to. Your insufferable Gu Sheng brought Su Yu to the door of her room and skillfully pushed it open. "Here, this is your room. If you need anything, just let me know." Suyu nodded. "I'll come to wake you up tomorrow morning." She nodded again. "My mother has prepared your clothes. They're in the wardrobe, along with your school uniform." Suyu nodded once more. Gu Sheng asked, "What do you want to say?" Suyu stared at her toes, murmuring, "In the future, could you refrain from pulling my collar like when we were kids? It makes me feel like a little puppy." Gu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed, Suyu had grown up, and pulling on her collar was no longer appropriate. "Then, how about you hold on my sleeve instead?" he inquired tentatively. Suyu nodded. Good night," Gu Sheng said. "Good night, brother Gu Sheng." As Suyu addressed him as brother, Gu Sheng walked back to his study, feeling as if he were floating. The kitchen of the Gu family began to buzz with activity. Suyu was roused from her slumber by the melodious chirping of birds outside. She had anticipated developing a habit of insomnia due to the unfamiliar surroundings. Yet surprisingly, she found herself in a deep and restful sleep. Perhaps it was the comforting scent of sunlight lingering on the blanket, or perhaps it was the sense of security that the Gu family provided. She sat up and rubbed her sleepy eyes, her lashes fluttering as remnants of drowsiness clung to her. After a brief moment of stillness, she resolved to throw off the covers and rise to wash up. However, the once tranquil and cozy room was abruptly filled with a cacophony of croaking. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit," startled. Suyu felt her sleepiness evaporate in an instant. Her heart raced as she turned her gaze towards the source of sound. By the window, hidden away, was a small alarm clock shaped like a frog. Suyu was taken aback. The clock was adorned in vibrant green, with only the clock face on its belly appearing normal. She stepped onto the soft carpet and approached it slowly. "What on earth is this?" The young girl furrowed her brow and pressed down on the little frog clock. It paused for just a few seconds before croaking even louder. Without a second thought, she clutched the alarm clock and dashed to the door, heading towards Gu Sheng's study. Gu Sheng, open the door." Gu Sheng, in her pajamas and barefoot, she anxiously hopped at the entrance of his temporary study. The alarm continued to blare, refusing to be silenced, and the embarrassment was palpable. After much difficulty, Gu Sheng turned over in bed, hearing the voice of a girl. "Just a figment of my imagination. Back to sleep," he mumbled. Yet, it sounded distinctly like Suyu's voice. Unsure, he listened more intently. What to listen for? Gu Sheng abruptly sat up, leapt out of bed, and opened the door in one swift motion. He was met with the sight of a disheveled young girl, hurriedly shoving something into his embrace. Looking down, he was taken aback. How infuriating! His back teeth clenched in irritation, adding to his vexation. Thus, before Suyu, Gu Sheng resigned himself to raise the little alarm clock and aimed it at his face. Facial recognition. Indeed, it required facial recognition to deactivate it. Otherwise, it would only escalate in volume until the face of the registered user unlocked it. Once he successfully silenced the peculiar alarm clock, Gu Sheng carelessly tossed it onto the bed. The little frog rolled a couple of times before coming to a halt in the center. An awkward silence enveloped the room, marking the morning's embarrassment. Gu Sheng's hair was tousled, his collar askew. Suyu stood in her pajamas, her bare feet exposed. The boy, feeling somewhat awkward, averted his gaze and scratched his head sheepishly. With his other hand, he coughed lightly into his palm, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the girl's curled toes. Suyu's bare feet were planted on the floor. Though the weather was warm, the floor felt slightly cool beneath her. Perhaps sensing Gu Sheng's gaze, the girl's feet retreated slightly. She was slender, and her delicate feet were pale, with faint blue veins visible to the naked eye. Gu Sheng felt as though something had lodged itself in his throat, leaving a slight dryness. He then turned and approached his bed, picking up the black slippers he had left on the floor. Holding the slippers, he crouched down in front of Suyu, neatly arranging the shoes and gesturing for her to extend her foot. Suyu blinked rapidly, a hint of crimson blooming behind her ears. As Gu Sheng stood, he draped his coat over her shoulders, chiding her gently for not dressing appropriately for the outdoors at her age, expressing concern about her catching a chill. He urged her to change her clothes quickly and to come downstairs for breakfast. In the Gu family dining room, an array of breakfast dishes adorned the table. Suji stood nearby, cautioning others to be careful with the plates while taking photos to send to Songro. Men are but fleeting clouds. Dear friend, too, Su Marin, look, the breakfast prepared for Xiao Yu today, Songro. Thank you, Gigi, for looking after our Xiaoyu. Much appreciated. Su Marin, how could it be a bother? I would gladly have Xiaoyu as my daughter. Song Ro, you have a son named Gu Sheng. Su Ji clicked her tongue and put her phone away, fully aware of Song Ro's implications. Suyu was Song Ro's cherished daughter, which meant that she could proudly claim the title of beloved aunt to Xiaoyu. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Gu Sheng descending the stairs slowly. Leaning against the dining table, Su Ji scrutinized him, pondering the possibility that Xiaoyu might indeed become her daughter in the future. However, this delightful thought shattered when she noticed Gu Sheng yawning. Never mind, she concluded. That brat is all looks and no ability to care for a girl. Gu Sheng felt perplexed, wondering what he had done wrong to warrant such a strange appraisal from his mother, as if she were disapproving of him. Was it possible that his pants were unbuttoned? He quickly glanced down. Phew, all was in order. He reassured himself that he, Gu Sheng, would never make such a rookie mistake to earn his mother's disdain. When he noticed a smile grace Sue's face, he naturally met her gaze. Good morning, Mom. However, before he could finish his sentence, she swiftly bypassed him. Gu Sheng even felt a slight breeze from the movement of his hair. Xiaoyu, how did you sleep last night? Auntie, I slept very well. The sweet voice of the girl chimed from behind. Oh, Suyu, then all is well. Gu Sheng, feeling quite self-aware, found a seat and reached for the sandwich in front of him. He glanced at Suyu, who was still engaged in conversation, and decided to fetch a cup of warm milk from Aunt Wu in the kitchen, placing it on the empty seat beside him, settling down under Sue's warm attentions. Suyu replied, Auntie, what would you like me to get for you? Oh, no. Annie can get it herself. The young girl shook her head vigorously before turning to retrieve a bowl of oatmeal. I'll just have this. Andy, you should eat breakfast too. Gu Tian, the head of the Gu family, was usually very busy, making it rare for him to join Gu Sheng for breakfast. Gu Ting sat at the head of the table, with Miss Su seated beside him. He accepted the breakfast that Su Ji had handed him and, without a moment's hesitation, took a bite. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of struggle, though his voice remained gentle. My dear, what have you added to this? Su Ji's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the question. Is it delicious? Gu Ting replied, it's quite something. Observing his father's reaction, Gu Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking that sandwich. Otherwise, he would be the one enduring such torment now. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire his father for managing to articulate the words delicious despite his evident discomfort. That's wonderful. I prepared a nutritious breakfast for Xiaoyu. I added clams and mushrooms. Suji exclaimed. Meanwhile, Suyu, who had been engrossed in his porridge, looked up in confusion at Suji. He was promptly pressed down by Gu Sheng, who advised, just eat your breakfast and ignore them. Oh, replied Suyu, returning to his porridge. This bowl is a bit large. Gu Ting glanced at the seemingly ordinary yet oddly flavored sandwich in his hand. After a 3-second silence, he adopted a serious expression. Wife, this cannot be given to Xiaoyu. It is a bit oily. Ms. Su nodded in agreement, not questioning Gu Ting's hesitation. Yes, if it's oily, then it can't be given to Xiaoyu. I'll think of other recipes. In perfect harmony, Gu Ting and Gu Sheng exchanged glances, silently conveying the same sentiment. Henceforth, any innovative dish created by Su Ji must receive their approval before being presented to Suyu. The men's understanding reached its zenith at that moment. For the sake of health. Chapter 9. Whom did he bring down? After finishing breakfast, Gu Sheng and Suyu boarded Uncle Zhao's car. The spacious interior of the vehicle allowed Suyu to focus intently on counting the textbooks she needed. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng was inspecting the snacks that his mother had insistently stuffed into his backpack. Little you might get hungry, but these items are too cumbersome to carry in your bag, were his mother's exact words. Suyu pressed down the car window and turned her head to gaze at the fleeting shadows of trees outside. The crisp morning air drifted through the gaps of the window. She extended her hand, placing it against her chest, attempting to catch a sliver of sunlight. This gesture, though somewhat childlike, was undeniably endearing, or at least that was Gu Sheng's sentiment. Uncle Zhao parked the car a short distance from the school gate, engaged the handbrake, and shifted gears. We have arrived at the school gate, young master. You may proceed to your classes now. Gu Sheng was a well-known figure at Qinghe, frequently arriving at school by car. As Uncle Zhao drew closer to the entrance, a throng of students gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Today, not only was Gu Sheng present, but also Gu Sheng, the current belle of Qinghe, whose ardent admiration for Gu Sheng was well recognized. Coming from a respectable family, she even maintained business ties with the Gu family. Gu Sheng was accompanied by several of her close friends. There was a tacit understanding among them that Gu Sheng would eventually become Gu Sheng's future bride. Thus, they seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves while their relationship was still in its infancy, knowing that such chances might not last. "Look, it's Gu Sheng," exclaimed one student. "Do you think she came over because of that photo from yesterday's forum? Is that even question?" Of course, whenever someone confessed to Gu Sheng, Gu Sheng was always the first to show up, another replied. "That's true. She seems to have been lurking like a ninja around Gu Sheng all this time." Enough chit-chat. Gu Sheng is about to get out. Students at the school gate, regardless of their acquaintanceship, engaged in animated discussions centered around a shared topic of interest. After all, such gossip and intrigue thrive on the presence of an audience. As the car door swung open, Gu Sheng rested his hand on the edge of the door. Casually slinging a black backpack over one shoulder, he wore a white short-sleeve shirt paired with gray wide-legged athletic pants. A jacket hung loosely from his hand, and his movements as he exited were both simple and fluid. The glimpses of his ankles, occasionally revealed by his motions, were strikingly attractive. The young man's features were sharp, with eyebrows resembling stars and a high, elegant nose. A mole at the corner of his eye added an inexplicable allure to his demeanor. Suyu sat in her seat, attempting to adjust her backpack onto her shoulders, but she was swiftly assisted by Gu Sheng, who had stepped outside. "Suyu? Onlookers! Help! Is there someone else in that car? What's going on?" I get it. It's the one who's always with Gu Sheng. What's her name?" Fong Kai and Qin Chu. As Fong Chu and Qin Kai approached, intending to greet Gu Sheng, they paused. "Excuse me, fellow student, are you looking for us?" Fong Chu inquired earnestly. Qin Kai, with a stoic expression, pointed at Fong Chu. Fong Chu. Then he pointed towards himself. "Qin Kai, concise and to the point. You have accurately recalled the characters, yet have created two new names." The student who mentioned the names said, "I apologize." Fong Chu paid no heed. His current concern was whom Gu was fetching the backpack for. Which deity could compel Gu to willingly carry something? It must be a formidable figure, towering at 2 meters and 80 centimeters, with a fierce beard adorning his face, right? Alas, aren't the little lackeys standing with us? They seemed even more exhilarated than us. Perhaps it is the excitement of Gu Sheng playing the role of a follower? Fong Chu and Qin Kai raised their thumbs in admiration. What an astute guess. By the car, Gu Sheng squinted at the sun hanging in the eastern sky and then glanced at Suyu. Silently, he shifted to the left to shield her. Otherwise, Suyu's eyes would struggle to stay open, and she might stumble. Gu Sheng couldn't help but internally marvel at himself. What a responsible and diligent older brother he was. He placed Suyu's backpack alongside his own and then extended his hand into the car, attempting to offer Suyu a means of support as she disembarked. Suyu did not refuse. After all, this vehicle was rather high. She was somewhat apprehensive about falling. Thus, she reached out her hand to rest in Gu Sheng's palm. The warmth of her gentle fingertips brushed against his palm, prompting Gu Sheng to instinctively close his fingers around hers. The chatter of the surrounding students reached a crescendo. Gu Sheng entwined her fingers, her nails digging in ever deeper. Contrary to Fong Chu's imagination of a burly bearded giant, Gu Sheng assisted a petite girl out of the car, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, and her skin was as white as snow. Standing beside Gu Sheng, the two exuded a harmonious aura, like a pair of exquisite jade. "Wait, is that the girl from yesterday's photo? She bears a striking resemblance." "What do you mean resemblance? It's unmistakable." "This girl possesses a uniquely captivating demeanor. Rumor has it, the girl's name is Suyu, and she shares a class with Gu Sheng. To add, she is currently his desk mate." "So are they." "Yi Shu, let us not speak too loudly. Ji Shur is right next to us, and she doesn't look too pleased." The alerted onlookers promptly turned their gazes towards Ji Shur. Indeed, her expression was far from favorable. "Time to leave." Some in the crowd dispersed, Yet others, emboldened, continued to observe. It's hilarious, after all. The bell hasn't rung yet. What's the harm in watching a bit longer? Uncle Zhao's car was still a few meters from the school gate, and the murmurings of the students remained hushed. Su Yu and Gu Sheng were naturally oblivious to the commotion. Furthermore, Gu Sheng was accustomed to such scenes and perceived nothing out of the ordinary. He helped Su Yu out of the car, releasing her hand once she had steadied herself. Feng Chu, standing at the entrance, found the situation intriguing. Oh, so Gu is actually taking care of a girl? He approached with a brotherly demeanor. However, just as his hand hovered a mere centimeter above Gu Sheng's right shoulder, Gu Sheng swiftly brushed it away. Moreover, it seemed as though the other party had hurled a piercing gaze at him. Feng paused, blinking in surprise. With his other hand, he anxiously grasped Qin Kai from behind. Gu Sheng, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on Feng Chu and uttered a single word. Leave. Feng Chu replied, all right then. As he watched Gu Sheng's figure gradually recede into the distance, he patted Qin Kai's shoulder with a gravity that belied his light-heartedness. The expression on Brother Gu's face, just now, seemed as though he wished to bury me. When the moment truly arrives, please inscribe the word handsome on my tombstone. In the afterlife, I wish to be the most esteemed individual there as well. Qin Kai cast him a sidelong glance and retorted with 2 words, neurotic. Feng Chu clutched his chest, feigning deep injury. At the school gate, Ji Shishir was intently fixated on Su Yu. Although she had asked her brother to investigate this person's background and history last night, she was not some divine being capable of uncovering such details within mere hours. All she knew of the other party was 2 pieces of information. Her name was Su Yu, and she appeared to share an extraordinary connection with Gu Sheng. Though Ji Shishir was reluctant to admit it, Gu Sheng had indeed treated a girl differently for the first time. For years, she had doggedly trailed behind Gu Sheng, successfully warding off numerous girls who harbored similar affections. Gu Sheng had never allowed her to touch even the corner of his clothing. Yet today, he had reached out to grasp another girl's hand. How could this not infuriate Ji Shishir? As she observed Gu Sheng's approaching silhouette, she suppressed her feelings of resentment and fury, re-establishing a smile that was impeccably poised. She raised her hand to greet Gu Sheng. Sheng, good morning. Gu Sheng continued walking as if he had not heard her, yet caught Su Yu's attention. She slowed her pace and tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her. Gu Sheng, she is greeting you. Gu Sheng turned and pulled Su Yu's sleeve with a dismissive gesture. Ignore her, I do not know her. But she's trying to greet you. Ji Shishir let her hand fall to her side in defeat. Gu Sheng and Su Yu moved further away from her. But she clearly heard Gu Sheng's words. He claimed not to know her. Ji Shishir lowered her eyes. How could he not know her? They were, after all, a couple that everyone had high hopes for. With this thought, Ji Shishir raised her gaze once more, fixating fiercely on Su Yu's retreating figure. All her concealed anger surfaced, and she pronounced each word with deliberate intensity. Su Yu. Chapter 10. What? Gu Sheng's child is Su Yu. Gu Sheng held 2 bags in one hand while guiding Su Yu to the classroom door. The whispers among the students spread like wildfire, as if they possessed a clandestine code for communication. The events that transpired mere moments ago at the school gate were already common knowledge within the classroom. The campus forum had even begun to feature reports akin to those of war correspondents. For instance, shocking, who has Gu Sheng's new love chosen? His old flame or the new? Accompanied by an image of the school heartthrob leading Su Yu ahead, while Ji Shishir stood forlornly behind. Another post read, the mysterious partner of the previously scandal-free heartthrob. The discussion threads piled higher with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the individuals involved remained blissfully unaware. The previously boisterous Class 8 fell silent upon the sight of Gu Sheng, as if a divine force had cast a spell upon them. The classroom was abruptly silenced, with nearby students communicating through nudges, while those further away exchanged knowing glances. Thus, when Su Yu entered the classroom, she was greeted by the sight of students engaged in a chaotic brawl, some twitching in disbelief. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she grasped Gu Sheng's sleeve and glanced up at the festive couplets adorning the classroom door. Diligent study leads to exceptional achievement. Quite distinctive indeed. This was undeniably the same classroom as yesterday. As Gu Sheng prepared to step into Class 8, he sensed Su Yu's anxiety. He cast a quick glance at his classmates, whose expressions were a tapestry of emotions. He often felt out of place among them, believing he lacked their eccentricity. Just look at these individuals. With a touch of red paint on their faces, they could easily be cast as zombies in a film. At the very least, it was a unique talent that might one day sustain them. Su Yu pondered why her classmates, who had seemed perfectly normal yesterday, now appeared utterly deranged. She recalled Fong Chu mentioning someone new had taken a seat beside him. It was evident that Su Yu had become the new addition to the class. "Let's go," she suggested, glancing at Gu Sheng and then at her peculiar classmates, nodding slightly. "Perhaps it's merely a figment of my imagination. Everything will return to normal once I reach my seat." In the fourth row, by the window, lay the homeland of the king. Su Yu approached her seat and sat down, extending her hand to accept the backpack that Gu Sheng offered her. He, too, naturally settled beside her, feigning ignorance of Fong Chu's entrance. As Fong Chu cheerfully approached, Gu Sheng nonchalantly extended his left foot, causing Fong Chu, who had just been calling out to him, to stumble forward awkwardly. At that moment, Qinghe was making his way from the back door to his seat when he collided with an unidentified object. In a flurry, he attempted to push it away, but instead found himself grasping either side of Fong Chu's neck. By the time they registered what had occurred, Fong Chu had affectionately landed atop Qinghe, resembling a cherished spouse. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. Qinghe, feeling as though he had sustained internal injuries from Fong Chu's impact, winced. Meanwhile, Fong Chu, grinning widely, slowly pushed himself up with one hand braced against the ground, relishing the moment. With a demeanor of wounded innocence, she gazed at the composed Gu Sheng, exclaiming, "Brother Gu, what have I done?" Her tone was imbued with a sense of melancholy, as if abandoned by him. The four words transformed Fong Chu into a picture of obedience. "Your alarm clock." Gu Sheng nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Nearby, Su Yu's curiosity was piqued. Her round, sparkling eyes flitted between Gu Sheng and the contemplative Fong Chu. Suddenly enlightened, "That alarm clock belongs to you?" Fong Chu lamented, "It's broken. Brother Gu seems to have lost face in front of the girls because of that adorable alarm clock. He is guilty and deserves punishment." Silently, she took Qinghe to their seats, placing her hands properly on the desk, a perfect display of compliance. Onlookers murmured, "What alarm clock? How does you know about it? Could it be?" Living together, the students, in perfect synchrony, returned to their seats, swiftly retrieving their phones. Their fingers danced across the screens, leaving blurred traces. Qinghe Campus Forum. Post. Shocking. The original poster has just uncovered a tremendous scoop. Gu Sheng and Su Yu are suspected of living together. 1L. No way. 2L. Is this real? 4L replies to 2L. Indeed, a classmate from Class 8 heard them using the same alarm clock this morning. 34L. If that's the case, doesn't it imply they're not just living together but sharing a bed? 65L. Spread the word. The campus heartthrob is getting married. 78L. What? The campus heartthrob has a child. 139L. What? The child already has a name. The dissemination of rumors relies on the extraordinary power of human language. Thus, it reached Ji Shishir's ears, transformed into what? Gu Sheng has a child with Su Yu? Ji Shishir furrowed her brows, staring in bewilderment at her friend Meng Qingshu, who had brought her the news. Listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? Meng Qingshu felt it was nonsensical, yet insisted it was what she had been told. Regardless of its veracity, since it concerned Gu Sheng, she felt compelled to relay it to Ji Shishir. How touching that she exerted effort for the sake of Ji Shishir and Gu Sheng's relationship. Yi Shishi replied, "Why not rely on oneself?" Annoyed, she pulled out her phone and opened the document sent by Ji Yunshin. Su Yu, 18, from the south. Is that all? Frustrated, she repeatedly opened and closed the document, only to find the same few words each time. Growing increasingly irate, she opened the chat with Ji Yunshin. Sure, Ji Yunshin. If you're unwilling to help me with my research, that's fine. I can ask my father for assistance. Sure, but you need to use this to deceive me. Meanwhile, Ji Yunshin, seated in the general manager's office at the company, signed documents. Upon hearing the notification tone he had set for Ji Shishir, he promptly picked up his phone. In truth, This situation was not his fault. Ji Yunshin had not intended to mislead Ji Shishir with those few words. It was merely that when he asked his assistant to gather information, he was informed that there were no further details available regarding Suyu. Seated in this position for so many years, Ji Yuns has relied on his family's advantages and connections with the influential elite of the capital. There has never been a moment when he could not obtain information, especially regarding a mere young girl. The current situation suggests either that the Gu family has intercepted the news or that Suyu's origins are not to be underestimated. In either case, neither scenario is one that the Ji family can afford to provoke. If the Gu family has indeed intervened, it indicates their regard for Suyu. The relationship between the Ji and Gu families is at best one of dependency. He cannot risk incurring the displeasure of the Gu family for the sake of Ji Shishir. Conversely, should the latter be true, the Ji family would certainly refrain from offending a family whose underlying power is unknown, all for Ji Shishir's sake. Shishir, let us not speak of this matter again. Suyu is likely someone we cannot afford to offend, Ji Yuns remarked. As you are aware, the inability to gather information further underscores the magnitude of the opponent's influence. Ji Shishir scoffed lightly, tossing her phone onto the table. Throughout her life, there has been nothing she could not obtain. Ji Yuns's current stance clearly indicates his unwillingness to assist her. Perhaps he has taken a liking to Suyu's appearance and harbors ulterior motives. Given that Ji Yuns is reluctant to extend his aid, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Chapter 11. Gu Sheng is angry. Oh, it's Suyu, then there's no issue. Gu Sheng stands as the top student in his senior year at Qinghe High School. Thus, the teachers seldom impose strict demands on him to attend every class or pay attention. Regardless of whether he is engaged or not, he remains the esteemed top student. Even if he dozes off during class, none would dare to disturb him. After all, who would be foolish enough to provoke Gu Sheng in school? During Mr. Wang's lecture, Gu Sheng succumbed to slumber. Mathematics, in its inherent monotony, was enough to make even Suyu's eyelids heavy. What more could be said of Gu Sheng? Forced to sleep in the study the previous night, he found the unfamiliar bed unsettling. This morning, while lost in delightful dreams, he was roused by that infernal alarm clock belonging to Feng Chu. Indeed, it was not Suyu who awakened him, but Feng Chu. Should someone closely observe Gu Sheng's countenance, they would notice a distinct bruise beneath his eyes, a classic dark circle. Under Mr. Wang's hypnotic teaching style, Gu Sheng's sleep felt entirely justified. After all, among so many in the class, few could endure through a mathematics lesson. Suyu, seated beside Gu Sheng, occupied a position by the window that was flooded with light. The classroom's air conditioning could not shield her from the sun's rays. Suyu thought to herself, I'm even more tired now. Thus, she endeavored to widen her eyes, and when fatigue became unbearable, she pinched herself with her other hand. Upon her seventh pinch, she noticed Gu Sheng, who had nestled his head on his arms atop the desk. His closed eyes and relaxed demeanor softened his originally handsome and austere features, rendering him almost childlike in slumber, Suyu mused. However, sleeping in class was unacceptable. Therefore, Suyu gently prodded Gu Sheng's arm. Feng Chu and Qin Kai, seated behind Gu Sheng, who had been drowsily observing the class, were suddenly awakened by the sight. Good heavens! A brave soul had emerged in their class, who in Class 8 of senior year did not know of Gu Sheng's notoriously irritable temperament, especially when roused from sleep. Just the other day, a student from another class accidentally disturbed Gu Sheng, and that poor soul had been so terrified by Gu Sheng's glare that he did not return to school for 3 days. Yet here was Suyu, audaciously daring to disrupt the slumber of the esteemed Gu Sheng. It was not just Feng Chu who witnessed this. Nearly all the students seated behind shifted their chairs discreetly away from Gu Sheng, instinctively seeking to avoid any fallout, a prudent survival strategy. With a sense of camaraderie for their classmate, Feng Chu and Qin Kai resolved to intervene. Surely, their leader could not strike a girl, could he? Thus, Feng Chu extended his hand, trembling as he intended to tap Suyu on the shoulder. Yet, before his hand could land upon her, a powerful grip seized his wrist. Feng Chu's expression transformed into one of horror. Oh no, it's going to break. Gu, brother, it's going to break. To his dismay, Gu Sheng shot him a menacing glare. Fang Chu felt a sense of grievance. Since morning, Gu Sheng had been indifferent to him. Surely. After the incident with the alarm clock, he should have calmed down. Now he even rolls his eyes at him. Who do you want to touch? Gu Sheng's expression darkened, emanating a fierce aura as he fixed his gaze intently on Fang Chu. Goodness, he was napping at his desk. And yet some boy dared to entertain thoughts about Suyu. This could be tolerated, but it was infuriating. Fang Chu sensed something amiss. But his cognitive faculties were insufficient to fully grasp the situation in such a short time. Thus, he could only tentatively utter touch. Suyu? However, before he could finish, Qinghe covered his mouth. Qinghe was frantically winking at Fang Chu. I never realized you were so bold. Fang Chu exclaimed, what on earth? Qinghe retorted, are you out of your mind? How dare you mention Suyu? Only then did Fang Chu belatedly comprehend the gravity of the situation. This beautiful girl was not to be trifled with. Lao Wang, at the back of the classroom, had long since noticed the commotion. However, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Their trio had already shifted to a corner, not disturbing the learning of other students, merely adding a new classmate to the mix. Gu Sheng, what are you all up to? Lao Wang's deep voice resonated throughout the classroom, embodying the authority of a teacher. The front row students turned their heads. It seems Gu Sheng has finally woken up. Then they turned back. Lao Wang, you're impressive. Lao Wang's voice didn't startle Gu Sheng, but it certainly startled Suyu. She did not wish to be summoned to the teacher's office on the very first day of school. Thus, under the watchful gaze of their classmates, she tugged at Gu Sheng's sleeve. She gently pulled, her eyes fixed on Gu Sheng. Brother, let us attend class. Gu Sheng immediately released his grip on Fang Chu, casting a complex glance at Suyu. How had he never noticed before how pleasant it was to hear the word brother? The little girl's soft and tender call made him feel oddly cherished. Gu Sheng obediently turned to face Lao Wang at the podium, signaling that it was time to begin class. Lao Wang. Having reached this point, Lao Wang continued with his lesson while students chatted beneath their desks. Wow, what is the relationship between the new girl and Gu Sheng? Didn't Tishi say it? It's brother. If I had such a sister, I'd be watching too. Fang Chu clearly isn't a good boyfriend. When Fang Chu saw this comment, he was bewildered. What crime had he committed today to elicit such disdain from everyone? What sister? I wonder if she could be a romantic sister? Hey, your thoughts are quite perverse. Whereas the perversity? It's not impossible. Gu Sheng is an only child, and I've never heard of any sister. Are you out of your mind? Do you expect them to report every relative to you? You might as well collect household registrations on the street. Who do you think you are? After being bombarded by comments while lurking in Class 8, Ji Shishir grew even angrier, without caring that it was during class. She tossed her phone into the desk drawer. What was wrong with the people in Class 8? They were so protective of a classmate who had just arrived for a day. The indifference she usually exhibited was now overshadowed by the growing frustration of Ji Shishir, as the campus forum was incessantly updated with new pairings. I believe that the new students, Suyu and Gu Sheng, are a more fitting match. Who agrees? And who disagrees? Disagreement is futile. My word is final. I am utterly enamored. Gu Sheng, awakened by the commotion, displayed no anger because Suyu tugged at his sleeve. And there's more. Gu Sheng mistakenly thought Fang Chu was about to approach Suyu, nearly causing her harm. Sister, who are you with all this intel? I am captivated, truly captivated. Sitting in front of Suyu, Chen Yangyang set her phone aside, choosing to remain discreet. She merely intended to glance at Suyu's beauty to rouse herself from her fatigue. Instead, she witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Drawing upon her lineage as a scientist, she confidently asserted that this pairing was indeed viable. Chapter 12. The Carved Watermelon. The chef's excitement after attending her mathematics class, Suyu felt an overwhelming dryness in her eyes. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, akin to the sensation of having sprinted 800 meters, though she had never actually run that distance. While studying at home, her tutor employed a nurturing teaching method, and her parents were keen to ensure she did not overexert herself. Consequently, the phrase she heard most frequently from her teacher was, Suyu, we could take a short break. After a particularly tiring class, Suyu pondered whether she had truly grasped the essence of being a student. Drowsiness in class is an inevitable rite of passage for every pupil. With a deep sigh, she gazed vacantly at the empty seat beside her, envious of the seemingly boundless energy of her male peers. When Gu Sheng entered the classroom, holding a bottle of warm milk, he was greeted by the sight of Su Yu rubbing her eyes, reminiscent of a rabbit grooming itself. She rhythmically massaged her eyes, and while her cuteness was undeniable, Gu Sheng approached and blocked her hands from continuing their motion. Observing her reddened eyes, he furrowed his brow, admonishing her, "Your hands are dirty. Do not touch your eyes." Yet, her fatigue was palpable. Su Yu's yawn arrived with perfect timing. She was indeed very tired. Gu Sheng remarked, "I can see that. Could you possibly keep your eyes open while conversing with me?" Glancing at the warm milk in his hand, he contemplated for a moment. Before Su Yu could process what was happening, the bottle of milk was pressed gently against her cheek. Confused, she took the bottle in her hand, and, as she moved, the longer sleeves of her top slipped down, revealing the red marks she had been pinching into her skin during class. Perhaps her fair complexion accentuated the vividness of the marks, which appeared strikingly bright against her skin. Upon noticing this, Gu Sheng immediately grasped her hand, his brow furrowing in concern. The young girl had not left the classroom, and neither Su Fangxiu nor Qin Kai dared to lay a hand on her. The marks on her hands could only be attributed to her own actions. He felt a twinge of sadness. He had promised to be her protective older brother. Yet here she was, bearing red marks on her skin. Frowning, Gu Sheng inexplicably leaned down and gently blew on her hand. His touch was soft and tender. He then inquired, "Does it hurt?" Su Yu, bewildered by the gesture, replied, "Not at all." Click. Qin Yang, having captured the perfect photograph, excitedly pulled out her phone to post on the forum. Latest scoop. The school prince and princess are holding hands. Thank you, my sisters, thank you. More investigations to report. I know the school prince is Gu Sheng, but he isn't walking alongside Ji Shi. How could they possibly be holding hands? For the newcomers, let me clarify. The school beauty in this context refers to the new student from Class 8, Su Yu. I only recognize Ji Shi as the school beauty as voted by the classmates. Who is this Su Yu? Exactly. Only the one voted first is the true school beauty. How amusing. Why not simply hold a revote? After all, the semester has only just begun. Thus, a new post regarding the selection of the campus beauty quietly emerged on the forum, discreetly pinned to the top of the homepage, ensuring that anyone who visited would see it. Ji Shi, already feeling aggrieved, found her frustration intensifying. She yearned to burst out of the classroom and confront Su Yu for clarity. Ji Shi had even planned to confront Su Yu in front of Gu Sheng, eager for Gu Sheng to witness the true nature of Su Yu. After a morning filled with lengthy classes, the lunch bell finally rang. The cafeteria at Qinghe offered affordable prices and decent meals. However, many students preferred dining outside, as the allure of wildflowers often surpassed that of cultivated ones. Gu Sheng typically indulged in this practice, but today, with Su Yu by his side, he considered her delicate health and the scorching sun, which certainly would not allow for long walks. Pondering for a moment, he suggested they dine on the second floor. Unfamiliar with the cafeteria, Su Yu was oblivious to the significance of the second floor. However, her companions Fang Chu and Qin Kai reacted with astonishment, echoing the same sentiment. The second floor? Indeed, while the first floor offered delicious meals at reasonable prices, the second floor was known to be more expensive than many outside restaurants. Yet, Gu Sheng remained unconcerned about the costs, as he was the one who initially proposed the establishment of this restaurant. The chefs on the second floor had been specially invited from the renowned Shiguang restaurant in the capital city. Gu Sheng often sought to escape the confines of the school, feeling stifled by the routine. Meanwhile, the chefs on the second floor had grown weary of their isolation. They were high-priced chefs brought in to prepare exquisite meals for the students. Yet each day, they meticulously crafted the menu, only to find no one patronizing their culinary offerings. Just a week prior, Chef Li Dong had taken sick leave, claiming that the lack of opportunity to showcase his talents had led to a bout of depression, prompting him to return home for rest. In the kitchen of the second-floor restaurant, the chefs idly cracked sunflower seeds, lamenting the absence of students during mealtime. Here they come again, but what does it matter? No one is here to eat, they sighed. Why must the owners set the prices so high? Are we meant to retire here? Keep it down. Do you wish to induce some ailment in Chef Meng, who just arrived in that corner? Indeed, Chef Meng was on the verge of tears, having devoted an entire week to crafting intricate watermelon carvings, lamenting, even if I sculpt a dragon, no one will see it. As Gu Sheng and his companions ascended to the second floor, they were met with the echoing wails of Chef Meng. The sound reverberated off the walls of the restaurant, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suyu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine at the sound. She instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Gu Sheng. During the daylight, it felt as though they had encountered a ghost. Gu Sheng, puzzled, thought to himself, this place was never like this before. As Chef's son, still munching on seeds, lost his fervor for cooking, he lifted the window's partition, intending to draw the curtain down. After all, there was no one around. Keeping it open would only deepen his sorrow. To his surprise, as he stepped outside, he spotted several students, both male and female. The arrival of happiness was so sudden that the seeds in Son's mouth fell to the ground in shock. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice cracked as he called out to the kitchen. Work's here. Work's here. Come on, old folks, we have work to do. Suyu remarked, should we perhaps leave? Gu Sheng wore a complex expression, no need. The second floor is quite nice, and Suyu can take fewer steps. By the time Suyu and the others settled down to dine, half an hour had already passed. She gazed at the lavish feast before her, feeling at a loss on how to begin. Beside her lay a watermelon intricately carved with dragons. As Gu Sheng served dishes into Suyu's bowl, he mused to himself, the chefs here truly deserve better. Chapter 13. Shuyu's sister has remarkable insight after lunch. Gu Sheng was summoned to the office by Wang Mian. With the national mathematics competition approaching, Gu Sheng, as a key member of the Qinghe team, could not afford to lag behind. Watching Gu Sheng's retreating figure, Fang Chu could hardly contain his restless heart. He discreetly leaned closer to Suyu and asked, Sister, what is your relationship with my brother Gu? Meanwhile, Suyu, who was busy organizing the coat Gu Sheng had handed her, paused, her mind racing. Well, it seems there's not much of a relationship. Is he my brother? Fang Chu responded, No. Why do you sound so uncertain? Not only Fang Chu, but also the classmates surrounding Suyu were intrigued. As Fang Chu posed his question, everyone leaned in, eager for this first-hand information. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Kai queried, Is there a blood relation? Since Gu Sheng was the only child in his family, it was clear there was no direct blood connection. Yet, what if there were distant relatives, such as a cousin's sister's child? Even if it traced back through numerous generations, they would still be related. Suyu shook her head vigorously. No. I call Gu Sheng brother simply because he is older than me. He was my neighbor when we were young, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Upon receiving this clarification, Qin Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. So she is a sister without any blood ties. He exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Chu, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. So, she is merely my sister? Suyu observed the peculiar expressions on Fang Chu and Qin Kai's faces, falling into silence. Fang Chu, noticing Suyu's gaze lingering on him, mistakenly believed he looked particularly handsome that day. Although he conceded that Gu Sheng was indeed more attractive, he still felt he held a respectable position on the Qinghe handsome rankings, placing himself third after Gu Sheng and Qin Kai, who he deemed undeserving of the second spot. Alas, they truly lacked discernment, he thought, convinced he was far more appealing than the stoic Qin Kai, who resembled a sullen gourd. It seemed Suyu had an eye for talent. Fang Chu casually brushed aside the strands of hair falling over his forehead, shifting his posture to present himself better to Suyu. However, Suyu remained silent for an extended period. Well, what do you think, Suyu? Lost in her own world, Suyu responded, it's quite good. Fang Chu beamed, convinced that Suyu indeed possessed discernment. Suyu glanced between Fang Chu and Qin Kai, affirming they suit each other well. Eager for Suyu's approval, Fang Chu awaited her view. She was determined not to disappoint him. It's perfectly fine. Society has progressed significantly. No one would look down on them. It truly is wonderful. Reflecting on this, Suyu felt it unnecessary to be blunt. Instead, she made a supportive gesture towards Fang Chu before quietly turning to leave. Receiving Suyu's gesture, Fang Chu's confidence surged. Ah, Suyu is cheering me on, encouraging me to strive for the second most handsome. She is truly wonderful. Between the two individuals, it seemed as though a silent drama unfolded. Qinghe, gazing at Fang Chu, rolled his eyes in response to her narcissistic act of retrieving a small mirror. Nerve, he muttered before lying down to sleep. Fang Chu felt she ought to be magnanimous and not take offense. Perhaps Qinghe was provoked. As the handsome figure in Suyu's eyes, she should forgive such childish antics. In the school forum, comments flowed. Is Suyu Gu Sheng's biological sister or romantic interest? I know. I heard Suyu say at noon today that she is his sister, not his girlfriend. I can attest to that. I heard it too. I envy you guys in Class 8 for being at the forefront of this gossip. I wonder if it's too late to transfer classes. Our Class 5 is utterly dull. At least Class 5 has Gu Sheng to appreciate. Just look at our Class 7. What's wrong with Class 7? The English teacher there is the most beautiful in the school. Aren't you satisfied? Exactly. And the PE teacher in Class 7 is quite handsome too. Our Class 3 has nothing. This is off topic. We're discussing the sister issue. Not a biological sister, but not quite a romantic interest either. Just a sister? Perhaps, but it's worth shipping. I'll start shipping now. Gu Sheng closed the forum interface, her fingers pressing down with determination. Bah, what a bunch of worthless fools. Just because Suyu arrived, they all begin to fawn. Before Suyu came, they claimed Gu Sheng was the main character. Meng Qingshu noticed Gu Sheng's discontent and approached to comfort her. Sheng, don't be upset. You know everyone just enjoys the spectacle. Once Gu Sheng stops paying attention to Suyu, they will realize you are the one who has always been by his side. As Meng Qingshu spoke, her own confidence waned, her voice growing faint. After all, the Meng family relied on the cooperation of the Ji family for their business. Outside, the Ji family was a profitable partner for the Meng family. In school, Gu Sheng was her employer, and as an employee, it was only natural to align with her employer's interests. Yet, it was fortunate that this employer was typically preoccupied with pursuing Gu Sheng, possessing little reputation within the school. In contrast, Meng Qingshu was merely seen as a pitiful pawn coerced by Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng considered her good friend's words to hold merit. Those girls attempting to approach Gu Sheng often ended up driven away, either by their own frustration or by Gu Sheng's actions. Although Suyu was the first to capture Gu Sheng's attention, one could not predict when he might grow weary of her. Perhaps, for now, she was merely a novelty. However, Gu Sheng felt the need to clarify her stance before Suyu. Gu Sheng's current kindness toward her might merely stem from curiosity. Suyu must not, and would not, be permitted to harbor feelings for Gu Sheng. Meng Qingshu observed a hint of amusement on Gu Sheng's face, and she instinctively knew that trouble was about to ensue. This had been Gu Sheng's nature for as long as Meng Qingshu could remember. She had always harbored disdain for those girls who held affections for Gu Sheng. Thus, Meng Qingshu refrained from expressing her own sentiments, for it was undeniable that Gu Sheng possessed both striking looks and a commendable family background, along with a sharp intellect. It was only natural for a young girl to develop feelings, and Meng Qingshu was not one to dismiss such emotions lightly. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Gu Sheng's intentions were now quite evident. Ever since Suyu entered the school, Gu Sheng had taken it upon himself to protect her. Only Gu Sheng, with her excessive arrogance, remained oblivious to the fact that she was intent on undermining Suyu. Lowering her gaze, Meng Qingshu's attention was drawn to a message recently sent to her phone by Ji Yunshen. Ji Yunshen, Miss Meng, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on Sheng at school and ensure she does not provoke Gu Sheng's displeasure. Additionally, please advise Suyu to refrain from bothering him. Meng Qingshu, it's bad, Brother Ji. Sheng just said she plans to go to Class 8 to warn Suyu to stay away from Gu Sheng. Yi Yunshen, I'm on my way. Upon reading this, Meng Qingshu set her phone down. While Ji Sheng may currently be the daughter of a respectable family, it was Ji Yunshen who represented the true power. All business dealings and contract signings within the Ji family were determined by Ji Yunshen's decisions. Cultivating a favorable relationship with him would yield more direct benefits for their family business. Gently, Meng Qingshu suggested, Sure, why not take a sip of water first? You can always go later. Ji Shishi's arrogance was best displayed before Ji Yunshin, for it would lead to greater advantages for her. Timing was crucial, and this was a skill in which Meng Qingshu excelled. Ji Shishi, not giving it much thought, accepted the water cup offered by her friend and took a sip. Indeed, there was no rush. She could teach Suyu a lesson at any time. Chapter 14. Trouble for Gugu. Sister Suyu is being bullied. Ji Yunshin was utterly exasperated with his sister, who seemed to possess a brain of porridge. She spent her days chasing after Gu Sheng, oblivious to the warnings he had just issued. He had implored her not to provoke him. Yet it was evident that Ji Shishi believed it was his unwillingness to assist that had led to her predicament. However, Ji Yunshin had always fulfilled his promises to Ji Shishi without fail. Foolish girl. Restlessly pacing in his office, Ji Yunshin had just confirmed with his secretary that an important meeting scheduled for the afternoon could not be postponed. Yet, he could not afford to ignore Ji Shishi's situation. Qinghe Middle School was not in close proximity to the Ji family's company. It would take a good half-hour drive. Furthermore, it was lunchtime, a peak hour for dining out, and traffic congestion in the city center was a distinct possibility. Buzzing, he hurriedly grabbed his phone from his desk. Meng Qingshu, Brother Ji, have you arrived? I can barely keep Shishi calm. Ji Yunshin nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He shouted towards the door, Secretary's son, prepare the car. Yes, young Master Ji. The car is ready in the underground parking. I'll drive you there right away. Before Secretary's son could finish, young Master Ji vanished in a flash, like a gust of wind, leaving behind a single command. I'll drive myself. Ensure the meeting materials are ready for the afternoon. Secretary's son was left bewildered. What is going on? Why is everyone acting so scatterbrained? He scratched his head, shrugged, and returned to preparing the documents. After all, he was merely an employee. The CEO's troubles were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Ji Yunshin sped towards Qinghe Middle School, the car's speed monitoring system incessantly chiming. You are exceeding the speed limit. He had no time to heed such warnings. His primary concern was that Ji Shishi might inadvertently provoke the Gu family and the enigmatic Suyu, which could lead to a significant drop in Ji Group's stock price. His father, Ji Wangtian, was about to hand over control of the entire conglomerate to him, and he could not afford any missteps at this critical juncture. Thus, he pressed the accelerator even harder. On the other hand, spurred by Meng Qingshu, Ji Shishi resolved to assert her dominance over Suyu. Much like an ancient consort establishing her authority in front of a favored concubine, she aimed to intimidate Suyu, especially after the humiliation she had endured in front of Gu Sheng that morning. Ji Shishi decided to confront Suyu just as the afternoon nap in Class 8 was concluding. Gu Sheng was still confined in the office, laboring over his assignments. Class 8 was enveloped in an eerie silence, the students just roused from their slumber, their drowsiness still lingering. A few scattered individuals stood in the corridor beside the classroom, leaning against the railing, enjoying the refreshing breeze. When Ji Shishi and her friend Meng Qingshu made their entrance, the class was momentarily taken aback. Isn't Ji Shishi from Class 5? What brings her to Class 8? A sense of trepidation began to ripple through the students as they speculated about her intentions, particularly the possibility that she had come to confront Suyu. Awake, awake. Look who has arrived. Who is it? My wife has emerged from the game. Get lost. She's my wife. No. Open your eyes and take a look. Wow. She seems somewhat familiar. Are you foolish? It's Ji Shishi. Can you guess why she is here? To find Gu Sheng, obviously. What else could it be? Ah Sheng, I brought you some food. Eat it when you get hungry. The classmate imitating Ji Shishi trembled slightly. Ugh, that's a bit nauseating. How could Ji Shishi not know that Gu Sheng was busy solving problems in the office at this hour? It's evident she is here to find Suyu. Bro, we're in hot water. Who the hell is in hot water? You are. When Ji Shishi entered Class 8, everyone was still in a daze, including Suyu. It was her first time resting her head on the desk to sleep, and although she had a jacket as a pillow, she felt. She raised her hand to press on her neck, which felt a bit sore. Suyu. A strange female voice echoed before her. Suyu looked up to see Ji Shishi standing with her arms crossed, looking down at her. Suyu recognized her as the girl who had greeted Gu Sheng at the school gate that morning. No way, no way. This girl isn't here to pick a fight because Gu Sheng ignored her this morning, is she? And now that Gu Sheng isn't here, she wants to confront me? Suyu felt she had unraveled the truth, for the expression on the girl's face was certainly intimidating. An apology was necessary. She was currently staying at Gu Sheng's house, and she bore part of the responsibility for that morning's incident. She and T made Gu Sheng greet her. Thus, Suyu sincerely stood up. I'm sorry. Ji Sure, with a fierce expression, responded, I apologize for Gu Sheng not acknowledging your greeting this morning. He didn't mean it. He said he didn't know you. Wow, how thrilling. The classmates around them collectively gasped in astonishment. How could Gu Sheng not know Ji Sure? He simply chose not to acknowledge her. But Suyu was unaware of this. The poor girl was still apologizing. Although her apology seemed to mock Ji Sure. Ji Sure felt her fists clench. How dare you, Suyu, mock me for this morning's incident? Thus, Ji Sure's voice instantly turned furious. Was it intentional? Do you think that by preventing Gu Sheng from greeting me this morning you have won? I'll tell you, Suyu, you are forbidden from walking with Gu Sheng in the future. Otherwise, you will not want to know the consequences. Suyu felt wronged. Living in Gu Sheng's house, how could she not walk together with him? But I can't avoid walking with Gu Sheng. Sorry, classmates. This is simply unavoidable. Huh? Are you trying to flaunt it? Suyu shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Ji Sure felt choked with rage. What was wrong with this person? Every word seemed to strike her nerve. She was about to explode. Who would have thought Suyu was so formidable? Indeed, I had thought she was merely a naive little rabbit, but to my surprise, she engaged with Ji Sure with equal fervor, showing no signs of backing down. However, I can't shake the feeling that the two are not quite aligned in their discussion. I share that sentiment. Ji Sure seems to be growing increasingly irate, and Feng Chu is acutely aware that the situation is turning dire. He has entrusted the crucial task of ensuring Suyu's safety to Qin Kai. Meanwhile, he is stealthily making his way out of the classroom through the back door, sprinting toward Old Wang's office with the speed of a 50-meter dash. Just as Gu Sheng completes the final answer to his last question with impeccable precision, he hears the voice of his not-so-bright companion. Gu, trouble. My sister is being bullied. Gu, Suyu's being picked on right now. Upon hearing Suyu's name, Gu Sheng's pupils constrict. Which insolent brat dares to bully his sister in his absence? He casts aside his pen and rushes back to the classroom, eager to see if he can teach that audacious boy a lesson. Chapter 15. Gu Sheng's fury. Ji Sure felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Tormented by Suyu's incessant provocations, it seemed deliberate, as Suyu wore an expression of innocent naivety, yet each word she uttered pierced Ji Sure's heart. How dare she flaunt her supposed superiority in front of her? Ji Sure had been classmates with Gu Sheng since childhood. How could Suyu dare to boast in her presence? Anger flushed Ji Sure's face as she struggled to contain her frustration. Standing beside her, Meng Qingshu observed that Ji Sure was too preoccupied to notice her, which emboldened her to report to Ji Yundong with even greater zeal. Meng Qingshu, this is terrible. Sure is now confronting Suyu, and she looks unwell. Brother Yundong, have you arrived yet? Of course, Ji Yundong did not respond. He was still rushing toward the school. Sure, perhaps you should let it go. I don't believe Suyu intended to show off. She might not even know about your long-standing friendship with Gu Sheng. Meng Qingshu gently grasped Ji Sure's hand, her tone ostensibly comforting but actually inflaming the situation. Upon hearing Meng Qingshu's words, Ji Sure's anger intensified. Suyu across from her appeared utterly bewildered by Ji Sure's ire. Was it truly such a grave offense to have neglected to greet her that morning? Why was Ji Sure so incensed, especially when it had nothing to do with Suyu? Hey, Ji Sure, don't go too far, interjected a student from Class 8, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Suyu was the new student in their class. How could she be bullied by those in another class? Moreover, the disparity in their strength was evident. Suyu was not in good health. What if she were frightened? That'd be perilous. Once one student stepped in to defend her, many others quickly joined in. Yes, Ji Sure, what does your issue with Gu Sheng have to do with Suyu? Suyu is one of us in Class 8. You are from Class 5. Why do you have to reprimand her? Have you done so many wrongs over the years that you think you are invincible just because you're near Gu Sheng? Ji Shishi's anger surged at the words of her classmates. She glared fiercely at Su Yu, her rage boiling over. Spotting an open cup on the desk, she seized it without hesitation, intending to pour its contents over Su Yu. When Gu Sheng arrived at the classroom, he was met with this alarming scene. Su Yu cowered in the corner, while Ji Shishi stood with the thermos he had brought for Su Yu that morning. The thermos, designed to retain heat, contained boiling water he had filled for her at noon. Without a moment to ponder, Gu Sheng summoned all his strength to position himself in front of Su Yu. The cup in Ji Shishi's hand was knocked from her grasp, shattering on the floor, while Gu Sheng wrapped an arm around Su Yu's waist, shielding her in his embrace. Despite his swift action, some hot water splashed onto his arm, leaving his previously fair skin reddened and swollen. Gu Sheng winced, baring his teeth in pain. Gu Sheng, are you all right? Su Yu's voice was laced with urgency, tinged with a nasal quality. The sudden upheaval left Su Yu disoriented. She instinctively grasped Gu Sheng's hand, which was positioned protectively in front of her. She had never encountered such an ordeal. Throughout her life, everyone she had come into contact with had treated her with kindness, being splashed with scalding water. The sound of droplets echoed in the air. Tears began to well up in Su Yu's eyes, cascading down her cheeks and landing on Gu Sheng's hand, his clothing, and even onto the ground. Please don't cry, my dear ancestor. It doesn't hurt at all. Gu Sheng hastily accepted the tissue handed to him by Chen Yangyang, fumbling as he attempted to wipe Su Yu's tears. In truth, he felt no pain. After all, he was a man with tough skin. I'm tough-skinned. I hardly feel a thing. Please stop crying. Who would openly boast about their resilience? Su Yu found herself both amused and exasperated by Gu Sheng's antics. Upon witnessing her distress, Gu Sheng exhaled deeply, pulling her behind him, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Ji Shishi. I didn't mean to, Gu Sheng. It was her. She provoked me on purpose. I truly didn't intend for this to happen. Ji Shishi's voice trembled as she observed Gu Sheng's ominously dark expression. Gu Sheng, you must believe me. Gu Sheng seemed to find humor in her plight, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ji Shishi had once cherished the sight of Gu Sheng's smile, radiant, charming, and captivating. However, the current Gu Sheng bore no trace of mirth in his gaze, instead regarding her with derision. Ji Shishi, might I inquire what intimate connection exists between us? I seem to have forgotten. Though his tone remained courteous, Ji Shishi's anxiety grew with each passing moment. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her words came out in a stutter. And no, since there's no close relationship, why would you assume I would side with you? Gu Sheng, I truly, Ji Shishi implored, her eyes filled with hope that he might spare her in this matter. She felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Despite his youth, Gu Sheng exuded an aura that left her breathless. Su Yu is now under my protection. What mindset does Miss Ji possess to criticize her so? Gu Sheng's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, is it because you are Miss Ji, the cherished daughter of the Ji family? The derision in Gu Sheng's eyes remained unabated. Even your father pays me a modicum of respect. Do you truly believe that you hold more significance in the eyes of the Ji father and son than the family business and its interests? Although Gu Sheng was merely a high school student, he had discreetly participated in numerous corporate decisions alongside Gu Ting. His insights were sharp, and his investment choices rarely faltered. The Ji family would indeed show him deference, not only due to his status as the heir of the Gu family, but also because of his demonstrated capabilities. While Gu Sheng posed a question to Ji Shishi, it was clear that he was making a statement. Despite being the sole daughter of the Ji family, the true power in the future would rest with her brother, Ji Yunshin. Whether it be Ji Yunshin or Ji Wangtian, merchants prioritize profit above all. Her father and brother are consummate merchants. If her troubles at school were to jeopardize the collaboration between the Ji and Gu families, she feared that she would not escape unscathed. Su Yu, it was not my intention, she implored, suddenly turning towards Su Yu, extending her hands in an attempt to grasp her. However, Gu Sheng intervened, swatting her hand away with a book while gently patting Su Yu's head in a soothing manner, akin to comforting a frightened cat. Suyu remained unusually silent. Despite her lack of worldly experience, she discerned that this G classmate was not approaching her due to the morning's incident. "Why, Miss G, were you not so self-assured just moments ago? Even I thought I was merely a servant in your employ," Gu Sheng remarked, his words cutting sharply, eliciting uncontrollable reactions from the onlooking classmates. Yishishu replied, "How could I dare?" Chapter 16. The atmosphere in Class 8 was tense, with an air of unease hanging over the students, none daring to utter a sound. Ji Shishir now regretted her decision to confront Suyu in this class. "Gu Xiao, has my younger sister caused you any trouble?" Ji Yunshin finally arrived at the entrance of Class 8, his suit slightly disheveled as he caught his breath. Gu Sheng cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. "So what if you're the eldest son of the Ji family? Are you here to seek justice for your sister?" Ji Yunshin offered an awkward smile. "It's our Shishir's fault. She has always been rather impulsive." "If she is so impulsive, has she considered visiting a hospital to check if there is something amiss with her mind?" A wave of laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. "Goodness, is this the art of conversation among the wealthy?" Ji Yunshin hastily approached his sister, grasping her hand firmly, his tone serious. Sure, apologize to Gu Xiao at once." "No need. Miss G's apology is something we cannot afford. I had no intention of letting personal conflicts affect our family's cooperation." But Gu Sheng's words hung in the air, and Ji Yunshin felt a chill run down his spine. As the only son of the Gu family, it was not beyond possibility for him to leverage his family's influence against them. Indeed, the ensuing words confirmed Ji Yunshin's fears. "However, I am someone who believes in informing parents about both trivial and significant matters. The Ji family's profits last quarter were not substantial, and as per our agreement, our collaboration can indeed be terminated. Let us consider today as that day." Gu Sheng spoke casually, reclining lazily in his chair as if he were merely engaging in light conversation with Ji Yunshin. Ji Yunshin understood Gu Sheng's character. Once he spoke, there was little room for retraction. Thus, he could only force a smile. "So, has Gu Xiao forgiven our Shishir? Miss Ji seems to be of unsound mind. My suggestion is that she takes a break and visits a hospital." Although the suggestion was framed as a recommendation for Ji Shishir to rest, it was clear to all that it implied a temporary withdrawal from school. "All right, I will certainly take her to the hospital," Ji Yunshin replied, attempting to pull Ji Shishir away. She struggled against him, protesting, "Brother, I am not sick." Silence. This was the first time Ji Shishir had seen such a stern expression on Ji Yunshin's face. He was threatening her. "Brother?" Ji Yunshin ignored her, focusing instead on the urgent task of removing Ji Shishir from the situation and addressing the ripple effects caused by the Gu family's withdrawal from their investment. He had always doted on his only sister, indulging her temper, but he had not anticipated such a significant predicament arising today. Gu Sheng watched coldly as the Ji siblings exited the classroom, gesturing behind him toward Feng Chu. "Feng Chu, find an opportunity to deflate Ji Yunshin's car tires." Feng Chu replied, "I knew when Gu Gu called me Xiao Yuan it couldn't be for anything good. You only use that name when you intend to do something mischievous." Xiao Yu, in a state of panic, clutched Gu Sheng's sleeve, exclaiming that he must not touch the car tire as it posed a great danger. Gu Sheng responded, "There is no need for you to worry, Xiao Yuan. You need not shield me. Despite my demeanor, I am not averse to pain." However, Xiao Yu's gaze remained fixed on the burn on Gu Sheng's arm, prompting a change in his expression. He realized that the young girl, accustomed to being pampered throughout her upbringing, would certainly be unable to endure pain. It was unacceptable to bring her along for lessons while injured, and Gu Sheng feared that the injuries he bore would extend beyond just his hand. Moreover, as her elder brother, he felt a responsibility to protect her from everyday mishaps, especially given his own congenital heart condition. He believed it was imperative to uphold the significance of being called her brother. Xiao Yu, noticing Gu Sheng's nonchalant demeanor, bit her lip. She opened her backpack and skillfully retrieved a tube of ointment, firmly grasping Gu Sheng's hand. He was taken aback, not expecting the girl to possess such items. "Where did you acquire this medicine?" he inquired. Without lifting her head, she replied, "I have all sorts of medicine. My father prepared them for emergencies." Gu Sheng responded, "That is quite impressive." In a corner of the classroom, The demure and radiant girl applied the ointment to the boy's hand, who was attentively gazing down at her. Chen Yangyang could hardly contain her excitement and felt an overwhelming urge to scream in delight. She was the chief supporter of the couple, Gu Sheng and Xiao Yu. Unable to suppress her exhilaration, she captured the moment on her phone, determined that this scene should not be enjoyed alone. Here, the photo. Everyone can join me in my excitement, she exclaimed. Your photography skills are commendable, Tuanzi. The ambience in this shot is simply exquisite. Don't just admire the photo. Does anyone wish to know what transpired in Class 8 at noon today? I know. Gu Sheng confronted Xiao Yu. What? Such a huge scoop. And then what happened? She couldn't best Xiao Yu in an argument and attempted to splash her with hot water. How outrageous. How could Gu Sheng behave in such a manner? It's all right. It was thwarted by Gu Sheng, who also retorted, and ultimately, Gu Sheng was taken away by her brother. This incident led to the very photo you see now. It seems Gu Sheng is in deep trouble. Indeed, we've witnessed quite the dramatic turn of events today. It even involves the collaboration between the two families. It feels akin to a business drama. A business drama? Is this truly what business warfare looks like? Just verbal sparring? After Gu Sheng was pulled into the car by Ji Yunshin, she dared not utter a word, for he appeared visibly enraged. Speaking now would undoubtedly provoke his ire, though she had never delved into the Ji family's business matters. She was aware that the Gu family was a significant stakeholder in their collaboration. Now that Gu Sheng has spoken in front of Ji Yunshin, it signifies that the Gu family will approach the matter of collaboration in accordance with Gu Sheng's attitude. Yunshin, what is happening? Why has the Gu family suddenly announced their intention to withdraw funding? The irate voice of Ji Wangtian resonated through the car's Bluetooth. Gu Sheng curled herself into a corner of the passenger seat, resembling a quail. Ji Yunshin rubbed his temples, saying, Dad, I will explain this matter to you when I reach the office. My little sister has truly gone too far this time. What? This concerns Sheng? What on earth is going on? I will discuss it upon my return. After uttering these words, Ji Yunshin abruptly ended the call. His mood was already dismal, and listening to the old man continue would likely lead him to a heart attack. Since the situation has unfolded in this manner, there is no choice but to accept it. They must find a way to mitigate the losses incurred. With this thought, Ji Yunshin cursed vehemently. Damn it. He struck the steering wheel with one hand. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng could only strive to diminish her presence. She felt a genuine sense of fear, having never anticipated that matters would escalate to such severity. Chapter 17. Gu Sheng's nightmare upon arriving at the company. Ji Yunshin found Xiao Sun waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as he saw his boss return, he hurriedly reported the sudden urgent matter. Young Master Ji, it's dire. Gu Group recently called the president indicating their intention to withdraw their investment. Ji Yunshin raised his hand to interrupt him. I am aware of this matter. Moreover, President Wang of Hengyuan Group, President Zhao of Keki Group, and President Li of Ruetian Group have all expressed their desire to withdraw investments alongside Gu family. Xiao Sun continued, visibly anxious. Currently, the president is in his office, furious. No one dares to enter. He instructed that you should visit him upon your arrival. Xiao Sun, diligently holding a tablet and following Ji Yunshin, greeted the timid Gu Sheng, who was walking in the opposite direction, before returning to his duties. Whispers had circulated that the Gu family's sudden withdrawal was due to their young master feeling slighted by Gu Sheng. However, as a secretary, the paramount duty was to refrain from discussing the personal matters of the boss. Hence the reasons behind the withdrawal remained private. Ji Yunshin escorted Gu Sheng to the door of Ji Wangtian's office. As Gu Sheng's elder brother, he had always been gentle and indulgent toward her. But now, Ji Yunshin frowned, casting a disdainful glance at his sister. Once we enter, I shall present the facts to father, including the warning I issued you today. Whatever consequences befall you, Gu Sheng, will be yours to bear as a member of the Ji family. Gu Sheng gazed at her once doting brother, now cold and even repulsed by her presence. She dreaded the impending meeting with their father, envisioning a scene rife with tension. An uncontrollable tremor coursed through her body, despite the sweltering summer heat. Her hands and feet felt icy. Ultimately, tears of fear streamed down her cheeks. Desperately, she attempted to grasp Ji Yunshen's hand, pleading, "Brother, I implore you to help me. It was not my intention, truly." Her words came in fragmented bursts, interspersed with sobs. What should have been a trivial matter had escalated into a catastrophe. Ji Shishir's gaze darted, her resolve crumbling. She should never have interfered with Su Yu. She should not have involved him because of Gu Sheng. It was her oversight to forget the immense power the Gu family wielded in comparison to the Ji family. They had maintained a status quo of relative tranquility for far too long, leading her to mistakenly believe her relationship with Gu Sheng was extraordinary. In truth, Gu Sheng had never regarded her with any significance. Previously, when she clashed with other classmates, Gu Sheng remained indifferent. Now, however, the involvement of Su Yu had struck a nerve with him. Regret filled Ji Shishir's heart. It was her fault, not only for inciting Gu Sheng's disdain, but also for jeopardizing the family business. Observing Ji Shishir's frantic and disoriented demeanor, Ji Yunshen withdrew his hand from hers. The fault lay within their family. They had failed to teach Ji Shishir the importance of discernment in critical situations. No one could restrain Ji Shishir from considering Gu Sheng as her personal possession. The office reverberated with Ji Wangtian's shouts and the sound of objects being hurled. The cacophony startled Ji Shishir, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Ji Yunshen lowered his gaze and gently rapped on the office door twice. "Father, we are coming in," he announced. As the door swung open, Ji Shishir perceived it not merely as a door, but as a wall that separated her from Ji Wangtian's fury. With the barrier now breached, a torrent of vitriolic reproaches cascaded upon her like a volcanic eruption. "Shishir, why have you treated your father this way? I provide for your every need, food, shelter, clothing. I give you whatever you desire. Why you treat me like this? Are you unaware that the Gu family is our business partner? Even if the financial stakes are modest, their connections are invaluable. I urge you to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Sheng to secure the Gu family's network. Now that they have withdrawn their investment, their connections vanish too. What do you propose we do about the company? Speak, Ji Shishir." At once, Ji Shishir became choked with sobs. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she shook her head fervently, murmuring apologies. She genuinely recognized her transgressions. Ji Shishir had never witnessed her father in such a rage. In her memory, he had always been a wonderful father, bringing her exquisite princess dresses that no one else could procure, gifting her precious jewelry during holidays, complimenting her beauty, and encouraging her to pursue Gu Sheng. Yet, at this moment, her father resembled a ferocious beast beyond control. Fearful, Ji Shishir knelt before Ji Wangtian, utterly at a loss for what to do. Her ignorance regarding company matters left her no choice but to plead for their forgiveness. Panic-stricken, she crawled on her knees towards where Ji Wangtian stood, grasping at his pant leg in desperation. However, Ji Wangtian was engulfed in his fury. Unresolved issues lingered on one side, while investors on the other were calling to withdraw their funds. Naturally, the investors wished to retreat, as the Ji family's projects were already lackluster. They had only agreed to invest minimally to avoid offending Gu Ting, who had initially put forth a sum. For the Ji family, that amount was the lifeblood of their company. But now, with Gu Ting unexpectedly retracting the funds, the investors would only back out, seeing no benefit in supporting what they deemed unworthy of their investment. In essence, the limitations of capability rendered the situation unworthy of their financial support. The vast office echoed with Ji Shishir's cries, the ringing of phones, and Ji Wangtian's curses, transforming the space into a veritable hell for her. Frustrated, Ji Wangtian glared at Ji Shishir, his head pounding with agitation. Unable to bear it any longer, he delivered a kick that sent her sprawling to the floor. She was evidently unprepared for such aggression from her father, remaining motionless on the ground. Beside her, Ji Yunshen observed his sister with a complicated expression. Shishir had never endured such humiliation. However, the company's crisis also stemmed from Ji Shishir. He is not deserving of sympathy. He is a businessman. Someone has caused him losses, and it is uncertain how this predicament can be resolved. Were it anyone else, they would harbor an even greater disdain for the instigator. They lack the capacity to confront Gu Ting, and, as mere dependents, they are the weakest among the countless adherents of the Gu family. It is understandable that one would be cast aside when displeased. Yet, Ji Yunshin never anticipated the rapidity of this turn of events. Having witnessed enough of Ji Shishi's lamentations, he steadied himself. Finally, he spoke to Ji Wangtian. "Father, there is another way." Upon hearing this, Ji Wangtian anxiously approached his accomplished son, urging, "Speak quickly, do tell." Ji Yunshin pointed at Ji Shishi, his gaze devoid of emotion. Yang, the head of future technology, had previously jested about arranging a match between Ji Shishi and his son. Young Yu. Yes, I recall. Future technology is affluent and generous, possessing the capability to assist our company through this crisis. However, aligning ourselves with Mr. Yang would mean entirely forsaking the Gu family's substantial support. Ji Wangtian mused aloud. Meanwhile, Ji Shishi lay on the floor, her face a mask of disbelief. Yang Yu, 32 years old, has been married twice, yet both wives tragically took their own lives, attributed to his impotence and severe tendencies toward abuse. Rumors suggest that the bodies of his former wives were discovered covered in bruises. She is merely 18, a child unaccustomed to hardship. "Father, no, please, I beg you. Do not. Yishishi clutched Yvangtian's hand tightly, pleading desperately. Sure. In truth, Yang Yu is quite exceptional. If you marry him, you will be his legitimate wife. You are only 18 now. You have 2 years before the marriage can be formalized, and you will have ample time to get to know one another. Sure. This is all for the company's sake." As Ji Shishi gazed at Ji Yunshin's smiling visage, a chill enveloped her. The smile was but a mask. Beneath it lay a countenance of a lurking demon. "Brother, please. I implore you." Ji Shishi's voice grew hoarse, her strength waning. Yet, surrounded by demons, escape was an impossibility. Although the sky outside was bright, this small office was shrouded in darkness. Oppressive and perilous, suffocating her spirit. Chapter 18. The beautiful man emerging from the bath. The incident regarding Gu Sheng's arm injury did not elicit any concern from his mother. Instead, they were preoccupied with another matter. "What? Gu Sheng, how could you allow Xiao Yu to be bullied at school? I simply cannot trust you." Observing his mother in the living room, seething with rage, Gu Sheng felt as though he were a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. This predicament was indeed his fault, and he was ready to accept any reprimand. He had but one demand, that the Gu family sever ties with the Ji family. This had always been an inescapable burden, as the other party clung to them like a stubborn adhesive. Moreover, the matriarch of the Ji family, Liang Shu, was quite the socialite. It was unclear how, but she managed to discover some beauty establishments that his mother frequented, thus establishing a certain rapport. Gu Ting merely regarded her as Su Ji's friend, which was why he had extended a helping hand. Little did anyone anticipate that it would culminate in this manner. Su Ji was filled with regret. She should never have let Liang Shu's charming yet deceitful words cloud her judgment, allowing her to forge a friendship. In hindsight, it was evident that Liang Shu had deliberately sought to ingratiate herself with her. At that moment, Su Ji's phone rang, displaying the caller ID, Liang Shu. Su Ji scoffed, thinking, "Well, I haven't even sought an explanation from you, yet you dare to call me first." Fortunately, Xiao Yu had not sustained any injuries. Had she been harmed, the repercussions would have been far graver. Su Ji waited impatiently as the phone rang on. Meanwhile, Liang Shu, on the other end, was sweating profusely, anxiously anticipating Su Ji's answer. She hoped to elicit forgiveness from the call, or at least a willingness to consider reconciliation. Just as the ringing reached its final moments, Su Ji extended her hand to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mrs. Gu?" Liang Shu's ingratiating voice came through the phone. Su Ji remained silent. In the past, she had never been concerned about how Liang Shu addressed her. But now, hearing her referred to as Mrs. Gu, she discerned an underlying intention. Liang Shu merely wanted to befriend someone influential, and as long as the individual was Gu Ting's wife, it sufficed. Even if that person were not Su Ji, Liang Shu would still address her as Mrs. Gu. Su Ji couldn't help but smirk. What a cunning scheme. On the other end, Liang Shu listened intently, but the silence from Su Ji was palpable. Suppressing her anxiety, she continued, "Mrs. Gu, this incident was indeed caused by our Shishi. However, it was merely a trivial skirmish among children. Besides, your student, Suyu, was not harmed. Could you possibly show mercy this once? Yes, Suyu. I will bring Sure to the Gu residence to apologize at once. Would that be acceptable? Suji's tone was laced with sarcasm. What do you think? Liang Shu replied. I think it's definitely acceptable. Suji interjected. While it is true that Suyu is unharmed, our son, Gu Sheng, suffered a burn on his hand due to your precious daughter. This is merely a withdrawal of investment. Should anything happen to Suyu, the consequences would extend far beyond a simple retraction of funds. Gu Sheng cast a silent glance at his mother, pondering how she could suddenly display such concern. Yet, if Suyu were to suffer any harm, he would undoubtedly march to the company with a stick in hand, possibly gathering a few ruffians to deflate the tires of the Ji family's vehicles. Having played the role of a diligent student in front of the young lady for so long, everyone had almost forgotten his vengeful nature. On the other end, Liang Shu found herself momentarily speechless after Su Ji's sharp retort, ultimately posing a tentative question under the eager, yet hopeful gaze of her husband. What do you think about this matter? Unnegotiable. Su Ji promptly severed the call, making her stance clear. She did not wish to be troubled. Any further annoyance would have its own repercussions. The atmosphere within the Ji household was stifling. Liang Shu, disheartened by the disappointed expressions of her husband and son, set down her phone, realizing that only one option remained. Jian took a sip of tea, declaring, "This is for everyone's good." Ji Sure, lost in thought, showed little reaction to his words. It was as though she had resigned herself to fate. Yet the hands she clasped tightly beneath the table betrayed her simmering resentment, not only towards Suyu, but also towards her beloved father and brother. None of them were virtuous. They all deserved their fates. After soothing her concerned parents, Suyu returned to her room. She opened her suitcase, retrieving the finest ointment for treating burns. Clutching it in her hand, she approached Gu Sheng's door. The door was ajar, and upon gently knocking twice, it cracked open slightly. The room appeared to be unoccupied. Gu Sheng? Brother Gu Sheng? She called tentatively, peeking inside. However, upon pushing the door open, she found no one there. Contemplating for a moment, she decided to leave the ointment on the table along with a note for Gu Sheng. Just then, Gu Sheng emerged from the independent bathroom on the second floor. Having just finished a shower, there was no alternative. His study lacked a shower, necessitating his use of the separate bathroom. He had been utilizing this facility for the past few days, as it would be rather shameless to bathe in the young lady's room. He feared that by the time Suyu realized, his mother would come charging in with all guns blazing. Carelessly wiping his forehead with a towel draped around his neck, he approached his study only to discover the door slightly ajar. He had instructed the housekeeper not to clean his room recently. How had the door opened? Gu Sheng was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of a thief, for with his family's security system, any intruder would indeed be quite skilled. Moreover, a professional team stood ready behind him, ensuring that any thief would ultimately be the one to pay. Who is it? A sudden voice startled Suyu, causing her to drop the pen she was holding. She looked up to find Gu Sheng, seemingly fresh from a shower, steam still lingering around him. His damp shirt clung to his body, subtly revealing the contours of his muscular chest. The youthful boy's short hair glistened with droplets of water, each bead cascading down. Some lingered on his face, mingling with the tear mole at the corner of his eye, while others fell directly into the hollow between his collarbones, tracing the contours of his muscles as they meandered toward the areas concealed by his clothing. Suyu felt her ears flush crimson. Having seen few boys throughout her childhood, she was certainly unprepared for the sight of a freshly bathed male, especially one as handsome as Gu Sheng. When Gu Sheng opened the door and caught sight of Suyu in his room, he paused momentarily. Upon noticing the ointment in the young girl's hands, a slow smile spread across his face. How considerate she was, unlike his mother, who merely urged him to take more cold showers. The boy's smile blossomed, radiating brilliance, more dazzling than the 500-watt bulb illuminating the room. Suyu's blush gradually crept from her ears to her cheeks. She hastily approached him, thrusting the ointment into his hands with the simple instruction, "This is ointment. You should apply it properly," before swiftly exiting the room. Once in her own quarters, her breath came in rapid bursts. She rushed to the bathroom, splashing cool water on her face. The reflection in the mirror revealed a girl with rosy cheeks, imbued with the essence of spring. Suyu, what on earth are you blushing for? Covering her eyes with her hands, she slowly made her way to the edge of her bed and lay down. Her heart raced so fast that she feared she might faint. Could it be a precursor to an illness? She muttered to herself, skillfully swallowing 2 pills. Whether it was a placebo effect or not, Suyu felt considerably better after taking the medication, and the flush on her face began to fade. Yes, it must be due to her physical state. Sleep now. Suyu, tomorrow will be better. The room darkened as the light was turned off, leaving only the gentle glow of a small cloud-shaped nightlight at her bedside. The soft illumination enveloped the room in warmth, and soon the girl succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Sweet dreams. Chapter 19. The selection of the campus bell at midnight. The clock struck 12. Gu Sheng, did you hear that this ointment is rather expensive? Feng Chu. Qinghe. Is this the reason you woke me up with 2 messages in the dead of night? Gu Sheng. It might indeed be costly, for its effects are remarkable. My one no longer pains me at all. Gu Sheng. Sister Suyu's products are truly effective. Feng Chu. Feng Chu, but Brother Gu, do take a look at your own pitiful appearance. Qinghe. Gu Sheng. You woke me up at midnight just to flaunt your ointment? Feng Chu. Brother Gu, you're finished. Qinghe is in a foul mood. Gu Sheng. Oh, I apologize, I'll let you sleep. Feng Chu. Oin, Kui. Get lost. The following day, Suyu encountered Feng Chu and Qinghe in the classroom and paused momentarily. Have you 2 been up to no good last night? After being roused by Gu Sheng, both of them had found themselves unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed, filled with an urge to storm over to Gu Sheng's home and give him a good thrashing. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. Unperturbed by the glances of resentment from the 2, Gu Sheng remained indifferent. Why should his sleeplessness concern him? He had enjoyed a delightful slumber after applying the ointment last night. Particularly, the soothing scent of traditional Chinese medicine seemed to lull him into tranquility. Yuzai, the ointment you gave me yesterday is splendid. I even slept soundly. Oh, Yuzai. Feng Chu and Qinghe exchanged sly glances. Even Chen Yangyang, seated in the front row, leaned in with her book, intrigued. 3 enormous question marks appeared above Suyu's head. The ointment was for treating burns, not for aiding sleep. Furthermore, was he referring to her as Yuzai? Suyu pointed at herself, her expression one of confusion. Gu Sheng nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, I find calling you Suyu too ordinary, especially since you're my sister. Referring to you as little you would clash with my mother's name. So henceforth, I shall call you Yuzai. You don't mind, do you? Suyu replied. How could I mind when you've already called me that? But it feels as if I'm being named after a pet. Breaking news. The original poster has personally heard Gu, the handsome campus heartthrob, affectionately refer to the charming girl as Yuzai. What should I do? I seem to have become immune to this. It feels quite normal for them. Indeed, it appears to be a typical sibling relationship. If you can't ship them, please refrain from making baseless remarks. How do you think it makes us feel who can? He is the aloof campus heartthrob. She is the naive girl just stepping into the campus. What stories will unfold when such a boy encounters such a girl? The atmosphere here is too intense. I've switched the television to the tomato channel. Thank you. By the way, it seems Gu Sheng has been on a leave of absence for some time. Will the campus belle of Qinghe be reelected? Is there really a need to vote? I'll mindlessly cast my vote for Suyu. Meng Qingshu from Class 3 is quite good as well. Why must it be Suyu? In the afternoon, a lively atmosphere permeated among the students, sparked by the reopening of a post on the school's forum dedicated to the selection of the campus beauty. In the midst of their mundane academic lives, it is quite natural for everyone to appreciate beauty. Hey, Hequang, who are you voting for? Well, obviously for Suyu. I actually think Li Ranran from Class 7 is quite charming as well. She possesses a gentle demeanor, and her hair is stunning when it flows down. You have a point, but I still believe Suyu is superior. In my opinion, the vote should go to Wang Chu from Class 10. Her figure is extraordinary. Innocence cannot compete with allure. You old pervert. And you call me an old pervert? You, the hopeless otaku. On the forum, the votes for Suyu and Wang Chu were neck and neck. To the students, this was clearly a rivalry between 2 distinct types. Last season, Gu Sheng was already deemed innocent. Why can't we grant our sister Wang a position? Oh, Sure, isn't particularly innocent either. Su Yu is the epitome of purity. Uft. Can't you see Wang Chu's ample bosom? Even a woman would want to touch it. I'm a woman, and I've already touched it. Apologies, but I'm bleeding from my nose again. The two contenders remained relatively unfazed. Wang Chu was seated at her desk, diligently working on practice problems, and merely smiled when her friends brought up the topic. Conversely, Su Yu was entirely oblivious to the commotion. However, unbeknownst to her, Gu Sheng was attentively monitoring the situation. The post had been sent to him by Fang Chu, marking his inaugural experience on such a school forum. He clicked on Su Yu's profile and cast his precious vote. The photo for the selection featured Su Yu with her hair tied back in a ponytail, standing at the school gate, holding onto her backpack straps. Her hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her eyes gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for someone. The sunlight accentuated her fair complexion, bestowing her with an aura of purity and charm, reminiscent of a character stepped straight out of a comic book. After casting his vote, Gu Sheng pondered for a moment, then casually shared it in the family group chat. Su Yu's protector base, 3, Gu Sheng. This is the campus beauty selection for Su Yu. Suji, no need to say more. I understand, and have already forwarded it to my old friends. Gu Ting, yes, I just sent it to the HR group at the company and have voted. Gu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, yet felt it was still insufficient. Thus, he forwarded it to the Class 8 group chat. Gu Sheng, I have voted for Su Yu in the Qinghe campus beauty election. I invite everyone to join me in participating in this event. Classmates responded with, though it's system-generated text, somehow Gu Sheng's post doesn't feel like a campus beauty selection. It feels like he's trying to jinx someone. Besides, even if he hadn't posted this, we would still vote for Su Yu. Within just an hour, the voting post regarding the campus beauty on the Qinghe campus forum attracted a multitude of Su Yu supporters, swiftly catapulting her ahead with 3 times the votes of the second place. Voting would conclude that evening at 7 o'clock. Congratulations to Su Yu for being crowned campus beauty. I asserted that in the presence of purity, sensuality holds no value. Chapter 20. The semester quiz. The selection of the school bell brought only fleeting joy to the students. They are now entrenched in a pivotal year of their high school journey. Minor examinations and unit tests are commonplace during this period. However, the students have grown complacent, having forgotten the impending challenges. It wasn't until Mr. Wang entered the classroom with the test papers that the chatter among the classmates subsided. They remained oblivious even to his presence behind them. Alas, the cafeteria staff is rather stingy with the portions. One student lamented, "Indeed, the aunt serving the food barely scoops 3 pieces of meat, and by the time it reaches my bowl, I'm left with just 1 piece. And it's all fat." Mr. Wang sighed. "I shall promptly communicate this to the authorities. Students are in their growth phase. How can they be deprived of meat? The aunties indeed require proper training. We cannot allow our students to go hungry. All right, you go speak with the teachers. I heard the security guard at the school gate has been on a date recently." Mr. Wang, still holding the test papers, leaned in closer. "Oh, how did you know?" "Ah, I heard it from Aunt Lu, who sweeps the floor. She is always in the know." Suddenly, whoa. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Charitable Mr. Wang stepped onto the podium with a cheerful smile, leisurely spreading the test papers across the desk. "I see that everyone has quite insightful thoughts on matters outside of studying." Mr. Wang continued, "Does this imply that our class possesses considerable confidence in their studies? To validate this confidence, the teaching research group has decided to initiate our little mock exam. Everyone, let us give ourselves a round of applause for encouragement." The classroom fell silent, tension palpable as students exchanged glances. Apologies flooded in. It seemed their recent enthusiasm for socializing had eclipsed their academic preparations. Listening to the sparse applause, Mr. Wang smirked. "Ah, I knew you all have been rather lax during this period. Hence, I am here to gauge your levels." When Su Yu received her paper, her face contorted in dismay. She was certain that a vital connection in her brain for understanding mathematics was absent. How else could she fail to comprehend the questions? Though she recognized the problems, she felt utterly lost. The young girl bit her pen, laboriously calculating. A glance at her neighbor revealed that Gu Sheng was tackling his paper with a distinct flair. seemingly unburdened by the need for rough drafts. His relaxed posture belied an air of confidence that Su Yu found enviable. Indeed, those with sharp minds appeared remarkably impressive during such trials. After the math examination concluded, Su Yu lay her head dejectedly on the desk, her eyes vacant. In front of her, Qin Yangyang also turned to face Su Yu, equally lifeless. Su Yu, in a tone of despair, mused, "Why must mathematics exist?" Qin Yangyang nodded in understanding. "Why do we need to learn such things? We don't even use equations when shopping for groceries." Fellow kindred spirit, my dear friend, two disdainful mathematicians found camaraderie in each other, their hands intertwined. Qin Yangyang took the opportunity to gently caress Su Yu's hand, marveling at its silky smoothness. However, before she could indulge further, Gu Sheng whisked their hands apart. Qin Yangyang cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking him an unnecessary presence. Gu Sheng muttered, "A miscalculation. It appears there are indeed wolves in sheep's clothing among the girls. Protecting Yu Zai is a formidable task." Su Yu sighed, "Oh dear, mathematics is so challenging." Yet, this was merely an academic assessment. Thus, this year, all senior students at Qinghe High School endured the agonizing throes of examinations. Parents arriving to collect their children were taken aback by their lethargic demeanor, wondering how their vibrant offspring, sent off in the morning, returned as if aged 2 decades. Did the school drain their vitality? Qinghe boasted a wealth of educational resources. With fervent determination, the faculty managed to grade all students' papers and compile statistics overnight. Gu Sheng from Class 8 remained top of the grade, with the top 10 names largely unchanged. However, the 7th position bore a name previously unheard of, Su Yu. Campus discussion threads buzzed. "Oh, look, the newcomer Su Yu from Class 8 is also a top student. Indeed, I heard she had health issues and received one-on-one tutoring at home. Her prowess is remarkable. She scored near-perfect marks in all subjects, except for mathematics." In the office of Class 8's mathematics teacher, Su Yu stood silently beside Old Wang. After a prolonged silence, Old Wang, seated, pondered deeply. He could not comprehend why the girl excelled in every subject. Yet in mathematics, she scored a mere 59, seemingly unwilling to attain a passing mark. Tentatively, he inquired, "Su, do you have any objections to my teaching methods?" Su Yu lowered her gaze to her toes and mumbled, "Not really, teacher." She hesitated to meet Wang Mian's eyes, fully aware of his skeptical expression. But truly, she was inherently poor at mathematics. Old Wang, heartbroken, laid out Su Yu's scores in other subjects before him. Sipping a strong tea, he lamented, "You even ranked second in physics, not to mention English, where you achieved full marks." The disparity was almost unbearable. He felt a swell of tears threatening to escape. In middle age, this was the first time he felt such a profound sense of defeat. So you could only smile awkwardly, saying, "Teacher, I really struggle with mathematics." Just then, the English teacher, Fan Hua, who had been observing Su Yu, chimed in to offer solace. From a moment she laid eyes on Su, she felt a sense of kinship. After all, the girl had aced her first quiz. Su Yu's spoken English was impeccable, and with every glance, Fan Hua grew increasingly fond of her, unlike that scoundrel Gu Sheng, who had only managed to score a passing grade on this occasion. Old Wang twitched his lips, casually mentioning, "Su Yu, you ought to learn mathematics from Gu Sheng in the future. You two are desk mates. He scores full marks while you barely pass. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask him." Meanwhile, Teacher Fan was unwilling to be outdone. Placing a hand on Su Yu's shoulder, her gaze remained fixed on Old Wang. She remarked, "Su Yu, you should teach Gu Sheng some English as well. At this level, if he goes abroad, he might be sold and still be counting money for others." Just as Gu Sheng stepped into the office to fetch Su Yu for class, he wondered what had provoked Teacher Fan this time. Hadn't he passed? "Oh, Gu Sheng, our mathematics competition is fast approaching. Please take this form back and fill it out for me," Old Wang instructed, noticing Gu Sheng's casual wave. "Ah, our English competition is also on the horizon, Su Yu. Here, take this form and ensure it is filled out properly." Teacher Fan enthusiastically handed over the document to Su Yu. The other teachers in the office watched the scene unfold with amusement, while Gu Sheng and Su Yu exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately responding in unison, "All right, teacher, we shall take our leave now." They successfully escaped the battlefield of academic instructors. Chapter 21. Class 8 ranks first in the grade. The notice board displaying the top 10 academic results of the senior students at Qinghe was a modest affair. Yet it provided a moment of respite for all, allowing them to enjoy a delightful weekend. However, such benevolence was limited, as only the top 10 results were posted. The remaining students, eager to ascertain their standings, found themselves unable to concentrate during the morning's self-study session. Amidst the revelry, one should never jest about academic performance. Early that morning, Suyu was summoned to the office by Mr. Wang. Her classmates speculated that it might be due to her unsatisfactory mathematics exam score. Yet, one could hardly be too harsh on Suyu, for even Gu Sheng, the top student in the grade, had barely passed his English exam. Their partnership as desk mates was, in truth, a harmonious complement. When Suyu and Gu Sheng returned from the office bearing a small form, envious glances were cast upon them by their classmates. They were, after all, the harbingers of early results. The next mathematics exam would surely find Gu Sheng as the tutor, while Suyu would guide them through English. With these two academic powerhouses, how could Class 8 ever contemplate a position at the bottom? The first period of the morning was mathematics. After Mr. Wang had composed himself in the office, he arrived fashionably late. Despite Suyu's less-than-stellar performance, their class still held the highest average score in the grade. Mr. Wang strolled in, a stack of corrected papers in hand, humming a cheerful tune. The students in the classroom, relieved that the mathematics results seemed promising, speculated that Mr. Wang was simply delighted about his impending bonus. Chen Yangyang discreetly turned her head, raising her eyebrows in a conspiratorial manner. Suyu, our scores should be quite similar. You scored 59, so I must have achieved the same, right? At least it's not 30. Last time, when I brought home a score of 42, my father nearly gave me a beating. She patted her chest in exasperation. Suyu remained silent, taking a sip of water, unable to reveal to Yan Yang that she had just seen the results. Chen Yang had scored 37, placing her at the bottom of their class, while Suyu herself, with 59, was second to last. Gu Sheng, who had been observing Suyu, tilted his head in sympathy. Ah, it seems you're in for a rough time. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yang. What did Gu Sheng mean by that? Chen Yang, 37 points. Mr. Wang's voice echoed, just in time. Yang appeared as if struck by lightning, her spirit crushed. Just end me now. Suyu covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Gu Sheng, feeling quite pleased with himself, thought to himself that he had successfully deterred a potential rival for Suyu's affections. A dazed Yang accepted the paper from Mr. Wang. Sensing the pity in his eyes, she noticed his lips move, leaving her with a simple admonition. Keep striving for improvement next time. Chen Yang sighed. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw from this semester. I can't endure another moment here. Behind Suyu, Fang Chu's incessant murmurs were akin to a street vendor reciting incantations. Fang Chu felt that his mind and spirit had sustained a grievous blow, and he held his pen over his paper, paralyzed by despair and anguish. Beside him, Qin Kai frowned as he scrutinized his exam paper, his pen lingering in the air. Fang Chu raised his hand and gently pressed down on Qin Kai's left arm, offering a reassuring pat. He understood. They all understood. Their mistakes were numerous and perplexing, with no clear path to rectification. Qin Kai ignored him entirely, brushing him off. If only I hadn't messed up this question. I'd be just 10 points away from Gu, and then I'd rank third in the class. Fang Chu kicked him playfully, exclaiming, "Get lost. So you're secretly studying behind my back, huh?" Once the papers were distributed, the classmates began to cheer. Old Wang. How do we perform this time? Class 8 had always boasted commendable grades, largely due to the presence of Gu Sheng. It felt as though being in the same class as such a luminary necessitated extra effort to avoid being a hindrance. Rather than waiting for Gu Sheng to speak, it was better to self-impose the pressure to study. Old Wang opened the instructional book he had brought along and extracted a thin sheet filled with numbers. Our class's average score in mathematics remains the highest in the senior year. A mischievous boy interrupted. What about our overall scores, Old Wang? Hurry up, we're eager to know. Yes, don't keep us in suspense, dear teacher. The crowd grew more boisterous. Old Wang, still wearing a cheerful smile at the podium, declared Class 8. This time our little test results are first in all subjects in the grade. Although I know many amusing incidents have occurred in your academic lives recently, you all managed to keep up with your studies, and these results are a testament to your hard work. Old Wang's excitement was palpable. As your homeroom teacher, I'm immensely proud. Now let us applaud. This is a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Gu and TB thrilled. The students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wow, wow, wow. First place. Even though my own score was a bit dismal, thankfully everyone else performed admirably. There was a sense of pride akin to that of a parent whose child has achieved great success. Who could relate? Old Wang, you must treat us to milk tea with this bonus. Someone shouted. Yes, yes, don't think we don't know about the 5,000. Wang Mian readily agreed. Of course, I'll have the class monitor take note of what you all want, and I'll place the order. That day, the students of Class 8 were destined to be anything but low-key. Their class had always achieved well, but being first in all subjects was a first for them. No wonder old Wang was so triumphant in front of the homeroom teacher of Class 9, who had previously held the title for the highest average score. Class 8's achievement bore far greater significance. Even when the students from Class 8 went to the cafeteria for lunch, they walked with their heads held high, exuding confidence. They even engaged warmly with the cafeteria lady, saying, Annie, our class has achieved first place in the grade this time. Could you possibly give me a bit more meat as a reward? Is that enough? More? Here's another scoop. No worries. Children should eat well and fill their bellies. If it's still not enough, come back for more. The cafeteria lady's spoon was heaped generously. Thus, this student savored for the first time since his enrollment a plate brimming with meat. With a sense of delight, he walked away under the envious gazes of his classmates from other classes. Nowadays, most students opt to dine in the cafeteria. It is unclear when this trend began. Perhaps it was inspired by the footsteps of the campus's most admired figures? In any case, the others carrying their plates could not hide their envy. How astonishing it is that achieving the top score could lead to such a feast in the cafeteria. Let them roll in their discontent. After finishing this bowl of white rice, I shall return to my studies. Next time, it will surely be my turn to indulge in meat. Chapter 22. She longed to witness the winter's snowfall. Oh dear, who will tend to Gu Sheng? Oh, what's troubling the handsome lad? He is now boasting wildly that Su Yu ranked 7th. Our little Yu is truly remarkable. She achieved 7th place in her very first examination. A profound sense of pride surged within Gu Sheng, akin to that of a doting father reflecting on his child's achievements. Sui Yu Feigen in Godang, her head resting against the window, burying her face deeply. It was nothing, merely a fleeting moment of embarrassment. Fang Chu and Qin Kai clapped apathetically. Wow, so impressive. The 27th time. What meaning does life hold? It was one thing to perform poorly, but to endure Gu Ge's heart-wrenching proclamations was another. Wait. Qin Kai produced a pen and placed it between the two of them, declaring solemnly, I am ranked 8th in the class, within the top 20 of the grade. This implied that he was not competing on the same level. His life was filled with infinite possibilities. Fang Chu merely scoffed, too lazy to engage with you. That evening, upon returning home, Gu Sheng brought all of Su Yu's test papers with him. Although he was already aware of her rank and scores, he believed it would bring greater joy to his elders to present the actual papers. As anticipated, the Gu family parents were delighted. Oh my, little Yu is truly exceptional. Achieving such a score on her first test, she's far superior to our Gu Sheng. Su Ji beamed with joy, examining Su Yu's papers repeatedly and even taking pictures to send to Song Ro. Su Ji, our precious daughter has ranked 7th. Song Ro, thumbs up. And remember, that's my precious daughter. Thank you. Gu Ting, seated across from Su Yu, felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, a household benefit from having a little darling. Nothing in his worn-out sweater had ever brought him such joy during exams. That worn-out sweater, Gu Sheng. Shall I take my leave? Su Yu had been receiving private tutoring at home since childhood. Though all the tutors praised her as an intelligent and diligent child, her lack of formal schooling led many to assume it was merely a gesture of leniency and affection towards the young girl. Little did they know the girl possessed genuine talent. During dinner, Gu Sheng skillfully shelled a crab, his long fingers deftly wielding the small spoon to extract the meat. His movements were both precise and elegant. He placed the freshly shelled crab meat before Su Yu. Your health is delicate. Crabs are cooling in nature, so you should consume them sparingly. By the way, since you performed so well this time, what reward would you like? Suyu set down her chopsticks, which had been holding the crab meat, her eyes wide with surprise. Is that a possibility? Gu Sheng chuckled at her bewildered expression. When I was in elementary school, my mother used to reward me in a similar manner. However, she eventually ceased doing so. You may express your desires freely. Suji interjected. How can you say that? You always come in first. Am I expected to reward you every time? Besides, have you considered how costly your wishes are? Before turning 10, all Gu Sheng ever desired were toy cars. However, later on, Su Ji recalled the words spoken by Xiao Gu Sheng. I wish to transform your garden into a laboratory. That garden at the entrance was her pride and joy, meticulously nurtured by her own hands. After she had not acquiesced, that mischievous boy silently uprooted the precious orchid she had planted just days prior. Upon returning home that evening, Su Ji lamented to Gu Ting, who, without uttering a word, promptly took the young rascal and gave him a thorough thrashing. Gu Sheng silently helped himself to a bite of food, thinking to himself, I only uprooted the flowers once. And besides, I haven't mentioned it since. Even after being punished, he still remembers it so vividly. Suyu, who had been listening to the Gu family's banter, couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Sheng turned to him. What? Are you so amused by my misfortune? Suyu quickly denied it. No. I find you rather mischievous in your younger days. After all, boys are certainly less manageable than girls. Little you haven't expressed what you desire yet. Suyu glanced at Aunt Sue's expectant gaze, then at Uncle Gu. Everyone was elated for her. I want to see snow. I want to touch it with my own hands and feel what it's like. Suyu lowered her eyes, her voice brimming with hope. Before they moved, whenever it snowed, she was in the hospital. By the time she was discharged, spring had already sprung outside. After relocating, her family settled in the south. The southern climate was indeed warm and suitable for recuperation, and Suyu never feared being hospitalized due to sudden weather changes. She lived a tranquil life in the south for over a decade, where the seasons felt like eternal spring. The city's pace was leisurely, with flowers blooming in succession. It never snowed. Perhaps this was merely a childhood obsession, but Suyu's wish was simple. Once her health improved, she longed to witness the first snowfall in the capital. Under the glow of the night lights, she envisioned the sky blanketed in snow. The white flakes descended from the dark heavens like twinkling stars in the Milky Way, shimmering and beautiful. I wish to see the first snowfall in the capital. Suyu reiterated with unwavering resolve. She was aware that it was currently hot in the capital, still summer, making snow an impossibility. She could have easily expressed a more attainable desire to please everyone, but Suyu felt that no material possession could bring her the joy that a snowfall could. When a young girl spoke of snow, her eyes sparkled with yearning, even shimmering with beauty. Gu Sheng felt an inexplicable tug at his heart, not from pain, but as if a rope had tightened around him, inducing discomfort. The experiences they took for granted were realms unknown to Suyu. Those easily reachable things were what she longed for, and the mundane, commonplace aspects of life were what she contemplated daily. He gently reached out, brushing the top of Suyu's head, her hair dancing between his fingers. Gu Sheng gazed at Suyu, his voice softening considerably. You will see it. This winter, we will watch the first snowfall together. In response, Suyu beamed brightly. Gu Sheng mused, sometimes life truly seems unfair. Why must such a remarkable young woman endure such an agonizingly incurable affliction? In truth, it is not impossible to see. Suziludo pondered deeply at once. Gu Ting, her devoted husband, grasped her intent and retrieved his phone, preparing to call his secretary. I shall instruct him to procure a snow-making machine immediately. Suyu interjected. No, uncle. Truly unnecessary. I wish to witness the snow descending from the heavens on its own. There is still time. I shall surely see it. With Suyu's insistence, Gu Ting reluctantly retracted his phone. Yet, his mind was already devising a plan to conjure snow in the midst of summer. With his hands clasped beneath his chin, Gu Ting fell into a deep reverie, contemplating the matter with the seriousness befitting a major corporate project. Only Gu Sheng understood the true nature of his father's thoughts, for he had already considered this notion and deemed it impractical. Setting aside the question of whether snow could indeed fall, should it happen, the media would undoubtedly erupt with sensational headlines. Shocking. Why is snow falling in the capital during summer? Gu Corporation spends a fortune for one woman's desire to witness celestial snow. Who is this lady? No. Gu Sheng immediately dismissed this troublesome idea. It would have to wait for winter. Chapter 23. Off to the competition in Qinghe, Su Yu, who was already quite renowned, gained even greater fame following this recent examination. Previously, she was predominantly recognized for her beauty, being the new school belle of Qinghe. However, now she has also acquired the title of an academic prodigy. During breaks, an increasing number of classmates flocked to her side, including even the most notorious bookworm of the senior year, Li Wei. With his thick glasses, boasting an impressive prescription, he clutched the English textbook that would soon be subject to a surprise quiz, standing in the corridor of Class 8. Wow, even Li Wei is here, someone remarked. He ranked 8th in the grade, and likely wished to see who had surpassed him. After all, prior to Su Yu's arrival, he had consistently held the 7th position, a rank that seemed almost etched into his identity. Don't say that. It was his to begin with. Li Wei squinted as he tapped on the window of Class 8. Though he wore glasses, the late-night study sessions under bright lights had likely worsened his vision. The last time he had gotten his prescription updated was a year ago, forcing him to squint to see clearly. Since more people began visiting Su Yu, Gu Sheng had swapped seats with her. This group of unsavory individuals would not be permitted to approach Yu Zai. Consequently, Gu Sheng's temperament had soured during breaks, exuding an aura of menace, as if someone owed him 5 million. Thus, upon witnessing Li Wei's intention to knock on the window, Gu Sheng seized the opportunity to voice his concerns. With so many people crowding the corridor, isn't that a safety hazard? However, to his surprise, Li Wei, the bookworm, knocked on the window of the previous classroom. Chun Yang, who had not rested well the night before, was dozing at her desk. When the window was knocked upon, she assumed class had begun and that her slumber had been discovered. Startled, she immediately lifted her head, straightened her posture, and confidently proclaimed, "Teacher, I wasn't sleeping." Ha! Chin classmate, we haven't even started class yet. Feel free to continue your nap. We'll wake you when it's time. The classroom erupted in laughter. Su Yu leaned slightly past Gu Sheng, poking Chun Yang's back. The young girl was half draped over Gu Sheng. Unexpectedly, he found himself losing his irritation, almost relishing the moment. Yang, someone appears to be calling for you outside the window, Su Yu remarked. After 3 seconds of confusion, Chun Yang turned to look, spotting Li Wei standing outside. Perplexed, she opened the window and scanned Li Wei up and down. Before she could utter a word, Li Wei spoke first. "Hello, Su classmate." Chun Yang blinked in confusion, pointing to herself, then to Li Wei. "Did you just call me?" Li Wei replied with unwavering conviction. "Hello, Su classmate. I am Li Wei from senior class 4, and I placed 1 rank below you in this examination." Chun Yang stared silently at Li Wei's thick glasses and his perpetually squinting eyes. The surrounding students, who had been lively just moments before, fell into a hush. The corridor was enveloped in silence, save for the voice of Chun Yang. "Are you here to find Su Yu?" "Indeed. I am also participating in the upcoming national English competition. I wish to become acquainted with my teammate, who is also my rival." Chun Yang interjected. "No, you seem to have mistaken me for someone else. Now that we have met, class is about to commence, so I shall take my leave. Farewell." Li Wei did not afford Chun Yang the opportunity to continue speaking. His arrival was hasty, and his departure was equally swift. How could he have mistaken her identity? Yet, it was somewhat understandable. After all, he was genuinely oblivious to the world outside, wholly engrossed in his studies. Did he not hear our discussions about Su Yu in class? Perhaps he only registered the phrase, studying well. Time in the campus flowed swiftly. The teachers had long since selected participants for the national all-subject competition. From Qinghe, in addition to the previously chosen Gu Sheng and Su Yu, there were other students who had actively signed up and had undergone scrutiny. Tomorrow, they would embark on a bus journey to the competition venue. Though they hailed from different disciplines, they would converge at the same competition site, which would indeed facilitate Gu Sheng's care for Su Yu. He had been pondering what he would do had the venues been different. As the weather began to cool, Su Ji meticulously packed numerous coats for Su Yu. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, sat on the sofa observing Su Ji's flurry of activity, Aunt Sue, I can manage this myself. That simply won't do. What if you don't pack enough clothes and fall ill? It's best if your aunt assists you. In the end, Suji packed 2 large suitcases and handed them to Gu Sheng. You rascal, carry these. Gu Sheng obediently accepted them, nearly convinced he was lifting 2 heavy stones. He cast a doubtful glance. Mom, did you pack rocks inside? Suji smacked his hand. It's clothing. Yours and Suyu's are all in there. As Gu Sheng and Suyu set out for the school gathering point, Suyu carried only a straw-style water bottle and a small pouch containing medicine. She hesitated, contemplating taking one of the suitcases from Gu Sheng. Shall I take one after all? Gu Sheng replied, no need. Suyu countered, but I feel like you might struggle. Struggle? A man cannot utter such words. Determined to prove his strength, Gu Sheng strode forward with vigor. Even before boarding the bus, he casually flexed his biceps in front of Suyu. Not understanding his gesture, she merely gritted her teeth and retorted, I am quite capable. Suyu responded, oh really? She stood bewildered before the bus, pondering the boy's ever-shifting demeanor, which struck her as peculiar. All right, students, we are heading to the outer district for the competition. I am your lead teacher, Wang Mian. Once we arrive, we will check into the hotel together, and the competition will span approximately a week. Within this week, I hope everyone can assist one another. I am responsible for mentoring the mathematics competition segment, while the other subject teachers await us at the hotel. The bus, carrying this exceptional group of prodigies, slowly began its journey. Suyu remained seated beside Gu Sheng, with Chun Yang sitting behind them. Although her mathematics skills were lacking, her proficiency in biology was commendable, and she was among the competitors. More importantly, she could spend time with Suyu. Once the bus entered the expressway, Suyu, who had been gazing out at the scenery, felt drowsy. She stifled a yawn, a tear of physiological origin escaping the corner of her eye. It was time for a brief rest, though there was still a considerable distance to cover. Gu Sheng found Suyu's yawning amusing. He took the initiative to speak up and even shifted closer to her. He shrugged, implying that she could rest her head on his shoulder. In response, the young girl nodded, resting her head against the glass window, quietly closing her eyes. Gu Sheng was left pondering. Chapter 24. Nestled on the swiftly traversing highway, trees raced past in a blur. And there, the sound of Suyu's head gently tapping against the glass, thud, thud, thud. Gu Sheng cast an impassive glance at the peacefully slumbering Suyu. One might say the young girl appeared feeble. After all, she had a heart condition and seldom engaged in exercise, indeed a delicate state. Yet, if one were to argue her vitality, despite the rhythmic thudding of her head against the glass, she remained blissfully unaware, thus indicating a certain robustness, a quality of untroubled slumber. Suyu rested her head against the glass window. From Gu Sheng's perspective, her neck was fully exposed within his line of sight. The loose garment she wore slipped slightly due to her posture, revealing her graceful shoulders and slender, pale neck, fragile yet enchanting. Gu Sheng narrowed his eyes, shielding them from the suddenly blinding sunlight. He lingered upon Suyu for a considerable time. Was it a protective instinct stemming from brotherly affection, or was it merely an illusion, obscured by uncertainty? With a sigh, he removed his cap and gently placed it upon her head. The brim of the hat effectively shielded her from the sun's glare. He leaned closer, one hand resting upon Suyu's shoulder, while the other subtly found its place against the glass. In the next moment, her head gently collided with his hand, silencing the thudding against the glass. Instead, it resonated as a soft thump against Gu Sheng's heart. He could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart, in sync with the gentle pressure of Suyu's head against his palm. The world around them fell into a profound silence, yet within him, a fervent warmth persisted. Unconsciously, the sleeping Suyu nuzzled against Gu Sheng's palm, her hair intertwining with his fingers. Instinctively, he moved his fingers slightly, only to release his curled fingertips with a gentle motion. He withdrew his hand softly, allowing his shoulder to support her. Whether it was the warmth she felt or a newfound sense of security, she instinctively grasped Gu Sheng's hand resting on the barrier between them, turning her face towards the crook of his neck and nestling in. Feeling her sudden closeness, a wave of warmth enveloped his neck. Gu Sheng flexed his fingers, lowering his gaze. His right hand was firmly held by Suyu, and though he recognized it as an unconscious gesture, he had never experienced such intimacy with a girl. Causing his ears to flush with warmth, he pressed his lips together, adjusting his posture to better accommodate her slumber. Then, he turned his attention to the view outside, the lush greenery of the mountains and the flickering lights as they passed through dim tunnels. Gradually, he rested his chin upon Su Yu's forehead, closing his eyes. In that moment, Gu Sheng felt that Su Yu was akin to his very ribcage. He exhaled softly, leaning closer to her. Perhaps it was a surge of attraction, he pondered. Or perhaps, with Su Yu beside him, his drowsiness came upon him inexplicably. He adjusted the air conditioning above their seats, and to an outsider, their positions appeared as if they were entwined in a tender embrace, their breaths mingling in a harmonious rhythm. Chen Yangyang felt a sense of ennui in the back seat. Since embarking on the journey, she had been nibbling on the snacks she had brought along. However, her companions appeared fatigued, in dire need of rest. Chen Yangyang managed to restrain herself, remaining as quiet as a mouse. Through the slight gap between the front seats, she caught sight of Su Yu's cascading locks, gently swaying in the cool draft of the air conditioning. Ah, yes, there was also Su Yu. Immediately, she rummaged through her bag and extracted a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Rising to her feet, she placed her hand upon the backrest of the seat. Su Yu, I brought lollipops. Chen Yangyang felt a surge of foolishness. Perhaps it was her sudden utterance that startled her. She distinctly observed Su Yu flinch slightly. Beside her, Gu Sheng furrowed his brow, raising a hand in a gentle gesture of reassurance. Neither of them opened their eyes, clearly still in slumber. Yet, Chen Yangyang, oh my goodness, what had she done to witness such a scene? She was merely a senior in high school. Typically, their discussions about couples were mere flights of fancy, a collective indulgence in imagination. But now, Chen Yangyang could genuinely pat her chest and declare to everyone, I've truly witnessed it. The unexpected visual impact sent a wave of exhilaration coursing through her. She stealthily raised her phone. Click, although the photo only captured the tops of their heads. Chen Yangyang felt that those two round heads were perfectly in sync, exuding a wonderfully sweet atmosphere. However, she dared not scream in the bus. If she were to awaken Su Yu, she feared that Gu Sheng might annihilate her with a mere glance. Trembling, she opened the homepage of the school forum. Username: Has the Qinghe couple officially announced today? Post: Comment 1. Oh no, our leader has finally lost it. Comment 2. Have you stumbled upon something new? Comment 3. Wow, that is a novel perspective, sister. Username: Has the Qinghe couple officially announced today? Replies comment 2. Though the competition students were traveling by bus to the event, those not participating continued to sustain their extracurricular lives with school gossip. Username: Has the Qinghe couple officially announced today? I can only say it's true, my friends. I have genuinely witnessed it. Comment 8. Evidence. Otherwise, I want to believe it. My dear Su Yu Woo. Comment 12. My campus heartthrob woo. Chen Yangyang excitedly shared her discovery with others. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not disseminate any evidence. If the school caught wind of it, the young couple would be torn apart. Moreover, she would likely face Gu Sheng's wrath, right? Nevertheless, she could keep it to herself, relishing the moment privately. Chen Yangyang gazed dreamily at the photo of the two on her phone. What a celestial pairing. How fortunate they were, the senior class, to witness such divine love. As the first to uncover this precious secret, she vowed to protect the young couple with all her might. This secret shall henceforth reside solely within me. Chen Yangyang. Gu Sheng, send me the photo. Chen Yangyang, you little rascal, ambushing me? Upon reading this message, she nearly hurled her phone away. How did Gu Sheng, with whom she had no prior communication, acquire her contact information? Oh, it was from the class group chat. Chen Yangyang's expression remained impassive. Chen Yangyang, what is it? Gu Sheng, the photo, I heard it. Chen Yangyang attempted to feign ignorance. Gu Sheng, you didn't turn off the camera sound on your phone. I must concede, you are impressive. Chen Yangyang, it's just a JPG image. I only took this one, I swear. Gu Sheng, delete it. Chen Yangyang, infuriated, shook her fist at the air. What if I saved one? Do you think just because you're the sole heir of the Gu family, I must comply with your every whim? Chen Yangyang, fine, I've deleted it. Indeed, She had capitulated to him. Yang, obedient. Chapter 25. Arrival at the hotel there remained but a short while until they reached their destination. When Suyu awoke, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. She stirred her hand. It felt as though she was grasping something. She tilted her head. Was it? As her consciousness gradually returned, Suyu sensed a peculiar pressure atop her head, resembling a stick prodding her. There was someone beside her, breathing softly. The breath tickled the edge of her ear, and a scent of oranges wafted toward her. She inhaled deeply, her nostrils flaring slightly. It was somewhat familiar, the scent of laundry detergent that clung to Gu Sheng. Suyu cautiously opened one eye. Looking down, she realized her hand was firmly clutching one of Gu Sheng's fingers. Glancing upward, she found most of her face nestled against his neck. From her vantage point, she inadvertently glimpsed Gu Sheng's chest muscles and the sharply defined contours of his abs, subtly rising and falling with his breath. What on earth was she doing? Suyu, could you possibly be a lecher? Her hand was gripping his, and her shoulder was resting against him. She became aware that a hat rested atop her head. Suyu surmised that perhaps, while she slept, Gu Sheng had placed it upon her to shield her from the sun. Yet here she was, shamelessly clutching his hand and leaning against his shoulder. Suyu, I must discreetly extricate myself. Gu Sheng, however, had not been in a deep slumber. The moment Suyu awakened, he sensed it, yet with a mischievous intent. He wished to observe her reaction. Teasing the young lady, Gu Sheng thought to himself how utterly shameless he was. However, upon feeling Suyu's movements, he found it rather amusing. He deliberately waited a few minutes before pretending to awaken languidly. He casually glanced over at Suyu, who appeared to have curled herself into a ball. Gu Sheng suppressed the corners of his mouth, which had involuntarily begun to curl upward. He placed his hand on his shoulder, furrowing his brow, and in a gravelly voice remarked, "Why does my shoulder feel a bit sore?" He then moved his neck from side to side. Suyu stole a furtive glance, her ears flushing crimson. Indeed, it was her weight that pressed down upon him. But she would not divulge that information. Gu Sheng continued, "Did I drool in my sleep?" He pinched the collar of his shirt and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Suyu gasped, "Stop it. I did not drool." The young lady, upon hearing his words, let her gaze wander erratically, her eyelashes fluttering wildly. Foolish boy. It was evident what had transpired. Gu Sheng, delighted by Suyu's flustered state, reclined back with a smile. Just then, the bus came to a gentle halt. Old Wang, seated at the front, rose with a clipboard in hand. "Dear students, we have now arrived at the hotel adjacent to the competition venue. Please ensure you gather your personal belongings and luggage as we proceed to check in. Everyone must be weary after today. We shall rest for a while, and tomorrow morning we will commence our review before the competition. Please be prepared." Old Wang's demeanor on the bus was quite serious, a stark contrast to his usual self in Class 8. The students aboard the bus began to disembark in pairs. Gu Sheng rose to retrieve the backpack he had placed in the car. Suyu remained seated, motionless. However, as the young man lifted his arm, the hem of his shirt inched upward. From her angle, she could see his taut abdominal muscles and the muscular contours that descended along his body, ultimately disappearing into his trousers. They appeared quite inviting to touch. The warmth that had just faded from her cheeks resurfaced, now accompanied by a deeper blush. Suyu, gompo jiao. As Gu Sheng grasped the strap of his backpack, he intended to call Suyu to stand. Yet, upon noticing the sight before him, he saw the young girl with her head bowed, her face flushed. She seemed too shy to glance his way. Gu Sheng looked downward at himself, raising an eyebrow. So, she caught a glimpse of his abs? He feigned ignorance, yet a smile danced at the corners of his lips. "Gu Sheng, Yuzai, let us go." Suyu felt the term Yuzai roll off his tongue with a tender allure. She averted her gaze from Gu Sheng, rising to respond nonchalantly, "All right, let us go." Gu Sheng slung his backpack over his shoulder with a casual grace, following closely behind Suyu. What a charade! Yang, who had been reluctantly observing the entire scene, sat at the back of the bus, waiting for everyone to disembark before following suit. However, who could have predicted this? Of course, she did not see Gu Sheng's abdominal muscles, but she noted the angle at which Suyu viewed him and the amusement reflected in Gu Sheng's eyes. Chen Yangyang felt the aloof image of Gu Sheng as the school heartthrob she had held in her mind completely shatter. Chen Yangyang, you're so flirtatious. She treaded carefully as if cradling a precious treasure, trailing behind. Among the two in front, it was evident that Gu Sheng was the pursuer. She genuinely admired him. But suddenly, she found herself unable to tolerate the male protagonist. How could Su Yu possibly resist such a man? Oh dear, her kind and lovely friend in the back seat. When Gu Sheng eventually won her over, she would naively believe she had fallen for him first. Has the Su Ri CP been officially announced today? Alas. First floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, what is going on? Did it end? Has the Su Ri CP been officially announced today? Reply to the fourth floor, Shaw. I, Chen Yangyang, shall never betray the organization. Once all the students disembarked from the bus, Old Wang stood by, meticulously checking off the names of the students. As the lead teacher, he bore the responsibility for the students. Not a single one could be missing. After ensuring all the students from Qinghe were accounted for, Old Wang waved to everyone. A throng of students surged into the hotel. Standing at the reception desk, Old Wang presented his identification. Hello, we have a reservation made over the phone for 10 standard rooms. Receptionist, I'm sorry, sir, but due to a prior booking by our VIP members after your call, we are now fully booked. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Old Wang was taken aback. But I made the reservation before them. Why are there no rooms available? Front desk. We will send you a message after we decline your reservation. Please check your phone. Lao Wang fished out his phone, rummaging through it for quite some time without success. As he exited, he inadvertently tapped into the harassment filter. Lihua Hotel, we apologize, Mr. Wang Mian, but the room you booked with us this morning is no longer available. We appreciate your understanding. Lao Wang, this wretched phone. Just as he wished to engage further with the hotel staff, he was interrupted. Oh, is that not Mr. Wang Mian? It has been a while. Lao Wang looked up, revealing a hint of disdain. The person before him was rotund, with a balding head even more pronounced than his own. The excess flesh on his face appeared greasy at a mere glance. He donned the standard polo shirt and a black suit jacket. Lao Wang, with a sarcastic tone, responded, Oh, is this not teacher's son from the third high school in the neighboring city? You seem to have gained some weight recently. Sun Tian, a mathematics teacher from D City's third high school, had previously orchestrated an incident during the national competition where a student of his deliberately tripped a student from Qinghe while entering the venue. Regardless of the outcome, a grudge had been formed. Sun Tian clapped a hand on Lao Wang's shoulder, feigning camaraderie, and gestured to the students standing behind Lao Wang. Mr. Wang, are you bringing students to the competition again? Quite commendable, but it seems you have no accommodation. Lao Wang replied, No need for your concern. Sun Tian then smirked. I remember now. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Wang. It seems the room you booked was inadvertently taken by me. Would you like me to return it to you? Sun Tian had acquaintances at Lihua Hotel, and it was no great feat to have a reservation made under VIP status. He had deliberately waited until Lao Wang believed he was secure in his reservation before contacting them. Consequently, it all transpired quite effortlessly. Their third high school secured a room, while Qinghe did not. Sun Tian, who benefits from this? It is I who revels in the spoils. Chapter 26. Su Yu. The young lady at the reception area of the Lihua Hotel is rather modest in size. Sun Tian's expression is completely devoid of pretense, appearing particularly insufferable. It is evident at a glance who is responsible for the original reservation at Qinghe. Oh, Mr. Sun, you truly lack shame. Some individuals may be alive, yet in my heart, they have long since perished. Prior to this journey, my mother consulted a fortune teller who advised against conversing with any teacher surnamed Sun, claiming that he carries an unclean aura which invites misfortune. Old Wang clenches his fists, stifling laughter as he observes Sun Tian's constipated expression. Old Wang remarks, Who has truly benefited from this? I certainly have. Sun Tian, his face flushed with anger, retorts defiantly, I am not speaking about you, Mr. Wang, but your students. How can they exhibit such a lack of decorum while addressing a teacher? Old Wang responds, Mr. Sun, I am a loss here. You know that you have never taught them. Thus you cannot be considered their teacher. Sun Tian snaps back, so what? It appears you have no accommodation available today. This strikes a nerve with old Wang. Not only does that scoundrel seek to attack him, but he also aims to insult his students. The vicinity surrounding the competition venue boasts more than just Lihua Hotel. Wang Mian, even if he were to exhaust his savings accumulated over 3 years, is determined to secure lodging for his students. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Yu, who has been observing quietly, raises her hand to her ear, suggesting, "Shall we consider staying at the Leighton instead?" Leighton, situated a mere 50 meters from the competition site, offers the best geographical location and service. It is a branded chain hotel with locations nationwide, boasting a 5-star rating with virtually no negative reviews. However, it is relatively expensive. Old Wang ponders his empty pockets and, gritting his teeth, concedes, "Very well, we shall go to Leighton. It's not merely about the money. It's about pride. Let's show them from Third Middle School." "No, no, Mr. Wang. That is excessively extravagant." A student standing behind him interjects nervously, "I just searched on my phone, and there's a budget hotel just 2 kilometers from here." Yes, we need not impose such financial burden on our teacher." The students chatter anxiously. After all, staying at Leighton, even for a standard room, would cost several thousand. Moreover, Mr. Wang's attire is far from ostentatious. They fear that if they stay there, old Wang might face immediate financial ruin. The thought alone is a headache. Sun Tian, with a look of disdain mixed with mockery, scoffs, "Leighton? Do you have the means for that, Mr. Wang? If not, I can lend you some." Old Wang responds, "I am resolute, my fists are clenched." The lobby of Lihua Hotel descends into silence, with only Sun Tian feeling triumphant, reveling in this moment of victory. Having savored Wang Mian's predicament, he finds no reason to linger and promptly strides toward his room. However, just a few steps away from the entrance, several impeccably dressed individuals sporting bow ties approach. Are they waitstaff? The leader of the group scans the surroundings as they enter Lihua, seemingly searching for someone. From the very beginning, the receptionist, Xiao Li, endeavored to minimize her presence. However, upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the general manager of the Leighton Hotel, Zheng Yuanbo. Without hesitation, she utilized her walkie-talkie to contact her own manager, and then warmly approached him. "Isn't this Manager Zheng? Your visit to our hotel truly elevates our humble establishment." Zheng Yuanbo, the esteemed general manager of Leighton, was a young and accomplished individual, thriving in his endeavors, particularly at the tender age of 32. Notably, he was unmarried, renowned in the vicinity as a distinguished bachelor, a veritable diamond among men. Zheng Yuanbo courteously nodded at Xiao Li, then lifted his gaze in search of someone. "His smile towards me surely indicates he wishes to know more about me," Xiao Li mused, feeling a hint of shyness. Sun Tian was also familiar with Zheng Yuanbo, albeit the distinction lay in the fact that while he recognized Zheng, the latter did not reciprocate. "Manager Zheng, I have long admired your reputation," he exclaimed, extending his hand in greeting. Zheng Yuanbo turned his attention towards him and, accompanied by 5 individuals, approached in a lively manner. "How embarrassing," Sun Tian murmured, stepping aside. "Good day, miss," came Zheng Yuanbo's respectful voice from behind. In disbelief, Sun Tian turned around to see Zheng Yuanbo bowing courteously to a female classmate introduced by Wang Mian. He was taken aback. "Miss, may I inquire if all the guests are present?" Zheng Yuanbo asked. Suyu nodded. "Yes, Uncle Zheng, a few of our teachers may arrive either tonight or tomorrow morning." "Very well, miss," he replied, waving his hand, prompting the attending staff to take Su Yu's luggage. Old Wang inquired, "Will we be gracing the list of affluent ladies?" "Su Yu, I adore you moi from this moment forth. You are my goddess." In the realm of myth, even deities would find amusement. Yet the true celestial being was undoubtedly Su Yu. Gu Sheng mused, "Where do all these flattery come from?" Flattered beyond measure. Su Yu nervously clutched the hem of Gu Sheng's garment. No, I merely sent a message to Uncle Zheng," she clarified. Old Wang, perplexed, leaned in. "Su Yu, how long did you book for?" "I fear I may not have sufficient funds." "No need for money. This hotel is associated with my family," Su Yu replied. Although Old Wang's words were uttered in a hushed tone, both Gu Sheng and Zheng Yuanbo heard him clearly. Gu Sheng playfully draped his arm around Old Wang's neck. "Don't worry, Old Wang. Leighton is merely a side venture of Yuzai's family. Indeed, we have reserved several rooms for the young lady." Ensuring we are prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, Zheng Yuanbo added, adjusting his glasses. He noted that the youth standing beside the young lady must be Gu Sheng's only son. Yet he felt compelled to report this matter to Song Ro. Their young lady was innocent and naive, and this young man appeared to possess an uncanny ability to deceive, using his charm to beguile. Although I am merely a hotel manager, I have nonetheless watched over Su Yu as a guardian. I cannot allow this young lady to be led astray by that obnoxious boy. Gu Sheng did not perceive the gaze of Zheng Yuanbo, yet he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Sheng, is someone cursing him? Chen Yangyang, taken aback by the shocking revelation, gasped, causing her lollipop to fall from her mouth. Goodness. Old Wang was equally astonished. Goodness. The surrounding classmates echoed in disbelief. Goodness, is Su classmate truly a wealthy heiress? We have indeed struck gold. I can't help but wonder if Su classmate's family is in need of a maid. Before the manager of Lihua Hotel arrived, Zheng Yuanbo led this boisterous group away, leaving Sun Taiyan standing there with his lips twitching in frustration. Mad, once again they have outsmarted him. Chapter 27. The fortunate lemon candy arriving early at Lihua, several subject teachers lingered for a few hours. They were taken aback upon receiving news from Old Wang. Accompanied by numerous subject teachers, along with a few who had yet to arrive, they could effectively provide individualized tutoring. The teachers pondered, what grand gesture is Old Wang planning? Naturally, they were preparing to pack their belongings for Leiden. Why linger here, observing the expressions of the teachers from Sanzhong? It was rather infuriating. Meanwhile, the accompanying students were led by Zheng Yuanbo to the entrance of Leiden. Though the distance to the venue was not far, it still required some travel from Lihua. However, there was no cause for concern, as Manager Zheng had dispatched a vehicle, a Maybach, no less. Goodness, it was the first time in my life I have ridden in a Maybach. Several of them. Has the standard of reception vehicles escalated to this level? Moreover, this was not the base model. Where's my new wife? The student who uttered this was promptly silenced by a companion. Stop being foolish. Do you wish to provoke Gu Sheng? Indeed, even if Gu Sheng disregarded you, do you think Manager Zheng, standing beside Su Yu, would ignore you? He certainly seems the serious type. Very well, I shall remain silent. The students in the vehicle curiously touched everything within, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Old Wang, Gu Sheng, and Su Yu shared a car, with Zheng Yuanbo at the helm. Gu Sheng, in the back seat, rubbed his nose, feeling as though he were the target of scrutiny. Su Tongxue, do we truly not have to pay? Su Yu turned to him, responding for the 7th time. We genuinely do not. Leiden is my mother's side business. Moreover, this hotel belongs to me. Old Wang gasped, his fingertips trembling. Yours? His voice nearly cracked. Zheng Yuanbo glanced back through the rearview mirror, smiling as he affirmed. Yes. This hotel was gifted to Miss Su by her mother when she turned 15. Now, all hotel earnings are deposited into her account, making her, in essence, our proprietor. Old Wang lamented. Such is the world of the affluent. After addressing Wang Mian's inquiry, he cast a cold glance at Gu Sheng. That little rascal aims to deceive their young lady. As their entourage returned in 6 Maybachs, they garnered ample attention along the way. Of course, the sight of all these vehicles parked neatly at the hotel entrance was nothing short of extravagant, especially with a red carpet laid out. Su Yu, feeling somewhat bashful, discreetly stepped back, resembling a little hamster trying to hide. Gu Sheng, of course, noticed her discomfort, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he subtly shielded her from view. He remembered her aversion to ostentation. Zheng Yuanbo ushered the group into the hotel lobby. Please, take a moment to relax in the lobby while I arrange your accommodations. He then approached Su Yu, leaning down slightly. Miss, would you like me to arrange a penthouse suite for you? Although the penthouse suite in Leiden was indeed luxurious, it was designated solely for Su Yu's occupancy, with other suites scattered throughout the various floors. Zheng Yuanbo's inquiry was merely a formality. He was acutely aware that Su Yu would undoubtedly disapprove. The suite was too conspicuous, and their young lady preferred not to flaunt herself in front of so many people. However, the fact that everyone was able to come to Leighton was a boon from her influence, and he needed to ensure that they remembered this. Setting aside the intricacies of human relationships, it sufficed that the young lady received a modicum of preferential treatment within this team. The students were rather amiable. Yet he had encountered too many trivial matters over the years that warranted his concern. Surrounding classmates chimed in, even if you don't say it. We must treat Su Yu with the utmost respect. Once everyone received their designated room numbers, they eagerly rushed off to locate their accommodations. Zheng Yuanbo had arranged single rooms for them, and they would dine in the hotel restaurant for all their meals. Despite being single occupancy, the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows was splendid, and some rooms even featured bathtubs. The chefs invited to the hotel restaurant were renowned culinary masters, highly esteemed in the external world. They had previously discussed with Su Yu, suggesting that a standard room would suffice, as they were not particularly choosy. However, as Zheng manager put it, in any case, the hotel has plenty of vacant rooms. If they remain unoccupied, why not let everyone stay? The students remarked, how extravagantly generous. Yet they relished it. The teachers from Lihua, upon arriving at Leighton, were utterly astounded. They were mere ordinary school instructors, and their modest salaries were hardly sufficient to support a stay in such a hotel. They even hesitated, questioning whether they had misread the information. Just as one was about to call Wang Mian for confirmation, a doorman approached them. Are you the accompanying teachers from Qinghe Middle School for the competition? Yes, indeed. Very well, please follow me. They were then led, somewhat dazed, into the lobby where they registered their identities. The lobby was adorned with grand columns made of solid marble, and the handrails felt warm to the touch. They even spotted an inconspicuous corner of the front desk, displaying a pure jade ornament. The teachers murmured, "Is this truly safe from theft?" Upon arriving at their single rooms in Leighton, the biology teacher, Mr. Wang, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here?" Mr. Wang from mathematics replied, Lihua simply had no available rooms, hence our relocation here. Mr. Tian from physics added, "Our salaries are indeed insufficient for this, and given the lengthy duration of the competition, it would be quite troublesome to not afford payment." Mr. Wang from mathematics reassured, "Fear not, fear not. This hotel belongs to our classmate Su Yu, so our stay here is complimentary." Mr. Wang from biology inquired, "Really?" Mr. Tian from physics responded with astonishment. Mr. Cheng from chemistry exclaimed, "What?" Mr. Wang from mathematics chuckled. Zheng Yuanbo had arranged for everyone to be on the same floor. Yet Gu Sheng found himself at the far left, while Su Yu was situated at the far right. Zheng Yuanbo declared, "We must eliminate any potential threats to the young lady." Gu Sheng, dragging 2 suitcases, arrived at Su Yu's door. He felt as though Manager Zheng was deliberately keeping an eye on him, although he had no proof. For instance, when he patted Su Yu's head, Zheng Yuanbo immediately intervened to push him away. When he offered Su Yu a water cup, Zheng Yuanbo promptly presented a cup of herbal tea instead. Gu Sheng sighed. "What's going on?" As Su Yu opened the door to her room, she heard Gu Sheng's sigh behind her and, with a look of innocence, inquired about it. "It's nothing," Gu Sheng replied, shaking his head as he placed his suitcase inside her room. "If you need anything, just come find me or send me a message." Being a young lady, Su Yu's room was not a place where he could linger too long. After setting down the suitcase, Gu Sheng bent down to meet her gaze, his hand gently resting atop her head. "Well, I shall take my leave now." The young girl blinked her pure eyes, and Gu Sheng felt a pang of guilt for his own thoughts. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a small hand grasp his. Su Yu's palm was delicate, the contrast between her petite fingers and his large hand starkly evident. Her fingertips were cool to the touch yet remarkably soft, her nails neatly trimmed, showcasing a graceful curve. Perhaps due to her health, only the crescent shape of her thumbnail was pronounced. Gu Sheng mused that he must ensure that every one of Su Yu's 10 fingers bears a little crescent in the future. Wait. Su Yu held onto Gu Sheng's hand and retrieved 2 lemon candies from her pocket, placing them in his palm. "I bought these myself." The shopkeeper said they symbolize good luck. "Gu Sheng, these are for you. I hope they bring you smooth sailing and everything." A radiant smile blossomed on Su Yu's face, her eyes curving like crescent moons. For the first time, Gu Sheng noticed how her lashes curled beautifully. Furthermore, her lips appeared thin and inviting. Damn it! He bit down hard on his tongue, accepting the candies with a calm expression. "Thank you, Su Yu. Well then, I shall take my leave." He waved goodbye as he exited her room. As he did, he pressed his tongue against his molars. a faint metallic taste of blood enveloping his mouth. Gu Sheng smiled, the corners of his lips curling upwards, accentuating the allure of the tear mole at the corner of his eye. Patience is key. Meanwhile, Suyu remained rooted in place, staring blankly at her pinky finger, wondering if he had just brushed against. Chapter 28. Yang Yu is akin to a venomous serpent, yet Ji Shishir finds herself devoid of any retreat. The school forum buzzes with excitement. Suyu, oh my goodness, you absolutely cannot imagine what has transpired. Suyu, who is screaming for our dear Suyu? It is I, Suyu for the win, and I too. Protect our lovely Suyu. How magnificent, my classmates. As the wellspring of gossip among students. The forum has always been replete with accolades for Suyu's prowess and beauty. However, this orchestrated display is unprecedented. Thus, chocolate pasta. Are they hired fans? I cannot even. Let me speak first. Who would be so idle as to hire fans? Perhaps it is possible? Spring breeze blows willow leaves. Exactly. What if it is Suyu who has hired fans to laud herself? Gu Sheng. What? Criticizing is permissible. Why not just use real names then? Observing students. Surely I did not misread? With Gu Sheng's emergence, the sarcastic comments promptly dissipated, for he indeed possesses the authority to transform the forum into a real name platform. Meng Qingshu bit her lip, a trace of reluctance etched upon her face. She had always believed that once Ji Shishir departed from the school, she, Meng Qingshu, would finally be acknowledged and celebrated. Yet nearly a month has elapsed since Ji Shishir's exit, and the warmth from her peers has steadily cooled. Conversely, the popularity of the transfer student from Class 8 has surged among the students. Moreover, following the incident involving Ji Shishir, Ji Yunxi has ceased all communication with her. The Ji family relies on the Gu family, while the Meng family is dependent on the Ji family. Meng Qingshu logged out of the Spring Breeze Blows Willow Leaves account and opened her chat with Ji Yunxi. Meng Qingshu, Jigo, how is Shishir faring? Ji Yunxi, quite well. Meng Qingshu, Yunxi? From that moment, no further replies emerged. She remained uncertain whether her mention of Ji Shishir had provoked his ire, or if her audacity in addressing him by his name had elicited Ji Yunxi's displeasure. Regardless of the cause, it left Meng Qingshu feeling uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to send a message to Ji Shishir. Regardless of whether Ji Shishir could see it or how she might respond, she felt compelled to reach out. Meng Qingshu, Shishir, how have you been lately? Meng Qingshu, the discussions surrounding Suyu and Gu Sheng at school are becoming increasingly prevalent. They all say, Meng Qingshu, if you see this, could you please reply, especially if you still have feelings for Gu Sheng. Meanwhile, Ji Shishir's countenance was clouded with gloom. Today, her mother, Liang Shu, had adorned her like a genteel socialite, draping her in costly garments that imbued Ji Shishir with a sense of security. Yet, she was acutely aware that this attire was intended for an encounter with Yang Yu. Though termed a meeting, it was, in essence, a form of matchmaking. The Ji family's company was presently in dire financial straits. If this trend continued, bankruptcy was inevitable. Should the company collapse, the entirety of the Ji family's fortunes would vanish. Among the exquisite jewels that bestow a sense of security upon Ji Shishir, she extinguished her phone and unconsciously fiddled with the diamond-studded bracelet adorning her wrist. Ever since that last farce, during moments of emotional instability, she found herself involuntarily picking at her fingernails. Her once youthful fingers now bore the scars of distress. Ji Shishir numbly gazed at the ring she wore, a gift delivered by Yang Yu's emissary the previous night, accompanied by the message that she should wear it to this CAF for ease of recognition. She was acutely aware that, as a significant asset to the company, she could not afford to provoke Yang Yu, the son of the president of Future Technology, despite his physical limitations. Their reliance on future technology was crucial for the revival of the Ji family's enterprise, which she considered her last remaining value within the family. They were all heartless individuals, including her mother, Liang Shu. Each of them pressured her into marrying Yang Yu. If that were the case, to satisfy their desires, she would need to gain actual control over the Ji family. She could not live as a mere shadow. If that were her fate, then the entire Ji family should descend into hell alongside her. And then there was Su Yu. "Excuse me, miss, are you Gu Sheng?" A stranger's voice broke through her thoughts, calm yet tinged with mockery. Gu Sheng turned to see a figure clad in the CF's staff uniform, their well-groomed hair and handsome features radiating a certain charm. "A gentleman named Yang asked me to deliver this rose to you." In his hand was a resplendent rose, perfectly wrapped, glistening with droplets of water as if freshly plucked from a garden. With grace, Gu Sheng accepted the flower, bringing it delicately to her nose to inhale its rich fragrance. She lowered her head and smiled faintly. "Mr. Yang, are you playing a little game of feigned ignorance with me?" The server, whom she addressed as Mr. Yang, removed his white gloves, stood upright, and took a seat across the table. He meticulously wiped his hands with a napkin, then fixed his gaze upon Gu Sheng, his smile both warm and unsettling. "How did Miss G deduce that I am Yang Yu? The shirt you wear is the latest design from TU, which I recently learned about. The button near your chest bears a circular insignia." Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that the only reason?" Gu Sheng set the rose aside. "Certainly not. There's also the watch on your wrist and the pen at your chest. I've heard that the young master of future technology enjoys engraving his initials on his pens. I noticed yours had the same. Miss G, your keen observation has exceeded my expectations. I had assumed you were merely 18 and would struggle to maintain such composure in these matters." Gu Sheng remained silent, gently stirring her coffee before her. In that predatory household, her growth had stagnated. If this continued, she would likely be sold off to future technologies by tomorrow. Meeting proactively like this was merely a means of securing an escape route for herself. Yang Yu inquired, "Miss G, do you not find my age rather advanced?" Gu Sheng responded with surprise, "Why would you think that?" Yang Yu raised an eyebrow. "After all, I have been married twice before, and that is no secret, is it? Surely, Miss G is aware that I'm 32 this year?" "Not at all. It's just that, in appearance, you hardly seem 32. Gu Sheng smiled as she handed him the sugar bowl from the table. "Moreover, you are in the prime of your youth. I find you quite charming." Yang Yu's fondness for sugar was also well known. "Miss G embodies my ideals for a partner. It is my privilege." However, Yang Yu's tone took a sharp, sinister turn. "Miss G, are you aware that both of my ex-wives committed suicide by jumping?" With just a few words, Gu Sheng felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She suppressed her discomfort and replied, "Of course, I know that after your last wife's passing, you did not remarry for 2 years. I heard that they were both killed by me. Is that so?" Although Yang Yu wore a smile, there was no warmth in his eyes. Gu Sheng sensed that if she affirmed his statement, the next unfortunate event could very well be her own. "No, Mr. Yang, how could you think that?" She feigned astonishment. "What I meant was, I heard that you had a deep affection for your last wife, which is quite enviable." "Enviable?" Yang Yu echoed her words, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. "It has been a pleasure meeting you today, Miss G. I look forward to our future encounters. I must attend to matters now." Yang Yu stood, approached Gu Sheng, took her hand, and kissed the back of it. "Farewell, Miss G." She was, after all, merely an 18-year-old child. No matter how composed she pretended to be, her true feelings would inevitably betray her. She was 100% certain that Yang Yu had grasped what she intended to convey. Gu Sheng helplessly slid down into her chair. That kiss on the hand, though courteous, made her feel ensnared by a venomous serpent. The serpent's next move would be to tighten its grip, injecting her with poison, reveling in the slow demise of its prey. Chapter 29. The pre-examination quizzed the students of Qinghe High School, under the influence of Su Yu, secured a meeting room in a hotel, discreet yet luxurious, as gilded chairs are not something the average person could acquire. Su Yu remarked that she had something to say. "These chairs were specially commissioned by my father. He believes they are aesthetically pleasing and will not depreciate." Depreciate? How far could gold truly fall in value? The design of the armrests, radiant and opulent, could evoke tears in men and silence in women. Aesthetic appreciation is undeniably subjective. Yet they could not resist asking, "Does your mother approve of these chairs being here?" After all, it was evident from Su Yu's words that this hotel was her mother's enterprise. They were quite skeptical that her mother's taste could align with such extravagance. Su Yu replied, "My mother said that although they may not be visually appealing, they represent a different kind of real estate, considered a collection of wealth. The expressions of her classmates were complex. What a peculiar notion of real estate. The world of the affluent is indeed perplexing. Just then, Lao Wang, who had just entered, felt a surge of jealousy ignite within him upon hearing this. He too aspired to wealth, dreaming of replacing his bedside furniture with gold. After all, that too could be considered real estate. Clearing his throat, Lao Wang addressed the students. Hello, everyone. We have 3 days left until the competition. The schedule will be quite rigorous, so these days will be our final revision period. A few familiar teachers followed him in, clutching notebooks. These are the subject teachers you've seen around school. After discussion, we have decided to conduct a series of practice papers by subject, which will be graded on the spot before we discuss the questions. Moreover, according to reliable sources, students from Jingguang may have the opportunity to receive direct admission to Kyoto University. As Lao Wang casually dropped this bombshell while the other teachers distributed the papers, the previously quiet students erupted into a cacophony. Please, this is Kyoto University, the dream institution for all students. There had never been a precedent for direct admission through competitions. To put it another way, the students participating in the competition were also motivated by the prospect of enhancing their scores for the college entrance examination. Their ultimate goal was unanimous, to gain admission to Kyoto University. Why didn't you mention this earlier, Lao Wang? Is it too late for me to study harder? I feel so inadequate. Fortunately, I didn't know before. Otherwise, the competition for spots would have been even fiercer, someone mused. Indeed, those who usually don't participate in school activities must be feeling the pressure now. Forget it, the top students are already among us. I feel like I'm just here to make up the numbers. I barely made it through the school selection process. Let us all do our best this time. We'll be classmates in college. The members of the math team sat close to the English team, which meant that Gu Sheng was still beside Su Yu. She had not attended school much before and was unaware of the allure Kyoto University held for the students. Judging solely by the reactions of the present classmates, it is evident that this institution is a premier university currently ranked first in the nation. Gu Sheng leaned closer to Su Yu's ear and whispered softly, So, Yuzai, you must also strive to excel. Open your mouth. Instinctively, Su Yu complied with Gu Sheng's instruction and parted her lips. As the sound of the candy wrapper being torn echoed, she was fed a lemon-flavored sweet, one she had given him the previous day. The fresh scent of lemon mingled in her mouth, the candy gently colliding with her teeth. Gu Sheng observed the tip of Su Yu's tongue, his gaze gradually darkening. He averted his eyes and tousled the hair at her forehead, saying, Today, you shall have a piece of lucky candy. Aim for full marks on the upcoming quiz. Su Yu furrowed her brow, brushing her disheveled hair back into place, and pouted slightly as she murmured, You're so childish, still messing with my hair. Gu Sheng chuckled softly before returning his attention to his freshly distributed exam paper. The fingertip that had fed her candy lightly grazed. The lingering taste on her lips seemingly transferred to his hand. Unbeknownst to her, he felt a tumult of emotions surging within him. Gu Sheng thought, I'm becoming even more infatuated. I feel like a pervert. Across from them, Qinghe could hardly bear to witness the scene, wishing she could gouge out her own eyes. Why must she see this again? She lamented, Is it fair to always feed her like a dog? Thus, she could only continue to convey her joy and sorrow through her phone, tears brimming. Who will manage the Su-Ri CP? They've been fed again. Who can oversee them? Bah, isn't it wonderful to be the first to taste this? How can you be so ungrateful? Clearly, there is sweetness behind the scenes. Dear friends, this is hidden candy. Wait, weren't they supposed to participate in a competition? How does the host know about this? Could it be possible? I mean, just a possibility that the host is also a participant in the competition? Damn, such gossip prowess, and yet you still manage your studies? This is disheartening. Off to study I go. Qinghe gazed perplexedly at the responses below. Is she truly not considered a top student in their eyes? At least in a single subject? After all, she had maintained the highest scores in biology for several instances. At Qinghe High School, all the students in their final year seemed to collectively embark on a vigorous academic pursuit, inspiring numerous teachers. Good. They are all wonderful children. This enthusiasm for learning is commendable. The diligent students were driven by a fear of both gossip and academic shortcomings. both of which could not compare to their peers. This was quite embarrassing. Since they could only partake in the remnants of gossip, they resolved that academic pursuits were equal. Forward. All right, the exam papers have been distributed. Everyone has the same amount of time. Those who finish early may submit their papers for grading. Let's begin. Instantly, the conference room fell silent, save for the sound of pens scratching across paper. When one is focused, time seems to pass swiftly. For Gu Sheng, mathematics posed no challenge. He even submitted his paper ahead of time. Among the students competing in the math contest, they all tacitly acknowledged him as the frontrunner, each striving earnestly for the second place. However, is it not rather outrageous that you submitted your paper ahead of time? The difficulty of this exam is markedly different from those encountered during our school days. Although it is common knowledge that Gu Sheng has participated in several competitions, witnessing him swiftly complete the mathematics paper and subsequently retrieve other exams left them utterly astonished. Old Wang, seated at the front, immediately began to correct the answers on the paper handed to him by Gu Sheng. As Gu Sheng is one of his students, Old Wang is acutely aware of his capabilities. Thus, with a red pen in hand, he cheerfully marked from the beginning to the end, confidently surmising that the gold medal in mathematics was securely within reach. This must surely infuriate Sun Taiyan from the neighboring 3rd Middle School. Chapter 30. Sincerity is humanity's ultimate weapon. For Su Yu, English was not particularly challenging. She believed she possessed a natural aptitude for languages. Nevertheless, she often found herself enviously observing Gu Sheng as he swiftly solved mathematical problems. How could one possess such an extraordinary intellect? The examination concluded rather swiftly, with papers promptly collected by the respective subject teachers. Curiosity piqued. A throng of students gathered around the teachers, eager to witness the grading process, akin to a public execution. The students whose papers were being graded nearly wailed in despair, acutely aware of the difficulty of the exam. To their dismay, they were confronted with an abundance of red marks upon their papers. All present were individuals of considerable merit, having excelled through rigorous selection. Yet prior to the exam, they had endured a grueling ordeal. Regardless of the subject, most appeared dazed and confused. What had they even written? Babble, babble, babble. What? How coincidental. Did you get that one all wrong too? Indeed, you as well. They then embraced one another in mutual consolation. What a dreadful paper, sob sob. The competition papers were not this difficult, sob sob. We are still learning the fundamentals, yet they directly tested us on constructing houses, sob sob. Gu Sheng and Su Yu remained seated, their expressions unwavering, as steady as a mountain. Su Yu thought the paper had been quite simple, while Gu Sheng's intellectual prowess was evident. Supporting his chin with a hand, he turned to Su Yu and inquired, Yu Zai, how did you fare on the paper? Su Yu contemplated briefly before responding. I believe I made no mistakes. How fortunate. I believe the same applies to me. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, resembling a casual chat. Have you eaten? Yes. What did you have? I had a meal. Those overhearing this exchange silently criticized them in their minds. These two are practically superhuman. What extraordinary beings. Gu Sheng claims he made no mistakes. Su Yu asserts she likely did not either. A perfect match, utterly bewildering. Chen Yang, realizing her own words, hastily covered her mouth. My apologies, please continue. Are they even human? No, they are celestial beings. A match made in heaven. How can our minds be so sharp? They are destined to be together. Chen Yang exclaimed, stop chatting, it's too much. I'm already dizzy from this. Just then, Li Wei, who had just received his paper from the English teacher, found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the score of 130. He removed his glasses, wiped them repeatedly, and then put them back on. Still 130. He then glanced at the paper that the teacher had asked him to deliver to Su Yu, which bore a score of 150. Isn't that a perfect score? Meanwhile, Chen Yang was still lamenting over her recently completed biology exam, only to be surprised by a paper filled with check marks placed before her. Goodness, a perfect score. However, the entire paper was in English. Chen Yang looked up in confusion. Oh, Li Wei. Su, this is the paper the teacher asked me to bring you. You are quite impressive, Li Wei stated with earnestness, standing beside Chen Yang. I truly admire Su Yu for achieving a perfect score on this exam. Chen Yang replied. Thank you? Li Wei, adjusting his glasses, remarked. Not at all. You are indeed impressive. Could you share how you solved this problem? Qin Yangyang felt that Li Wei was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Not only did he not know her, but he also wished for her to explain the question to him. Biology was one thing, but English. She cast a despairing glance at Su Yu. Su Yu, I implore you for assistance. However, Su Yu, engrossed in a game of charades with Gu Sheng, remained oblivious to her plea. Damn it, that useless man is hindering important matters. Unable to endure any longer, Qin Yangyang stood up abruptly. She grasped Li Wei's hand and swiftly approached Su Yu. With an intimidating demeanor, she declared, I am not Su Yu. Yet, turning to Su Yu, she displayed a motherly affection. This person is indeed the one. What a master of transformation. Li Wei narrowed his eyes as he advanced towards Su Yu. He moved with such speed that Su Yu had no time to react. However, Gu Sheng, quick on the uptake, extended an arm to encircle the girl's waist, while his other hand rested on her shoulder, drawing her closer to him. Su Yu felt herself being pulled backward, her back colliding with Gu Sheng's chest, akin to striking a solid wall. His warmth seemed to envelop her entirely. What are you doing? Gu Sheng's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Su Yu sensed a hint of panic and an inexplicable anger emanating from him. Startled by Gu Sheng's sudden movement, Li Wei waved his hands. No. I merely wish to confirm what Su Yu looks like. Once Su Yu, trapped in Gu Sheng's embrace, regained her composure, she attempted to break free. Yet, irrespective of her efforts, his grip was as unyielding as iron. Resigned, she implored, could you please let me go? Gu Sheng furrowed his brow tightly. Only after confirming that Li Wei's intentions were genuinely benign did he loosen his hold, though his tone remained quite brusque. Are you visually impaired? Li Wei, with utmost sincerity, nodded. Indeed, which is why I wish to remember Su Yu's face for future reference. Gu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He had merely posed a question casually, not anticipating that Li Wei was genuinely face-blind. He opened his mouth to say, then you should recognize my face. I will always be with Su Yu. Su Yu found herself puzzled by Gu Sheng's insistence that Li Wei recognize him before she could be introduced. Yet, she couldn't help but find his awkwardness endearing. While Li Wei leaned closer to Gu Sheng, she inadvertently chuckled. How does that saying go? Sincerity is always a person's ultimate weapon. She even began to envision Gu Sheng lying in bed before sleep. Recalling this moment and gruffly questioning whether Li Wei was indeed face-blind. Li Wei nodded without any hesitation. Indeed, she was face-blind. The scene was somewhat amusing. Unconsciously immersed in her own imaginative world, Su Yu failed to notice that Li Wei had already retrieved her paper and returned to her seat. Gu Sheng, squinting, leaned closer to her. In the next moment, his hand gently pinched her face, pulling it softly to the sides. The motion was subtle, tender. You're laughing at me, aren't you? Gu Sheng leaned in abruptly, his face inches from Su Yu's. No, Gu Sheng-ji. Su Yu's words became muddled under his grasp. Yet her instinct for survival was fervent. At this juncture, she had no choice but to concede. When the young girl called out to him in a soft, sweet voice, Gu Sheng-ji, he found himself captivated once more. It turned out that winning his heart was so easy. All it took was a casual utterance of brother from her lips. Gu Sheng inwardly scorned himself, thinking how trivial he had become. Yet what did it matter? As long as Yu Zai cherished him, that was enough. Thus, he could only smile and release her, redirecting his attention to teasing the sensitive spot at her waist. It was essential for her to become familiar with his presence. The conference room seemed to be divided into two worlds, one filled with the lamentations of underachievers, and the other resonating with the playful banter of high achievers. Qin Yangyang returned to her seat in a daze, mechanically sitting down. Ugh, those wretched little lovebirds. Chapter 31. The innocence of the young fisher. The speed of grading the exam papers was remarkably swift. The teacher spent merely a minute organizing the students into groups, each leading their assigned individuals to separate small conference rooms. After all, Su Yu was the boss, and there were plenty of meeting rooms available. As Zheng Yuanbua had declared, for the young lady, anything could be accomplished. They recalled that day distinctly. The sky was overcast, yet Zheng Yuanbua stood before Su Yu, impeccably dressed. He presented a large bunch of keys, smiling broadly as he declared, Here are the keys to the unused conference rooms on our floors in Leighton. If you require anything, there's no need to consult me. Simply take the keys and let yourselves in. Thus, they sent forth old Wang. As he received the keys, he remained skeptical about life. With a stoic expression, he pointed at the purple jade ornament resting on the conference room table, questioning, is he truly unafraid that we might take it and sell it? The others shared his astonishment, save for Su Yu and Gu Sheng. The two of them exchanged words. Gu Sheng remarked, this purple jade is quite exquisite. Su Yu replied, when I was little, my father secretly took me to a stone gambling site, and I chose the largest stone. Gu Sheng inquired, what did you uncover? Su Yu nodded, yes, but since we had plenty of such items at home, we had them all cut smaller to serve as ornaments in the hotel. There should still be a few in the warehouse. Do you fancy one? Gu Sheng shook his head. We have quite a few at home. My mother went through a phase where she was particularly fond of jade. Those who overheard their conversation could hardly contain their incredulity. Is jade something one can casually leave on a table? Their resentment towards the affluent was palpable. Teacher Fan, responsible for the English competition, stood before the small blackboard that Manager Zheng had specially purchased for them. After glancing at the exam papers and then at the students, she could no longer restrain herself. Gu Sheng, what are you doing here? You are not one of our English competition candidates. Gu Sheng sat comfortably among the group of English students, naturally positioned beside Su Yu. In fact, it could be more precisely stated that he was stuck to Su Yu like glue. The other students could hardly tolerate Gu Sheng's clinginess, having long distanced themselves from the pair. Sitting upright beside Su Yu, Gu Sheng appeared particularly earnest. I'm here to learn English, teacher. Teacher Fan retorted. If you could muster this level of enthusiasm for learning English on a regular basis, you would have long since passed my class with flying colors. How disappointing. The explanation of the exam papers proceeded rather leisurely. However, during the breaks, they had to endure Gu Sheng's incessant attentiveness toward Su Yu. He would often inquire, Fisher, would you like some water? Fisher, I brought some snacks. Are you hungry? Is the air conditioning too cold? Would you like to borrow my jacket? Despite having heard numerous rumors about the two within the school, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. It truly felt as though they were shouting their affection from the rooftops of the school building. Please, could you two tone it down a bit? A small chrysanthemum. I seek to inquire, what has become of the campus bell and bow during the competition? Scholar I am first. It is difficult to articulate. Seeking a low-profile sunrise, indeed, is hard to express. Guaranteed admission to my abode. It is a challenge to convey. The students at the school, upon witnessing the barrage of it is difficult to articulate, fell into deep contemplation. So, what path will they tread? Toward a happy ending or a tragic one? Soon, the current of gossip within the school shifted. The hope for the campus belle and beau to endure transformed into a fervent wish that they do not become adversaries. When Gu Sheng received the concern from Feng Chu and Qin Kai, he was initially perplexed. Friendship akin to kinship. 3. Feng Chu. Alas, Gugu, take care. Qin Kai. Fear not. After 18 years, you shall emerge as a fine man. Gu Sheng. Feng Chu. Gugu, do not feign ignorance. Oinke alas. It is common knowledge. You and my former sister-in-law have likely parted ways. Gu Sheng, I shall return and deal with you both. On the other end, Feng Chu and Qin Kai were left bewildered by the scolding. It had been a long time since Gu Sheng had uttered such profanities. The last instance was indeed quite some while ago. Thus could it be, Gu Sheng, I am well with you, Zai. Image, JPG. Above is a picture of Su Yu with her head bowed, sipping a beverage. And as for the hand holding the drink, Feng Chu Qin Kai, which fool claimed they had broken up. Hurry and tidy up to seek refuge at home. At the restaurant atop Leighton, Gu Sheng watched Su Yu with a furrowed brow. The young lady was presently indulging in pasta, shoveling it into her mouth like a little hamster. Noticing someone's gaze upon her, Su Yu lifted her head. Though her eating did not cease, she turned her face towards Gu Sheng, tilting her head. Her eyes sparkled like grapes, glistening with life. She fluttered her lashes, trying to control them. Su Yu, what is the matter? Quite adorable. Gu Sheng picked up a napkin he had yet to use and leaned slightly closer to Su Yu. Nothing much. Have you eaten enough? Though he posed the question, his hand remained in motion, focused and tender. He wiped a corner of the napkin and gently cupped Su Yu's face, delicately cleaning it. Su Yu's lashes fluttered rapidly, betraying her inner tumult. What is the matter with him? Yet, Gu Sheng evidently felt this was insufficient. His gaze darkened as it lingered on Su Yu's lips, discarding the napkin. His hands, which had initially cradled Su Yu's face, gradually shifted closer. He extended his thumb, gently pressing it against her ruby lips, his expression intent, entirely oblivious to those around them who were stifling their gasps. Gu Sheng, have you eaten enough? His voice, unlike its usual clarity, carried a hint of rasp. Su Yu stammered in response. I have eaten enough. She reached out, attempting to push him away, only to find her hand resting on his chest, met with no resistance. Su Yu. She was taken aback, locking eyes with Gu Sheng, who was brimming with mirth. Just as she intended to withdraw her hand, Gu Sheng tightly grasped it with his other hand. He held Su Yu firmly, and from her delicate wrist, he could sense the slight tremor of her pulse, revealing her nervousness. His other hand gradually moved, his thumb brushing against Su Yu's lower lip, as if he was genuinely wiping away the corners of her mouth with utmost care. Gu Sheng leaned in closely, so near that Su Yu could catch the refreshing scent of mint emanating from him after a shower, reminiscent of a blinding sun beneath a clear blue sky. Su Yu's heartbeat quickened. She sensed a change in Gu Sheng's demeanor towards her over the past few days, yet she could not pinpoint what exactly felt different. Having encountered very few outsiders in her childhood, no one had ever engaged her in discussions about matters of the heart. While reading in the hospital room, Su Yu contemplated that love is perhaps the most intricate of human emotions. Particularly, romantic love seems exceedingly elusive. Though it is intangible, countless individuals live and die for its sake. In a fleeting moment, she mused that love might not be entirely insubstantial. At the very least, it should be something that can be felt, nestled within the human heart. Chapter 32, he pressed his lips against hers. Although the housing prices in Leighton are rather steep, they remain within an affordable range. Moreover, restaurants are bustling with patrons. Gu Sheng felt the pulse in Su Yu's wrist. The emotions emanating from her veins were tumultuous. She was anxious, yet not entirely averse. Gu Sheng lowered his gaze, savoring the moment. Everything about Su Yu possessed an irresistible allure for him. He felt as though he were an activated magnet, striving to draw closer to her, eager to awaken her spirit and transform her to mirror his own state. Yet, he wished to proceed with caution. Thus, he released the young girl's hand and lifted his glass filled with water, taking several gulps as if attempting to quell the storm within himself. On the other side, Su Yu, who had been inexplicably restrained, was suddenly freed. She remained momentarily bewildered as he downed 2 glasses of water. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and turned to inquire if she wished to return to her room. The earlier tension seemed but a fleeting illusion. So you gazed at Gu Sheng, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Are you unwell? It was only after Gu Sheng returned to his room that he became aware of his earlier actions towards Su Yu. Standing before the mirror, he tugged at his collar, revealing skin that gradually flushed a deep crimson from his neck to the tips of his ears. His body temperature soared. He scrutinized his reflection, relieved that he had not blushed so vividly in her presence, though he had always been popular with girls from a young age. Such intimate contact was a novel experience for him. The warmth of Su Yu's breath lingered on his fingertips, and, almost unconsciously, Gu Sheng raised his hand, pressing the thumb that had touched Su Yu gently against his own lips, rubbing back and forth as if to savor her warmth through his fingers. His breath quickened, his mind flooded with her charming expressions and the delicate, almost fragile touch of her hand resting against his chest. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed, he crouched down awkwardly, resting his hands on the back of his neck, his voice hoarse as he muttered, "Damn it." Gu Sheng casually sat on the floor, his long legs crossed as if shielding something. He gazed up at the ceiling, emptying his mind, covering his eyes with his hand. After a brief respite, he stood and walked toward his belongings, retrieving his toiletries before entering the bathroom. The glass in the bathroom fogged up upon contact with steam, isolating him in a haze of chaos accompanied by intermittent muffled sounds from within. At noon in a restaurant in Leighton, the events between Su Yu and Gu Sheng had already been captured by Qin Yangyang. Although she dared not share private photos, She felt compelled to post this public display of affection, lest she be deemed lacking as a devoted fan. Therefore, she shared, "Has Shuri CP been low-key today?" Image. Already smitten. In the photograph, illuminated by the perfect lighting, Gu Sheng leaned closer to Suyu, firmly grasping her wrist and pressing it against the chair. The pale, cold skin contrasted sharply with the deep green of the chair. One hand pressed gently against Suyu's lips, his expression focused. He was striking, yet that impact swiftly dissolved upon encountering Suyu. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, only they stood at the center of the photograph, entwined in ambiguity and desire. Even from the image, one could discern the ambition glimmering in Gu Sheng's eyes. Suyu encapsulated all his tenderness and patience, which is why the hand resting on her ruby lips appeared so careful. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. Wow, I'm at a loss for words. I wish them happiness. On a side note, the photographer's skills are excellent. The texture captured is simply perfect. Wishing them the best. They are such a perfect match. It seems Gu Sheng's world revolves solely around Suyu. In person, these two resemble characters from a romantic drama. It's utterly intoxicating. At that moment, Ji Shishir was accompanying Yang Yu on a shopping excursion. Next Saturday marks the 60th birthday of the CEO of Future Technology, who happens to be Yang Yu's biological father. As Yang Yu's current girlfriend, Ji Shishir naturally was expected to attend. However, Yang Yu admitted that he, as a grown man, was somewhat at a loss when it came to selecting a birthday gift. Thus, today, she accompanied him to the store to help choose the perfect present. Although she was no longer attending Qinghe, her student status remained, effectively placing her on a temporary leave of absence. The Gu Sheng in the photograph was a stranger to her. Even in his childhood, he had never revealed anything but indifference in her presence. As she gazed at him, a bittersweet feeling welled up within Ji Shishir. She felt a sense of pride in him, yet lamented the transformation that had rendered him a compliant puppet. Fortunately, Yang Yu was not the monster the rumor suggested. From what she had experienced during their recent interactions, he was amusing, charming, and exuded the allure of a mature man. He tended to her youthful spirit, learning to bid her good night like other boys, and would gently pat her head to console her when she was upset. Ji Shishir mused that the previous rumors about Yang Yu were likely born from envy, casting him in an unkind light. She recognized how fortunate she was to be in a relationship with such an exceptional man, a journey that had evolved from reluctant compliance to gradual acceptance. She even entertained the thought of continuing a life with Yang Yu, dreaming of a future filled with a delightful child, embodying the envy of others as a couple with an age difference. Everything that transpired at Qinghe now felt utterly disconnected from her reality. Yet, Suyu lingered in her thoughts. Ji Shishir became lost in her own reverie, oblivious to Yang Yu's repeated calls. Only when he raised his voice did she snap back to reality. "Ah, what is wrong? I was about to ask you the same. I called your name several times. Are you feeling unwell?" Yang Yu gently guided Ji Shishir to a sofa in the store, displaying genuine concern. Touched by his gestures, she placed her hand atop his. Her voice soft and tender. "It's nothing. Have you chosen your gift?" Yang Yu. "Indeed, the JP show you previously mentioned is the one located in my father's study." "That's good to know. By the way, I noticed you had just opened a photograph on your phone. Is that your classmate?" Yang Yu inquired casually, adding that if it was inappropriate to answer, she need not respond. He had inadvertently caught a glimpse while standing beside Ji Shishir. It was not his intention to look. The girl in the photograph had cascading black hair and skin as fair as snow. Her lower lip was pressed down, and to Yang Yu, there was a haunting beauty in her plight. This stirred the long-dormant fervor within him. He envisioned possessing her, binding her to a chair. The girl in the white dress, marred with scars, whimpered helplessly on the chair. Yang Yu could even imagine how striking this scene would be, an artwork he had never before conceived. Chapter 33. Before the competition begins, upon hearing Yang Yu's inquiry, Ji Shishir offered a vague response. "Yes, they're students from our school. Yang Yu Preset Furter. Are you familiar with them?" "Not really," Ji Shishir replied, her gaze fixated on the teacup in her hands. In truth, she was not only well acquainted with them, but also held a grudge against them. Yang Yu, perceptive of the woman's thoughts, especially noted the subtlety of Ji Shishir, a young lady just stepping into adulthood. Her expression was evidently askew, her lips pressed tightly together, indicating her deceit. Yet he remained gentle. It's all right. Whenever you're ready to share, I am here to listen. Since the troubles had befallen the Ji family, Gu Sheng had not felt such care for a long time. The hypocrisy of her relatives filled her with disdain and repulsion. Each time she returned home, she had to feign compliance to appease them, playing the role of a marionette before Ji Wangtian and Ji Yunshin. However, after spending time with Yang Yu, she gradually felt her former self returning. She no longer worried about affording her purchases, for Yang Yu had bestowed upon her a car that allowed her to spend freely. She could also hold her head high within the Ji household. Now, each time she returned home, her family expressed great concern for her relationship with Yang Yu. It was as if she had transformed back into the cherished little girl she once was. The gentle and considerate Yang Yu never pressured her into anything. He would even accompany her to various gatherings, lending her a sense of dignity. As Gu Sheng reminisced about these moments, she suddenly threw herself into Yang Yu's embrace. He was always clad in a tailored suit. The scent of his cologne mingled with a hint of smoke from his shirt. Gu Sheng had previously been averse to the smell of smoke, yet curiously, she found it bearable in Yang Yu's presence. Yang Yu gestured to a nearby waiter, casually draping his arm around Gu Sheng's shoulder. In a place where the girl in his arms could not see, his gaze was as piercing as a scorpion. Through the lenses of his glasses, he held Gu Sheng gently, swaying her slightly to offer comfort. A muffled voice emerged from his embrace. I lied. I know them, and I dislike them. Yang Yu held Gu Sheng as a parent would, attentively listening to a child's woes, smiling at her. Gu Sheng, pouring out her grievances, exclaimed, "The boy in the photo is Gu Sheng, and the girl next to him is Su Yu. I was forced to withdraw from school because I inadvertently offended Su Yu." She pointed excitedly at Su Yu's photograph, presenting it to Yang Yu. "She is a wicked person, and I despise her." Yang Yu cast a deep look at the girl in the photograph. So, her name was Su Yu. He smiled in an ambiguous manner. "Then, darling, could you send me a copy of Su Yu's photo?" Gu Sheng grew wary. Su Yu was strikingly beautiful, and many had been deceived by her seemingly innocent visage at school, including Gu Sheng, who treated her kindly solely because of Su Yu's facade. The thought that Yang Yu might also be drawn to Su Yu made Gu Sheng anxious, for it threatened to unravel everything she had come to cherish. This realization compelled her to remain vigilant. Yang Yu casually remarked, "Since this Su Yu has upset my dear, I shall certainly teach her a small lesson." The promises of a mature man always stir the heart. Gu Sheng harbored no doubts. She swiftly sent Su Yu's photograph to Yang Yu's phone. Nestling in his embrace, she affectionately exclaimed, You are truly wonderful to me." With the old gentleman's birthday banquet approaching next week, she was determined to bring honor to Yang Yu, for only then would she be worthy of standing by his side. The days of training were exceedingly arduous. In just a few short days, the students competing seemed drained of vitality, each one appearing listless. During this period, the teacher's explanations became increasingly erratic, and the problems posed grew ever more challenging. According to the teachers, since the competition questions were tough, we must become accustomed to tackling even more difficult ones, so as not to be flustered by challenging problems in the examination hall. Thus, the once vibrant little cabbages had now all wilted into droopy versions of themselves. Wait a moment. What is going on with this problem? I merely bent down to pick up a pen. Brother, you're still picking up pens? I've been listening intently and still don't understand. No worries, it's not a big deal. We're basically all receiving participation awards. Indeed, I have gradually come to accept the reality of being a failure. What competition? I might as well return to preparing for the college entrance examination. That's true. If one wishes for a guarantee, it's merely a jest. If one truly wants to excel, it all depends on the college entrance exam. But, Gu Sheng, he's a freak. There is no comparison. Gu Sheng is indeed extraordinary. He enrolled in every subject except English and still managed to navigate these days with ease. While they struggled to solve problems to the point of pulling their hair out, Gu Sheng effortlessly completed his work and submitted it in a flash. They toiled tirelessly, yet Gu Sheng even took Su Yu out for a delightful feast. It is wise for mere mortals not to compare themselves with such celestial beings, for indeed, the comparison is futile. Everyone was residing in Leiden with utmost comfort. Yet the day of the competition drew ever closer. In her room, Suyu retrieved her notebook, which she always carried. After this competition, she needed to visit Professor Tang at the first hospital of Jing City. During this time, she felt her heart experiencing some troubling irregularities, especially in recent days. At times, the beats felt quite abnormal, yet she sensed no discomfort. After reporting some trivial matters to Song Ro, Suyu lay on her bed, glancing at the few candies Gu Sheng had brought her. He had said they were his lucky candies, wishing her all the best. Gu Sheng, you zai good night. Let us do our best tomorrow. Thump, thump. Suyu pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the peculiar sensation return. Her thoughts drifted increasingly in the night. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and searched on her phone. Question: why does someone with a heart condition feel irregular heartbeats lately? Soon, answers appeared on her screen. Answer: the condition may have worsened. Death could be imminent. Suyu, thank you, kind-hearted soul. I shall retire for the night. The day of the competition is swiftly approaching. This morning, Old Wang was in an exuberant state, clad in red, emblazoned with victory on the front and first embroidered on the back. He was filled with fervor on the way to the competition venue. Classmates, today marks our day of competition. Do not be overly anxious. Let us strive for yesterday's efforts and bask in today's glory. Come on, everyone. Gu Sheng had more subjects to examine than Suyu, arriving at the examination hall earlier and emerging later than her. Thus, he anxiously advised Suyu, I will head in for the exam first. You must find the examination hall on your own. Once you finish, just follow Old Wang back to the hotel. Do not worry about me. I have brought you water and snacks, temporarily placed on Qinyang. Grab them if you feel hungry. Suyu, unable to endure Gu Sheng's incessant chatter, made a gesture for a pause before gently pushing him forward. I know. You are now more talkative than Aunt Sue. Chapter 34. Yang Yu. Investigating, Suyu, the organizers, had chosen the adjacent Jing University affiliated high school as the venue for the competition. The exam took place on a weekend, and all the students from the affiliated school had returned home for the break. The individuals responsible for guiding participants into the venue were senior students from Jing University, each radiating youthful exuberance while clad in vibrant red volunteer vests. As Gu Sheng entered the hall, holding his examination permit and a few pens, he captured the attention of the senior girls at the entrance. It was indeed rare to encounter such a strikingly handsome male student within the school. They discreetly pointed the way for Gu Sheng and conducted a basic security check. In recent years, students had largely abandoned elaborate cheating methods, rendering the basic security check a mere formality. However, this procedure was indispensable. When one of the senior girls approached Gu Sheng with a handheld security device, she was halted in her tracks. Gu Sheng gently pressed the pen he held against her shoulder, asserting, "Excuse me, could you please keep your distance? I have a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder." His tone was polite, yet exuded a commanding presence. Xiaoya, holding the security device, stood awkwardly in place. She had indeed entertained the thought of getting closer. For although the boy's attire was simple, the watch on his wrist revealed considerable value. Moreover, his ethereal demeanor suggested he hailed from affluence. However, feeling exposed after being called out, Xiaoya wished she could vanish into the ground. How absurd! Did Xiaoya truly contemplate touching the hand of a male high school student? How desperate she must seem! It was no wonder she was drawn to that handsome, wealthy boy, especially since his participation in the competition indicated a sharp intellect. The murmurs of those around her quickly reached Xiaoya's ears, prompting her to abandon the security device and hasten towards her boyfriend. Bianchun was a student from the nearby Jing City Vocational and Technical School. Although he was somewhat a rogue, he came from a powerful family. Rumor had it that his uncle was the son of a prominent technology executive. Xiaoya was his girlfriend. Bianchun leaned casually against a shaded corner with a cigarette dangling from his lips, engrossed in messages from his uncle on his phone. Yang Yu, help me investigate a girl named Suyu from Qinghe Middle School, 30,000. TSK, such a paltry sum. Bianchun scoffed slightly. His expenses at vocational school were substantial, and his family strictly controlled his bank card, providing only a modest allowance each month. However, being the older brother was no easy task. He needed to cover his younger siblings' pocket money, treat friends on occasion, and cater to his girlfriend. 30,000 was hardly enough for him to indulge for a few days. Yet, as he clicked to view the photo Yang Yu had sent, he noticed the girl appeared harmless. He sighed, realizing that being noticed by his uncle was not a favorable circumstance. After all, he was a relative of the Yang family, and he was well aware of how the previous two wives of Yang Yu had met their untimely ends. It was merely a matter of suffering at the hands of this individual in a more intimate setting. Bian Shen regarded his uncle as nothing short of a complete pervert. Yang Yu has developed a penchant for journaling. Each time he has tormented his wife, he finds solace in inscribing the moments that bring him joy onto paper. When Bian Shen accidentally glimpsed these records, he found them exceedingly provocative. It was from that moment that the two commenced their clandestine arrangement. He would safeguard Yang Yu's secret from outsiders in exchange for a modest sum. Simultaneously, he could leverage his reputation as a petty thug to inquire about certain women. This was purely transactional. Bian Shen harbored no concern for the eventual fates of these women. He merely noted that the girl in the photograph, Su Yu, appeared exceedingly youthful, a type Yang Yu seldom favored. It was but a fleeting lamentation. The surrounding lackeys languidly lounged on the ground. Bian Gu, what has too little? Bian Shen extinguished his cigarette. Look into a person for me. Su Yu from Qinghe High School. A high school student? The lackeys chimed in unison, brother. Isn't she too young? Indeed, even if she is a senior, she is only 18. Bian Gu, are you perhaps interested in her? The lackeys laughed with insinuation. Get lost. Bian Shen kicked the one who spoke. Mind your own business. Just find someone. When Xiaoya, teary-eyed, approached Bian Shen, she fortuitously overheard him instructing someone to investigate a girl. Bian Shen was a wealthy catch she had painstakingly reeled in. Known for his extravagant generosity, he would lavish her with anything she desired. Just last week, she received a bespoke leather handbag for her birthday, purportedly worth no less than 30,000, a sum she had never encountered before. With her penchant for vanity, she proudly carried it around Beijing University, attracting considerable attention. Yet now, Bian Shen was secretly seeking another woman, compounded by the frustration she had just endured from Gu Sheng. Her emotions erupted, and she wept more fervently. Bian Shen, how could you sneak off to find another woman while I'm not around? She raised her hand, intending to slap him. However, he caught her wrist mid-air and flung it aside. What are you going crazy about? Xiaoya wept uncontrollably. I asked you to accompany me as a volunteer. I'm working hard up front, and you're here looking for women? Her piercing cries irked Bian Shen, and he snapped. Understand this. It was you who begged me to accompany you. Xiaoya sobbed, her breaths hitching. Yes, she had invited him, yearning to showcase their affection before others. Bian Shen was renowned in the area. Despite being a thug, his wealth was well known. She merely wished to flaunt their relationship. Was that a crime? The surrounding lackeys dared not utter a word, seizing the moment to search for information on a girl named Su Yu. One of them, a Hu, truly found something. With a mindset merely to peruse, he accessed the Qinghe School forum, knowing that places bustling with students often harbor plentiful information. As he scrolled down, he stumbled upon a photograph of Su Yu, albeit in a snapshot with another boy. A Hu held up his phone before Bian Shen, inquiring, "Is this her?" Bian Shen leaned closer, squinting to ascertain the identity. There was no mistake. It was indeed the boy beside him. Before he could utter a word, the phone was snatched away by Xiaoya. It's him. This man just insulted me at the school gate. Xiaoya, who had been brooding over how to vent her anger, found her opportunity delivered right to her doorstep. Bian Shen cast a fleeting glance at the boy, finding him somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where they had crossed paths. Bian Gu, you are truly kind to me. I wrongly accused you earlier, she said, dabbing at her tears with a tissue. She had not anticipated Bian Shen's affection for her would be so profound that she immediately sought to confront this boy through his photograph. Bian Shen, having been inexplicably labeled a scoundrel, stood in silence, now seemingly transformed into someone considerate towards women. Xiaoya was merely his current girlfriend, a role he could easily change at will without the need for explanations. Yet this boy, Bian Shen mused, let's find out what this fellow is called. He sensed something amiss. Although Yang Yu's offered price was insufficient for his needs, it was still higher than previous amounts. Despite being a ruffian, Shun had grown up in the lap of luxury and was not so foolish as to jeopardize his family's future for a mere sum of money. Where there is an anomaly, there is often a hidden motive. He could not allow himself to be ensnared for such trivial gains. Chapter 35. Does he perhaps like himself? The group from Qinghe High School gathered together, having found a corner to sit down. Indeed, they had settled in comfortably, each equipped with a vibrant little stool. While everyone else stood at the school gate awaiting the examination, this group nonchalantly retrieved their stools from their bags and placed them on the ground. It is no wonder that Zheng Yuanbo could assume the role of manager at Leighton at such a young age. His thorough preparation was commendable. The students and teachers of Qinghe displayed an air of utter leisure, as though they were on the verge of producing tea sets from their backpacks to indulge in a tea ceremony right then and there. Meanwhile, the tardy students from Class 3 were in a state of dismay. What are we to do, teacher's son? We look as though we've already lost. The students from Class 3 had endured grueling training at the Lihua Hotel for days on end, where failure to solve problems meant they were denied meals. A bizarrely intense management style. They were compelled to study relentlessly, and with the bustling main road adjacent to the hotel, their rest was severely disrupted by the sound of a raucous motorbike that seemed to pass by incessantly at night. Presently, Sun Tian sported dark circles under his eyes, his attire disheveled. He had nearly overslept that morning, resulting in his shirt being buttoned incorrectly, the second button misplaced in the first hole, causing it to ride up and expose the unsightly bulge at his waist. In contrast, Old Wang appeared spirited, clutching a thermos, his hair seemingly styled with care. Such was the service at Leighton. He had taken special care to groom himself that morning. His demeanor radiated a sense of triumph. Those residing in Leighton are indeed different. Look at Teacher Wang, who only days ago was nearly begging at the hotel entrance. Sun Tian could no longer suppress his sarcastic tendencies, his words dripping with irony. Old Wang leisurely sipped on his cup of Junshan Injin tea, remarking indeed, "Staying for free does allow for some peace of mind." Unfazed by the jab, he continued, "Oh dear, it's a bit bitter. I told Xiao Zheng not to use so much Junshan Injin, TSK. Curse it, I cannot compete," Sun Tian replied. The students' competition soon came to an end. After completing their examinations, the Qinghe students returned to the hotel with the main group. Only Gu Sheng remained, as if he were racing from one venue to another, having finished this round only to move on to the next, sweeping through each examination room with an almost magnetic presence. His striking appearance had given rise to the first piece of gossip from this competition. "I heard there's a handsome guy heartbroken, taking countless subjects. Is that true? How handsome is he?" While he readily acknowledged his charm, Gu Sheng would never concede to being heartbroken. It was amusing, as he and Yu Zai were on the cusp of their own romantic blossoming, though for now, it was merely his one-sided infatuation. Now that the competition had concluded, the burdens upon the students could be cast aside with fervor. Their trials in recent days had been no less arduous than those of Class 3. With the privilege of staying in such a splendid hotel before returning to school, they intended to savor every moment. The remaining task, of course, is to indulge in enjoyment. Fortunately, the teachers expressed their understanding, merely advising everyone to prioritize safety during their respective activities. After completing her examinations, Suyu felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. This was her inaugural experience participating in a large-scale competitive event, evoking a sense of novelty. The tension she felt prior to the exams was an emotion she had never encountered before. Once her mind relaxed, lying on her bed transformed into a utopia of dreams. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Yet, a knock resounded at her door. Knock, knock, knock. Suyu sat up, still groggy from sleep, her hair tousled and eyes barely open. Barefoot, she approached the door. Given the excellent security at Leighton, she had no reason to feel apprehensive. Upon opening the door, she found Gu Sheng, weary and leaning against the doorframe, a pencil case in hand. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone weary. "I'm exhausted. After taking so many subjects. Of course, my brain feels drained." Suyu replied, "Then you should hurry and rest." Despite being urged to take a break, Gu Sheng remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on Suyu. "I can recharge. That one tea do. With the current power voltage in the country so high, It could land you straight in the ICU. Suyu hesitated. That might not be a good idea. You really shouldn't. The young girl evidently did not grasp his intention. However, after completing numerous exams, Gu Sheng felt a swelling in his mind. Though he was an academic achiever, employing so many brain cells at once inevitably left him fatigued. The pencil case slipped from his grasp. He took Suyu's hand and pulled her into his embrace, naturally burying his face in the crook of her neck, much like a drenched puppy earnestly seeking comfort and warmth. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Suyu forgot to push him away. It was only after a moment that she raised her hand, gently resting it on his shoulder. She then heard Gu Sheng's muffled voice from her neck. "Let me hold you for a while, Yu Zai." Perhaps even Gu Sheng was unaware of the hint of tenderness in his words. Suyu allowed him to hold her hand, which had previously rested on his shoulder, slowly moving upwards. She could not discern why she did not immediately push him away, whether it was due to surprise or a deep-seated desire. Was it trust or anticipation? The complexity of her thoughts led her to abandon further contemplation. Yet at that moment, she felt there was something she could do. Gu Sheng's nose brushed against the girl's collarbone, the scent of jasmine wafting into his senses. In the next instant, he felt her hand resting in his hair, gently caressing him. Suyu's fingers wove through Gu Sheng's short hair, soft and unyielding. Like one might comfort a large dog, she tenderly stroked his head, as if this simple act could dispel all his weariness. Gu Sheng's breath grew warm. The hand resting on Suyu's waist gradually tightened, the heat of his palm seeping through the fabric of her cotton and linen dress to the areas they touched, intense yet comforting. He could not remain in this state any longer, strongly admonishing himself within. Today's embrace came quite unexpectedly. When one is weary, the desire for solace often arises. He initially believed that Suyu would cast him aside. However, the latter did not. Instead, she tenderly caressed his head as one would a beloved. Gu Sheng released his grip and straightened up, saying, "I'm all charged up now. Thank you, Yuzai." The boy was entirely devoid of the lethargy he had upon arrival. He truly resembled someone who had been revitalized, returning to his former self. Upon noticing Suyu's bare feet upon the ground, Gu Sheng wasted no time and swiftly scooped her up. "Why are you not wearing shoes?" Suyu was startled by his sudden action and immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. The boy, accustomed to physical training, found her petite frame remarkably light. With a few strides, he reached the bedside and gently laid the girl down. He attentively adjusted her pillow, then compelled himself to turn away. After exchanging farewells with the girl, Gu Sheng paused just before the door, turned back, and unexpectedly placed a tender kiss upon Suyu's forehead, accompanied by his husky voice. "This is a token of gratitude for charging me up, Yu Zai." Once outside Suyu's room, Gu Sheng loosened his tightly clenched hands, still damp with the sweat he had just shed. Inside the room, Suyu dazedly lifted her hand to touch her forehead, her ears subtly flushed. Could it be that he has feelings for her? Chapter 36. Congratulations to Gu Sheng for winning first place traditionally. The results of competitions are announced the following day, and this time was no exception. Thus, after a day of restful reprieve in Leiden, the students braced themselves for the impending revelation of their results. The anxiety was palpable. "Oh no, please not this. Why must we endure the agony of awaiting our scores after the examination?" From the window, one could see a throng of individuals gathered at the entrance of the examination venue, some even wielding microphones. A new avenue for embarrassment had emerged. How delightful. National subject competitions have consistently attracted considerable attention, especially with the rumors circulating about guaranteed placements at Kyoto University. An increasing number of journalists congregated at the school as in trance, preparing for the announcement of results. Initially, Qinghe students had only intended to send old Wang to check the scores, but despair turned into collective resolve, and soon they all ventured forth in a bustling crowd. Reporter Xin Bing stood before the camera, delivering her prelude to the event. "Greetings to all our viewers. I am currently at the examination site for the National Subject Competition. This morning at 9 a.m. marks the announcement of the results. I am sure, like me, you are all eager to discover which scholars will emerge victorious. Moreover, credible sources indicate that one of the top performers will earn a qualification for direct admission to Kyoto University. allowing them to bypass the entrance examination altogether and receive an acceptance letter directly. At that moment, Old Wang and his students fortuitously passed in front of the camera. Meanwhile, the other teachers were still fast asleep in their hotel rooms. For the tension of the past few days had not only weighed heavily on the students, but also on them. Gu Sheng, who had left a good-night kiss for Su Yu the previous night, found himself unable to sleep upon returning to his room. He was exhilarated, having boldly kissed the young lady, and to his surprise, she hadn't pushed him away. He felt like a youthful romantic, brimming with passion, though he appeared invigorated. Faint dark circles had formed beneath his eyes, and he couldn't suppress his yawns. Su Yu too had struggled to find rest, her heart racing with nervous anticipation. Eventually, she had dozed off, though she could not recall when or how long she had slept. The fatigue was evident in her weary eyes, which hinted at a lack of deep sleep. The two of them walked together at the rear, exuding a languid aura. Shenbing, noticing them, seized the opportunity to continue her hosting duties. With a friendly smile, she approached the group of Qinghe students, microphone in hand, and directed her inquiry at one of them. "May I ask, how do you perceive the difficulty of this year's competition questions? In competitions of this national caliber, the actual exam papers remain confidential until the results are announced. Although the examinations have concluded, only the examiners and proctors, along with the candidates themselves, have had the privilege of seeing the true questions. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Shenbing would pose such an inquiry." The interviewed student from Qinghe stood there, momentarily taken aback. After careful contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. As students, we should not constantly fixate on the prospect of automatic admission. Shenbing paused, her smile suspended. "What should we consider instead?" The student replied, "I prefer to validate myself through my college entrance examination scores. I should not be deemed a failure." Shenbing, "Ah, so you believe this exam was exceedingly challenging, correct?" Shenbing, "Haha, this student truly possesses a sense of humor. Securing a coveted competition spot among so many candidates certainly implies he is no failure. Now, let us interview the next student. May I inquire, do you have an estimate of your competition ranking?" She raised a microphone towards Gu Sheng. This student was exceptionally photogenic, and the girl beside him was also someone to be interviewed soon. Gu Sheng glanced at the camera. "I have an estimate." "Shenbing, is that all?" Gu Sheng, "Yes. That's it." "All right then." Just as she intended to pass the microphone to the girl beside the boy, the bell signaling 9 o'clock resonated across the campus. A leisurely van came to a gradual halt at the examination site's entrance. The first to disembark were two robust young men clad in security uniforms, exuding an intimidating aura, clearly not to be trifled with. The crowd murmured, "Surely, this is unnecessary. We are merely here to observe the results." Following them were administrative personnel carrying document folders, their black-rimmed glasses perched on their noses, and their shirts buttoned meticulously to the top, radiating an air of stringent professionalism. All eyes instinctively followed this staff member. To claim indifference towards the results would indeed be a falsehood. They had taken this seriously. Ultimately, one's performance would be gauged by the scores attained. Those who casually boasted of securing first place were merely indulging in wishful thinking. The journalists present collectively trailed behind the results sheet, their cameras fixating on the seemingly unremarkable yellow envelope. Given that they were broadcasting live, anyone paying attention to this national academic competition would recognize that today marked the announcement of the results. Gu Ting even took a day off to stay home and watch the live stream with Su Ji, primarily to see Su Yu. To maintain order at the venue, the two muscular security personnel formed a protective barrier around the staff to prevent any potential stampede due to heightened excitement. The staff methodically affixed the results sheet in its designated place for each subject: mathematics, English, biology, physics, chemistry, a total of 5 subjects, with none omitted. Just when everyone assumed the postings were complete, the staff member reached into the bag and retrieved a red banner. The students exclaimed, "What is this? How come we've never seen it before?" He unfurled the banner in his hand and affixed it in a prominent location. Boldly emblazoned upon it were the words, "Congratulations to Gu Sheng for securing the overall first place in this subject competition." It was not uncommon for students to register for multiple subjects. However, Most often, their results were rather mediocre. Unlike Gu Sheng, who had steadfastly claimed the top position in every subject. Even the examiners were taken aback. The difficulty of the papers was considerable, and enduring multiple exams in a single day typically proved overwhelming for most students. Upon learning that a student had achieved first place across all subjects, the seasoned examiners initially thought it a jest. While they were indeed qualified to set the papers, they could not assure themselves of scoring first in each subject under the pressure of rapid cognitive demands. Only after reviewing all of Gu Sheng's papers did they gradually come to accept the astonishing reality. He was a prodigy. Coincidentally, the news of Gu Sheng's first-place triumph reached the ears of Principal Zhang from Kyoto University, who was conversing in the meeting room. Following meticulous discussions, it was decided to create a special banner for this remarkable student, Gu Sheng. This also served as an indirect announcement to everyone that the likelihood of this student being among the recommended candidates was exceedingly high. It would be unwise to keep the other students in suspense. Furthermore, this Qinghe High School was indeed exceptional. Chapter 37. Do you desire a boyfriend who is handsome, intelligent, and charismatic? Old Wang squeezed his way to the front, attempting to carve a new path for Qinghe's report card with his frail hands. However, he encountered failure. Standing before him was Sun Taiyan, obstructing his view. Damn it, Old Wang thought. Sun Taiyan was aptly named. He stood there like an immovable mountain. Despite the bustling crowd and cacophony of voices surrounding them, he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Utilizing his weight advantage, Sun Taiyan was the first to glimpse the student ranking board posted on the notice board. Su Yuan, a student from their school, ranked third in biology. Most of the other students were within the top 10. Sun Taiyan chuckled, deliberately blocking Old Wang's view. Our school students are truly impressive. We ought to reward them generously when we return. Before he could bask in his moment of pride for long, the reporters around them began a lively discussion. Which school does Gu Sheng belong to? It says here it's Qinghe. Where is he? Quick, let us go interview him. It appeared our young reporters could not secure a spot beside Gu Sheng, but they could certainly seek another angle. Indeed, did you notice? Most of the students from Qinghe occupy the top 3 spots in these subject rankings. This school undoubtedly offers quality education. Sun Taiyan's face flushed, then turned pale, and finally turned purple. Upon hearing their murmurs, Old Wang suddenly erupted with a surge of energy, parting the crowd and dashing straight to the front of the notice board. Biology competition, Gu Sheng, Chen Yangyang. English, Su Yu Li Wei, Zhao Jieming. Physics, Gu Sheng. Chemistry, Gu Sheng. Goodness, it's all Gu Sheng. The joy was almost overwhelming for Old Wang, nearly bringing him to tears. Then he turned to see Sun Taiyan's ghastly expression and couldn't help but smile. He ran his fingers through his hair, playfully teasing Sun Taiyan. Our Qinghe students are in the top 3. Absolutely remarkable. This is a moment of pride. Now we have the prize money. What should we treat everyone to? Old Wang was in high spirits as he strolled past Sun Taiyan, repeatedly murmuring, top 3, top 3. The phrase echoed in Sun Taiyan's ears like a devil's whisper. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng quickly learned of his first-place achievement, not only from Old Wang's jubilant approach, but also from the excited shouts of his classmates. Additionally, a throng of reporters wielding microphones rushed towards him. Excuse me, which one is Gu Sheng? Could you share your thoughts on achieving the overall first place? What is your study method? Could you share with us? As the reporters clamored, Gu Sheng found himself encircled, though no one dared to draw too close. Journalists. Although the students are younger, their presence is undeniably formidable. Shun Bing, with her petite stature, maneuvered past the towering figures of the cameramen to position herself before Gu Sheng. She raised her microphone high, valiantly claiming her space among the group of older men. Shun Bing, may I ask, Gu Sheng, do you possess the confidence to secure the recommendation for Kyoto University? Gu Sheng glanced down at the suddenly appearing Shun Bing. Strong individuals ought not to be overlooked. Thus, he graciously responded, taking a microphone from her, I am Gu Sheng. I have no particular opinions. The secret lies in diligent study and self-assurance. Journalists, could you elaborate further? Is that all? Shin Bing felt a surge of satisfaction, ready to report back to her station. Furthermore, during Gu Sheng's response, She discreetly adjusted the microphone to reveal the network's logo. "May I inquire, esteemed teacher, how does your esteemed institution cultivate such a plethora of outstanding students?" Standing nearby, old Wang was taken aback to find himself in the spotlight. Adjusting his coat and glasses before the camera, he donned a serious demeanor. "Our school's exceptional students are a result of their own hard work. Of course, the quality of education we provide is also commendable. We encourage interested students to apply. We await you at Qinghe Middle School. A promotional advertisement, free of charge, is an opportunity not to be missed." The principal, who was watching the live broadcast, nodded in satisfaction, clearly approving. "Teacher Wang has done well in this publicity effort. All teachers present should emulate this spirit and promote our excellent students to Qinghe. However, we must not solely focus on grades. Character is equally significant." Observing reporters interviewing other teachers, the seasoned staff quickly grasped the underlying intention. They began seeking out the top-ranking students on the list. Suyu found herself cornered. When the group of journalists rushed to interview Gu Sheng, she instinctively retreated to this safe haven. The triangular corner felt secure. However, she did not anticipate that the reporters would soon turn their attention to her classmates. The corner was no longer a refuge. Despite everyone being cautious, Suyu was inadvertently tripped. "Suyu, may I ask if your intuitive grasp of English has been exceptional since childhood? Hello, could you share any tips for learning English? How do you find the difficulty of this year's English competition compared to the last?" Before she could respond, Suyu suddenly lost her balance. After being jostled, her foot slipped off the step. She leaned back, instinctively reaching out to grasp something for stability. Yet in a moment of panic, she could only fall backward. She tightly shut her eyes. However, the anticipated pain of falling to the ground did not arrive. Instead, I found myself cradled in a powerful embrace. The familiar scent wafting through my senses belonged to Gu Sheng. The young man, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, revealed his finely toned arms as he held Suyu tightly, a hint of lingering panic evident on his face. Suyu's heartbeat became somewhat erratic, steadied only by Gu Sheng's presence. Yet before them, a lens was abruptly obscured by a hand. Gu Sheng's expression was stern, tinged with a flicker of indignation. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you not consider the safety of the students while you work?" He continued. "If she were to fall here due to your disregard for order during the interview, it would surely reflect poorly on your television station, wouldn't it?" In the midst of the cacophony, Gu Sheng's cool, clear voice effortlessly captured Suyu's attention. At that moment, he appeared resolute, shedding the earlier semblance of compliance and languor. Resembling a lion awakening from slumber, warding off one intruder after another. The reporters present were rendered speechless. They recognized their mistake and had nothing further to say. "We apologize, dear student. Our actions were indeed inappropriate." Suyu remained in place, calming her racing heartbeat, gesturing that all was well. Most of the reporters were conducting live broadcasts. Thus the scene of Suyu nearly falling, only to be caught by Gu Sheng, was captured on camera. Following this, Gu Sheng's protective inquiry was simultaneously transmitted through the lens. An unexpected term began to trend on social media. Would I like to have a boyfriend with Halukshana Legend Cian Hikerage? Chapter 38. Gu Sheng. I will gain admission to Kyoto University on my own, the individuals online, of course. Do not exhibit the same reticence as students within the confines of the school. Thus, brother loves me. So handsome. Why didn't I have classmates like this during my school days? When he reached out to help that female classmate, he exuded such boyfriend energy. Are these two secretly dating? The way the boy gazes at the girl is electrifying. Oh, shall we ship them? Found it. The current school flower and school hunk of Qinghe Middle School, Suyu and Gu Sheng, are quite renowned in the school. At the Leighton Hotel, due to the overwhelming presence of reporters on site, coupled with Zheng Yuanbo witnessing his daughter nearly stumble during a live broadcast, he could no longer remain seated. He promptly gathered a cacophony of individuals and rushed to the entrance of the examination venue. After swiftly escorting the students and teachers, he casually whisked away the reporters as well. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances. Clutching their identification cards, they surveyed the conference room before them. The conference room on the 18th floor of Leighton, rumored to have hosted transactions exceeding billions. How could ordinary reporters like them find themselves here? It felt less like covering an academic competition and more akin to documenting the birth of a titan. The reporters were systematically arranged in the conference room, while the students and teachers sat opposite. Questions were posed in succession, and answers were delivered in kind. Bystanders who had stumbled upon the trending topic online were left in utter confusion as they observed the scene. They glanced at the title of the live stream: Assault on the All-Subjects Champion School, where handsome men and beautiful women adore Qinghe. The title was indeed accurate, exuding a certain salivating allure. Yet, how could the scene appear so formal? Uninformed observers might assume they were at some grand press conference. Excuse me, is this the site of a mogul's press conference? My brother's press conferences lack such grandeur. It feels as though we have intruded upon some elite defense competition. So you had already undergone an interview while outside. Thus, she departed alongside Gu Sheng. However, when Gu Sheng was suddenly summoned away, Suyu had no choice but to retreat to her room for rest, accompanied by manager Zheng. The individual calling for Gu Sheng identified himself as a professor from Kyoto University. After a brief explanation to old Wang, he led Gu Sheng to a small room. The room was suffused with light. Seated at the desk was the president of Kyoto University, clad in a striped shirt, holding a stamped document. Upon Gu Sheng's entrance, President Zhang warmly beckoned. "Hello, Gu Sheng, please take a seat." Despite Kyoto University's illustrious reputation, their mission was to attract more exceptional students. He could confidently assert that the education provided at Kyoto University was indeed among the finest in the country, making it sufficiently alluring. They possessed the means to recruit the most outstanding students, such as Gu Sheng. Initially, the criteria for obtaining a guaranteed admission to Kyoto University through this academic competition were rather stringent. They required participants to achieve first place and break record scores in their respective subjects. Gu Sheng did not participate in English. Apart from the English subject, he excelled in all other disciplines, breaking records in 3 competitions. They specifically went to Qinghe Middle School to inquire about Gu Sheng's academic performance, and indeed, he proved to be an exceptional talent. Even if he were to decline their offer for guaranteed admission, he would undoubtedly secure a place at Kyoto University with the highest scores in a few months. Principal Zhang of Kyoto University perused Gu Sheng's records. "Student Gu, we have reviewed your performance, and it is commendable across the board. Moreover, we did mention that this competition could lead to guaranteed admission to our university. Now, I would like to inquire about your aspirations regarding your future major." Seated, Gu Sheng accepted the contract documents handed to him. A major he wished to study? This was a consideration he had never entertained before. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, he naturally assumed he would pursue systematic studies related to business. Although Gu Ting had never explicitly mandated this, he now harbored a different ambition. He would regard economics as a minor, while his primary focus would be medicine. Lowering his gaze, he quietly studied the contract in his hands before gently placing it down and solemnly returning it to the principal of Kyoto University. "I'm sorry, but I cannot sign this contract at present." Suyu had come to the capital to await Professor Tang's surgery, and she had arrived at Qinghe to experience campus life. Gu Sheng pondered that if he were to prematurely conclude his academic journey, the days and nights without Suyu would be increasingly unbearable. He had always been a rational individual, but his reason dictated that he wished to be with Suyu, regardless of the future's uncertainties. He desired to embrace life alongside the young lady. "However, I will strive diligently to gain admission to Kyoto University," the youth declared with resolute conviction. Principal Zhang nodded in approval. Such youthful determination was indeed admirable. Nonetheless, this contract will not be retracted. It remains valid until the conclusion of the college entrance examination, allowing you to sign it at any moment and join us at Kyoto University. "Student Gu Sheng, you are always welcome here." As he observed Gu Sheng's retreating figure, the accompanying teacher beside Principal Zhang remarked, "Principal, does Kyoto University no longer hold a lure for prospective students?" Principal Zhang opened his phone to examine the trending topics related to Gu Sheng. He was not an old-fashioned individual. He kept pace with the times. Finally, he patted the shoulder of the neighboring teacher with a knowing smile. Youth is indeed a precious thing. The official website of Qinghe had already updated moments after the announcement of results. The entire page was vibrant and festive, adorned with red lanterns. The names of the students who had secured top ranks were prominently displayed, with congratulations to our student Gu Sheng for achieving the overall first place boldly emphasized at the top. A familiar melody resonated. Good fortune comes, classmates. Please turn off that music, I beg you. The entrance of the school had been festooned with a banner proclaiming, "Our school triumphs in the comprehensive competitions. Congratulations to all students." Upon returning from the competition, all the students traveled back to the school in the bus arranged by Zheng Yuanbo. They were to receive awards from the school. In the lecture hall, a multitude of students and their parents gathered. As the bus arrived at the school gate, a cascade of colorful ribbons was released amidst the lively sound of drums and gongs. The moment the students, who wished to return discreetly, stepped off the bus, their expressions betrayed them, and they erupted into joyful exclamations. Surely this is excessive. It truly is. The interviews had already garnered enough fame. This is truly unwarranted. No wonder Gu Sheng had taken Suyu in another vehicle. Had he anticipated this all along? Such disloyalty. Chapter 39. Taking her to the company, the students from Qinghe were ushered into the grand classroom to receive accolades from school. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng escorted Suyu into a vehicle bound for Gu Corporation, with Uncle Li still serving as their driver. Gu Sheng drew the small table from the car and placed it in front of him, his long fingers deftly tapping away at the keyboard of his laptop. The rhythmic clattering resonated within the vehicle, almost hypnotic in its cadence. Suyu sighed, "I'm feeling drowsy again." "Mother, darling, I've scheduled an appointment with Professor Tang for you. He mentioned you should visit today to assess your recent health status." Even while typing away in the car, Suyu exuded a demeanor of utmost obedience. "Suyu, all right, Mom?" During her time in the capital, her condition had remained quite stable, though her heart rate had recently become somewhat irregular. Suyu pondered that it would be prudent to undergo a thorough examination. She turned to observe Gu Sheng, who had mentioned prior to entering the car that he needed to attend a meeting at the company today. Consequently, he was dressed in a formal shirt and suit, a stark contrast to his usual casual attire. At this moment, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his prominent nose. He raked his fingers through his hair, which had fallen naturally across his forehead, applying a touch of hair gel to slick it back. With his tall stature, refined features, and slightly pursed lips, he bore no resemblance to a high school senior, but rather appeared as a young gentleman well-versed in the ways of commerce. Having just completed the final line of a proposal on his computer, Gu Sheng removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the strain from prolonged exposure to the screen. "Gu Sheng," Suyu's soft voice broke through the silence. Today, her hair was entirely gathered into a bun atop her head, with stray wisps framing her cheeks, rendering her appearance even cuter and more cherubic. Gu Sheng felt that Suyu's voice possessed an enchanting quality capable of dispelling his fatigue. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully pinched the bun atop her head, a smile gracing his lips. Suyu, I'm going to see Professor Tang at the hospital shortly." "Professor Tang?" Gu Sheng blinked in surprise. "Is he the doctor you mentioned before?" Suyu nodded, indicating that he was indeed her attending physician. The thought that she was to meet Professor Tang suggested that the young girl might soon undergo surgery. Gu Sheng, who believed himself to be rather aloof, recalled the suffering of patients he had seen in the hospital as children, enduring immense pain post-surgery. The notion of Suyu facing such anguish tightened his chest, rendering him momentarily breathless. She should not have to endure such trials, he mused once more. Sensing Gu Sheng's sudden melancholic shift, Suyu blinked in confusion. "What's wrong? Isn't it normal to see a doctor?" After a moment's contemplation, she gently grasped his hand, which rested atop her head. Though she said nothing, Gu Sheng understood that her gesture was one of comfort. Perhaps Suyu was entirely unaware of the turmoil within him, yet she instinctively reached out in solace. Gu Sheng felt as though his heart had been softly struck by her presence, and the smile on his face grew even gentler. "Then let us go together after my meeting, shall we?" Although it was phrased as a question, Gu Sheng had already made up his mind, regardless of Suyu's response. He would accompany her. If need be, he would delay the meeting. Suyu lifted her gaze to meet Gu Sheng's eyes. In the eyes of the spirited youth, which usually radiated confidence before others, There was now an unmistakable hint of anxiety and concern. What could he be worried about? His health, perhaps? Yet, she had grown accustomed to it. For reasons unknown, so you suddenly found that Gu Sheng bore a striking resemblance to the boy from that night. On that occasion, he had stood at her door and enveloped her in his embrace. Now, seated before her, he said little, but Suyu understood that he wished to accompany her. They both resembled a drenched puppy seeking shelter from the rain. A faint smile graced Suyu's lips. All right. The news of Gu Sheng's arrival at the company that afternoon had already spread like wildfire within the internal chat. Although the young CEO seldom graced the office with his presence, tales of him circulated widely. For instance, he had once managed to persuade a stubborn shareholder during his first meeting. His mere presence could captivate the hearts of the young women on the 18th floor, including the cleaning staff. Furthermore, when faced with female employees who showed interest, he would abruptly transform into a sharp-tongued critic. After all, Gu Sheng was the son of Gu Ting, handsome and often the object of affection for older female colleagues. One particularly popular story recounted how Sister Tao from the marketing department had, either intentionally or inadvertently, flaunted her figure in front of Gu Sheng. He had regarded her with the same indifference one might afford a lifeless body, delivering a remark that was nothing short of devastating. "Madam, please do scrape off the heavy makeup before your next outing. It does tarnish our company's image." It was a verbal blow that left many aghast. Thus, when Uncle Lee arrived at the company in the vehicle adorned with the Gu family license plates, onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, while others busied themselves with paperwork. The young CEO was far more stringent regarding work matters than Gu Ting himself. No one wished to be publicly scolded by a high school student in front of numerous shareholders. It would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, in the lobby of the first floor, Jiang Yuan had arrived. At that moment, she was delicately retouching her makeup with a small puff she had brought along. She had already been informed by her father that today was the shareholder meeting and Gu Sheng would indeed be present. It had been nearly a year since she last saw him. On that crisp autumn day, her father had taken her to the Gu residence to retrieve a document. At that time, Gu Sheng had been resting, emerging from his study in his pajamas to fetch the file. Jiang Yuan still vividly recalled the sight of his exposed skin, causing her to hide behind her father, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the youthful boy, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, stood tall and elegant, far more handsome than the heartthrob at her school. He was the embodiment of the Prince Charming she had dreamt of in her youthful fantasies. Ever since that day, her heart had been filled with thoughts of him. During her time at school, she would unconsciously compare those who pursued her to Gu Sheng. None were as handsome as him, nor as wealthy, nor as capable. They paled in comparison. Jiang Yuan felt herself becoming increasingly entrapped. Moreover, as the sole heir of the Gu family, Gu Sheng had maintained an impeccable reputation, free from scandal throughout his life. He was virtuous and kept his distance from women. Jiang Yuan had witnessed many young masters with ample wealth surrounded by a succession of girlfriends. Yet Gu Sheng remained an exception, which only intensified her feelings for him. However, as a young lady, she could not afford to appear overly eager or proactive. Deep down, Jiang Yuan still harbored the pride of a pampered daughter, yearning for Gu Sheng to take the initiative to speak with her. Therefore, upon learning from her father that Gu Sheng would be visiting today, she did not hesitate to implore him to take her along. She assured him that she would remain quietly in a corner. Just moments ago, Uncle Ji informed her that the car carrying Gu Sheng was nearing the company entrance. Thus, she hurriedly descended from the upper floor and took her seat in the lobby. She adjusted her attire, ensuring that when she presented herself before Gu Sheng, everything would be flawless. Chapter 40. Does she enjoy his vulnerability? Look. There's a stunning beauty in our company lobby. Indeed, I see her. She exudes such elegance. And she must be wealthy. That bag is from the latest collection, priced at 200,000. Wow. She appears to be completely barefaced, without a hint of makeup. Are you blind? Move aside, you clueless man. It's evident she has makeup on. Bah! Are you envious of her natural beauty and wealth? Do you wish to be reprimanded? The whispers of passing employees reached Jiang Yuan's ears. A smile graced her lips. She glanced at her reflection in a small mirror. With a subtle makeup of water-like simplicity, her lashes were perfectly defined, and a touch of transparent lip gloss adorned her lips, enhancing her fresh appeal. A light dusting of blush at the corners of her eyes gave her a delicate charm. Her makeup was understated yet skillfully applied. She felt radiant. Confidently, Jiang Yuan placed the mirror back in her bag and elegantly picked up the freshly brewed red tea before feigning indifference, her gaze fixed on the entrance. She planned to descend the small staircase from the bar when Gu Sheng arrived, perfectly timing her fall into his embrace. Then, like a startled rabbit, she would spring away, feigning panic as she looked up at him. Her innocence was her most potent weapon. The boys at school were rendered helpless by the sight of her reddened eyes. Jiang Yuan brimmed with self-assurance. As she heard Gu Sheng's car pull up outside, she straightened her back. Today, not only had she meticulously crafted her makeup, but her outfit was equally well thought out. Although she wore a simple white dress, there were two discreet slits at the waist, which would subtly reveal themselves as she walked. When she fell into Gu Sheng's embrace, his hand would instinctively wrap around her waist, brushing against her skin through her clever design. She would immediately push away, her eyes glistening with feigned distress, ready to accuse him. Every thread of her plan was flawlessly woven. As long as nothing went awry, success was assured. Uncle Lee parked the car at the entrance of Gu's company and respectfully announced, "Young master, we have arrived." Gu Sheng casually closed his laptop and placed it into the folder he had brought. As the car door opened slowly, his long fingers rested on the frame. Pale and elegantly articulated, Jiang Yuan observed him discreetly. When she caught sight of the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, she nearly gasped aloud. The refined young man, clad in a suit, was the very embodiment of the charming rogue she had often admired in novels. Gu Sheng was the spitting image of her ideal male protagonist, igniting a flutter in her heart. From the surrounding chatter, it was evident she was not alone in her admiration. "Is this the young Master Gu? I'm smitten the first time I see him. This man will surely captivate countless girls. Why wait for the future? The time is now. It has been a while since we last met. How is it that our dear Gu seems to have grown even more handsome? No. It appears he has become gentler. In the past, when he graced the company with his presence, his expression was often quite sour, as if everyone owed him a fortune. Yet, why does he linger by the car? Could it be that someone is still inside?" Jiang Yuan could no longer remain seated. Who could it be, male or female? She strained to peek outside without disturbing her carefully styled appearance. Through the gaps in the crowd, she spotted Gu Sheng standing by the car after alighting, seemingly awaiting someone. Suyu, seated within the vehicle, observed the interior of the building in silence. Hesitantly, she grasped the hand that Gu Sheng extended toward her. "Do many people from your company usually come out to see you?" Gu Sheng reciprocated her grasp, gently caressing her fingertips. "Perhaps. Roughly so." Suyu inhaled deeply, picked up her small backpack, and prepared to disembark. Consequently, the employees gathered outside were treated to the sight of their young master emerging from the car, followed by a girl in polished shoes. Her knee-length dress swayed gently in the breeze, revealing calves as pure as jade. Standing beside Gu Sheng, she reached just to the level of his chin. Remarkable, what a splendid match. It was unclear who among the crowd spoke first, but their collective thoughts were unmistakable. The allure of both male and female beauty ensnared them. "Quick, where are my gossip tidbits? I need all the details about this girl within 5 minutes. Hold on. We are not engaged in the trade of information. Adhering to the law is what makes one a good citizen." Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing another girl descend from Gu Sheng's car, her handbag slipping from her grip onto the bar's sofa. She twisted the lace trimmings on either side of her dress, fidgeting back and forth. Jiang Yuan composed herself. Perhaps the girl was merely Gu Sheng's sister. After all, she had never heard of Gu Sheng showing interest in any girl. Had she? However, upon witnessing Gu Sheng naturally take the girl's hand, she nearly ground her teeth in disbelief. Wait, is she really his sister? Once Suyu steadied herself, Gu Sheng effortlessly took her hand and guided her toward the company. Suyu gazed at him, somewhat dazed. She could walk on her own. It was merely a matter of following in his footsteps. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many, she felt akin to a monkey on display in the mountains. Before she could raise her hand to tug at the hem of his shirt, Gu Sheng turned his head and lowered his voice. They often whisper behind my back that I am not a straight man. He seemed slightly aggrieved. A company employee interjected, "Now hold on. What did we ever say you weren't a straight man?" Suyu tilted her head slightly, quietly rising on her toes to inquire. "What does straight man mean?" Gu Sheng tightened his grip on her hand. "They say behind my back that I am gay." Suyu gasped, her eyes widening as she turned to Gu Sheng, who frowned, appearing genuinely troubled. Thus, the act of signing her hand was intended to convey to the employees that he was, in fact, an ordinary man. Suyu felt she had an epiphany. She glanced down at Gu Sheng's hand, which grasped her wrist. Gently, she stirred her own, then turned her palm to clasp his. Unbeknownst to Suyu, Gu Sheng squinted with delight. Subtly, he intertwined their fingers, savoring the warmth that emanated from her. He felt as content as a satiated leopard. So Suyu indulged in this style? Did she relish showing vulnerability before him? Gu Sheng sensed he had an understanding as well. Hand in hand, they strolled sweetly past Jiang Yuan, not even sparing her a glance. Jiang Yuan. Stop flirting, disperse. Chapter 41. Young Master Gu. We truly do not hoard snacks, so he was led by Gu Sheng into his exclusive office. Indeed, although Gu Sheng was present at the school, he also had an office within the company. Gu Ting evidently placed immense trust in him, as the office bore the inscription, Gu Sheng, Special Advisor. It was akin to working in his own company while simultaneously receiving a salary. Despite being a beneficiary of connections, not a single employee of the Gu Group looked down upon him. After all, he genuinely possessed remarkable capabilities. Gu Sheng pushed open the door, revealing a simply adorned office. A grand floor-to-ceiling window flooded the space with natural light. The desk was a minimalist white, adorned with a few documents and a computer. Beside the computer stood a slender vase containing a solitary sunflower. Suyu felt a flutter in her heart. A sunflower, indeed. He guided her to the sofa in the office, which was incredibly soft. Gu Sheng promptly fetched a cushion for the young girl. With a flourish, he bent to retrieve a thin blanket from the drawer of the desk. The air conditioning was on, and should it become chilly, she could wrap herself in it. Suyu noted TV. Observing her obedient demeanor, Gu Sheng suddenly found himself disinclined to attend the meeting. Being in the company of a group of elderly men paled in comparison to the comfort of spending time with Suyu. He then strode over to the door of the office. Employees near Gu Sheng's office immediately perked up. Was he here to inspect their work? They straightened their posture, furrowing their brows. Typing resumed, and documents were scrutinized. In short, they appeared diligently occupied, devoid of any sloth. Are there any snacks? Healthy ones? Gu Sheng's voice wafted through the air, reaching the ears of those present. They momentarily thought it was an illusion. This was a trap. Young Master Gu was surprisingly cunning. The head of the planning team, Hao Mei, was scrutinized by her colleagues and reluctantly stood up. With unwavering resolve, she addressed Gu Sheng. Young Master Gu, we never bring snacks to work, as it would diminish our efficiency. Her expression was earnest. The employees below echoed in agreement. Indeed, young Master Gu, we truly do not. We're snacks. We have never known. My personal work ethic states that I must focus solely on my tasks, never indulging in snacks. Health for you and me. No snacks. A chorus of denials ensued. Gu Sheng, feeling a twinge of annoyance, pinched the bridge of his nose and pointed to the trash can by the door. Then why is there a packaging bag for chicken feed in that bin? Hao Mei followed his gesture. The red packaging lay quietly in the trash, the words extra spicy glaringly evident. Hao Mei opened her mouth, still attempting to resist. It could be. The cleaning lady accidentally dropped it? Passing by the door, the cleaning lady interjected, "It wasn't Team Me. Don't accuse me." "No, Sister Hao. The cleaning lady on our floor is nearly 60. She can't possibly handle spicy food." Gu Sheng approached the nearest desk and gently tapped on its surface with his knuckles. "I would like to inquire whether you have any healthier snacks available. If not, I shall send someone to procure some, as so you will soon feel hungry." His expression remained impassive, yet the mere mention of Su Yu's name softened his demeanor noticeably. Sister Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Young Master Gu, I happen to have a pack of oil-free chicken breast chips. Would you like some? I also have a small cake I just bought from the CAF. Young Master Gu, I have strawberry milk. Gu Sheng observed as everyone retrieved items from beneath their desks, raising an eyebrow slightly. Ultimately, he approached the carton of milk, lifting it to examine it closely. The ingredient list appeared standard, and the expiration date was acceptable, albeit slightly chilled. Addressing the employee holding the milk carton, he stated, "I shall purchase this milk from you. I will instruct the finance department to credit your salary card." The employee looked bewildered. "Actually, there's no need to buy it. It's quite inexpensive." However, Gu Sheng had already taken the milk carton into their break room. The finance department operated with remarkable efficiency. Within minutes of handing over the money, Qinghe received a notification of an increase in his salary card. "Huagua Bank, your account 1234 has received 1,000 yuan. Sender, Gu's Finance." Qinghe's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. "Young Master Gu, one carton of milk costs 1,000 yuan. That's rather excessive." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan observed Gu Sheng escorting Su Yu upstairs from below. Curiosity piqued. She resolved to discover the true nature of this Su Yu. Upon reaching the floor, she spotted Gu Sheng entering the break room with a carton of milk that seemed incongruous with his refined demeanor. He adeptly opened the microwave and warmed the milk before retreating to his office. Gu Sheng did not lower the barriers surrounding his office, and Jiang Yuan noted that this usually aloof gentleman exhibited behavior akin to the mischievous boys at their school, playfully pressing the milk carton against a girl's face. Yet, Jiang Yuan recognized the distinction. The boys at their school engaged in pranks, whereas the milk in Gu Sheng's hands had been intentionally warmed, ensuring it would not be unpleasant. She witnessed Gu Sheng bend down to interact with the young lady, gently stroking her head before drawing the curtains close around her and exiting the room himself. As Gu Sheng passed by Jiang Yuan with a file in hand, a cacophony of followers trailed behind him. Jiang Yuan bit her lip, and as he was about to walk away, she finally summoned the courage to call out, "Gu Sheng." She saw him halt, turning to face her. His gaze was calm, reminiscent of someone observing a stranger. Jiang Yuan nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. "What is your relationship with the young lady inside?" After posing the question, she felt a wave of frustration as she lowered her gaze. Initially, she had intended to ask whether Gu Sheng remembered her, but the words that escaped her lips were not those. Her tongue had outrun her thoughts. Gu Sheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan, as he had no recollection of her whatsoever. She merely glanced before departing, not uttering a single word. The department heads, trailing behind, Gu Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. Naturally, they were acquainted with Jiang Yuan, the daughter of the shareholder. As company executives, it is entirely reasonable for them to be aware of the basic information concerning each shareholder. Yet, why do they perceive a certain intrigue in Miss Jiang towards their young director, Gu? Jiang Yuan watched as Gu Sheng's figure nearly vanished around the corner, her eyes reddening. It was her first time taking the initiative towards a man, and also the first time she faced rejection. He didn't even know her. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of humiliation. She exhaled a heavy sigh and took out a handkerchief to dab at the moisture at the corners of her eyes. With her bag in hand, she made her way towards Gu Sheng's office, the sound of her high heels clicking rhythmically against the tiled floor. She was determined to discover what manner of person could inspire such tenderness in Gu Sheng. Chapter 42. Jiang Yuan's Purpose. Infuriating Gu Sheng, the news of Jiang Yuan attempting to engage Gu Sheng in conversation, only to be met with indifference, swiftly spread throughout the company. "Goodness, did you all hear that today the daughter of the Jiang shareholder is here?" "Indeed, Jiang Yuan. I spotted her in the lobby when I was heading upstairs. Let me share a juicy tidbit. Just now, Miss Jiang tried to speak to young Master Gu and was ignored. That's quite normal. Young Master Gu treats strangers this way. However, the point is that Miss Jiang clearly has an interest in young Master Gu. Do you think after the shareholders' meeting, young Master Gu will face some difficulty from Director Jiang?" As Jiang Yuan stood at the entrance of the office, all eyes were upon her. Employees who were previously engrossed in their tasks discreetly watched her every move, fingers flying over their keyboards. Everyone, Miss Jiang is currently standing at young Master Gu's office. But didn't young Master Gu go to a meeting? Precisely. The only person in the office right now is the girl young Master Gu brought with him. Oh dear, if Miss Su cries for help, I shall be duty-bound to assist. After making this statement, Qinghe fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Yuan. After all, the individual within was akin to a deity of wealth. For the sake of today, S-1000, he felt compelled to safeguard her. Jiang Yuan stood quietly at the office door for a few seconds before raising her hand to knock. Suyu, who had just settled on the sofa, sat up upon hearing the sound. How strange, is it, Gu Sheng? The door remained motionless, but a soft voice emanated from within. Did you forget something? Not receiving a response, Suyu tossed aside the small blanket enveloping her and slipped into the slippers Gu Sheng had prepared for her, patting her way to the door. You could have pushed the door open yourself, she remarked as she turned the doorknob. To her surprise, the figure standing at the entrance was not Gu Sheng, but a stunning young woman. Upon seeing Suyu emerge, Jiang Yuan extended her hand. Hello, I am Jiang Yuan. Are you here to see Gu Sheng? As Jiang Yuan spoke, she scrutinized Suyu. No, I'm actually here to find you, Miss Su. For what purpose? Sensing the curious gazes of those in the office upon them, Suyu reluctantly stepped aside to allow Jiang Yuan to enter, then closed the door behind her. Jiang Yuan offered Suyu a gentle smile as she carefully surveyed the office, noting its warmth, a stark contrast to the impression Gu Sheng typically conveyed. The temperature within was just right, and the carpet beneath Jiang Yuan's feet was pleasantly soft. Even the corners of the desk had been wrapped in a soft cloth. A sunflower on the desk basked in the sunlight, droplets of water glistening on its leaves. Jiang Yuan casually inquired, Miss Su, do you like sunflowers? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Suyu glanced at Jiang Yuan, her gaze falling upon the sunflower, and softly replied, yes. Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly. I thought so. After a brief silence, Suyu could no longer restrain herself and inquired, May I ask what brings Miss Jiang here? Jiang Yuan casually strolled around the office, responding, Oh, I merely came to see what kind of girl Gu Sheng is fond of. The moment Jiang Yuan caught sight of Suyu up close, she realized that the notion of them being relatives was utterly unfounded. If she, Jiang Yuan, was a tulip in a garden, then the girl before her was a gardenia, pure and fragrant, irresistibly alluring even to her. Jiang Yuan's light-hearted words landed on Suyu's heart like a bombshell. What? She says Gu Sheng likes me? Suyu stood frozen in astonishment. Miss Jiang, you must be mistaken. Oh, it seems he hasn't confessed yet. The discomfort she felt when Gu Sheng had overlooked her swiftly dissipated. Jiang Yuan believed Gu Sheng must be struggling more than she was. He undoubtedly bore the brunt of it. It's nothing, I was just rambling. I came to seek friendship with Miss Su. The girl across from her remained blissfully unaware of her own fluttering heart upon hearing Gu Sheng's affections. Suyu felt a twinge of nervousness. Was it possible she was smitten without realizing it? Jiang Yuan reconsidered her approach and quickly retracted her previous statement, claiming it was merely a jest. Seeing Suyu visibly relax brought a smile to Jiang Yuan's face. Yes, just like that. Let us keep Gu Sheng on his toes. The anticipated rivalry between the girls, as imagined by the employees, did not materialize. After the shareholder meeting, Gu Sheng was not put in a difficult position by Director Jiang. However, upon returning to his office, Gu Sheng was taken aback by the harmonious atmosphere between Suyu and Jiang Yuan. And who is this woman? He wondered. Gu Sheng. Suyu noticed him standing at the door and immediately waved, introducing Jiang Yuan by her side. This is Jiang Yuan, a friend I just made. Jiang Yuan stood up and politely nodded. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuan. She then continued sharing amusing anecdotes with Suyu. Gu Sheng, perplexed, approached Suyu, gently tapping her forehead. Let us go. We still need to find Professor Tang. Though directed at Suyu, his wary gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief. During her conversation with Suyu, she began to comprehend that her affections for Gu Sheng were entirely based on the fantasies she had constructed. Unconsciously, she had attributed all beautiful qualities to him. Yet these virtues were only revealed to Suyu. There was no need for her to cling to such an obsession. Nevertheless, she was accustomed to a sheltered life, never having experienced the humiliation of being overlooked in public. Thus, witnessing Gu Sheng's discomfort brought her delight. Jiang Yuan deliberately caressed Suyu's smooth hand in front of Gu Sheng, her tone laced with feigned regret. I haven't finished chatting yet. Why must you leave? Gu Sheng's gaze hardened. She then wrapped her arms around Suyu, playfully nudging her. Let's exchange contact information and hang out sometime. Gu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. At last, she playfully planted a kiss on Su Yu's cheek, exclaiming, "You are utterly adorable." Gu Sheng swiftly pulled Su Yu to her feet. Su Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, warmth surging through her as it was her first experience of being kissed by a girl. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Yuan swaggered away from Gu Sheng with a satisfied smile, even blowing a kiss to Su Yu at the door. As Su Yu raised her hand to bid farewell to Jiang Yuan, she was unexpectedly brushed by a tissue on her face. She looked up at the culprit. Gu Sheng had tossed the tissue into the trash bin, remarking, "Oh, you had something on your face." Su Yu raised her hand to touch her cheek, completely unperturbed, asking, "Is it gone now?" Gu Sheng gazed at the young girl as she looked up at him, pointing to his own cheek. Gently placing his hands on Su Yu's cheeks, he rubbed with his thumb, saying, "It's gone." His voice, slightly husky, breathed warmth against her skin. He then promptly stood up, grabbing Su Yu's small backpack that had been left on the sofa, stating, "Let us go to the hospital." Su Yu responded, Oh, okay." She hurried to keep pace with Gu Sheng, who was impeccably dressed in a suit, yet carried a charming backpack that seemed at odds with his demeanor. Walking alongside a young girl, his gaze towards Su Yu was gentle and tender. Observing the two depart from the office floor, Hao Mei held a cup of coffee and mused, "Ah, love." The employees behind her chimed in, "Youth." How enviable their youth was, lamenting their own lack of it. Chapter 43. At the entrance of the hospital stood Su Yu. Professor Tang had recently accepted an invitation from the Beijing Medical Research Society and planned to stay for a while. However, Su Yu's surgery required her to visit his specialized studio. This appointment was merely to assess Su Yu's physical condition. Gu Sheng escorted Su Yu to the first hospital of Beijing. The streets were relatively quiet, as it was not yet the end of the workday, but inside the hospital, there was a throng of people, all striving to survive in this ordinary world. Upon entering the hospital, a familiar scent of disinfectant wafted into Su Yu's nostrils. They navigated through the long corridor, brushing past countless patients, until they finally arrived at the room designated by Professor Tang. Cardiology, room 501, expert Tang Mingshan. Su Yu knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving permission to enter, she spoke. Tang Mingshan had been her primary physician, having watched over her since childhood. Yet, as a professor, he was exceptionally busy, and due to Su Yu's prior health condition, the surgery plans had been indefinitely postponed. Gu Sheng felt an overwhelming gravity as he stepped through the door. Professor Tang, clad in a white coat, exuded the warmth of a kind-hearted doctor. He extended his freshly sanitized hand towards Su Yu and greeted her, "Xiao Su, welcome. Please take a seat." Su Yu obediently settled into a chair. Tang Mingshan continued, "The purpose of your visit today is to evaluate your recent health status. If all is well, we can schedule the surgery." The moment the word surgery left the doctor's lips, Gu Sheng's hands clenched tightly at his sides. However, Su Yu smiled sweetly. "Yes, I understand, Uncle Tang." Tang Mingshan cast a glance at Gu Sheng, who stood behind Su Yu, his gaze imbued with subtle scrutiny. Gu Sheng, sensing this, introduced himself. "Hello, Professor Tang. I am Su Yu's brother. My name is Gu Sheng." Professor Tang nodded politely, knowing that a checkup was on the agenda. Su Yu had deliberately changed into a different outfit, a delicate camisole made of thin fabric. When the cold stethoscope touched the area over her beating heart, she instinctively flinched. The examination room fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Tang Mingshan focused intently on the rhythm of Su Yu's heartbeat through the stethoscope. The pulse was weak, with a slight tremor, yet it was markedly stronger than before. He withdrew the stethoscope and posed a few fundamental questions. "Have you experienced any relapses in your daily life recently? How many times have you taken medication?" Su Yu pondered for a moment before raising a finger. "No relapses. I have only taken my regular medication, and I used the emergency medication just once." Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng's pupils constricted sharply. She had taken emergency medication? When, where, and why? Before Tang Mingshan could respond, Gu Sheng hurriedly inquired, "When did this happen?" Su Yu lifted her gaze toward Gu Sheng. The youth's composed expression bore a hint of anxiety. She spoke calmly, "It's not like usual. The day you guided me. The heat was unbearable, and I succumbed after just one meal." Gu Sheng pressed his lips tightly together, wishing for the chance to turn back time. he would have refrained from casually pointing the way and leaving that day. Tang Mingshan completed Su Yu's medical order, stating, "For now, we shall proceed like this. I will discuss the specific timing with your parents." "Yes, thank you, Uncle Tang." After a brief consultation, Su Yu intended to take Gu Sheng home. However, Gu Sheng paused at the door of the consultation room. He gently patted Su Yu's head, saying, "You go find Uncle Li outside first. I have more questions for Professor Tang." Su Yu blinked her eyes, puzzled. "What questions do you have?" Then, her eyes widened in horror. "Do you also have a heart condition?" Gu Sheng, upon seeing her expression, immediately denied. "No, not at all. Be good, the air here is poor. Go find Uncle Li." He thought of her like a disobedient child. Yet, she couldn't help but feel her ears flush with warmth. Gu Sheng's hand descended gently, brushing against her tiny ears, which were as red as if they might bleed, accompanied by a smile. "Off you go." Unaware of her own reddened ears, Su Yu replied, "Oh, all right." After stepping out, she thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Professor Tang observed Su Yu's departing figure and then glanced at Gu Sheng standing by the door. "Her condition is congenital." Before Gu Sheng could inquire further, Tang Mingshan divulged all that he wished to know. It was not detected at birth. It only became evident as she grew older. It is a congenital heart weakness. The surgery is neither too big nor too small, primarily focused on repair. Gu Sheng swallowed hard. "Will there be other complications?" Tang Mingshan replied, "If external stimuli occur before the surgery, the success rate will decrease by 10%. Little Su is a very strong child, but I have never mentioned this to her." Tang Mingshan approached Gu Sheng, observing the boy who stood half a head taller than him. He placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, imparting a serious admonition. "Therefore, during this period before the surgery, ensure that little Su does not experience a relapse." Gu Sheng felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him, but he understood he must rise to the occasion. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Professor Tang." Meanwhile, Bianchen accompanied Yang Yu to the hospital to visit Ji Shi, who had recently sprained her ankle while navigating the stairs. With no one around at the time, she had to call for emergency assistance on her own. Upon arriving at the hospital, her injury had swollen to a considerable size. After learning that his current girlfriend was hospitalized, Yang Yu brought a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket to visit her. However, Bianchen was perplexed as to why Yang Yu insisted on bringing him along, feeling entirely out of place. Thus, during the conversation between Yang Yu and Ji Shi, he found himself standing by the window, idly playing with his phone. The student named Su Yu seemed to be an enigma. After searching extensively, he could only uncover limited information from school. At most, he learned that she was currently residing with Gu Sheng. By the time he had gathered details about Gu Sheng, Bianchen was already contemplating stepping back. However, after forwarding the information, Yang Yu appeared increasingly intrigued. The initial offer of 300,000 had escalated to 500,000. Bianchen understood that his peculiar uncle thrived on exhilarating endeavors, and the prospect of competing with Gu's only son for a woman had undoubtedly ignited his competitive spirit. Yet, he considered himself merely a purveyor of information. Even if complications arose, it was unlikely that blame would fall upon him. Thus, he accepted the additional 200,000 and continued to delve deeper into Su Yu's background. In recent days, his subordinates had been engaging daily with a bookish group from Qinghe, extracting little more than trivial tidbits. They mentioned that Su Yu had a close relationship with Gu Sheng and that they often spent time together, or that Su Yu had performed admirably in her studies, even winning awards. The situation had reached a standstill, and he found himself devoid of the inclination to deal with his girlfriend. "Bianchen, Xiao Hu, have you uncovered anything new?" "Xiao Hu, boss, someone just reported seeing Su Yu at the first hospital of Jing City." "The first hospital of Jing City? Isn't that right here?" Bianchen raised his eyes and glanced down. There, by the flower bed at the entrance of the hospital, stood a young girl. Wasn't he that Su Yu, the very individual they had been investigating for days? A smile suddenly broke across Bianchen's face. It seemed that the effort had not been in vain after all. Chapter 44. The first encounter with Yang Yu. Su Yu stood by the flower bed below, idly kicking small pebbles. Uncle Li took the opportunity to drive the car for maintenance while they were at the hospital. By the time Gu Sheng and Su Yu emerged, the car was expected to have been serviced. However, The owner of the maintenance shop informed him that a tiny tack had been discovered lodged in the rear tire. When he was taken to see it, the little tack was firmly embedded in the tire's crevice. Uncle Lee broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was merely a small tack and had not punctured the tire. Otherwise, he would have been responsible for any mishap while driving to pick up the young master and Miss Sue. The tack required a professional's attention, and thus the tire needed a thorough inspection, prolonging the wait. Upon receiving Uncle Lee's message, Su-yu stood by the flower bed, awaiting Gu Sheng's return. The girl's hair, as dark as ink, cascaded over her shoulders, revealing her delicate skin with every movement, resembling a fragile sprite amidst a wintry landscape, evoking a desire to possess and dominate her. Yang Yu, having received the news, hastily descended the stairs after exchanging perfunctory words with Ji Shi. True to expectations, he found himself face to face with the woman who had haunted his dreams in recent days. The sense of fragility surrounding Su-yu thrilled him, and he felt every cell in his body swell with fervor, yearning for her submission. Having rushed down from the patient room upstairs, Yang Yu was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through at the back. He stood in a corner, admiring the innocent girl, his gaze brimming with infatuation. He yearned to engage her in conversation. With this thought in mind, he adjusted his attire, meticulously straightening his shirt collar and fastening the buttons, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the watch on his wrist. "Hello, miss. May I offer you assistance?" Su-yu, lost in contemplation about Gu Sheng's discussion with Professor Tang, was startled by the voice behind her. She turned to find Yang Yu smiling, exuding an elegant demeanor devoid of any hint of aggression. This man struck her as peculiar, yet she politely declined, "No, thank you." The ethereal quality of her voice resonated in Yang Yu's ears and stirred all his latent desires. He paused for a moment, continuing to feign the role of a benevolent stranger. He gestured toward the foot she had just kicked the stones with. "Please be careful of your footing, miss, lest you twist an ankle." The graceful outline of her calves and the pronounced bone structure of her ankles captivated him, and he found himself imagining the exquisite scenery contained within those shoes. Such beauty as hers would be rendered meaningless were it not for his own injuries. Yang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to caress the girl before him, to break her as one might snap a delicate branch. The thought quickened his breath. It had indeed been ages since he experienced such exhilaration. Su-yu glanced down, noting that the pavement of the hospital was remarkably smooth. Even though there is a flower bed nearby, the slope is virtually non-existent. One could assert that unless one were to stumble on flat ground, it is quite rare for someone to twist their ankle on this stretch of pavement. Yet, the individual across from me has kindly offered a reminder. "Thank you, Yang Yu. You're welcome." However, after uttering these words, Yang Yu did not depart. He stood approximately a meter away from Su-yu, and there was an almost imperceptible inclination for him to draw nearer, which made Su-yu feel somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, Yang Yu suddenly spoke. "You must be Su-yu, the one Shi often mentions, correct?" Shi? Ji Shi? This name, which had long been absent from her thoughts, resurfaced in her memory with Yang Yu's words. She fluttered her eyelashes and softly replied, "Yes, I am her current boyfriend. My name is Yang Yu." It was evident that Yang Yu had no intention of leaving her guessing, as he promptly revealed his identity. Su-yu's lips parted slightly in surprise. Wasn't Ji Shi always professing her affection for Gu Sheng, and now she has a boyfriend? "Yang Yu, Shi often speaks of you." Su-yu was momentarily taken aback. Ji Shi had always harbored disdain for her, so why would she mention her in front of her boyfriend? Yang Yu allowed a deep sigh, his tone tinged with self-reproach. "In truth, I am aware of what Shi did to you in the past, so your current impatience with me is entirely understandable." He then retrieved a business card from his coat pocket and extended it towards Su-yu with both hands. "This is my personal card. I would like to take the opportunity, along with Shi, to apologize to you." The card was predominantly black with gilded lettering, containing only concise information. Yang Yu, General Manager of Future Technology, along with his mobile number. "Yang Yu, this is my personal phone. Feel free to contact me whenever you have given it some thought." When Gu Sheng exited the hospital, he encountered this scene, a man in a suit and shirt presenting a business card to Su-yu. He hurried over and positioned himself in front of her, casting a downward glance at the card. "Gu Sheng, Yang Yu, general manager of future technology? Yang Yu was displeased at having his good intentions interrupted by an outsider, and he withdrew the gentle demeanor he had shown Su Yu, his expression now entirely indifferent. Yes. Gu Sheng, what is your purpose in seeking Su Yu? She mentioned that you are Shi's boyfriend. Su Yu quietly interjected from behind Gu Sheng. Shi? Gu Sheng certainly did not forget that name. So, you are here to seek retribution for Shi? The youth seemed to recall something amusing, his tone rising slightly. It was as cold as ice. Yang Yu raised his gaze. The only son of the Gu family now stood before Su Yu in a protective stance, like the little rose from his dreams. Though still young, his aura was undeniably formidable. But so what? Yang Yu was unfazed by the pretense of politeness, while Gu Sheng was still busy with his exam in the classroom. No, you have misunderstood. I recently conversed with Miss Su, expressing my desire to invite Shi to dinner, during which I would also like to extend my apologies. Although Yang Yu presented himself with a veneer of humility, every individual has their vulnerabilities. In his case, it was his eyes. There was not a trace of remorse visible within them. It was evident that his intentions were insincere and driven by ulterior motives. Gu Sheng interjected, "There is no need, Mr. Yang. We might not be able to afford this meal." Gu Sheng grasped Su Yu's hand and led her towards Uncle Li's vehicle. Yang Yu's business card remained clutched in his hand, and he appeared utterly unfazed by the awkwardness of the moment. He leisurely tucked it into the pocket of his suit trousers, standing still as he watched Su Yu's figure recede into the distance. Suddenly, he broke into laughter, bending at the waist, one hand pressed against his face. How amusing. His little Rose seemed to possess quite a keen intuition. She had been subtly hiding behind Gu Sheng, using the youth-esque form to shield her gaze from him. With an oddly infatuated tone, Yang Yu mused, "What can be done? I shall pursue you at all costs." Chapter 45. He realized that Su Yu was his Achilles heel. Bien Chen lounged in the armchair of the hospital room, casually munching on sunflower seeds while casting a glance at Ji Shi, who stood by the window. It was rather dull. This was precisely why he held a disdain for women of such ilk. Most of these commercial marriages produced women who were all too similar, stiff and unyielding. Much like Ji Shi, Yang Yu had merely descended to chat with someone for a few moments. Yet Ji Shi's expression suggested the sky was about to fall, which struck him as rather ominous. Bien Chen retrieved his phone and issued a command to his girlfriend. "Bien Chen, I'll meet you at our usual spot, room 302. I've already prepared everything." He had never been one to compromise his own desires. Since Xia had utilized him to satisfy her vanity, it would be a disservice to himself if he gained nothing in return. Was he to act as a benefactor? A swift reply came through. "Yeah, all right, waiting for you." Darling damn, how flirtatious. Bien Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. He grabbed his coat from the side, leaving without so much as a word to Ji Shi. What a joke. That woman might not even become his nominal aunt by marriage. Even if she did, so what? She would merely be a dog confined by Yang Yu. Once Bien Chen departed, the hospital room fell into an even deeper silence. Ji Shi pressed her hand against the glass, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "Su Yu, why must you come and ruin my life?" She was currently in a relationship with Yang Yu and intended to marry him in the future. She did not mind that Yang Yu had 2 failed marriages. On the contrary, as the days passed, she increasingly felt that he was worthy of her lifelong commitment. It was as if she had been swept away by the waves of the sea, only to suddenly find a piece of flotsam. Too afraid to look back at her own plight, she could only cling tightly to this symbol of life. She floated in the midst of the vast ocean, finally spotting land on the horizon, a beacon of hope. Yet reality dealt her a crushing blow. Su Yu's appearance shattered her beautiful fantasies, or perhaps it revealed cracks in her idealized vision. Ji Shi was uncertain whether this turmoil stemmed from her own insecurities or her disdain for Su Yu. However, her instincts told her that Yang Yu held an interest in Su Yu. If he were uninterested, he would not have pursued her that day with inquiries about Su Yu, nor would he have engaged in conversation with her. Moreover, he would not have enlisted that rogue to investigate her. Since the moment she inadvertently glimpsed the message Bien Chen had sent to Yang Yu, unease had settled within her. Today, That unease had materialized into reality. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed from outside the room. Yang Yu had returned. Ji Shishir quickly snatched a tissue from the small table, dabbing at the corners of her eyes to wipe away the tears that had just fallen. She pressed a little too hard, causing a hint of crimson to appear at the edges of her eyes. Then, she composed herself, sitting upright on the sofa by the hospital bed as if nothing had transpired. When Yang Yu pushed open the door, the excitement in his heart had yet to fully dissipate. He cast a simple glance around the room and inquired, "Where is Bian Chun?" Ji Shishir clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain composed. "He has left. He must be with his girlfriend." Yang Yu let out a derisive chuckle, as if he had heard a jest. Before turning and stepping into the bathroom of the ward, he turned on the faucet, relishing the sensation of cold water cascading over his fingertips, then gently caressed his face. In the mirror, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Su Yu's visage. He retrieved the unpresented business card from his pocket and inhaled its fragrant aroma, an intoxicating scent of roses. Just as Yang Yu's hand instinctively reached down, he was jolted back to reality by the sharp sound of a vase shattering on the floor. With a smile at his reflection, he realized that the girl's allure far surpassed his expectations. After merely a brief encounter and a few exchanged words, he found himself on the brink of losing control. Steadying his emotions, he stepped out of the bathroom, only to find shards of the vase scattered by Ji Shishir's legs, along with the crimson streaks trickling down her calf. Her face was painted with terror and fear. Upon seeing Yang Yu emerge, she limped over to him and embraced him, her voice trembling. "Yang Yu, I don't know why the vase fell and the shards hit my leg. It hurt so much." Yang Yu caught a waft of a strong perfume emanating from Ji Shishir. A flicker of distaste crossed his brow, yet he still wrapped his arms around her, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace before settling her upon his lap. He leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice vibrating with reassurance. "Do not fear. I will call the nurse to assist you." He then placed a gentle kiss on her ear, trailing slowly down to her neck. Ji Shishir obediently tilted her head up, and as his lips grazed the corner of her mouth, she could not suppress her curiosity just now. "Were you speaking with Su Yu? Did you see her?" Yang Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing an undertone of danger in her words. "Yes, I saw you two chatting. You seem quite happy," she continued, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Yang Yu twined his fingers into her hair, envisioning himself caressing Su Yu's locks. "No, do not worry. I merely exchanged a few words with her, suggesting we find an opportunity to apologize together, for you were at fault in school." Upon hearing this, Ji Shishir felt a measure of solace wash over her. She lifted her face, leaning into Yang Yu's kiss, finding deeper comfort in their entangled embrace. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained silent after being ushered into the car by Gu Sheng, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Questions plagued her. Why would Ji Shishir engage in conversation about her suspension, even with her boyfriend? And how could she possibly show her photograph to someone named Yang Yu, considering Ji Shishir's disdain for her? For instance, that individual's business card unmistakably exuded a personal touch. If the intention were merely to extend a simple apology, why resort to something so intimate? As Su Yu pondered these questions, she felt a gentle caress upon her brow. "What troubles our little Yu?" The playful inquiry emerged from Gu Sheng's eyes, which sparkled with warmth. Her spirits lifted slightly. She hesitated before speaking. "I sensed something amiss about that person just now." At this mention, Gu Sheng's gaze deepened, revealing a gravity that underscored her concern. Even a young lady has discerned the strangeness. "I shall arrange for inquiries. But for now, my dear you must rest." He retrieved a cup of milk from the car's mini refrigerator, offering it to Su Yu. "Drink this, then sleep. When you awaken, we shall be home." Su Yu accepted without hesitation. Gu Sheng's presence always instilled a profound sense of security within her. Soft melodies filled the vehicle as she leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied into a serene rhythm. Gu Sheng adjusted the blanket draped over her, tenderly brushing his fingers against her nose. The slight crinkle of her brow, prompted by the tickling sensation, melted his heart. Yet, thoughts of Yang Yu lingered, prompting him to straighten his posture and retrieve his work laptop. His gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a pack leader surveying his domain. Suyu was his Achilles heel. None would dare to harm her. Gu Sheng, Dai Xian, please investigate Yang Yu from Future Technologies. I require comprehensive details. Dai Xian was attending a meeting alongside Gu Ting. Serving as Gu Ting's secretary, he occasionally assisted young Gu with various tasks. Upon receiving Gu Sheng's message, he promptly replied, Dai Xian, understood, young Gu. Chapter 46. The sofa. When Uncle Li drove into the Gu family's parking lot, so he was already deep in slumber. As Uncle Li turned his head from the driver's seat to inform the two people in the back that they had arrived, he was interrupted by Gu Sheng. Miss Su had long ceased to resemble her former self, now resting her head on Gu Sheng's lap, sprawled across the back seat. The young master gently caressed the girl's hair with one hand while the other was raised, finger pressed to his lips, signaling silence to avoid disturbance. Uncle Li nudda, quietly turning off the car's engine. He handed the car keys to Gu Sheng and then exited the vehicle, closing the door softly behind him. The interior was enveloped in quietude, punctuated only by the synchronized sound of their breaths. Gu Sheng carefully propped Suyu up, placing her gently against the seat's backrest before stepping out of the car himself. Leaning down from the door side, he effortlessly lifted the girl, cradling her neck and legs in his arms, and began to stride towards the entrance of the Gu residence. Despite the serene ambience of the villa nestled among the trees, it was not devoid of numerous servants. When they saw Gu Sheng brazenly traversing the flower-bed corridor with Suyu in his arms, a gardener, who had been trimming branches, nearly dropped his shears in astonishment. Was this truly their young master, who had previously harbored a disdain for girls? They were aware that the Gu family had recently welcomed guests, likely due to connections with the master and mistress, yet few had witnessed Gu Sheng's demeanor firsthand. Consequently, many were still anchored in the memory of his former self. The sight of the now tender-hearted young master was almost hallucinatory. Gu Sheng even thoughtfully angled his body slightly to shield Suyu from the harsh sunlight. Is that our young master? The gardener stammered. Having worked at the Gu family for many years, he had encountered Gu Sheng infrequently, and those encounters had mostly been marked by politeness and detachment, let alone his indifference towards the girls who admired him. As he passed by, a servant carrying an afternoon tea tray inquired curiously, Indeed, does Master Sun not know? Master Sun was bewildered. Though he bears the countenance of a young master, his demeanor does not align. The servant set the tea tray aside and solemnly remarked, That is the young mistress. What? Master Sun exclaimed. Perhaps, the servant replied. After all, it is indeed the first time young Master Gu has displayed such tenderness toward a girl. Intrigued by the gossip, Master Sun's interest was piqued. When did this begin? The servant pondered, stroking his chin, before responding, Perhaps, the young master has been smitten. Master Sun replied, Huh? Having been labeled as someone who had fallen for a pretty face, Gu Sheng had already carried Suyu into his room. Oh no, the room that had once belonged to him. It feels like a return to familiar grounds, he mused, gently laying Suyu on the bed and bending down to remove her shoes and socks. Yet the sleeping girl was somewhat restless. He lifted the quilt he had just placed over her, much like a summer cat forcibly stuffed into a blanket. Struggling to emerge from its confines, she lay there, blissfully unaware in her slumber. Gu Sheng let out a gentle sigh, pondering the absurdity of the task at hand. He rubbed his brow, ultimately resigning himself to grasp the young girl's ankle, swiftly tucking her back into the quilt, forming her into a snug little bundle. In her dream, Suyu felt as though she was trapped near a volcano, being pushed towards the searing heat just as she sought escape. Who could this be? So lacking in civic sense? Observing the fine beads of sweat that appeared along her temples, Gu Sheng lowered the room's air conditioning by 2 degrees. He settled beside Suyu's bed, aware of her frail health and her desire for coolness, yet mindful that such a temperature couldn't be maintained indefinitely, lest she catch a cold. Moreover, Suyu could not afford any setbacks during this time. As she slept, the young girl appeared more obedient than usual. For the first time, Gu Sheng noticed how long her lashes were, adorned with delicate down on her cheeks, resembling a beautifully crafted doll, exquisite in its details. After gazing for a while, he couldn't resist reaching out to gently brush her lashes. The long, Thick lashes fluttered slightly with the movement of his fingers. Suyu frowned slightly, her eyelids fluttering as she turned, capturing the hand that dared to disturb her face and using it as a pillow beneath her head. Her voice, a bit hoarse, murmured, "Don't disturb me. Fortune." "Fortune? I'll bring you cat food next time." Gu Sheng found his hand pulled to the pillow, causing him to lean toward Suyu. He had to brace himself with his other hand to avoid pressing down on the sleeping girl. How did it come to this? In her dream, Suyu felt an unbearable warmth beside her, yet she seemed to clutch at a whisper of coolness. Gu Sheng shifted his hand, realizing he was firmly pressed against her. Unable to withdraw, resigned, he conformed to her position, half reclining on her bed, his hand resting on a pillow to create some distance. He gazed up at the ceiling, never before feeling time so excruciatingly slow. How had he never noticed how restless she was in her sleep, like an infant yearning to explore the world, brimming with curiosity about everything around her? He surrendered to the situation, raising his hand to shield his eyes, closing them. "You must compensate me in the future." Naturally, Suyu did not respond to his words. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Well, it's settled then." After a brief contemplation, he added, "I'll reluctantly accept 2 bottles of strawberry milk." It was simply unacceptable to take advantage of the sleeping girl. His words dissipated into the air. As he sensed the grip on his arm gradually loosening, Gu Sheng turned his head, gently withdrawing his arm. He instinctively tucked in the edge of the blanket for the other person before retrieving a light shawl from the wardrobe and making his way to the armchair beside the bed. He slowly closed his eyes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Gu Sheng's eyelids grew heavier. His body relaxed gradually, his breathing matching the long, rhythmic inhalations of the person on the bed. Outside, the sunlight shone perfectly as the early autumn breeze caressed the verdant osmanthus in the flower bed, carrying the fragrance into the bedroom, weaving its way into the dreams of the fair maiden. Gu Sheng found himself amidst a vast sea of flowers in his dream. He mused that if every flutter of his heart for Suyu could plant a seed within him, then his heart would already be a flourishing forest, under a clear sky. Love flourishing freely. Chapter 47. A salty fish. When Suji returned home, she was informed by the housekeeper that the impudent Gu Sheng and Suyu had already arrived. They were likely resting in the upstairs room. Thus, she ascended the stairs quietly, eager to check on little Yu. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of her own son, sulking on the small couch. Suji, perplexed, she stepped back out, glancing at the staircase beside her. Indeed, this room was one she had meticulously arranged herself. Could it be that Gu Sheng had bullied little Yu and reclaimed the room? Suji pushed the door open. "Gu." Her voice suddenly faltered, as if muted. Suji felt like a fool. Her first glance had been at Gu Sheng, leading her to believe little Yu was absent. Yet, there she was nestled comfortably on the large bed. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Sheng's face perfectly. The boy struggled to turn over, his eyes barely opening as he glanced towards the door. "Mom?" Suji raised her hand. "Hello." Her expression was a mixture of politeness and complexity. "Gu Sheng, what are you doing, Mom?" Suji gestured emphatically. "What are you doing?" The boy tossed aside the blanket and, barefoot, exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Gu Sheng casually tousled his disheveled hair, meeting Suji's curious gaze. "Mom." She kicks off the covers while sleeping. Suji responded, I just want to prevent her from catching a cold. After all, this period is crucial." Suji nodded. "I understand." Gu Sheng sighed. "Never mind, I'll go back to sleep for a bit." Time slipped by quietly. Suyu gradually stirred from her slumber. However, she wiggled her fingers, feeling as though she was ensconced in something, only able to touch the sheets beneath her. She moved her legs, but they too were restrained. As consciousness returned, she slightly shifted her head. Thankfully, her head seemed to rest upon a pillow. "Suyu, I have a bad feeling." Her heart rate began to escalate, the rhythm of her heartbeat resonating prominently in the stillness. She cautiously opened one eye. Gu Sheng's face unexpectedly appeared before her, devoid of his usual coolness and sharpness. Dressed in loose home attire, he sat in a chair, engrossed in a book, the sound of turning pages breaking the silence. He easily sensed her movement, lifting his gaze with a slight smile. "Awake?" Suyu felt her breath catch. The young girl, straining to see him. Found her neck aching from the effort of holding her head up. Ultimately, she chose to surrender, lying back down like a salted fish. Gu Sheng placed the book on the corner of the table and walked to the window, drawing back the blackout curtains. Light flooded the room, illuminating every corner. If Suyu had been somewhat dazed before, she was now thoroughly awake. The sleepiness that lingered in her mind suddenly vanished. Her disheveled hair partially obscured her eyes. Had she fallen asleep first, only to be brought back to her room by someone? Suyu's mind had never raced so rapidly before. Based on her previous experiences of slumber, she tended to kick off her covers, which, unfortunately, had caught Gu Sheng's attention. How could she explain the blanket that seemed to be nailed to the bed beneath her? As she observed him draw back the curtains and approach, her thoughts momentarily ceased. Before he could reach her, she quickly shut her eyes, feigning sleep. How foolish she felt in that moment. Internally, she scolded herself. How could you pretend to be asleep like this, you idiot? Gu Sheng, who had just come closer, halted in his tracks. He shifted the arm he had propped up while reading, feeling an array of tiny black dots appearing on his forearm. Excellent, it was numb. His gaze gradually descended, landing on a young lady, whose eyelashes were fluttering. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pretending to sleep? He lifted his other hand and gently pressed his thumb against her forehead. Suyu's eyelashes trembled even more. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sound of his laughter made the pretending Suyu tense up. Why was he laughing for no reason? And still pretending? The next moment, she felt a pinch on her earlobe. Her ears were flushed. Was she still not going to open her eyes? Then, his gaze shifted from her eyelashes down to her eyes, tracing her nose, and finally resting on her lips, which were pressed together, as if she wanted to bite them but dare not. Gu Sheng let out a light laugh. Suyu's previously tense mind went blank. Just before he could touch her, she abruptly opened her eyes, blinking rapidly. Gu Sheng chuckled. No more pretending to be asleep? His soft, melodious voice carried a hint of mischief. I wasn't pretending, she replied, somewhat defensively. Gu Sheng bent down, leisurely unfastening the small buttons that secured the blanket to the bed in front of her. Suyu's eyes widened in realization. So he had indeed fastened it. Get up, it's almost time for breakfast, he said, pinching her cheek before heading to the bathroom. The weather was sweltering. Even with the air conditioning running, the boy's elevated body temperature made him feel unbearably hot, and soon he was sweating. Suyu, still processing the sensation of having her face touched, found her thoughts muddled. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Glancing at her palms and then at the bathroom door, she wondered if what had just happened was merely a figment of her imagination. Why was he so unflustered? Inside the bathroom, Gu Sheng remained composed, locking the door as his fingertips brushed against the cool water. Chapter 48. A sudden drop in temperature. The temperature in the capital has plummeted. Yesterday, the heat was unbearable, yet today, a brisk autumn breeze has begun to blow. Fortunately, Suyu remains unfazed by the chill. When she left the house in the morning, Su Ji had kindly thrust a jacket into her hands, while also providing one for Gu Sheng. However, that particular jacket was meant for little Yu, should she feel cold. Suyu couldn't help but ponder if Gu Sheng had been a source of irritation for Aunt Su since childhood, particularly when she noticed the profound gaze of Su Ji as she accepted the jacket. Only Gu Sheng caught the exchange. Mom, did your eye twitch? This earned him a disdainful glare and a couple of snorts from Su Ji. In the classroom, the students appeared oblivious to the unusual temperature drop. As they left for school that morning, the chill had yet to be felt. The astute students had already heeded their parents' advice and brought their jackets along. However, less perceptive students, like Feng Chu, found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, he was cocooned in Qinghe Kai's jacket, clutching a thermos cup and dabbing at his non-existent runny nose with a tissue. How come all of you have jackets? He exclaimed. Gu Sheng and Suyu were, of course, well prepared. But even Qinghe Kai had a jacket. Qinghe Kai shot him a bewildered glance. Don't you check the weather forecast? Feng Chu replied. You do? Isn't it something everyone does? Qinghe Kai asserted, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gu Sheng and Suyu exchanged a knowing look from the front row. They clearly did not check. Perhaps it was due to a restless night or the monotony of the lecture, but Suyu felt drowsy throughout the morning. Her head was heavy, as if encased in a thick haze. Even blinking felt laborious, and her reaction seemed to lag behind a moment. Ironically, the most observant person, Gu Sheng, was called away by old Wang to assist with grading papers, under the pretense that his eyesight was failing due to his age. Being youthful and recently awarded, Gu Sheng seized the opportunity to solidify his knowledge, coincidentally avoiding the English lesson he had no desire to attend. The English teacher, upon noticing Gu Sheng's absence, was not particularly surprised. She had grown accustomed to it. Her expectations were modest. As long as Gu Sheng managed to pass her tests, she was indifferent to his attendance. After all, perfection is an unrealistic expectation. Only the English teacher was aware of the immense willpower required to accept this rationale. Yet, what could possibly explain the sight of Su Yu, typically the most diligent student, slumped over her desk? She paused, her grip on the English book faltering. Was it that her recent lessons had become too dull, or was it merely a simple desire to sleep? Good students often receive leniency from their teachers. At the conclusion of the class, the teacher refrained from disturbing the slumbering Su Yu and instead asked Chen Yangyang, seated in the front row, to gently remind her that the next class would soon commence and that she could no longer afford to sleep. Returning to her office with lesson plans in hand, the teacher paused in silence at the sight of Gu Sheng occupying old Wang's chair. Yet, she still opened her mouth to remind him, "Gu Sheng, when you return later, please tell Su Yu not to sleep with her head on the desk in the next class. The chemistry teacher can be quite fierce." Gu Sheng's pen paused midair, and he drew a red line on the score sheet. She slept during English class? Indeed, I noticed she was sound asleep and didn't he wake her. Perhaps it's the drowsiness of autumn. Su Yu never behaves this way in class. Even during the math lessons, which she finds utterly tedious, she listens intently and diligently takes notes in her little notebook. Gu Sheng gradually furrowed his brow, setting down his pen as he prepared to leave. "Teacher, please inform Lao Wang that I have to leave early for personal reasons." Without waiting for the English teacher's response, he slipped out into the hallway. As he entered the classroom, he heard Chen Yangyang exclaim, "Oh, Su Yu, your forehead is burning hot." Gu Sheng hurried over. Su Yu, in a daze, lifted her face, pressing her hands against her cheeks. She merely felt a bit warm. Why was it considered hot? The girl, who was running a fever, could not comprehend. She reached to remove her outer jacket, but midway, someone blocked her. Why was she not allowed to take off her clothes? To her surprise, not only was she prevented from doing so, but she was also forcibly dressed again. Feeling wronged, tears quickly filled the little girl's eyes. She drooped her gaze, the corners of her eyes tinged with red, looking at the approaching Gu Sheng. "I feel hot." Her voice came out almost like a whine. Gu Sheng leaned closer, placing his hand on Su Yu's forehead. He frowned deeply. It was indeed burning. Yet, the little girl in front of him continued to resist, tugging at her clothing. Reluctantly, Gu Sheng had to zip it up for her, locking eyes with her. "Yu Zai, you're running a fever. Shall we go to the hospital?" No one had ever seen Gu Sheng wear such an expression. It was extraordinarily gentle, almost akin to a devoted admirer. Everyone present felt as though they had witnessed a ghost. Chen Yangyang, who was merely observing, was unfazed. During the competition days, Gu Sheng had been like this. She could even boast that she had become immune to it. Upon hearing the word hospital, Su Yu shivered involuntarily. She became even more resistant, and the tears that had been welling in her eyes suddenly streamed down like a string of small pearls. They fell onto Gu Sheng's hand and into his heart. "I don't want to go to the hospital, Gu Sheng. I really don't want to." Su Yu's voice trembled. The quiver at the end of her sentence was evident. She did not wish to go to the hospital or to stay in the ward. That place could confine her for months, and each time she could only envy those outside playing on the grass. But she had never dared to voice her feelings. Those around her would worry and try to comfort her. So, Su Yu had always cooperated positively, never revealing her yearning for the outside world during her hospital stays. She would quietly read alone in her room. Yet, in front of Gu Sheng, she felt she could express herself. Su Yu herself did not know where this conclusion came from. However, it can be said that she seems capable of saying no to Gu Sheng, just as she is now. Gu Sheng gazed at Su Yu, reaching out with his long fingers to gently wipe away her tears. The young girl's eyes were filled with fragility. Ill as she was, Su Yu displayed an even greater stubbornness than usual. Pressing her hands firmly against the edges of the chair beneath her, silently observing. At last, Gu Sheng relented. He knelt before Suyu, placing her hands against his forehead. But, my dear Yu, I seem to be unwell and in need of hospital. Suyu blinked slowly. Gu Sheng continued, with a pitiful tone, yet, I fear being alone. Could you accompany me? The classroom fell into an eerie silence, as if a divine presence had cast a spell of muteness upon them. The expressions of the classmates were marked by an involuntary cracking of control. What a deceiver. Is it truly right to trick a sick girl in such a manner? Suyu halted her tears, attempting to press her slightly damp palm against his forehead, feeling a coolness emanate from it. The classmates instinctively raised their hands to cover their mouths, stifling their impending screams. Yet, one was feverish and muddled, while the other remained composed, showing no signs of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, she released her hand, concluding, You seem to have a slight fever. Gu Sheng nodded. Indeed. So could you accompany me to the hospital? All right. I shall accompany you. Gu Sheng chuckled softly. Thank you, dear you. Chapter 49. Like a rabbit currently, Suyu, who was brazenly deceived by Gu Sheng in the classroom, find herself resting on his back. At this moment, she cannot quite comprehend the situation. Why is it that the other party is ill, yet she is the one being carried away? However, upon further reflection, she imagines the absurdity of carrying Gu Sheng herself. She abruptly shakes her head, fearing that she would not only be unable to lift him, but would also tumble to the ground alongside him. The sudden shaking of her head results in a dizzying sensation, as if her mind has spun 3 times. She supports herself on Gu Sheng's shoulders, her feet swinging restlessly, yearning to touch the ground. It feels a bit top-heavy, she thinks, wishing to step down for a moment. Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng. The young lady on his back is rather restless. A hint of helplessness crosses Gu Sheng's face. They have only just exited the classroom, and, at this rate, it may take them quite some time to reach the hospital. The person on his back wriggles and slowly slides down. Gu Sheng's hands firmly grip Suyu's thighs, his arms positioned securely behind her. Seizing a moment when Suyu is distracted, he gives her a gentle bounce. Startled by the sudden motion, she gasps but gradually settles down. Though her mind is somewhat foggy, she understands that she cannot touch the ground. Her feet have been swinging for so long without making contact. After moving a bit, she feels as though she is floating on a cloud of cotton. Her eyelids grow heavy. She desires sleep once more. Gu Sheng notices and momentarily pauses his steps. Then he resumes his forward motion. Go on, sleep for a while. A gentle breeze caresses the surroundings, whispering softly. Meanwhile, the other students at school are far from calm. Although they are aware of the close relationship between the two, is it truly this intimate? Surely, they're not afraid of being caught in a premature romance. Who hasn't seen Suyu and Gu Sheng today? Smoking. So ostentatious. I fear the principal might find out. Someone from class 8, speak up. The informed have arrived. It's because Suyu has a fever. Ah, how inspiring. I've regained my motivation to study. Whenever I struggle to concentrate, I just glance over at class 8, and my energy is instantly restored. So, does this count as an admission? Not really. It seems devoid of that implication. It's merely a simple act of taking her to the hospital. Bro, why don't you follow them to the hospital and get your eyes checked? The school infirmary is unable to treat students with fevers. They can only prescribe some medication, which suffices for the average student. However, Suyu's constitution is not particularly robust. By the time the fever-reducing medicine takes effect, it is uncertain when that might be. Thus, she must go to the hospital for intravenous fluids and injections. Gu Sheng carries Suyu step by step out of the school gates. It is currently working hours, and, on the road, not a single car or person is in sight. It is not feasible to call Uncle Lee at this moment. The drive from the Gu family home to the school would take a considerable amount of time. He tilted his head slightly, feeling Suyu's body temperature, which was still quite high. The weather seemed to conspire against him as well. The overcast sky had turned ominously gloomy, and the breeze carried a chill. A few drops of fine rain began to fall from the sky. If he were alone, Gu Sheng wouldn't even bother bringing an umbrella. However, now he had Suyu on his back. The girl's temperature was rising, causing his heart to sink. He quickened his pace, contemplating borrowing an umbrella from a small shop on the street. The patter of raindrops landed on Suyu, making her instinctively huddle closer. Her feverish breath gently brushed against the back of the young man's ear. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes opening in a daze. She extended her hand to gauge the height of her head compared to the nearby tree trunk. It was so tall. She tilted her head, staring at the small, water-soaked dots appearing on the ground. Raising one soft, delicate hand, she opened her palm, attempting to catch the droplets. Yet the mischievous rain danced through her fingers. Suyu blinked in confusion, her lips pursed. Why is this snow falling so quickly? Snow? Where's the snow? Gu Sheng glanced around, swiftly heading towards one of the small shops. He genuinely considered carrying her directly to the hospital, but the rain was falling. He feared that by the time they reached the hospital, Suyu, drenched from the rain, would be in a state of delirium. Although she was not very coherent at the moment, the shopkeeper's wife, idly snacking on sunflower seeds, was taken aback to see a boy carrying a girl approaching her. Recently, the television had been broadcasting stories of troubled youth, particularly highlighting the fierce fights among adolescents in schools. Coupled with the sight of Suyu slumped on Gu Sheng's back, she was startled enough to drop her seeds all over the floor. She hurried forward, asking, "What happened?" "Oh dear, why isn't the young lady speaking?" Gu Sheng replied. "Annie, do you have a chair?" Yes, come here." The shopkeeper's wife turned and fetched a chair, placing it before Gu Sheng. The young man gently set the girl down on the chair. He then asked, "Can she sit here for a moment while I go find a car to take her to the hospital?" "The hospital?" The shopkeeper's wife caught the key word, alarmed. This type of incident had never occurred at Qinghe Middle School. Could it be from another school? She scrutinized Gu Sheng and then glanced at Suyu. Lying on the chair, her heart filled with concern. Should she call the police? The shopkeeper's wife's gaze hardened slightly with suspicion. "She can sit here. But what exactly happened to you two?" "She has a fever." The boy replied succinctly, then bent down, lowering his gaze. "Yuzai, can you sit here for a bit?" "All right." Suyu blinked slowly, pouting slightly, feeling a touch of grievance. "We're not going to the hospital?" She still recalled that the reason she had come out with Gu Sheng was to take him to the hospital. Gu Sheng paused for a moment, sighed, and said, "I'll go find a car. Didn't Yuzai say she would accompany me to the hospital?" Suyu's memories gradually returned. Gu Sheng gazed at her for a while, believing her silence signified agreement. Therefore, he straightened up, intending to step out of the shop. Just as he was about to take a step, he felt a small tug at the hem of his shirt. Suyu's cheeks flushed, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She felt a pang of fear at the thought of being abandoned here. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her vision blurred, and she pleaded, "Don't go." Gu Sheng replied, "But I am unwell and need to go to the hospital." Suyu lowered her head in contemplation before standing up and softly murmuring, "Then let us go together." The sudden movement caused her, who was suffering from high fever, to feel dizzy. Gu Sheng observed as she swayed slightly, resembling a tipsy person. He extended his index finger in front of her and said, "You mustn't move." Standing still, he raised his hand to support her. Gu Sheng added, "I'm not moving. I'll go pour a cup of hot water." I see that her lips have turned pale from the cold. The shopkeeper, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Gu Sheng was taken aback and turned to look at Suyu's face. It was pale, yet her cheeks were abnormally flushed. "Thank you, shopkeeper," he said. There was no time to delay any further. Chapter 50. A visit to the hospital. Gu Sheng observed her for a considerable time, gently ruffling Suyu's hair. "You cannot come along. I shall return shortly." Suyu shook her head, resolutely indicating her disinterest in his words. Persistently tugging at Gu Sheng's shirt, with an air of stubbornness, she demanded, "Hug." It was truly exasperating. Was the young girl always this clingy when unwell? Suyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, exuding an unmistakable aura of "If you do not embrace me, I shall not let you depart." Gu Sheng sighed, truly a little ancestor. He bent slightly, extending his arms for a brief embrace. "Wait for me to return." Satisfied, Suyu released her hold, obediently nodding. Imecha. On Qinghe Road, just ahead at the bend, there was a small commercial district. The owner of a quaint shop only possessed an electric scooter. However, the scooter offered little protection against the wind, and he feared Suyu might worsen her condition. Thus, he hurried ahead to search for alternatives. The young man sprinted along the empty road, his bangs drenched by the rain, his clothes clinging tightly to his form. He had never felt quite this disheveled before. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. After running for a while, Gu Sheng spotted a black sedan approaching him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed in front of the vehicle, arms outstretched to flag it down. At that moment, Mo Ping, feeling dejected after being laid off from his job, was driving with a distracted mind, burdened with all his belongings from the office, intending to return to his rented room. He never expected that in this day and age, someone would dare to stop a car in the middle of the road. As Gu Sheng burst forth, Mo Ping immediately snapped back to reality, slamming on the brakes. The car skidded to a halt at the roadside, narrowly avoiding a collision. Already in a foul mood, Mo Ping rolled down his window, poking his head out to scold the reckless individual. However, upon noticing the car had stopped, Gu Sheng approached the window and interjected before he could utter a word. "You can scold me later. Could you assist me with a favor first?" Though in a disarrayed state, Gu Sheng maintained his composure. Mo Ping sized him up. He was not bad-looking and seemed unlikely to be a scammer. Convinced to perform a good deed, Mo Ping inquired, "What favor?" "Please take someone to the hospital. It's just a short distance to the shop ahead." Gu Sheng swiftly entered the passenger seat. Mo Ping remarked, "Goodness, you're quite quick." However, hearing that they were heading to the hospital, he felt compelled to act without delay, driving toward the small shop mentioned by the young man. While Gu Sheng exited to fetch the person, Mo Ping quickly turned the car around. Before long, he saw Gu Sheng returning, cradling a girl with flushed cheeks in his arms. Mo Ping hastily unfastened his seatbelt, flung open the door, and moved to the rear passenger side to assist Gu Sheng. "Thank you," Gu Sheng said. After Su Yu climbed into the car, she attempted to nestle into Gu Sheng's embrace. Yet, before she could fully settle, he gently pushed her away. In the next instant, she felt a tender pinch at the nape of her neck. Comforted, she squinted her eyes. Gu Sheng gazed down at her, resembling a little kitten. "I am wet. Do not rub against me," he cautioned. "I am not wet," she retorted. She uttered 2 words, then slowly added, "To the hospital. Want to be held." The little head struggled to articulate these phrases. "Su Yu pautet, so mewat di sati feet. Why must she be held?" Gu Sheng looked at Su Yu and continued to squeeze her outstretched hand. "I go to the hospital Mom holds," she answered drowsily. Gu Sheng was taken aback. When she went to the hospital, it was Aunt Song who held her. So, when she fell ill and went to the hospital, she wanted to be held? The disjointed words somehow made sense to Gu Sheng. He gently ruffled the little girl's hair, thanking her softly. Mo Ping, listening to their conversation, felt a bit of his own recent frustration dissipate. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The feverish girl was tightly holding onto his hand, resting her eyes on his shoulder. Gu Sheng carefully avoided his damp clothes from touching Su Yu, gazing tenderly at the girl beside him. Mo Ping remarked, "You two seem to have a good relationship." After reflecting on his recent experiences, he added, "Don't follow my example. At my age, I have no friends and no job." Gu Sheng looked at the small box Mo Ping had moved to the front seat to free up the back. The documents peeking out revealed the words Company Annual Financial Report. He inquired, "You studied finance?" "Yes," Mo Ping replied casually, "but our company has been struggling lately, and I was just laid off." It seemed he had found a confidant, and he poured out his grievances. Gu Sheng listened silently. Once Mo Ping had vented enough, the car arrived at the hospital. Mo Ping got out and opened the back door for them, watching as Gu Sheng carried Su Yu out. "I've brought you to the hospital. I'll take my leave now. If you can't find a job soon, consider Gu Group. I'm Gu Sheng." With that, Gu Sheng carried Su Yu and proceeded to the registration desk. Mo Ping stared blankly at their departing figures. He knew Gu Group well. Who in the capital city did not? But Gu Sheng. The head of Gu Group was Gu Ting. What was his son's name again? Mo Ping's eyes widened in realization. Gu Sheng. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Sheng gently set the girl down. Su Yu, feeling the sudden change, stumbled slightly but was caught by someone. They reached the emergency room, and the doctor conducted a brief examination, checking Su Yu's thermometer, 39. 4. She needs an 4. You can go pay over there and take her to the infusion room afterwards. Gu Sheng nodded and was about to leave when he felt someone bump into him from behind. The emergency doctor chuckled at the scene. "She is quite clingy. Isn't she? No worries. Just take her with you to pay. The infusion room is quite close." Gu Sheng sighed and grasped Su Yu's wrist. She followed closely beside him, while patiently standing next to Gu Sheng as he made the payment. Suddenly, a little child who had just arrived pointed at her and exclaimed, "Mom, look at that sister. She is even more clingy than I am." "Shoo, don't speak," Gu Sheng replied, glancing at the distance between the child and her mother. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yu, who was clinging to him. Wasn't she indeed even more clingy than the child? Thus, he led Su Yu to the infusion room. As they stood in line waiting to be called, Gu Sheng truly felt the weight of responsibility that came with looking after a child. "Please, number 0023 Su Yu, proceed to the infusion station," announced a mechanical voice. Su Yu was drawn into a chair, her eyes wide with confusion. Hadn't it been said that Gu Sheng was ill and needed to see a doctor? Why was she being tugged by her sleeve? Noticing the bewildered look in Su Yu's eyes, Gu Sheng continued to guide her hand onto the small table, where a nurse prepared to administer the injection by securing a rubber band around her arm. In an instant, Su Yu found herself enveloped in darkness, as her eyes were covered. Before she could voice her question about why her eyes were being shielded, a sharp pain radiated from her elbow. She then felt a cold liquid coursing through her veins. Su Yu felt deceived. She lifted her other hand to push away Gu Sheng's obstruction and turned her face up to him, her expression filled with grievance, her voice quivering. "You lied to me." Gu Sheng looked at her, licking the back of his molars, feeling utterly exasperated. Chapter 51. Infusion. The infusion hall of the hospital is now predominantly occupied by elderly individuals and, occasionally, children who have fallen ill due to the sudden cold wave. It is a rarity to see someone like Su Yu, especially accompanied by Gu Sheng. Even in the infusion room, Gu Sheng attracts admiring glances. The nurse administering the injection to Su Yu deftly secures the adhesive tape on the young girl, then takes the remaining 2 large bottles and guides Su Yu to a seat, casually instructing Gu Sheng, "When this bottle nears empty, call for assistance. We will help replace it." Gu Sheng nods in acknowledgement. Su Yu gazes vacantly at the needle embedded in her vein. The cool liquid brings a flicker of clarity to her muddled mind. However, she asks, "Brother, am I running a fever?" She looks at Gu Sheng, inexplicably addressing him as brother. Though slightly more alert, she is not fully awake. Gu Sheng pauses momentarily and sits beside her, responding yes. Logically, Su Yu had previously referred to him as brother, so she should not be so flustered. He outwardly appears indifferent, yet only he is aware of the rapidity of his heartbeat. Half of Gu Sheng's clothing remains damp. Su Yu instinctively reaches out, but before she can touch his sleeve, he intercepts her hand. "What are you doing? Your clothes are wet. Be careful, or it will worsen." Su Yu stares blankly, murmuring, "Your clothes." Yet, the person opposite her remains unfazed. "Yes, once your infusion is complete, you can change at home." "Changing now?" Gu Sheng raises an eyebrow in surprise. "Do you wish to see me change before you?" Su Yu is taken aback, wondering if she ever suggested such a notion. Just because her mind is sluggish does not mean he should take advantage of her. She falls silent, pursing her lips and turning away. Beside her, Gu Sheng consults Professor Tang on his phone. "Professor Tang, may I inquire if Su Yu's fever today will impact her upcoming surgery?" Gu Sheng asks. "Only if it is a common cold. Simply administer the injection and medication. Ensure she is not subjected to any undue stress," Professor Tang replies. "Thank you, Professor." Gu Sheng acknowledges. Since their last meeting, Gu Sheng has purchased numerous medical-related books, primarily focusing on cardiology. He believes that the more he learns, the better he can care for Su Yu, both now and in the future. He aspires to be the one who can consistently protect the young girl by her side. Perhaps the medication is taking effect, as Su Yu lies languidly in the hospital chair, her head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Gu Sheng watches her with a resting chin, finding it amusing. He casually pulls out his phone and opens the camera function. Click! The clear sound of the shutter resonates in Su Yu's ears. Satisfied with the newly captured photo of her, Gu Sheng nods approvingly. Then, with a subtle motion of her finger, she dragged the photograph into a small album. Just as the other person's head began to nod forward, on the verge of tipping over, Gu Sheng swiftly caught it. The youth extended her fingertip, gently touching her forehead. She was about to collapse. Yet, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Su Yu made an effort to lift her gaze toward him, her voice strained, "But I want to sleep." Her feverish body ached all over. The hospital chair was cold and hard. The young girl looked at Gu Sheng with a pleading expression. She felt embarrassed to voice her desire to lean against him, but her beseeching eyes conveyed everything. The little girl in front of him looked at him with a damp gaze, her intentions written all over her face. Observing Su Yu's demeanor, Gu Sheng found himself unexpectedly inclined to tease her. Thus, he feigned ignorance, saying, "Then sleep. I'll keep an eye on the bottle above." It was the first time he referred to himself as brother in front of the little girl, and the words rolled off his tongue quite well. Su Yu. Her hand slowly lifted, clutching his sleeve, as she reiterated, "Brother, I want to sleep." Once she had uttered it the first time, there was no hesitation for a second. If the initial admission brought her some shyness, now she spoke with confidence. While others might falter under the influence of alcohol, she was emboldened by her illness. Gu Sheng regarded her, pointing to his wet clothing. "But brother's clothes are damp. If you lean against me, you'll recover more slowly." Indeed, his attire bore significant water stains, showing no signs of drying. She gazed at it for a moment before shaking her head. "It doesn't matter. But it does matter to brother. Brother will be worried about you." The young girl looked at him, silent and somewhat dejected. She wished to negotiate for a bit more time. Just then, she heard a familiar voice. Gu Ye, Ibrukit. She and Gu Sheng turned in unison toward Fong Chu, who stood in the 4-room's lobby, waving and calling out with a bag in hand. The other patients in the 4-room instinctively glanced over. Fong Chu, initially waving enthusiastically, lowered her hand awkwardly under their scrutiny and approached Gu Sheng quietly, handing him the bag. "Gu, this is the spare clothing you left in your school locker. I brought it for you." Fong Chu whispered in Gu Sheng's ear, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yu sitting beside him. She seemed somewhat different from usual. For instance, when she met his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes again. Yet her grip on Gu Sheng's garment remained tight. At school, she hadn't been this clingy. Oh, but wait, it was Gu Sheng who was the clingy one at school. Fong Chu pointed at Su Yu, about to inquire what was amiss when her line of sight was obstructed by Gu Sheng. Noticing the displeasure in the youth's eyes, Qinghe, who had been silent beside them, pulled Fong Chu back a few steps, speaking earnestly. "Gu, Fong Chu isn't quite right in the head." The sudden remark left Fong Chu bewildered. Fong Chu, filled with resentment, inquired, "Are you really that clever?" Qinghe glanced at Fong Chu and pointed to himself, stating, "I am better than you. I ranked in the top 20. The shame of his academic performance had always lingered as a heavy burden for Fong Chu, particularly in the presence of Qinghe. While they all engaged in the same activities, Gu Sheng consistently secured the top position in every examination. Even Qinghe managed to break into the top 20. It seemed as though everyone was destined for a bright future, yet here he was, relegated to a life of tightening screws in a factory immediately after graduation. Chapter 52. The two little ones. Gu Sheng rifled through the clothes sent by Fong Chu. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he had contacted Fong Chu, requesting him to retrieve a set of spare clothes from his locker. There was indeed no shortage of garments. However, he was bemused to find 2 pieces of candy nestled within a bag. He held up a whimsically wrapped sweet, questioning, "Is this also for me?" Fong Chu, who had been disheartened by Qinghe's earlier remarks, waved his hand dismissively. "No, this is from Chen Yangyang, the desk mate of Su Tongxue." Although Chen Yangyang was delighted to witness Gu Sheng accompanying Su Yu outdoors, she also harbored concerns about Su Yu's fever and lack of appetite. Thus, after rummaging through her desk for quite some time, she managed to unearth a sugary treat, hoping Su Yu would enjoy it alone. Naturally, it would be even better if Gu Sheng could share it with her. Fong Chu shook his head, attempting to dismiss the calculating expression that lingered on Chen Yangyang's face. "Oh, I will go change. You two keep an eye on Su Yu for a moment." Gu Sheng lifted the bag and rose to his feet, with Su Yu, who had been focused solely on him, following suit. Fong Chu and Qinghe exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening here? Gu Sheng, somewhat exasperated, turned back, gently pressing Su Yu's shoulder to encourage her to sit down. He then crouched before her, speaking softly, "Brother will change clothes. When I return, you can lean on me and sleep, all right?" The confusion on Fong Chu and Qinghe's faces only deepened. Goodness, has Gugu been possessed? What an ultimate sycophant. Should we summon a sorcerer? After a moment's thought, Gu Sheng retrieved the candy from the bag and placed it into Su Yu's hand. Hold on to this sweet for me until I return, all right? Su Yu's mind raced. The candy belonged to Gu Sheng, but was now in her possession. It felt like a deposit. She nodded vigorously in agreement, sitting upright in her chair with her back straight, her hands neatly folded over her knees. You go ahead. I will lie down when you return. Gu Sheng, recognizing Su Yu's intent, found himself both amused and exasperated. He tousled her hair affectionately before heading towards the men's restroom of the hospital. Feng Chu and Qin Kai exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should also take their leave. Should we wait for Gu Gu to return before we leave? Feng Chu suggested. Agreed, Qin Kai replied, and they nodded in unison, resolving to stand guard like bodyguard around Su Yu. Mommy, are they kidnappers? Should we rescue my sister? A young child's innocent voice broke through, echoing in front of them. Had Gu Sheng been present, he would have recognized this brave little child as the one he and Su Yu had encountered at the beginning. The child, emboldened by a moment of distraction from his mother, rushed over, grasping Su Yu's hand and exclaiming, Sister, these are kidnappers. I'm here to save you. Let's run. Yet, escape was out of the question. Su Yu clutched the candy tightly, awaiting Gu Sheng's return. Feng Chu and Qin Kai found themselves the subjects of curious glances from onlookers. Then, they immediately crouched down, one of them holding the child's hand. Feng Chu remarked, We are not human traffickers. Qin Kai added, Do we appear to be human traffickers? The little boy, frightened, widened his mouth on the verge of tears. However, Feng Chu swiftly covered his mouth, inadvertently making them seem even more like kidnappers, particularly the kind that targets young boys. The child's mother, unaware of the unfolding situation, returned from a phone call only to find her child being pulled away. With tears in his eyes, he struggled against the grip of the two young individuals. As soon as he spotted his mother approaching, he broke free and ran towards her, crying out, Mom, the traffickers are trying to grab me. Feng Chu and Qin Kai were utterly taken aback. How could they possibly explain that they were not human traffickers? The child's mother was equally embarrassed, for she had repeatedly warned her mischievous child that disobedient children could be taken by traffickers. In an instant, her inattentiveness led him to point at the two young men, declaring them to be traffickers. Clearly, they resembled the bodyguards of that young girl. With an apologetic expression, she said, I'm sorry, comrades, for disturbing your work. I'll take my child now. I truly apologize. As she led the child away, Feng Chu could still hear the boy's voice. They're not traffickers. They are bodyguards, just like the security uncle at our community entrance. Well, at least they had transformed from suspected traffickers into security personnel, becoming good people in the process. When Gu Sheng emerged after changing his clothes, Feng Chu and Qin Kai felt utterly exhausted. Feng Chu said, Gu Gu, we're leaving now. Qin Kai added, if there are matters to attend to, don't bother calling us. Gu Sheng wondered, what madness has these two descended into? He placed a bag containing his wet clothes on an unoccupied chair and walked over to the force station. It wasn't particularly busy at the moment, allowing them some leisure to chat and alleviate their boredom. Oh look, that handsome classmate is coming over. Wow, he looks even more dashing in a different outfit. Riji, isn't he more handsome than your son? Get lost, my son is the most handsome in my eyes. The head nurse, affectionately called Hui Jia, stood up and asked, Is there anything you need? Gu Sheng replied, Do you have any hot water bottles? Before changing his clothes, he had touched the little girl's hand, which, though not as hot as her forehead, felt rather cold, likely due to the icy liquid in the foreline. He thought of placing a hot water bottle beneath Su Yu's hand to warm her up. Upon hearing this, the head nurse nodded immediately. Yes, we do. Please wait a moment. They always kept some hot water bottles in the infusion room for when the weather turned cold, as patients often found the four fluids too chilly. She quickly retrieved an empty hot water bottle, filled it with hot water in the warming room, and handed it to Gu Sheng, saying, Just place it under her hand. It will make her feel much better. Gu Sheng accepted it with polite gratitude. Thank you very much. The head nurse watched as the young man returned to the girl's side with the hot water bottle in hand. He carefully took out a towel from the bag. After confirming its dryness, he wrapped the hot water bottle in the towel and gently placed it beneath the girl's hand, being cautious to avoid the intravenous tube. Su Yu silently observed Gu Sheng's actions, and when he lifted his hand to press the back of it against his forehead, she placed the piece of candy she held into Gu Sheng's palm, saying, "Here, your deposit." Gu Sheng noted that her body temperature was showing a downward trend. He accepted the candy nestled in his hand, and she replied, "Sleep." Suyu, feeling unwell, spoke as if each word tumbled out one by one, which was particularly endearing. Gu Sheng's eyes curved into a smile as he leaned closer to her. At last, Suyu rested her head on the shoulder she longed for, finding it undoubtedly more comfortable than the metal chair in the hospital. With a sense of security, she closed her eyes, her breathing quickly deepening. The interns under the head nurse witnessed this scene and stifled their gasps. The head nurse gestured with her hands, conceding, "All right, I admit my son is not as handsome. He can't compare at all." Her remark elicited laughter from the group. Gu Sheng embraced Suyu, gently patting her back with one hand while the other opened his buzzing phone. "Dai Xian, Mr. Gu, I have sent the documents to your email." Gu Sheng's gaze sharpened instantaneously. He tucked away his phone, casting it aside, and caressed Suyu's wrist. No matter who it was, he would not allow anyone to harm Suyu. Chapter 53. Cooking kanji. When Gu Sheng returned home with the sleeping Suyu, he was informed that his parents had gone to a banquet in a neighboring city and would likely not return tonight. Furthermore, the housekeeper had taken a day off. "Dear son, work hard, cook and do the laundry, and transform into a dashing husband." Su Ji, his mother, had texted. Gu Sheng was perplexed, while Gu Ting, his father, remarked, "I was once like that in my youth too." With a deep sigh, Gu Sheng set his phone down. It was evident to his mother that he harbored feelings for Suyu. With a little attention, one could easily discern that he had not concealed his affections. Gu Ting had long anticipated this, but now the young lady was unwell, and the housekeeper was absent. Gu Sheng took out his phone and opened a search application. He then went to his study, retrieving some long-unused paper and pen, jotting down notes. Cooking kanji tips: 1 bowl of rice, 3 bowls of water, and a pinch of sugar or salt. Adjust according to your preference. Gu Sheng furrowed his brow in concentration. While the ratio of water to rice was straightforward, the term "a pinch of sugar and salt" was rather ambiguous. What exactly did a pinch translate to in grams? He searched again, but found no definitive answer. Armed with a note that contained only a few words, he ventured into the kitchen, staring at the array of pots and pans with trepidation. Should he perhaps enroll in a cooking class? Even if the young lady found his appearance lacking, perhaps he could win her heart through his culinary skills? With a measuring cup in hand, he meticulously measured 1 bowl of rice and 3 bowls of water. He then located the instruction manual for the rice cooker. As he closed the lid and pressed the button, the tension within him began to ease. Perhaps it had been a long time since Suyu had fallen ill. This time, her fever rendered her perpetually sleepy. When she regained consciousness, a soothing scent of lavender wafted through the room. Lying on the large bed, she sank into the soft mattress. Her eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly taking flight. Her long hair cascaded over the bed, and as she opened her eyes, her light-colored irises sparkled. Suyu furrowed her brow and raised her hand to her waist. It ached, as if she had been beaten. How long had she been asleep? She emerged from the covers and leaned against the headboard. Awake? She followed the sound and saw Gu Sheng, now dressed in loose loungewear, just as he was turning the doorknob to enter. Suyu gazed at him in a daze as he approached her. Gu Sheng leaned on the edge of the bed with one hand while reaching over her to grab a cushion. She felt as though he had enveloped her in his presence. What was that term again? He was too close. Close enough for her to feel his breath against her neck, causing her to instinctively pull back, feeling a tickling sensation. Gu Sheng adjusted the cushion behind her, noticing her flushed ears, and chuckled softly. "You were so easily embarrassed." Suyu bit her lip, remaining silent. "Do you remember how you kept calling me brother in the hospital?" At that, the young lady's eyes widened in surprise. She lay in the hospital, repeatedly calling for her elder brother. Gu Sheng was exceedingly pleased with her reaction and casually added, "You even begged me." A slight twitch appeared at the corners of her mouth as her gaze flitted about. "I don't remember." She resolutely refused to acknowledge it. After all, she truly had no recollection. Gu Sheng raised his hand and tapped his collarbone, where a small circle of red bite marks was imprinted on his fair and translucent skin. As he cradled the young girl and carried her back to the room, she, lost in a dream, suddenly raised her little head and playfully nipped at his collarbone just as he was about to release her. Afterward, she smacked her lips and frowned slightly, as if finding the taste rather unsatisfactory. This made Gu Sheng both amused and exasperated. Such a mischievous little thing, not only biting him but also expressing her distaste. Su Yu quietly glanced at the mark he pointed to, her voice trembling. That bite mark. Gu Sheng nodded. Yes, you bit it. How does it taste? He asked leisurely, showing no signs of embarrassment. What taste could it possibly have? She had no idea, completely oblivious, watching the little girl before him slowly clutch her blanket. Her cheeks flushed under his gaze. She shrank back into the covers, burying herself within them, mumbling, I don't remember. She felt an unusual warmth enveloping her entire being. I'm sorry. She felt a bit shy about being seen. Gu Sheng leaned slightly forward, gently patting Su Yu's head through the blanket, his words laced with humor. It's not your fault. Come on, get up and have some porridge. Su Yu remained still, calming her breathing beneath the covers. There was something she dared not utter. The bite mark was rather charming. Hurry up and come out, she thought, for she was already ill and needed to be careful not to suffocate under the blankets. Noticing her prolonged silence, Gu Sheng reached out to tug at the blanket covering her. Su Yu pulled down the covers, revealing her sparkling eyes. You mustn't laugh at me. Gu Sheng replied. Who would dare to laugh at our you, Zai? Who? Su Yu shot him a glance, subtly pouting. Isn't that you? She thought. Where is Aunt Su? She asked, sensing the unusual quietness downstairs. Gu Sheng picked up a comb from the bedside and gently tidied her hair. She went out with my dad and won't be back tonight. He added with a hint of helplessness. Oh, right. Even the cooking aunt at our house is on leave now. Su Yu blinked in surprise. Then what about the porridge? Gu Sheng playfully tapped her nose. I made it. Get up and have some. Su Yu was taken aback that Gu Sheng could actually cook porridge. Slowly, she propped herself up and gazed at the young man before her. He wore a smile that never seemed to falter in her presence. He possessed ample patience and boundless tolerance, as if he were embracing every part of her being. Her gaze drifted to his hands, where the knuckles were well-defined, and his nails were meticulously trimmed and rounded. Yet, the tips bore a hue that contrasted sharply with his skin tone. Su Yu felt as if her heart were gently tugged by his presence. Lowering her eyes, she extended her own hand to touch his. Does it hurt? Su Yu inquired, her voice laced with concern, acknowledging the pain. She softly answered herself. The fragrance of lavender enveloped the two of them. Gu Sheng observed the young girl's tentative hand, as if she feared causing him discomfort, hesitatingly brushing against him. He glanced at his fingertips, recalling the burn he had received while reaching for the rice cooker when the food was ready. It was merely a trivial injury, one that hardly registered as a wound in his mind. Yet, noticing the hint of guilt in Su Yu's expression, he reassured her, it's not painful. He took the initiative to grasp her hand, which she had not yet withdrawn, cradling it in his palm. See, I can still hold on to you. The warmth of the youth gradually radiated from their joined hands. Su Yu shifted her hand, not pulling away. Perhaps it was the fever that had clouded her judgment. Or perhaps the atmosphere was just right. Or perhaps Gu Sheng's tenderness was overwhelmingly captivating. Su Yu blinked, gazing at the boy before her, and asked, do you enjoy making porridge? Her inquiry was natural, even as she subtly observed his reaction. She was nothing like her previously shy self. She was open and bold, attempting to read the answer on Gu Sheng's face. Chapter 54. The inability of the youth in the room paused at her sudden inquiry. Su Yu's gaze was clear, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders. Gu Sheng wore an expression of peculiarity. Did he truly enjoy making porridge? Are you certain you wish to discuss this here? Is there something amiss in this place? Su Yu's response was somewhat delayed. One of her hands was held by Gu Sheng, while the other discreetly tightened around the edge of the blanket when he was not paying attention. To accommodate Su Yu's slumber, the curtains in the room remained drawn, with only a faint light filtering through the doorway. Neither spoke, and Su Yu's heartbeat quickened, her gaze nervously fixed on Gu Sheng. In the dim light, she discerned the growing depth in his eyes, which made her heart flutter with uncertainty. When she was courageous, she was genuinely so, as evidenced by her earlier boldness. Yet, in moments of vulnerability, her trepidation was equally sincere as it was now. Slowly, she lifted the hand clutching the blanket, her voice a mere murmur. Never mind. I'm not particularly keen on knowing. She had always believed that Gu Sheng's kindness towards her was rooted in affection. Perhaps she had been overly sentimental and misinterpreted his intentions. It could be that he merely regarded her as a sister, which explained his interventions when Ji Shi troubled her and his care during her illness. With a hint of despondency, she gazed at her hands, contemplating the possibility of misunderstanding. Perhaps it was indeed a misapprehension. The fact that Gu Sheng did not engage with other girls left her unsure of his feelings. It was her own lack of understanding regarding affection that led her to mistakenly believe he harbored feelings for her. Release me. Suyu tugged at her hand, her voice tinged with a quaver of impending tears. If he did not harbor any feelings for her, why then would he hold her hand? Was this not an unfair advantage for him? Gu Sheng had not anticipated Suyu would pose such a question at this juncture. His original plan was to confide in his parents first, followed by an honest conversation with Suyu's parents. The young girl had been cherished since childhood. It seemed unreasonable for her to avoid everyone and hide because of this matter. It was unfair to her. He was acutely aware that, as the sole heir of the Gu family, every action of his would be scrutinized. Until Suyu was ready, Gu Sheng was willing to wait. Not to mention Yang Yu, whom he had previously investigated. His intentions remained unclear. If Yang's motives were directed at him, that would be one matter, but if they were aimed at Suyu, Gu Sheng would not be so accommodating. He needed to eliminate all sources of instability, both internal and external, in advance. This was a mark of respect towards Suyu and a form of protection. When Gu Sheng returned from his thoughts, he found a young girl before him wearing a face of distress. Her voice, laced with a hint of tears, proved difficult for him to withstand. He gradually loosened his grip on her hand and moved closer, focusing intently as he delicately entwined their fingers. Little fish, to answer your question. I do not enjoy making porridge. The memory of his earlier helplessness in the kitchen caused him a slight headache. There was an unrecognized hint of grievance in her tone. In the culinary materials she found, the descriptions of seasonings were always vague, suggesting a pinch or to taste. I simply cannot grasp it. Suyu stared blankly at him, pondering whether cooking was indeed quite challenging. Gu Sheng's warm breath brushed against her. One hand propped on the bed, he let out a gentle chuckle, feeling the rhythm of the young girl as heartbeat. Gu Sheng found an unusual sense of comfort. He then buried his face into the crook of Suyu's neck, letting out a satisfied sigh. Suyu was taken aback by his actions, rendered motionless. His embrace was so encompassing that she felt there was no escape, yet she found no aversion in it. Gu Sheng remarked, "But I am willing to learn for you. What do you think, Su classmate?" At that moment, the way he lazily uttered her title sent a shiver through Suyu's heart. Tilting his head, he seemed to catch a whiff of floral fragrance from her. He intended to rush, but after a pause, with a slight smile, he continued, "Since you asked." Then, he gradually tightened his hold around Suyu, his other hand encircling her shoulder. "I like you. Very much, more than you can imagine. I like you from the very first moment we met. You will never know how deeply you move me, or how many times a day my heart flutters for you. Every moment, every second, I am enamored." The youth's response echoed softly in the tranquil room, laced with a subtle tension. Suyu was at a loss for how to react. It was her inquiry, yet he provided the answer. She felt Gu Sheng's breath against her neck and slowly raised her hand to rest on his head. However, she hesitated, "But I'm not in good health." Gu Sheng replied, "I like you. But I'm not good-looking either." Gu Sheng reiterated, "I like you. Suyu, you are incorrigible." The girl's voice was soft, unconsciously playful. Little did she know how sweet that sounded to Gu Sheng. He gently released the girl in his arms, saying, "Yes, I am indeed incorrigible. So what about you, Yuzai?" Suyu sensed a hint of seduction in Gu Sheng's current tone, and she instinctively bit her lip. Gu Sheng maintained a perfect distance, his long eyelashes brushing against Suyu's cheek, his slender fingers cradling her chin. As Gu Sheng's face drew nearer, Suyu clutched the hem of his shirt tightly. "Your deposit, you can give it to me." "Deposit? That piece of candy?" he teased. "Do you remember?" He had given her his deposit. And then what? Gu Sheng halted, his voice husky and strained. "So?" He noticed Suyu's face flush with embarrassment as she mustered the courage to meet his gaze. "After graduation." Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "So you mean?" Suyu felt he was being troublesome. He clearly understood her meaning, yet insisted on hearing her articulate it. I hold your deposit, which may be utilized in the future. Although we have reached adulthood, Gu Sheng, strive diligently for the service of our nation. The initial part of her voice, albeit faint as a whisper, was heard clearly by Gu Sheng. Yet, the latter part was delivered with a fervor that radiated passion. He nodded in satisfaction, straightened up, and resumed his composed demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Very well, then, dress appropriately and let us go out for porridge. Furthermore, let us endeavor to live for the benefit of our country. Gu Sheng rose, exuding a calm and nonchalant air as he departed. In a realm unseen by Suyu, he released all the tension within him. Leaning against the wall with the back of his hand resting on his forehead, heaved a deep sigh. A flush began at his ears, gradually spreading to the corners of his eyes. He closed his eyes in a moment of despair. The allure of the young lady was overwhelming. A mere promise was enough to elate him so profoundly. Gu Sheng smiled wryly, for before encountering Suyu, he had never realized how utterly uncontrollable he could be. To cherish and protect someone so dearly, longing to keep her by his side day and night, she had become his most treasured possession. Chapter 55. The sun shines just right. Suyu sat dazedly on the bed, her back resting against the pillow that Gu Sheng had just arranged for her. She could still sense his lingering presence. Her heart raced, but unlike during her illness, she was acutely aware of the rhythm of her heartbeat. Was it excitement or exhilaration? She could no longer distinguish between the two. With a dazed expression, she raised her hand to touch her shoulder. The skin there was smooth, yet radiated a warmth distinct from her face. Slowly, she lifted the covers and got out of bed, glancing at the plush slippers hanging from her feet. Her toes curled slightly within them. Then, she looked towards the door, and her cheeks flushed anew, resembling a ripe apple, adorably rosy against her fair complexion. Suddenly, she felt a reluctance to step outside, sensing that once they spoke, an awkwardness would ensue. Not quite awkwardness, really. It was more of a shyness that enveloped her whenever she thought of Gu Sheng's face. Yet, she had fallen ill, and she still needed to consume the congee he had specially prepared for her. Suyu pushed open the door and made her way to the kitchen. Gu Sheng, catching sight of her from the corner of his eye, smiled and gestured to the pot of congee in his hands. I'll serve you some. Just sit over there, he said. She had never seen Gu Sheng like this before, wearing an apron adorned with a rabbit pattern, standing in the kitchen. As he lifted the lid, steam wafted into the air. With one hand holding a spoon and the other a white porcelain bowl, he carefully ladled the congee for her. In an instant, Suyu felt her heart soften. Watching Gu Sheng busily attend to her brought her a profound sense of tranquility, as if time had slowed down in a peaceful moment. When Gu Sheng emerged with the small bowl of congee, he found her sitting obediently at the table, her hands neatly folded before her, resembling a diligent student listening intently to a teacher. Amused by her demeanor, Gu Sheng placed the congee in front of her and gently ruffled her hair. Nodding towards the bowl, "Eat up, this is the congee I made," he encouraged. The congee, at the perfect temperature, emanated a delightful aroma of rice. He had omitted any seasonings, yet its flavor was exquisite. "Is it enough? Do you need me to fry you an egg?" Gu Sheng asked, resting his chin on his hand as he sat beside Suyu, watching her relish the meal. After savoring the last spoonful, Suyu licked her lips and placed her hand on her round little belly. "No, I'm full," she replied. He reached out, playfully twirling a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her. His voice turned languid. "Full already? You're not aware of the danger beside you, are you?" Suyu, still somewhat dazed, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth and responded, I'm full." Gu Sheng extended his hand toward her. "I'm not full yet." The bemused Suyu, her mind still processing, replied, "Then go eat. There's more congee in the kitchen." Gu Sheng leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on her. "Didn't you just say that we are already adults?" The young man abruptly revisited that topic. Suyu momentarily faltered in her speech. "Oh, aren't you a few months older than me? I've heard that the school's discipline director is quite fierce, wielding a stick in the grove specifically to catch students involved in early romances. If a couple is caught, they are dragged out to the broadcasting station for a public reprimand." Gu Sheng released his grip from her curled hair and slowly maneuvered his hand to the nape of her neck, applying a gentle yet firm squeeze. Is it acceptable from now on? Su blinked rapidly, but, Gu Zai, your deadline is rather long. Are there any other benefits? His pitiful tone reached Su's ears, causing her to be momentarily taken aback by his shift in demeanor. She looked up at him, bewildered. What benefits? Hooked. Gu Sheng lowered his gaze and leaned in closer, pointing to his own face. Just as he was about to speak, Su interrupted him, holding an empty bowl with both hands and placing it squarely in front of him. Gu Sheng, do you remember what the couplet at the classroom door says? Gu Sheng's lips twitched. Fortunately, his memory wasn't too faulty. He attempted to respond. Through diligent study, one must surely achieve. Su promptly completed the line. Tomorrow, I shall seize the lead. Who else but me? Gu Sheng inquired. So? Su, not entirely comprehending, replied. So, one must study diligently and strive for improvement every day. Gu Sheng retorted. All right, striving for improvement every day, but what about the interest on my deposit? Interest? Su looked at him in disbelief. How had she never realized that Gu Sheng could be so shameless? She shifted her weight on the chair, contemplating escape, for he was utterly devoid of shame. Gu Sheng had long since noticed her subtle movements, glancing at him as if to confirm he was aware. Thus, as Su inched toward the edge of her seat, Gu Sheng reached out, placing his hand on her shoulder and forcibly turning her to face him. His long legs intertwined with hers beneath the chair, effectively pinning her in place. Su Zimak? The villa is empty now, which certainly benefits Gu Sheng. The usual air of superiority had long been discarded. Having already acknowledged his shamelessness, she gazed at him, slightly biting her lip. Tentatively, she grasped her clothing and, after a moment of hesitation, softly said, "All right." The sunlight streamed perfectly into the room, and the surrounding greenery gently swayed its leaves. The wind stirred up a rustling sound, and a corner of the sheer curtain fluttered. Gu Sheng, his long lashes casting shadows, gazed deeply at the young girl before him, as if he wished to etch her into his very being. Su cradled his face in her hands, instinctively shifting closer. Noticing her movement, Gu Sheng slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment. She pressed the pad of her index finger against the corner of his eye, soft and fragrant. Out of the corner of her eye, Su inadvertently spotted a small pen on the table, likely forgotten by Gu Ting. She unexpectedly approached him with a gentle demeanor. The pen's tip, made of delicate soft bristles, lightly tapped beside the small mole at the corner of Gu Sheng's eye. My grandfather is an excellent calligrapher. Yes, I am aware. Gu Sheng allowed her actions to unfold. He felt a refreshing coolness as the pen brushed beneath his eye, a sensation that was somewhat ticklish. Su's little finger inadvertently grazed his cheek, completing the final stroke at the edge of his beautiful youthful eye. She then caressed his soft hair, remarking, "This is the interest." Gu Sheng could sense her current tension. The girl was undeniably tender-hearted, especially towards requests such as his. Her refusal would have been inconsequential. Yet she was fully aware of her own feigned helplessness, intentionally soliciting a favor. Nevertheless, she acquiesced. Su's complexion was fair, releasing her hands that cradled his face. She inquired, "Is this acceptable?" Gu Sheng slightly turned his face, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glass cabinet beside the table. Next to his tear mole, 2 elegant characters were inscribed. Chao Su. The girl's soft voice echoed, "May your future be free of worries, adorned with blossoms." Gu Sheng, this is considered interest, but you must fulfill it in the future. It is both interest and a request. Chapter 56. Returning to class, Su had been unwell for approximately 2 or 3 days, and as a result, Gu Sheng had also missed school. The incident of Gu Sheng coaxing and persuading Su to leave the classroom that day had spread throughout the campus. Oh my goodness. I can't believe there are still people who haven't seen the photos from that day. What photos? I have the video. Hey bro, show me. Zhu 99 locked, and I've swallowed the key. Imagine how good-looking their child would be. Absolutely, I even named them. Guji Su. Why not Suji Gu? Of course. The events of the past few days were not limited to this. When the two returned to class, their classmates were engaged in lively discussions. Hey, Ji Sure said she would be back in school today. What? Where did you hear that? I just delivered some homework to the teacher, and passed by the academic office. Ji Shishir was standing there with her backpack. No way. Didn't Gu Sheng tell her to take a leave of absence? Well, she came back voluntarily, claiming she has reflected on her actions and wants to return to class. They can't possibly bar her from education. I heard there was a very charming man standing next to Ji Shishir. Yeah, it's not her father or brother. That guy even touched her face, perhaps her boyfriend. But didn't she say she liked Gu Sheng? Well, Gu Sheng made her take a leave of absence. Would you still like him if you were in her shoes? Suyu sat quietly in her chair, listening to the chatter, while Gu Sheng furrowed his brows, repeatedly reviewing the information Dai Xian had sent him about Yang Yu. The surface details were flawless. 32 years old, a manager in a company, akin to a vice president. He had married his first wife at 23, whom he met in university. After a brief courtship, they quickly entered into matrimony. However, unbeknownst to him, 2 years later, his wife suffered a mental breakdown and tragically jumped from a building. After a period of singlehood, Yang Yu remarried swiftly to his second wife, having known her for only a few days. According to his account, his incessant overtime at work left little time to spend with his wife, which allegedly led to her developing depression. When he was at home, she exhibited no unusual behavior. It was primarily when he left that she would shatter vases or threaten to harm herself with a knife in front of the maid. The phrasing in the documents was meticulously crafted. However, Gu Sheng found a chat dialogue with Dai Xian. Gu Sheng, both of Yang Yu's ex-wives were students from prestigious universities? Dai Xian replied promptly, yes, both were students from Peking University, renowned for their academic excellence. Gu Sheng paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, as a fleeting thought raced through his mind. Gu Sheng, they are all high achievers, yet after marrying Yang Yu, they seem to have ceased working. Dai Xian, indeed, their work experience post-university is conspicuously absent. However, his second wife only stopped working after being with Yang Yu. It is perplexing that such accomplished individuals, graduates of Peking University, would consent to forego their careers upon marriage. Gu Sheng finally discerned the dissonance in this situation. The backgrounds of Yang Yu's two former wives appear excessively pristine. While one could stretch to explain their decision to refrain from working post-marriage, attributable to Yang Yu's affluent family indulging his wives in a life of leisure, how is it conceivable that, after so many years of life, they would possess no medical records following their marriage? Moreover, it is worth noting that his first wife had a rather poor health condition, frequently seeking treatment at a psychiatric clinic even before her marriage to Yang Yu. Can psychological ailments simply vanish after marriage? Gu Sheng harbored doubts. What kind of psychological affliction could lead both of Yang Yu's wives to choose such a tragic end as suicide? His gaze shifted subtly. Gu Sheng, investigate the specific medical records of Yang Yu's former wives, particularly that of his first wife prior to their marriage. Additionally, ascertain if any servants from the Yang household have resigned during this period. Dai Xian understood Xiao Gu. Suyu sat at her desk, organizing the assignments she had neglected to complete over the past 2 days, neatly stacking them in the upper left corner of her table. Chen Yangyang turned around, leaning over Suyu's desk, quietly observing Gu Sheng's actions. Fortunately, he had no time to pay her any mind. Thus, Chen Yangyang flirtatiously regarded Suyu, extending her thumbs. Under Suyu's gaze, she slowly brought them together and then apart, mysteriously inquiring, "You too, have you?" Her gestures were so explicit that Suyu's face flushed crimson, even more than when she had fever. She moved her lips, finally stammering a denial. No. Chen Yangyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suyu did not outright reject her implication. This could only suggest that while they had not shared a kiss, something else may have transpired. She always knew Gu Sheng could hardly resist. Just look at how he gazes at Suyu, constantly guarding her from male classmates eager to draw near. Yet, she remained the most unstable presence by Suyu's side. Chen Yangyang clenched her fist, gesturing triumphantly before turning back with satisfaction, adeptly unlocking her phone. Hey ladies, I got some thrilling news. Stop wasting time with questions, just get to the point. If it's about that guy around Ji Shishir, already know. Your gossip and mine seem to differ. Suyu and Gu Sheng might actually be together. How did you deduce that? What's your evidence? We may indulge in sweet moments, but let's remain clear-headed during times like this. Shen Yangyang smiled triumphantly. Even if there is no substantive evidence, what does it matter? I'm certain they have shared a kiss, whether it be with lips or cheeks. Wow, how thrilling. You better be telling the truth. This is utterly consuming me. After replying, Chen Yangyang discreetly cast a glance behind her. She observed Su Yu struggling to open a bottle cap, only to have Gu Sheng effortlessly take it from her. The young man set aside his phone, twisted the cap off for her, and took a small sip to test the temperature before handing it to Su Yu. Then, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Shen Yangyang's heart raced with excitement. If this isn't a relationship, if this isn't love, has the official announcement for Shiri CP been made today? Oh, I am utterly overwhelmed. I am beside myself. I can't take it. She pressed her phone to her chest, reassured that she would keep their secret safe. The fact that they are together will never be disclosed. Chapter 57. Ji Shishir's apology. After Ji Shishir completed her formalities at the Academic Affairs office, she followed Yang Yu out the door. She clutched the straps of her backpack, walking leisurely while observing the tall figure in front of her. Unable to restrain herself, she quickened her pace to walk alongside Yang Yu. With a hint of hesitation, she bit her lip and asked, "Why must I apologize to Su Yu?" Yang Yu raised his hand to adjust the cufflinks on his sleeve, replying, Sure. Did you not promise me before we left that you would apologize?" He regarded Ji Shishir with the same demeanor one might reserve for a petulant child, his gaze devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting the tenderness in his words. Ji Shishir stepped in front of Yang Yu, blocking his path. "But I do not wish to see them." Although she had once harbored feelings for Gu Sheng, she was now with Yang Yu. Initially, he had been the savior of the Ji family, and now he was her official boyfriend. However, standing next to Yang Yu to confess to Gu Sheng felt somewhat strange to her. With her head bowed, Ji Shishir gazed at the tips of her shoes, an exquisite pair gifted by Yang Yu for her 18th birthday, specially ordered from abroad, of which only 10 pairs existed in the world. Everything she wore, used, and adorned herself with was bestowed upon her by Yang Yu. She understood that such thoughts were unwarranted. It was merely her lingering reluctance towards Gu Sheng. She shuffled her feet along the concrete corridor, feeling fidgety. With her gaze cast downward, she was oblivious to Yang Yu's current expression, calm and still as a stagnant pool, looking at her as one might regard a lifeless body. Yang Yu had always been adept at discerning the thoughts of the young girl before him. Though Ji Shishir may not have been his first choice, what belonged to her was never to be taken away by another. Gu Sheng? He had already taken Su Yu from right under his nose. Did he also wish to snatch Ji Shishir away? He raised his hand to adjust his glasses, then leaned closer to Ji Shishir, gently tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. His tone was soft. Shishir, think of it as a matter of our company. We cannot afford to alienate the Gu family entirely just yet, can we? Ji Shishir lifted her gaze to meet his. For reasons unknown, the typically gentle man appeared to wear a mask of insincerity at that moment. She even sensed the chill of his hands against her face, causing her to instinctively recoil. Yet, this reaction fleetingly passed through her mind, and she did not dwell on it. Pouting, she kicked the wall of the corridor and reluctantly acquiesced. All right. While Class 8 was still engrossed in fervent chatter before their morning lesson, Ji Shishir appeared at the classroom door, adorned in attire markedly different from her usual style. With her hair cascading loosely and a delightful hairpin in place, she donned a simple dress complemented by a pair of elegant shoes. There was an inexplicable familiarity to her appearance. Wow, she looks strikingly similar to Su Yu, doesn't she? One student exclaimed. Now that you mention it, I can see it too. At first, it only felt familiar, but the more I look, the more it resembles her. What's going on? Is she trying to imitate Su Yu to continue tormenting Gu Sheng? Behold the man standing beside her, so strikingly handsome. Ah, he embodies the very essence of the refined professor I have always dreamed of. Upon overhearing the female students in the classroom discussing his appearance, Yang Yu offered a subtle nod and a faint smile to express her gratitude. This excitement evidently stirred the classmates into a greater frenzy. Oh, he heard them. What is the nature of his relationship with Ji Shishir? Could they possibly be romantically involved? Gu Sheng, with his youthful charm, is certainly a commanding presence. Thus, this dashing gentleman must be the epitome of a true CEO. initially reluctant to declare Yang Yu as her boyfriend in front of Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng now found herself in a state of panic. She had pursued Yang Yu from the very beginning, and now, if a more suitable girl were to come along, would he lose interest in her? If that were to happen, the Ji family would forfeit the investment in future technology and revert to the days when they were discarded by the Gu group, facing dismal profits and a fractured family, with a hysterical father and a brother with a gaze full of despair. Gu Sheng trembled slightly as she instinctively grasped Yang Yu's hand. Their hand-holding surely indicated they were a couple, didn't it? Alas, how unfortunate. I was just contemplating trying my luck if they weren't together. What foolishness to even think such a thing, ha ha ha. Long before the man appeared at the classroom door, Gu Sheng had taken notice of him. However, this time he was not alone. He recognized that the person standing beside Yang Yu was Gu Sheng. Sensing the tension radiating from Su Yu beside him, he reached out to intertwine their fingers beneath the desk. Su Yu did not resist, as she felt an undeniable apprehension, not towards Gu Sheng, but towards Yang Yu. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, she felt an uncomfortable sensation, as though a sticky gaze was fixed upon her, waiting for an opportunity to engulf her. Gu Sheng could surmise Yang Yu's intentions for bringing Gu Sheng to the class. As anticipated, when Gu Sheng approached them, her opening words were, "I apologize." Gu Sheng continued, "That day, I acted impulsively, but I have learned my lesson. My company has also been cast aside by the Gu group. I am here, now, to apologize. Will you grant me your forgiveness?" After speaking, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had trickled down from the corners of her eyes, resembling an innocent victim who had just suffered injustice. Standing beside her, Yang Yu offered his handkerchief, yet his gaze lingered subtly on Su Yu, saying, "Little Gu, as I mentioned before, I will bring Sheng to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive her, as she is still a student and needs to focus on her studies." Gu Sheng chose not to respond. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a small bottle of warmed milk from beneath the desk, inserted a straw, and then handed it to Su Yu. The classmates surrounding them seemed to sport 3 dark lines across their foreheads, as if to say, "Only you would open milk in such a tense moment." Su Yu, momentarily stunned by the bottle of milk thrust into her hands, stood frozen in surprise. She glanced at the youth seated beside her and suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. Choosing to disregard the ambiguous figures across from her, she lowered her head and sipped her milk, a sweet, strawberry-flavored indulgence. Her classmates remarked, "You two are indeed inseparable. The emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are." Gu Sheng fixed his gaze upon Su Yu, who had taken a couple of sips of milk before he shifted his attention to Yang Yu, standing before him. Leaning back in his chair, he languidly declared, "I cannot deprive a student of her right to learn. She is welcome to attend school, but an apology is unnecessary." Yang Yu appeared unfazed by Gu Sheng's demeanor or response. He nodded toward Gu Sheng, saying, "Then let it be agreed, young Master Gu. Sheng may continue her studies, and I shall advise her not to disturb you or your companions." He cast a bold glance at Su Yu as he uttered the last 2 words. Gu Sheng clenched his hand tightly at his side, leaning slightly toward Su Yu to obstruct Yang Yu's line of sight. Yang Yu smirked inwardly, maintaining a facade of politeness. "I shall take Sheng back to her original class. Next time, I hope to invite young Master Gu and his classmate to dinner for a proper apology." "No need. Managing your own affairs is sufficient as our form of apology," Gu Sheng replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing the notion. Yang Yu did not retort further and led Gu Sheng out of the room. The tense atmosphere in the classroom gradually relaxed with Yang Yu's departure. In the back row, Feng Chu, still shaken, patted his chest and exclaimed, "You scared me, Gu Gu. Your aura is extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, absolutely formidable." "After all, this is Gu Sheng," another chimed in. The gossip forum had been updated. Who pinned this headline? "The former school beauty's new love and old flame face off. Who will emerge victorious?" Disgusting. "I bet 8 coins it was definitely Gu Sheng who bought this," one wagered. "I raised the bet. It was certainly her." Chapter 58. Do you want to watch my brother play ball? At this moment, Meng Qingshu sat restlessly in the classroom. Before the incident at Gu Sheng's house, she had been Gu Sheng's loyal follower. However, since that unfortunate event, Her interactions with Gu Sheng had dwindled significantly. The few times they did converse were often motivated by a desire to provoke Gu Sheng's discomfort. The rumors had spread wildly outside. Gu Sheng was returning to school, accompanied by an exceptionally accomplished man. Meng Qingshu anxiously bit her nails. She had also refrained from greeting Gu Yunshen during this time, which could only mean the atmosphere in Class 5 began to stir. Gu Sheng is coming. She was already in the corridor, just seconds away from entering the classroom. Wow, the man beside her is indeed handsome. Moreover, he is wealthy. He has been featured in a financial newspaper and is the heir to a future technology empire. Let me see. Wait, is this man in his 30s? He looks nothing like it. Isn't that age a bit too advanced? Upon hearing news about Yang Yu, Meng Qingshu surprisingly calmed down. Gu Sheng is dating a man in his 30s? As Gu Sheng made her entrance at the door of Class 5, the excitement in the classroom reached a peak. Gu Sheng, your fashion style has changed. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Do you still like Gu Sheng? Gu Sheng responded to each comment with a smile, deliberately skipping over the question about Gu Sheng. After all, this group wasn't genuinely concerned about her. They merely sought to witness her misfortune. Given her previous popularity at school, it was improbable that anyone would sincerely care for her. They simply wanted to see her in a predicament. She bid farewell to Yang Yu at the classroom door and walked to her former seat. What should have been an empty desk was now cluttered with her belongings. Meng Qingshu awkwardly straightened things up, apologizing. I'm sorry, Sheng. Since you haven't been to school for a while, I placed my things on your desk. Gu Sheng felt that during her time away from school, she had perhaps honed the skill of reading people's expressions. For instance, Meng Qingshu now appeared exceedingly hypocritical. Like green tea, she wasn't oblivious to such acts. Thus, Gu Sheng approached Meng Qingshu, clasped her hands, and beamed. Qingshu, it's so wonderful to see you. I was so worried about you since you didn't reach out during my absence. Seeing you now truly brings me joy. This statement carried significant weight. Wasn't Meng Qingshu claiming to visit Gu Sheng frequently? Was it all a deception? Was she merely putting on a fade in front of the classmates? She almost fell for it. Meng Qingshu replied, I genuinely tried to visit, but I was blocked at the door. Who do I complain to about that? It's all your fault, Sheng, for preventing me from entering the Ji household to see you. Meng Qingshu reached out to embrace Gu Sheng. How did you end up with that man? Don't you like Gu Sheng anymore? Gu Sheng's smile faltered. Are you the only one who can poke at sensitive issues? Meng Qingshu glanced at her expression, nearly bursting into laughter. However, in the next moment, Gu Sheng placed her backpack on the desk and said, What about you? I recall you were quietly chatting with my brother behind my back. Speaking of which, my brother is usually quite busy. I doubt he has time to respond to you. Their gazes suddenly locked, conveying a shared understanding. Let's pause for a moment. Meng Qingshu chuckled. Haha, Sheng, what kind of joke is that? Please take a seat. Yi Shishi replied. All right, class is about to start. Around them, classmates exchanged glances, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Was this a juicy piece of gossip? Not really. It was simply that Meng Qingshu had been infatuated with Gu Sheng's brother. However, while the Ji family was thriving, she had pursued him, but when they faced difficulties, she ceased her advances. Oh, I see. A classic case of crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. Soon enough, a post appeared on the school's gossip forum with a sensational title. Shocking. The former beauty's infatuation ends as she abandons the other in their time of need. When Meng Qingshu saw it, she felt as though her teeth might shatter. It was clear that her recently returned deskmate had played a significant role in the post-sensationalism. Gu Sheng's return merely stirred a brief excitement among the students, and by the afternoon, they resumed their usual activities. On Friday afternoons, the last two periods at Qinghe High School were designated for free activities for the senior students, as one cannot remain seated in a classroom indefinitely. As spirited youths, it was essential to engage in physical exercise. Gu Sheng had initially intended a stroll around the campus with the charming young lady beside him to strengthen their bond. However, he was interrupted by Jin Ingjun from the neighboring second high school. Jin Ingjun, true to his name, was not particularly handsome. However, he was tall and stocky, with a bit of family wealth, earning some notoriety at his school. Clad in a basketball uniform, he swaggered in front of Gu Sheng, flanked by a few followers, and said with bravado, "Last time we lost 0-9, it was because I was unwell that day. Let's have a rematch." Gu Sheng frowned. He had a lovely, fragrant girl to embrace beside him. Who would want to play basketball with an obnoxious boy? He reached for Su Yu's wrist, attempting to pass by Qinghe. Although he appeared less imposing, Gu Sheng had grown to about 185 meters, and his occasional muscular definition indicated he was the type who looked lean in clothes but well-built without them. Seeing that Gu Sheng was about to walk past him, Qinghe grew anxious and obstructed the space between Gu Sheng and Su Yu, asserting, "No way, you can't leave until we play a game today." Gu Sheng narrowed his eyes dangerously at the suddenly outstretched hand. The boy's aura was sufficiently powerful that Qinghe had already retracted his hand. Just the look Gu Sheng shot him made him wary that his hand might be repositioned at any moment. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Sheng halted and turned to Su Yu, asking, "Have you ever watched my brother play basketball?" Su Yu shook her head. Gu Sheng chuckled, bending down to meet her gaze. "Would you like to see me play basketball? I'm quite impressive." Su Yu was bemused, who boasts about their own prowess on the court. Yet, before her stood a youth with a delicate visage, his thin lips curving into a subtle smile, a pair of peach blossom eyes twinkling with mirth as they regarded her. Su Yu thought to herself, "Perhaps he truly is quite remarkable. I am rather eager to see." With a playful wink, she parted her crimson lips and declared, "I want to see. Come, I shall take you to watch my brother play." Gu Sheng ruffled the young girl's hair, his gentleness swiftly replaced by a more serious demeanor as he turned to Qinghe, who was holding a basketball behind him, and coldly instructed, "To the court." Qinghe replied, "So it turns out that after countless visits to this school, all it takes for you to gain her attention is a mere desire to showcase your skills? Gu Sheng, you are quite the show-off." Chapter 59. The playground. The other students at school were also unaware of where the news had originated. Nevertheless, when Gu Sheng appeared on the playground with Su Yu, the stands were brimming with spectators. Numerous girls stood clutching bottled water. Qinghe was taken aback. "Wow, look at all these people. Are they all here for me?" His followers eagerly affirmed, "Of course. Who else possesses such charm, if not our Qinghe?" They marveled at Gu Sheng's impressive presence, truly deserving of admiration. However, oh my, Gu Sheng is Gu Sheng. It had been ages since he last played. Who could forget how he triumphed over the seniors in his first year? So impressive. Su Yu had never encountered such a grand spectacle. The shrieks of excitement from the girls in the stands seemed capable of lifting the roof off the arena. Her steps momentarily faltered, yet having arrived at the entrance, it would be impolite not to enter. Moreover, she had never witnessed Gu Sheng in action. As Gu Sheng and Su Yu approached the door, he glanced back at the young girl. The way she patted her chest was simply adorable, causing a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Upon entering the arena, he raised one hand while the other formed a pause gesture with his index finger. Instantly, the noise from both boys and girls diminished. "Shu, listen to Gu Sheng. It seems he has something to say," they whispered. Yet, where was that female classmate who always trailed behind him? As the arena grew quieter, Gu Sheng finally reached the entrance, leading a fair-skinned girl with him. Countless eyes in the venue were now fixed upon the two. Xinyang, seated in the front row, felt her hands tremble as she held her camera. What a subtly romantic scene unfolding before the crowd. She frantically pressed the shutter, relishing the material she had captured. The students of Qinghe, upon witnessing the two holding hands, covered their mouths in excitement, mentally screaming. As the most devoted fans of the couple, Su Yu's inability to handle surprises due to her health was firmly noted. However, the students from No. 2 high school were less aware. "Wow, this guy is impressive. Isn't he supposed to be a good student? Why is he dating?" They murmured. "Who is that girl? I've never seen her before." Ai Qing cautiously observed Yun, Shi's expression beside her. "Xiao Shi, do you know her?" Yin Shi shook her head. "No, but the last time I came to watch Gu Sheng play, this girl wasn't by his side." Her tone momentarily dipped into melancholy. Last semester, Qinghe had provoked Gu Sheng into a basketball match, inviting her as the captain of their cheerleading squad. Yunshi contemplated that since she had nothing to do and happened to be the belle of the second high school, she might as well lend a helping hand and foster connections with her classmates. That day, on the basketball court, Gu Sheng exuded an air of youthful exuberance, capturing her heart with every move he made. Thus, when she heard that Jining Jun was once again seeking Gu Sheng for a match, she readily agreed to join. Little did she expect that a girl would accompany him. Gu Sheng led Su Yu to the bench reserved for substitute players. Fang Chu and Qin Kai were already there, having changed into their uniforms. Upon seeing them approach, Fang Chu handed a small box to Gu Sheng, casually complaining, "I went to several shops just to buy these earplugs." Gu Sheng accepted the box and helped Su Yu settle onto the bench, saying, "Well, just tell me what you want for your birthday." "Yes." Fang Chu celebrated his reward and then turned to Qin Kai, teasing, "I have a reward. You." Don't Qin Kai silently clenched his fists and replied nonchalantly, "You really are like a tadpole tattooed with a frog." Fang Chu looked puzzled. What does that mean? Su Yu, who had remained silent, quietly interpreted, "I think he means you're showing off." Infuriated, Fang Chu and Qin Kai quickly engaged in a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng covered the young girl's mouth, admonishing, "What foul language are you using?" Su Yu, bewildered, responded, "I didn't say anything bad." Their small interaction instantly stirred the emotions of the audience behind them, with some coughing and others suppressing excited squeals. "What is this?" Su Yu inquired about the small box in Gu Sheng's hand. "Earplugs. Come closer. Let me put them on for you." The young man knelt before the girl, opening the box with focused intent as he retrieved one of the earplugs and gently fitted it into her ear. Qin Yangyang felt as though she was witnessing a proposal. Su Yu, now adorned with the earplug, blinked at him, seemingly questioning why she needed to wear it. Gu Sheng stood up, ruffled her hair affectionately, and pointed to the crowd behind her. Su Yu turned to see her classmates, brimming with excitement. She nodded in understanding. Indeed, the earplugs would effectively dampen the noise. Gu Sheng then gestured to his own attire, saying, "I'm going to change. Will you wait for me here?" Su Yu continued to nod. "Go ahead." She watched Gu Sheng's retreating figure as he entered the changing room, feeling that he had considered everything for her, even thoughtfully providing her with earplugs. Should she then consider the possibility of an early romance? The young girl tilted her head in contemplation, fully engrossed in her thoughts. The tacit understanding between them was undoubtedly in perfect sync. However, the classmates observing the pair felt like fools, akin to bending down to pick up an eraser during math class only to realize the teacher had concluded the lesson upon their return to reality. Quite perplexed. Did they just exchange words? What do you think? We're sitting so close. Did you hear them talking? I can vouch that Gu Sheng and Su Yu didn't speak a word. They communicated entirely through their glances. With a slight stumble, Yunqi observed the two individuals before her. The tenderness on Gu Sheng's face seemed genuine. Could it be that the girl beside him was truly the one he cherished? She pressed her lips together, twisted open the bottle of mineral water in her hand, and took a hearty swig. Indeed, it was just as one might imagine. Suddenly, a voice, unfamiliar yet feminine, resonated in her ear. Yunqi turned her gaze to her left, where a strikingly beautiful girl sat, adorned in modest yet charming attire, exuding an air of dissonance. "May I inquire who you are?" Yunqi asked. The girl glanced at her briefly before returning her focus to the court. "My name is Ji Shi." She resembled a wilting rose, both incongruous and intricate. Yet, as she fixated on the young man on the field, her eyes sparkled with a lingering light. Yunqi asserted, "You harbor feelings for Gu Sheng." Ji Shi offered no response. Whether she still cherished him remained a mystery, even to herself, save for the occasional flicker of reluctance. Perhaps that was all there was to it. Chapter 60. Gu Sheng. I excel both on the court and in matters of the heart. What of it? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly surged with excitement. Su Yu turned her gaze towards the field. Gu Sheng was clad in a pristine white uniform. The boy was already handsome, with striking brows and captivating eyes. Now, adorned in his sports attire, the contours of his muscles became apparent. After changing, Gu Sheng returned to Su Yu's side, accepting a bottle of water from Fang Chu, twisting it open and handing it to her. Su Yu, holding the bottle, looked up and asked, "Aren't you going to play?" Gu Sheng, withdrawing his attention from the venue, smiled at her, eager to see if she was excited to watch her brother play. Ever since Gu Sheng confessed his feelings for her, he had taken to calling himself her brother with great delight. He occasionally indulged in playful teasing, as he was now. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed, the small mole at the corner of his eye adding to his allure. The white wristbands he wore concealed his attractive knuckles, while beads of sweat trickled down his temples. Propping himself on the chair, he tilted his face to observe her, effortlessly teasing her. Suyu felt increasingly immune to his occasional flirtations these days. Yet when the boy casually took the water from her hand and drank from it, she couldn't help but feel her ears grow warm. That was... She stuttered. I know you drank from it. Gu Sheng leaned in, gently removing one of her earplugs, and lowered his voice. His warm breath grazed her ear, producing only a whisper. I don't mind. Little fish, do you disdain me? Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How shameless could he be? Finding amusement in the girl's gradually reddening cheeks, Gu Sheng reached out and poked her cheek. It deflated like a punctured balloon. She pouted, dodging his playful hand. Why have you become so shameless? Shameless? In front of someone I like, why would I care for appearances? Being concerned about my image won't yield any rewards, Gu Sheng replied nonchalantly, fully embracing his lack of decorum. Indeed, I have always been shameless before you. Are you just now realizing this? On the court, students from Zhong and Qinghe were engaged in a friendly match. Currently, Qinghe trailed behind by 5 points, with a score of 2-7. During a break, Jin approached Gu Sheng, clutching the ball, his tone brash. You're 5 points behind. Are you hoping I'll hang a banner declaring Qinghe's defeat at the entrance for 3 days and nights? Seeing Gu Sheng ignoring him, Jin cast a glance at Suyu, who was sitting quietly on the bench, and taunted, so beauty can indeed lead one astray, perhaps due to the effectiveness of her earplugs, so you only caught the words lead astray. Gu Sheng clicked his tongue, returned the water to Suyu, and stood up. As he passed Jin, he placed his left hand on the latter's shoulder. Beauty can indeed lead one astray. But unfortunately, you possess none. Jin was left perplexed. Was he mocking his lack of charm or his lack of a girlfriend? Numerous individuals at the second high aspire to capture Gu Sheng's affection. Jin exclaimed, visibly exasperated. Gu Sheng, ever the provocateur, maintained his characteristic wit. During the halftime intermission, he casually seized the ball passed to him by Qin Kai, dribbling it with a leisurely grace. Jin swiftly positioned himself to intercept. Yet Gu Sheng, with a deft maneuver, elegantly sidestepped him, avoiding any contact with his attire. By the time Jin comprehended the situation and attempted to block him, Gu Sheng executed a feint to the left, then abruptly halted, propelling himself backward into the air. With hardly a glance at the hoop, he launched the ball towards the basket, executing a remarkably precise three-point shot. The action unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the arena in a brief stupor. Moments later, the audience erupted in fervent applause. Incredible. No wonder he's Gu Sheng. Such a talent. How stunning. I want to learn that too. Oh dear. I'll give you a stern talking to, my precious child. Make sure to finish your math homework. This man, why does he possess everything? Did Nuwa skimp on her craftsmanship when she created me? Goodness, even Nuwa would be left in awe of such prowess. The boy's effortless motions could ignite the entire court in an instant. He continued his pre-game preparations, seemingly oblivious to the eager gazes of the young women in the stands. Surely, he must have a girlfriend, right? But if he does, can't we win him over? Who says a girlfriend can't be replaced? Suyu had never witnessed such a side of Gu Sheng before. Youthful, vibrant, and radiating from the crowd. It was as though he was born to captivate attention, much like a model illuminated by bright lights. With a few casual gestures, he drew the eye effortlessly. Throughout the ensuing match, Gu Sheng undoubtedly stood out as the most captivating player on the court. Even under the opposing team's defense, he maneuvered with remarkable ease. His passing angles seemingly calculated with precision, never missing a beat. His arms during a shot, coupled with the slight rise of his shirt, revealed well-defined abdominal muscles, a sight both striking and aesthetically pleasing. The sharp-eyed female classmates nearly swooned in excitement. Oh my goodness, I saw it. I saw the school hunk's abs. May Buddha bless, I accidentally glimpsed such masculine beauty. I hope I haven't broken my vows and that I perform exceptionally well during the exams. Wow, Suyu is so fortunate. She must have touched them, right? What would that feel like? Indeed, Suyu had touched them. If one were to describe the sensation, it was slightly soft at first, but became firmer with time. Don't ask her how she knew. It was simply an unforgettable memory from the time Gu Sheng slept beside her. On the court, nearly every shot made by Qinghe was scored by Gu Sheng. Everyone tacitly entrusted the task of shooting to him. Jin Yingjun and Gu Sheng ran side by side, breathless. "Why are you playing so fiercely today?" Jin Yingjun exclaimed. Gu Sheng received the last ball passed by Fang Chu and, before the countdown concluded, hurled it away. He came to a halt, steadying his breath. Jin Yingjun immediately collapsed onto the ground to rest, stealing glances at Gu Sheng. After such intense exertion, his vision was somewhat blurred, yet his hearing remained intact. He distinctly heard Gu Sheng say, "Because I aim for triumph not only on the court, but also in matters of the heart." With that declaration, Gu Sheng lifted his foot and strode toward Suyu. Jin Yingjun, gasping for air, watched the enchanting couple. The girl retrieved the towel from her hands, yet the young man did not take it. He bent down, closing his eyes momentarily, and Suyu, pursing her lips, reluctantly reached out to wipe the sweat from his face with gentle, meticulous motions. Observing this, Jin Yingjun could no longer contain himself and let out a curse. Damn. Chapter 61. Provoking someone to anger, as Suyu was led out of the venue by Gu Sheng, she could still hear the uproar echoing within. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Was this what Gu Sheng meant by not engaging in early romance? To hold her hand in front of so many people. Although he had held her before, it was always a grip on her wrist, unlike now. Suyu cast her gaze downward, fixated on their interlocked fingers. Shaking her head slightly, she lifted her face to gaze at the back of Gu Sheng's head. "Gu Sheng, where are you taking me?" He did not turn back, responding simply to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Fang Chu casually twisted open a bottle of mineral water, pouring it over his head to cool down. He wiped his face and, with curiosity, asked the sweating Qin Kai beside him, "Where is brother Gu taking sister Su?" Qin Kai halted in his movements. Realizing that should Gu Sheng hear him refer to Suyu as sister, he might very well take swift action against him. "Surely not. We share a strong bond of brotherhood." Whether or not such a bond existed, Qin Kai was uncertain. All he knew was that whatever connection he had with Gu Sheng paled in comparison to the budding affection between Suyu and Gu Sheng. The sweetness of their relationship was almost palpable, a fact that only a fool like Fang Chu seemed oblivious to. He tossed his towel into the locker room. At that moment, the room was empty save for him and Fang Chu. Leaning against the wall, Qin Kai observed Fang Chu animatedly changing clothes from a distance. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "High school is nearly over, Xiao Yuan. Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future?" Having known Fang Chu since childhood, their families lived close by. As the elder by a mere 3 days, Qin Kai felt he had the right to pose such a question. Fang Chu paused, momentarily taken aback. "No, what about you? Where do you want to go?" Qin Kai replied, "With Gu Sheng to Jing University. I can just meet the cutoff, but what about you?" Fang Chu's academic performance lagged behind that of Qin Kai. He often found himself among the bottom of the class. Even in elementary school, he had never scored above 90. Consequently, Fang Chu's parents harbored doubts about their son's intelligence. They took him for an IQ test one night, only to conclude that his intellect was normal. He simply lacked motivation to study. As long as his intelligence was intact, they reasoned, he could not be considered foolish. Thus, Fang Chu's parents had never been overly strict with him, believing that if he failed to gain admission to college, he could always assist his father in the family store, which would suffice for a living. In contrast, Qin Kai's situation was different. His parents were divorced. His mother struggled to support him through high school, and he felt a pressing need to work hard to attend a good university as a way to repay her sacrifices. Fang Chu closed his locker door and looked at Qin Kai with a dazed expression. I don't know. He had never contemplated this question, but now, faced with it, he realized he had no plans for the future. He likely wouldn't qualify for Jing University, yet he hoped to continue alongside Gu Sheng and Qin Kai. However, given his current academic standing, that seemed improbable. Qin Kai approached him, gently patting his back. Think it over. Graduation is approaching. Indeed, graduation was fast approaching, and everyone was starting to form their aspirations. Fang Chu lowered her head, gazing at the polished, gleaming floor dragged by her aunt. responding softly with a murmur. Suyu was led onto the rooftop by Gu Sheng. The rooftop of the school's teaching building was typically devoid of students. It had served as a splendid rendezvous for young couples. This location had surpassed their little grove, securing the top spot in popularity. It was said that every dusk, the head of the department would quietly ascend with a flashlight, illuminating a couple with a beam. If he spotted two, he would shine upon them as a pair. However, at this hour, the head was still preoccupied with scheduling lessons, leaving no time to catch young lovers in the act. Once Gu Sheng brought her up, he gently steered the girl around a corner, leading them to a secluded nook. One hand cradled the back of her head, tenderly pressing her against the wall, while the other rested beside her ear, inching closer. Suyu tilted her head slightly, although she leaned against the wall. The back of her head felt soft against his touch. As Gu Sheng drew near, his hand slid down her back, enveloping her securely in his embrace. "Yuzai, let us stay like this for a while," he murmured, closing his eyes as he nestled into the curve of her shoulder. His voice was husky and languid, seeking to negotiate a little more intimacy. "Is it truly impossible? I wish to kiss you." Suyu remained quietly in his embrace, her small hands mimicking his, encircling his slender waist. "No, brother," she replied. For Suyu, navigating a secret early romance with her older brother while her parents remained oblivious felt far too premature. Moreover, she bit her lip, aware that her surgery was approaching. Should it fail, Gu Sheng would not be unduly distressed. If successful, she would take the initiative to propose their relationship. One must muster courage at least once between them. Gu Sheng tightened his hold, his head shifting slightly against her neck, the wisps of hair brushing her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. It was somewhat ticklish. He sighed, "Yuzai, you're quite mischievous." Suyu nestled her face deeper into his embrace. Yes, she was indeed rather naughty. Gu Sheng lifted his face slightly, grinding his teeth in playful anticipation, gently nibbling on her little earlobe. He pressed his lips against it, eyes narrowing in delight. Suyu trembled, her eyes widening in shock. How could he? It seemed that this was not enough for him. Gu Sheng took her earlobe into his mouth, gently grazing it with his teeth. Suyu felt his warm breath against her ear, and the sensation of his tongue brushing against her skin sent her into a blushing frenzy, nearly turning her crimson. She felt as if steam were rising from the top of her head. When Gu Sheng finally released her, Suyu's gaze had turned vacant, almost on the verge of fainting. She had never experienced such overwhelming stimulation. Gu Sheng chuckled softly, leaning his forehead against hers, their eyes locking. He spoke slowly. "Is this not enough? Then there will be even more exhilarating moments to come. What should we do? What should we do?" Suyu found herself at a loss. She was acutely aware of her flushed face, undoubtedly resembling the hue of a monkey's posterior. The warmth surged upon her cheeks. The advantage of being secretly intimate on the rooftop was that the winds from all directions could help one regain composure. Gu Sheng observed the blushing girl with keen interest, occasionally reaching out to pinch her cheeks. It was only when Suyu, vexed by his antics, finally expressed her annoyance that he withdrew his hand. Subsequently, she trailed behind him, apologizing profusely. That evening, a post with remarkable engagement appeared on the forum of Qinghe School. Image. JPG. This afternoon after school, the original poster noticed that the school beauty Sue and the school heartthrob Gu walked separately. Could it be that their relationship is in discord? Gu Sheng, thank you. Our relationship is quite harmonious. Wow, is the person above for real? Did they finally announce it? Oh my goodness. I have no regrets, Mom. I shipped this couple-S announcement. This is definitely a ruse. It must be fake. I refuse to believe that love exists among humans. After Gu Sheng replied, he tossed his phone onto the bed and licked his molars. The girl was still shy, and he pondered how he might console her. Chapter 62. He said it was her guardian. As the end of the semester approached, the capital began to cool. The following day, Suyu, wrapped in the scarf that Su Ji had purchased for her, arrived at school alongside Gu Sheng. The young girl was unaware of the audacious statements Gu Sheng had made online. She only sensed that from the moment they appeared at the school gate, a palpable excitement rippled through their fellow students. It was evident that upon spotting the two of them, many would become animated, whispering to their companions. Suyu felt perplexed. This confusion reached its zenith upon entering the classroom. The classmates there were not as exuberant as those encountered on the way. They engaged in hushed conversations while glancing at them. They've arrived. Keep it together. Don't give yourselves away. Rest assured, my acting skills are exceptional. The last time I feigned a fever, even my parents didn't realize. Your parents might have caught on, but chose to ignore it. If Gu Sheng notices, he certainly won't let it slide. Indeed, the furtive manner in which everyone avoided speaking to the pair stemmed from Gu Sheng's remark on the forum the previous night. Don't say anything in front of her. I haven't yet pursued her. The classmates all nodded in understanding, aware of the underlying excitement that could not be suppressed when they encountered them the next day. Gu Sheng, the school heartthrob who also bore the reputation of a school bully, was generally amiable as long as he was not provoked. Yet, it was undeniable that he was now considered Su Yu's suitor. How ambitious of her! To have someone like Gu Sheng pursuing her was no small feat. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Su Yu found it utterly bewildering. Once settled at her desk, she grasped the sleeve of Gu Sheng's jacket. The thick scarf enveloped her, rendering her akin to a soft rice dumpling. She looked up, revealing the lower half of her face, and with a hint of confusion asked, Gu Sheng, why do I feel like everyone is watching us? Gu Sheng gently adjusted her scarf, his expression focused. Perhaps you are mistaken. The weather has turned cold, and the classroom will be heated. Your scarf will soon warm you and slip off. Heating? Having lived in the South for so long, so you had not felt the warmth of heating in ages. She vaguely recalled her childhood, enjoying the warmth around the heating pipes, savoring candies slowly. Fong Chu observed Gu Sheng anxiously, tending to Su Yu like a caretaker. He would occasionally ask if she was hungry or cold. Gu Sheng seems to be more attentive than before. Su Yu exhaled into the air, watching the mist escape her lips. Excitedly, she tapped Gu Sheng's hand. Gu Sheng, is it going to snow soon? Gu Sheng took her hand, tucking it into his jacket pocket to warm it. Yes, the temperature is dropping quickly. In a few days, it should be nearly here. Snow. One of the reasons she had come to the capital was to witness the snow. Su Yu felt a thrill of anticipation rising within her, eagerly awaiting the moment when the world would be blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes. During the intermission, Old Wang arrived at Class 8, clutching a notebook in his hand. He placed the notebook on the podium and stood beside the desk, adorned with a thick knitted hat atop his head, while his hands rubbed together incessantly. The students below began to jest. Old Wang, is it not a bit early for that hat? Indeed, it's not even that cold yet. Ha ha ha. Now that you're wearing a hat, why not grab a pair of gloves as well? Old Wang exhaled warmth onto his hands and rubbed them vigorously, replying, this hat was knitted by my wife. The teasing morphed into a chorus of playful chants. Oh, wife, wife, wife. Oh dear, if your wife knitted that, why didn't she make you some gloves? All right. I'm not here to discuss this today. Old Wang patted the podium. In 2 days, we will hold a parent-teacher meeting. The messages have already been sent out, but to ensure that some parents do not miss it, I am reminding you here. A parent-teacher meeting? But isn't the final exam yet to begin? Yes, typically. These meetings are held after the exams to discuss the results, often referred to as the Achievement Recognition Assembly. Ha ha, indeed. Old Wang interjected silence. Due to the rapid drop in temperature this year, it would be inconvenient for parents to attend if we delayed, so we moved it up. Make sure to inform your parents. Understood. Su Yu was completely unaware that a parent-teacher meeting was to be held at school. Her parents were currently out of the city and had mentioned during their last conversation that they were in the final stages of some business. She feared they might not have the time to attend, yet she was also concerned about imposing on Aunt Su Ji and Uncle Gu Ting. Gu Sheng asked, what are you pondering? The young girl looked up at him and replied, the parent-teacher meeting. Am I going to be a bother to Aunt Su? Gu Sheng contemplated for a moment, perhaps. Su Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Gu Sheng continued, so I will attend the meeting on her behalf. Su Yu responded with confusion. Huh? Observing her bewildered expression, Gu Sheng chuckled and tapped her forehead lightly. Don't worry. My mother usually finds parent-teacher meetings cumbersome and doesn't attend. I'm quite familiar with the process. He added, am I not your brother? Su Yu not that hapfi my see. Gu Sheng elaborated, does a brother not qualify as a guardian in name? Su Yu hesitantly nodded, as if conceding that it could be true. So, attending your parent-teacher meeting should pose no issues? It seems there are no issues? That evening, at the Gu family dining table, Suji placed a piece of fish in Suyu's small bowl. She noticed her son had already taken a share, and, just as she was about to scold him, she observed him meticulously picking out the fish bones. Suji, suppressing her urge to chastise, remarked, "Are you all preparing for the parent-teacher meeting soon?" Suddenly, she recalled the message that had been sent to her phone that afternoon. To her surprise, Gu Sheng continued to focus on his task. "You don't need to go. I will handle everything regarding you." Suji furrowed her brows and asked, "Why can't I go?" Gu Sheng looked at her in astonishment and replied, "Haven't you always found it bothersome?" Suji admitted, "That is indeed true." Gu Ting, who had been silent until now, interjected protectively, "If your mother says you should go, then you should go. What does it have to do with you?" Suji quietly observed the two individuals across from her. After Gu Sheng had finished picking the fish bones, he handed the bowl to Suyu, who accepted it with a smile directed at the troublesome boy. Suji thought to herself, "This is promising. She is my daughter-in-law." She then added, I do have something quite important that day, so I will not be attending." Suji exchanged glances with Gu Ting, understanding his wife's unspoken signal. Gu Ting responded, "Yes, I too have a significant meeting. You two can handle it yourselves." Gu Sheng remarked, "What is the necessity of this between you two?" Chapter 63. Ji Shishir. The moment Ji Shishir heard her teacher announce the upcoming parent-teacher meeting, she felt a fleeting sense of resistance. The Ji family was no longer the same as it once was. In the past, she would have joyously returned home, where the other three members of her family would eagerly discuss who would attend her meeting. During such times, Ji Shishir was often the envy of her classmates. However, the current state of the Ji household, seemingly harmonious due to shared interests, was in reality riddled with fractures. Thus, every time school ended, her classmates rejoiced, while for her, it felt akin to descending into hell. As twilight descended, the streetlights at the Ji residence flickered to life, illuminating the path. Ji Shishir paused at the entrance, her hand resting on the doorknob. Inside, she could hear her parents praising her brother, extolling his achievements in the company's decisions. Ji Shishir felt increasingly like an outsider in her own home, her only purpose seemingly to cultivate a good relationship with Yangyu. In this regard, the Ji family would not neglect her. "I'm back," Ji Shishir said as she pushed open the door and stepped inside. The chill of the night contrasted sharply with the warmth of the living room. Upon her arrival, the three members sitting there immediately approached her. Ji Yunshin took her bag from her shoulders, subtly inquiring about Yangyu's recent demeanor. Sure, were you tired at school today? Did Mr. Yang accompany you to handle the formalities for your leave of absence? These questions only served to irritate Ji Shishir, prompting her to respond impatiently, "Not tired." Recently, the Ji family was involved in a project requiring investment from Future Technology, but the Yang family had yet to sign. They had visited Future Technology 3 times without encountering either Yang Yu or Chairman Yang, thus resorting to gleaning information through Ji Shishir. Noticing her silence, Ji Yunshin exchanged glances with Ji Wangtian and Liang Shushi. Ji Wangtian promptly retrieved a velvet-wrapped gift from his briefcase and presented it to Ji Shishir. Sure, this is a gift from your father. I forgot to give it to you on your 18th birthday, so I'm making up for it now." Ji Shishir received the red box and opened it to reveal a pair of pink diamond earrings, shimmering under the light. A faint smile graced her lips as she murmured, "Thank you, Dad." Liang Shushi, noticing the positive effect, quickly chimed in, Sure, you must be hungry. Dinner is ready, and we have your favorite foie gras sushi." Ji Shishir acknowledged, then made her way to the bathroom on the first floor. In front of the mirror, she removed the earrings she was wearing and replaced them with the pink diamond studs. Satisfied with her reflection, she nodded appreciatively. Indeed, a sense of security is often built upon wealth and luxury. The false bonds of family can shatter at a moment's notice, but money in her hands would not vanish recklessly. After adorning her ears with the earrings, she hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to the dining room. Ji Wangtian noticed her immediate delight upon wearing the exquisite pair, and although he wore a smile, his heart bled. He had spent a considerable sum at the auction to acquire the pink diamonds, intending to bestow them upon his beloved little treasure residing in a separate abode. It had been several days since he last saw her, and he could not help but feel a pang of longing. These earrings were meant as an apology, yet, for the sake of the information regarding Yang Yu that was on Shishi's lips, he felt compelled to appease his daughter. This thought stirred an uncontrollable fury within Ji Wangtian. Where in the world does a father seek to curry favor with his daughter? Though today the pink diamonds were in Shishi's possession, he vowed that once she wed, he would reclaim them. At the dining table, Liang Shu served food to Ji Shishi. For a fleeting moment, Shishi felt as if she had returned to the days before calamity befell the Ji family. A gentle mother, a doting brother, and a father who always cared for her. However, Liang Shu's subsequent remark plunged her heart into an abyss of despair. She inquired, Shishi, how is your relationship with Yang, my son-in-law? Is it stable? Although Yang Yu was currently her boyfriend, Shishi vividly remembered how this relationship had come to be. She recalled kneeling before her father, pleading for him not to force her into a union with Yang Yu, beseeching her brother and mother for support. Yet, each of them had told her, Shishi, this is the last opportunity for our family. Thus, she sacrificed herself for that final chance. Whenever her family inquired about her and Yang Yu's circumstances, the memories flooded back, reminding her of their heartlessness. Upon hearing her mother broach such a question, Shishi's expression darkened. She placed her chopsticks heavily upon the table, producing a sharp clatter. The sushi Liang Shu had been holding slipped from her chopsticks and tumbled onto the table, rolling to the floor, gathering a layer of dust. Ji Wangtian's discomfort reached a boiling point. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Ji Shishi. Ji Shishi, what sort of attitude is this at the dinner table? What attitude? Shishi smiled, rising to her feet. Instead of questioning my demeanor, perhaps you should reflect on the manner in which you have treated me since I entered this room. The atmosphere at the table became tense. Ji Yunshin furrowed his brows. Disappointment etched on his face as he gazed at his sister, feeling as though the sweet, obedient girl he once knew had vanished. The current Shishi was unpredictable and difficult to engage with. Ji Yunshin set down his chopsticks and approached Ji Wangtian, patting his back to calm him. Dad, please try to relax. Shishi, how can you speak to Dad like that? Ji Shishi cast a cold glance at everyone present, their faces now grotesque in her eyes. This once warm home no longer felt like her own. They allowed her, the one who had erred, to remain here solely because she still possessed a bargaining chip in Yang Yu. Shishi felt a deep sorrow within her. Under the watchful gaze of Ji Wangtian, she removed the earrings adorning her earlobes. The pink diamond was cast aside onto the ground. Once pristine and flawless, the earring was now tainted with a hint of blood. She felt no pain. The agony of her heart far surpassed any physical discomfort. Ji Shishi took a deep breath and uttered a poignant remark. You truly break my heart. She then retrieved her backpack from the living room and stepped outside, entirely disregarding the thunderous wrath of Ji Wangtian behind her. As she exited the gates of the Ji residence, a shiver coursed through her body, for in her haste, she had forgotten her coat. Gazing into the boundless darkness, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of displacement, as though there were no refuge left for her. Chapter 64. Yang Yu's secret. The streets of Beijing were aglow with vibrant lights. Ji Shishi, clad in a delicate sweater, wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, the sound of a horn pierced the air behind her. She turned to see a sleek black car with its hazard lights flashing, coming to a halt. Inside sat Yang Yu, dressed casually, his lack of glasses accentuating his youthful appearance. Noticing that Ji Shishi had not approached, he glanced at the rearview mirror to check for oncoming traffic. Confirming the road was clear, he opened the car door and stepped out. He draped a black suit jacket over Ji Shishi's shoulders, gently guiding her toward the passenger seat. Shishi, what brings you here? He inquired. Yi Shishi, overwhelmed by Yang Yu's concern, found her emotions spiraling. She climbed into his car, where the warmth enveloped her, a stark contrast to the chill outside. As she gazed at the man who cared for her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yang Yu's hand rested on the steering wheel. Listening to the sound of her weeping, feeling a touch of agitation, he tapped his fingers on the wheel, yet he maintained his composure. To create a more comfortable atmosphere, he turned on the car's music and raised the volume, offering a tissue from the dashboard to her. Moved by his thoughtfulness, Ji Shishi accepted it, realizing how this man possessed the ability to touch her heart in the simplest ways. He turned on the music to ease her embarrassment and increased the air conditioning to ward off the cold. As she dabbed at her tear-stained face with the tissue, she took a moment to examine Yang Yu's attire more closely. He appeared far removed from his 32 years. Remembering her disheveled state when he found her, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In an effort to alleviate the tension, she spoke, "Yang Yu, what brings you to this place?" They stood on a shabby street, surrounded by small vendors, a scene Gu Sheng typically scorned. However, today she had intentionally chosen this route to evade her family. Yang Yu, though donned in casual attire, exuded an air of elegance that seemed out of place for dining in such a locale. Of course, Yang Yu had not come to eat. He was here to scout for potential companions, those pitiful little strays wandering the streets, seeking refuge from the winter chill. He chuckled softly. "I was at a nearby gym with friends when I received a call from my uncle informing me of your outburst at the dining table and asking me to find you. Fortuitously, I stumbled upon you here, and I even found a little stray cat resting in the back seat." Upon hearing about her father, Gu Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort. She fastened her seatbelt and turned to look at the back seat. On the luxurious leather cushion lay a cozy-looking blanket, atop which a yellow and white kitten slept soundly. "How adorable! Are you planning to take it home?" she exclaimed upon seeing the little creature. "Indeed," Yang Yu responded with a smile. "Given the cold weather, the mortality rate of stray cats rises. It seems fate has brought me to this one, so I shall take it home and care for it." Gu Sheng marveled at this revelation, realizing that beneath his composed exterior, Yang Yu possessed a kind and gentle heart. The car continued to glide along the road, with familiar signposts gradually coming into view. Gu Sheng frowned, declaring, "I refuse to go home. Not to my home, but to yours. I possess an apartment in that direction, where I usually reside." He paused momentarily. "If you are concerned about my intentions, I can escort you back right now." Upon hearing Yang Yu's suggestion to return to his home, Gu Sheng felt a flutter of shyness. Although they had been dating for several months, their intimacy had only reached the level of kisses. Naturally, she was unwilling to heed his invitation to her home, and thus bashfully replied, "Let's go to your place." Yang Yu drove into an upscale community, halting in front of a standalone villa. He engaged the handbrake and switched off the engine. Sure, we have arrived." Gu Sheng was still lost in thoughts about the possibilities of the night when Yang Yu's voice jolted her back to reality, prompting her to exit the vehicle and follow him. She walked behind the man, and upon witnessing the gentle expression on his face as he cradled the kitten, she felt fortunate to be with him. The interior of the house was elegantly simple, though several rooms were locked. Yang Yu informed her that those rooms were not for her eyes just yet. They would be accessible once they were married. Gu Sheng blushed at the notion. She accepted the clean clothes Yang Yu offered her, saying, "I'll go take a shower first." In the bathroom, Gu Sheng luxuriated in a warm bath. Meanwhile, Yang Yu entered the study and opened a file without a name, his gaze fixated on the camera labeled 003. The computer screen displayed an image of Gu Sheng bathing. Leaning back, he regarded the scene with indifference, feeling a sense of tedium wash over him. Rising, he shed his outer coat and pushed open a concealed door in the study. The hidden room was small, yet it was adorned with numerous photographs of Su Yu, primarily taken from a stalking perspective. He became somewhat entranced, plucking a photo from the wall and inhaling its scent. A small table within the room was cluttered with various implements. Yang Yu's fingers grazed the diverse whips, and he envisioned marking Su Yu's fair skin with these tools. Merely contemplating such images sent waves of excitement coursing through him. The kitten he had brought into the study was perched nearby, nibbling on its food. Yang Yu knelt beside the kitten, stroking its back, his tone slightly unsettling. "Eat up, little one. Once you're full, you'll get to meet your companions in another room. They're all hanging on the wall. I trust you'll be eager to contribute to my pleasures. Want tea?" Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled softly. He added more food to the kitten's bowl and exited the study. After her bath, Gu Sheng donned the dress Yang Yu had provided. She shyly admired her reflection in the mirror. The fabric of the dress was soft yet somewhat sheer, and the neckline was quite daring. Fortunately, she was satisfied with her figure. Despite the loose collar, her bosom filled it admirably. The skirt grazed her knees perfectly as she adjusted the straps on her shoulders, casually draping the robe, hanging in the bathroom over her shoulders. However, there was no sign of Yang Yu in the corridor by the door. She glanced around, finally spotting a dim light around the corner. A flicker of joy surged through Gu Sheng as she hurried toward it. It was an office, unmistakably. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books. "Yang Yu, are you there?" She called softly, but no one responded from within the office. A sense of confusion washed over Gu Sheng as she took a few steps forward and noticed a small cat drinking water nearby. In front of the cat was a slightly ajar door, a true blind spot for the entrance of the office. Without a second thought, she pushed the door open. "Yang Yu." Yet, what greeted her was not the tender and charming man she had anticipated, but a wall adorned with photographs. Gu Sheng's heart raced. The scene before her was utterly overwhelming, rendering her breathless. She reached out to take a photo, but a voice from behind startled her, sending chills down her spine. "Do you find them beautiful?" Gu Sheng immediately turned around. The man, usually gentle, now exuded an unsettling aura, swirling a glass of red wine and inhaling its aroma near his nose. His gaze bore down on her with an unavoidable intensity, radiating a profound sense of pressure and danger. She found herself frozen in place, her throat dry as she stammered. "Why do you have so many photos of Su Yu?" Chapter 65. The transaction in her mind. Gu Sheng had conjured countless justifications for Yang Yu. Perhaps he had conducted prior inquiries to fortify her position or to gain a deeper understanding of Gu Sheng's daily life in order to collaborate with the Gu family. Su Yu, being the most accessible person to investigate in Gu Sheng's vicinity, was pivotal. Yet, Yang Yu raised the wine glass to his lips, savoring a sip while admiring the rich red wine in his hand. It was indeed a luxurious purchase, its flavor robust and exquisite. He lifted his gaze to Gu Sheng, subtly indicating that this room was deliberately arranged by him. The information transmitted to him by Bian Chun was merely commonplace tidbits. Su Yu's identity was likely more intricate than it appeared. However, his plan necessitated an earlier execution, prompting him to reveal this to Gu Sheng tonight. He required an inconspicuous accomplice. Having previously crossed paths with both Su Yu and Gu Sheng, the now-returned Gu Sheng was undoubtedly the optimal choice, serving as both ally and scapegoat. After all, there had been past grievances, had there not? As you can see, Sheng, Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. He had never felt the need for excessive explanations. The purpose of this small room was self-evident. As you see, Gu Sheng slowly turned, her gaze falling upon the wall adorned with photographs of Su Yu, which seemed to bear remnants of unclean blood. On a nearby wooden table lay an aged yellowed album. Her instincts warned her that this album was not to be opened at that moment. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng trembled as she opened it. The first page depicted a woman in a red dress bound to a chair, her neck, arms, and calves marred with scars. She held her breath, momentarily rendered speechless. The woman's dress was identical to the one she currently wore. Gu Sheng recognized her. It was Tsung Yu, Yang Yu's first wife. She resembled a broken creature, subdued. Her eyes vacant, hands shackled, with torn fabric strewn about her feet. "That is Tsung Yu. Sheng, you ought to be aware." Yang Yu's voice abruptly resonated behind her. He then encircled Gu Sheng's waist with his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder, his tone softening. "She was quite headstrong, always contemplating infidelity after our marriage. So I can find her." His fingers delicately traced the figure in the photograph. "Eventually, she ceased to converse with me or consume food, prompting me to summon a doctor to prescribe glucose, which I administered personally. Sure, did you know? Tsung Yu was here, tamed by me. She became akin to an aunt, beseeching me for mercy. Of course, during my work hours, she somehow managed to pry open the lock and took her own life." Gu Sheng was jolted by his breath, a shiver coursing through her. She was utterly paralyzed by fear, her body stiffened like that of a corpse. Yang Yu remained oblivious to her discomfort, continuing to hold her hand as he turned to the second page of the album. "In truth, I'm quite nostalgic. Look, this is by Gu. Yang Yu's second wife." Her demeanor was ethereal, yet Gu Sheng was acutely aware of it. However, in the photographs, her expression betrayed an aged countenance, devoid of the allure that one would expect from the information presented. Yang Yu lamented. Alas, the dove, much like her name, has always yearned to soar, to escape from my grasp. From the moment she wed me to the discovery of my true nature, merely a few fleeting months elapsed. I have restrained myself from laying a hand on her. It was her own folly that compelled her to act prematurely. Yang Yu's voice resonated like a demon from the abyss. Sure, she endured under my control for an extended period, ultimately deceiving me. I believed I had succeeded, yet she seized the opportunity to leap from the building when my attention waned. Much like Song Yu, they're all my failures. Fearful, Ji Shishir recoiled from Yang Yu's presence. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto the yellowed pages of the album, blossoming into a haze of petals. Why? Do you tell me this? Ji Shishir inquired, suppressing her trepidation. Yang Yu, accustomed to exerting control over women post-marriage, had chosen this moment to be forthright with her. How astute! Sure, he murmured, planting a gentle kiss behind her ear. Regrettably, you are not my quarry. His prey. Could it be Su Yu? Indeed, Su Yu. Ji Shishir affirmed, her voice trembling yet resolute. This man was undeniably deranged, yet his intentions were starkly evident. Should she feel grateful for not becoming his prey? Yang Yu's hand gradually traversed her neck, applying a slight pressure. Ji Shishir's face flushed crimson, yet she dared not resist. Precisely. My target is Su Yu, your classmate. From the moment I laid eyes on her in your phone, I knew she would become my most exquisite creation, delicate, dependent on me, and utterly pitiable. How perfect! Yang Yu mused with a hint of obsession. Thus, I require an accomplice, sure. It is I, isn't it? Ji Shishir ventured. Yang Yu slightly eased his grip on her. Do you not fancy Gu Sheng? I can transform you into his woman, but in exchange, you must assist me in a rather simple task. He continued, rest assured, it is a trivial matter. I shall notify you via your phone when the time comes. Yang Yu's tone shifted to one of stark menace. However, sure, should you betray me, the Ji family will revert to a state of ruin, and the wealth you cherish will be entirely seized by me. You are aware of my capabilities, are you not? Ji Shishir turned to meet Yang Yu's gaze. You will keep your word and not impose any further actions upon me. Fear gripped her. The cruelty depicted in the photographs was beyond her capacity to endure. The Ji family could not withstand another blow. She, Ji Shishir, could not become the subject of gossip. Moreover, Su Yu, had it not been for her, Ji Shishir would not have encountered this deranged man due to Gu Sheng's unwarranted ire. As for Su Yu's fate at the hands of this man, that was a matter entirely separate from her. Whether she is deemed selfish or lacking in humanity, it is ultimately her most effective means of self-preservation. She will become Gu Sheng's woman, the one who has perpetually occupied her heart. In the future, she will wed him, even if Gu Sheng harbors no affection for her. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng will undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt towards her because of this. Ji Shishir needs to seek a support more formidable than future technology to avoid being tormented by Yang Yu. Yang Yu Aru said a fine smile. He raised his hand to rest gently against Ji Shishir's temple. Of course, sure, while I may be eccentric, I remain true to my word. This is our agreement. Ji Shishir has never considered herself a naive person. Naivety would only bring her trouble and humiliation. Her current principle is to protect fiercely all that she possesses, which includes Gu Sheng. Chapter 66. Gu Sheng's subtle thoughts on the day of the parent-teacher meeting. Qinghe thoughtfully granted a day off to the senior students. The notice stated that they were to arrive at the school in the evening with their parents, a considerate gesture indeed. However, the students collectively perceive this as a final opportunity for explanations before their impending doom. Our school is truly wonderful. It even provided my mother with a reason to scold me, one remarked. Don't even mention it. My parents teamed up on me like I was a tennis ball. Another lamented. Indeed, my father hasn't laid a hand on me for 3 days. But the thought of attending the parent meeting tonight made him grab the nearest stick without hesitation. Another chimed in. So, brother upstairs, are you doing all right? I'm fine. My father's rather concerned about appearances, so he didn't hit my face, but I'm currently in the hospital. Brother, is that really fine? Alas, only we are the ones who endure punishment. The parents of high-achieving students are likely at home preening themselves, waiting to bask in praise. Gu Sheng, indeed, was at home, but he was busy preparing himself. Rarely did he invite someone over for a haircut, and today he had done just that, trimming the slightly overgrown hair at his forehead. The young man appeared even more refreshing, especially as he was to represent the young angler. He could not afford to lose face. Suji sat upright on the living room sofa, sipping tea. She found it difficult to look at Gu Sheng. It was evident to her that her son had grown to be somewhat more handsome than the average boy, a truth she could not deny. Yet, he had never displayed such concern for his appearance before. It seemed as though, in a silent manner, he was flaunting his affection. This affection, perhaps, had taken on a hint of something deeper. Suji felt that the tea in her hands suddenly lost its flavor. With an expressionless face, she set down her teacup and looked at Gu Sheng, who was inspecting himself in the mirror. "Son, believe me, you are handsome enough," she said. Gu Sheng, with his eyes closed, awaited the barber to finish his eyebrows. "Am I more handsome than my father?" Suji replied, "You cannot possibly compare yourself to your father. Do not humiliate yourself." Gu Sheng responded, "He knows it." When Suyu descended the stairs, she encountered Gu Sheng dressed in a formal suit. She stared at him for a considerable time. Gu Sheng, feeling inexplicably nervous, asked, "What is the matter, Yuzai?" The young girl hesitated before speaking. "Gu Sheng, after the parent-teacher meeting, are we going somewhere for a banquet? Otherwise, why are you dressed so formally in a three-piece suit, with polished leather shoes and subtly luxurious sapphire cufflinks? It's hard not to suspect that we are attending some grand soiree at the residence of a prominent figure." Suji, lounging on the sofa with a face mask, could not help but burst into laughter. "Oh dear son, which distinguished personage has invited you? How come I am unaware?" Gu Sheng was rendered speechless by his mother's teasing. He silently retreated upstairs to change into casual attire. He passed by Su Yu with remarkable speed, causing a gust of air that swept through and tousled her hair. Su Yu gazed at Su Ji in confusion. What happened to him? Nothing, he asked, just shy. Su Ji removed her face mask and walked towards the sink. She certainly knew her own son well. Is it not simply because her elaborate attire has rendered her shy? In the past, coaxing the impudent boy into formal wear required countless temptations, claiming that a suit constrained him. Yet now, for the sake of the little fisher, he has voluntarily donned formal attire. Ah, the whims of youthful love. She should tidy herself up and seek out her beloved for a candlelit dinner instead. Gu Sheng returned to his cramped study, selecting several sets of his usual clothing from the partitioned cloakroom and laying them upon the bed. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. The little fisher had worn a white sweater, was it? Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as they fell upon a white shirt lying on the bed. The current temperature was bearable for him. A shirt paired with a coat would suffice entirely. However, the trio of brotherhood, Gu Sheng, don't wear white today. Feng Chu, has Gugu been hacked? Qinghe, you been hacked? Gu Sheng, no. Feng Chu, who on earth changed my group name again? It's not all cool or impressive. Gu Sheng, I did. Qinghe, well done. Feng Chu, Gugu truly deserves the title at top of the class. The group name he altered sounds both pleasing and visually appealing. Gu Sheng, such potential. Meanwhile, Suyu was downstairs, brushing her hair in front of the mirror. Silky strands slipped through the bristles of the comb, when suddenly, Suyu winced, clutching her scalp. At the back of her head, where she could not see, there seemed to be a stubborn knot. As the comb dragged through, it snagged more hair, causing her to grimace in genuine pain. Setting down the comb, she reached back haphazardly, only to create further tangles. The young lady, now in distress, clutched at her hair and hurried upstairs. Gu Sheng, having just changed into his clothes, Gu Sheng heard her calling and promptly opened the door. "What's wrong, little fisher?" he inquired, only to find her tilting her head, one hand clutching her tangled hair. "Gu Sheng, my hair is stuck. I can't untangle it." There was an air of grievance in her voice. Ordinarily, she could manage it herself. Yet today, for reasons unknown, her efforts seemed only to worsen the situation. The young girl, ever concerned about her appearance, was reluctant to lose a handful of hair from the back of her head without cause. Thus, she had no choice but to call out for Gu Sheng. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to rely on him for matters she found insurmountable, as if it had become a habit, a growing sense of dependence. Gu Sheng leaned in to examine the strands she was clutching and gently pulled her into his study. Though the room was somewhat small, Suji had not intended for him to manage entirely on his own. It was well equipped with all necessary items. Suyi took a seat on the chair Gu Sheng had pulled over, facing a full-length mirror. In the reflection, she saw him standing behind her in a crisp white shirt, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the tangled strands of her hair, as if confronted with a formidable challenge. With careful precision, the young man extended his long, slender fingers and delicately touched the knot in her hair. His nervousness rendered the veins on the back of his hand distinctly visible. Suyu felt that she had never witnessed Gu Sheng in such a state. In the study, he was exceedingly anxious over a trivial matter concerning her. There was something endearing about it. She sat obediently in the chair, confident that the person behind her would not allow her to feel any discomfort. Gu Sheng was indeed cautious. Fretting over the small section of her hair, he was tasked with untangling. If Fang Chu were to approach him with a complaint about her hair being caught, he would undoubtedly respond with a sharp slap. Yet now, before him was a charming young girl he adored. Gu Sheng seemed to be confronting a significant life event, meticulously unraveling her hair strand by strand. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the sound of their breathing filling the air. Chapter 67. Reward. Gu Sheng had never encountered a challenge he could not overcome. Throughout his life, he had always resolved difficulties independently, without relying on others. However, while untangling Suyu's hair, he felt what it meant to treasure something as if it were precious. Tenderly and meticulously, Gu Sheng held his breath, treating her hair with utmost care. Suyu's strands unraveled gracefully in his hands, the fine threads entwining around his fingertips. He spread his hands to groom the young girl's hair, marveling at its softness and delicacy, so different from his own. As he gathered her hair, he noticed the little girl in the mirror suddenly perk up with interest. Gu Sheng asked, "Shall I braid your hair for you?" Suyu looked up in surprise. "You can braid hair?" Gu Sheng nodded lightly. She surely had no idea that from the moment he realized his affection for her, he had envisioned numerous moments involving her. They would bask in the sun together in a perfectly lit garden. He would hold her hand as they entered the university library. On snowy winter days, he would wrap her in a warm scarf and place a cup of hot tea in her hands. And in this very moment, he would be braiding her hair. Gu Sheng gazed at Suyu in the mirror, tucking her loose strands behind her ear. "Well, I learned because I wanted to braid your hair." Suyu paused. "You learned?" Gu Sheng seemed to recall a humorous incident, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "The first time I tried braiding a wig with my mom, I nearly pulled the model down. Now, tell me, what style do you want, little fish? Your personal hairstylist is at your service." Suyu sat in the chair, while Gu Sheng stood behind her with a comb. At first glance, he did resemble a hairdresser. The little girl chuckled at his antics. "How about a bun?" Gu Sheng readily agreed. A bun was his specialty. Suyu's intuition was spot on. He skillfully gathered her hair, first securing it and then twisting it into a bun, fastening it with an elastic band. "Better than what I could do myself," Suyu remarked. Her little bun perched atop her head, round and adorable. Gu Sheng, satisfied, playfully pinched it. "So, dear customer, I have fulfilled your request. Is there a reward?" The little girl instantly spun around. "Wait, you never mentioned a reward before we started." Suyu flashed him a mischievous grin, and Gu Sheng pretended to retreat in mock fear, settling down on his bed. "Whoever consumes a service without compensation. That makes no sense." Suyu's heart raced with alarm bells. The kind of reward Gu Sheng had in mind was certainly not what she had anticipated. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is this reward the kind I think it is?" "Of course not." Gu Sheng raised his index finger, waving it playfully before her. "But since Big Brother has done you a favor, shouldn't the little sister reward him with a kiss as a token of gratitude?" Suyu exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew Gu Sheng was a rogue." Gu Sheng's gaze was fervent, burning with intensity, leaving her nowhere to escape. In the end, Suyu found herself at a loss, gazing helplessly at him. However, if she were to kiss him, could she not choose the location herself? Sitting in the chair and facing him, the young girl appeared obedient and demure, yet her thoughts were anything but innocent. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze finally resting on the prominent Adam's apple that undulated with each breath. It was said that this area was particularly sensitive for boys. With a smile gracing her lips, She replied, of course. Gu Sheng was taken aback by Su Yu's unhesitating response. In his mind, she should have shyly declined, allowing him the opportunity to embrace her and seize the moment. To his surprise, she even suggested that she would determine the position of the kiss. Raising an eyebrow, he thought, very well, go ahead. Although she was the one to choose the spot, the girl still approached him bashfully. Su Yu feigned calmness as she slowly walked between his legs, resting her hands on his shoulders. Then, in a bold move, she lifted one leg to rest upon his thigh. Gu Sheng's breath caught in his throat. His hands, which had been propped on the bed, tightened slightly as he placed one on her slender waist. She leaned in gradually, her crimson lips parting slightly as she brushed against the tip of his nose under his watchful gaze. How had Gu Sheng teased her on the rooftop last time? Su Yu's eyes fell upon the flush of his earlobes. Ah yes, his ears. The soft warmth of her breath cascaded over his face before she leaned closer to his cheek, playfully mimicking Gu Sheng's earlier actions with her petite nose. Gu Sheng, pinned down by Su Yu on the bed, couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes drifting toward the ceiling. Her capacity to learn was quite impressive. Su Yu struggled to steady her breath, striving to appear calm and less anxious. Gu Sheng's hand on her waist gradually tightened, his gaze shifting down from the ceiling to the mirror across from them. One of her feet was firmly planted on the ground, while the other rested atop him, causing her clothing to cling to her curves. Gu Sheng's eyes darkened with desire as he spoke in a husky voice. Yu Zai, that's enough. We should stop here. If we go any further, I can't predict who will be at a disadvantage. Su Yu, oblivious to the underlying tension in his words, seized the moment while he was speaking and bit down earnestly, as if trying to reclaim what had transpired on the rooftop. She clearly exerted some force, even grinding her teeth against him. Gu Sheng's pupils dilated sharply, letting out a hiss of surprise. The girl was indeed fierce. It seemed she harbored a considerable grudge against him. Where did you learn that? He gasped, gently pushing her away. Su Yu, meeting his intense gaze, felt a twinge of guilt and shifted her gaze. You were the one who told me to kiss you. Feeling Gu Sheng lean against her shoulder with a sigh, she sensed his arms encircle her waist, drawing her firmly into his embrace. Truly, she was a little troublemaker. The atmosphere in the room was laden with ambiguity, and Su Yu could not help but shift slightly. In response, the young man tightened his embrace. The warmth emanating from him gradually intensified, causing the young girl to feel somewhat flustered. She gently patted Gu Sheng's back and suggested, perhaps you could let me go? Gu Sheng released one of his hands from her waist, only to grasp her wrist delicately, his fingers tracing her skin with tender care. In a playful gesture, he seized the small hair tie adorning her wrist and placed it upon his own. Su Yu's strawberry-hued hair tie rested upon his prominent knuckles, rendering her speechless. Memories of her lessons at home surfaced vividly. The knowledge she had acquired now felt strikingly relevant. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she pushed against Gu Sheng's shoulder. Her voice soft as she admitted, Gu Sheng, I was wrong. She realized that one should not provoke a young man recklessly. The lesson she had learned today lingered in her mind. Gu Sheng, momentarily defeated, gazed down at the petite figure in his arms with a wistful expression. Then, leaning down, he playfully bit her collarbone, leaving a mark, only releasing her upon hearing her gasp in discomfort. He gently laid her onto the bed and affectionately ruffled her hair, uttering, I'm off to the restroom, before exiting the room clad in his wrinkled shirt. Su Yu sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers brushing the spot where he had bitten her, her breath slightly uneven. The last time she had been in a daze, she had bitten him. Now, the playful roles had reversed. With a faint blush, she adjusted the scarf she had brought, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror to ensure that no trace of the bite remained visible before making her way downstairs, leaving Gu Sheng alone on the second floor. Chapter 68, I Have a Friend. Half an hour later, Gu Sheng descended the stairs clad in a pristine white shirt. He was met with a skeptical gaze from Su Ji, who was still preening herself. She had already sensed something amiss when Xiaoyu had blushed her way down the stairs earlier. That rascal, after all, was a young man in the bloom of youth. At this stage of life, one's energy is most exuberant. Just by looking at the young lady's flushed face, it was evident that the two had engaged in some flirtation upstairs. However, the young man had evidently faltered, which led Xiao Yu to descend first. She herself had been young once, recalling how things were with Gu Ting during their courtship, where he was always reluctant to let her face any discomfort, enduring for a long time before they finally wed. But what of the present? She glanced at her watch. Only half an hour had passed. That young rascal. What's going on? Upon catching the knowing look from his mother, Gu Sheng realized what she was pondering. He placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Mom. Suji hesitated, then, lowering her voice, leaned closer to Gu Sheng. Forming her hands into a makeshift horn, she asked delicately, "Would you like me to take you to see a doctor?" Her expression was sincere, and upon seeing his silence, she swiftly pulled out her phone to make an appointment. Quick as lightning, Gu Sheng snatched the device from her grasp. "Mom, what are you thinking?" Suji cleared her throat and shot him a significant glance. "Keep your voice down, you little rascal. What if Xiaoyu hears and decides she no longer wants you?" Gu Sheng retorted, "Mom, I'm not ill." Half an hour was spent choosing clothes. Suji's expression turned complex. "So, you spent half an hour selecting an outfit. You still ended up in a white shirt?" She observed Gu Sheng as he called for Xiaoyu to head out, feeling a tinge of disbelief. After pondering for a moment, she opened her phone and clicked on Gu Ting's contact. "Dear wife, honey, it seems our son may have issues in certain areas. CEO Gu Ting. CEO Gu Ting. I will find the time to ask him. Dear wife, just remember to be subtle about it. CEO Gu Ting. Understood." In the office of the president of Gu Corporation, Dai Xian stood by with a stack of documents, awaiting her boss's signature. To her surprise, as Gu Ting signed, he paused to reply to a few messages, his hand freezing mid-motion. She then noticed the usually stern expression of the CEO seemed to twitch at the corners of his mouth. With his hands clasped on the desk, his brow furrowed as if contemplating a weighty matter, Dai Xian cautiously placed the unsigned documents before Gu Ting. "Sir, there are still these documents that require your signature." Gu Ting slowly turned his head, his piercing gaze landing on Dai Xian. In a deep, resonant voice, he uttered, "I have a friend." Dai Xian inquired, "Is this friend you by any chance?" Gu Ting replied, "My friend's son appears to have certain issues." Dai Xian exclaimed, "Is this something I should be hearing, sir?" Gu Ting continued, "What do you think my friend should do to broach this matter delicately with his son?" Dai Xian responded, "Young Master Gu cannot tolerate such discussions." Dai Xian suddenly coughed, cough, cough, cough. "Mr. Gu, I believe you." Upon receiving Gu Ting's dangerous glare, Dai Xian quickly altered his statement. "I believe your friend could take a stroll with his son at night and seize the opportunity for a heart-to-heart conversation." Dai Xian's mind was in a whirl. The magnitude of this information was indeed overwhelming. Although he was the top student in school and now an exceptional assistant, he found himself unable to digest such explosive news in a short span of time. He merely responded instinctively, rooted in the nature of a working individual. Family relationships, after all, ultimately rely on communication and exchange. Gu Ting fell into contemplation after hearing Dai Xian's words. He and Gu Sheng had never engaged in heartfelt conversations throughout their lives. Now, the prospect of discussing what could be considered Gu Sheng's happiness left him somewhat at a loss. He waved his hand towards Dai Xian. "I understand. I will relay this to my friend. You may leave now." Dai Xian, his gaze gradually losing focus, mechanically complied with the directive. He truly admired Gu Ting for not forgetting his friend's persona, even in such moments. However, as an excellent assistant, Dai Xian was acutely aware of what could and could not be said. He was resolute in keeping silent about the matters concerning the young Master Gu, or rather, the son of Mr. Gu's friend. Uncle Li continued to drive. Suyu's flushed face still radiated warmth. The moment she caught sight of Gu Sheng's face and his white shirt, memories of what had transpired in the small study flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to redden further. She discreetly pressed the button to crack open the car window. The howling cold wind rushed in, effectively alleviating the heat on her face. Gu Sheng rested his chin on his hand, amusedly observing the young girl who was fanning herself for relief. To his surprise, she seemed to desire even more coolness and opened the window wider. Frowning, he leaned over to close it properly. Just as he was about to retreat, he inadvertently caught sight of Suyu evading his gaze. Gu Sheng squinted slightly. He had never felt ashamed of his physiological reactions. After all, it was entirely natural. If he did not react in such a manner toward the young girl, that would indeed be disgraceful. Yet, seeing Su Yu's flushed cheeks and her averted gaze made him forget the earlier incident on the rooftop. Mischievous thoughts began to resurface. Utilizing the armrest for support, he leaned closer to Su Yu, lightly breathing near her ear. The ear was a sensitive spot for her, and Gu Sheng had become well aware of this over time. Lowering his voice to a magnetic whisper, he teased, "Is this little bit enough to make you shy? What will you do when more embarrassing moments arise, Yu Zai?" Su Yu had been entirely focused on him. Upon hearing Gu Sheng's words, she suddenly regained her composure. The warmth on her face dissipated rapidly, and with a blank expression, she removed her scarf and playfully draped it over his face. Gu Sheng. He silently accepted it and returned to his seat. Uncle Ali, who was driving ahead, had long sensed the commotion behind him. Through the rearview mirror, he observed his young master closing the window for Miss Su Yu, seemingly exchanging a few words with her. Shortly thereafter, he was hurried back to his seat, his scarf wrapped tightly around him. Uncle Lee let out a soft sigh. "Oh, young master, what is the purpose of this?" He pondered. Chapter 69. Parents' meeting. By the time Uncle Lee drove to the school gate, Gu Sheng had yet to pacify the little girl. As Su Yu opened the car door and stepped out, Gu Sheng glanced at the scarf in his hand, resigned to follow the young lady. He attempted to soothe her while clumsily wrapping the scarf around her neck. Just as they entered the school gates, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Gu Gu Gu Gu! Look at me, look at me!" Gu Sheng and Su Yu turned around to see Fong Chu in a vibrant red outfit, Qin Kai in a bright yellow ensemble, and Chen Yangyang in a refreshing green attire. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering their striking appearance. The trio stood side by side, undeniably eye-catching. With a mere gesture, they could easily masquerade as a traffic light at a crossroad. Fong Chu dashed towards Gu Sheng, exclaiming, "Gu Go, look!" We completely avoided the white color scheme. Gu Sheng fell silent, acknowledging that they indeed steered clear of white. However, their attire was somewhat embarrassing, making him reluctant to admit acquaintance. "What white color scheme?" Su Yu struggled to divert her gaze from Chen Yangyang. It's just that Gugu sent a message earlier saying we shouldn't tea wear." Before she could finish, Qin Kai covered her mouth, clarifying, "What he means is that for today, as parents' meeting, we should dress more festively." Su Yu pointed at the trio across from them, skepticism lacing her tone. "Must it be so festive?" "Indeed, we must ward off any malevolent spirits with bright clothing," Chen Yangyang stated earnestly. "My grandfather mentioned that I'm currently facing the wrath of Tai Sui." The little girl appeared unconvinced and was about to voice her doubts. But Fong Chu quickly caught Gu Sheng's eye, understanding the need to intervene. "Gu, is your mother not attending the parents' meeting today?" Fong Chu inquired. Having attended numerous meetings throughout high school, he had yet to see the legendary Gu Sheng's mother or his corporate father. Gu Sheng nodded. It was one thing for him to attend alone, but wasn't Su Yu staying at his house? Wasn't her parents' meeting unattended as well? What about Su Yu's parents? Fong Chu, oblivious to Gu Sheng's thoughts, simply asked. Su Yu raised her gaze and silently pointed to Gu Sheng beside her. Gu Sheng smiled and took the little girl's outstretched hand, naturally slipping it into his coat pocket. "It's me. What is the matter?" Fong Chu sighed. "My mouth truly deserves reprimand." He watched as Gu Sheng warmed Su Yu's hands, sweetly departing together. The remaining trio stood in a line. Fong Chu lamented, "Having a little girlfriend is truly wonderful." Chen Yangyang exclaimed, That is so heartwarming. It's hitting me right in the knees." Qin Kai, hands in his pockets, remarked, "Are you really not going in? It's quite cold outside." When Gu Sheng led Su Yu into the classroom, most students paid little heed. However, the classroom now included parents, and notably, Gu Sheng was a familiar face to them all, handsome and the top student of the year. As the two individuals entered, the chatter within the classroom gradually diminished. All eyes subtly turned towards Su Yu, a student whom no one had seen before. Likely a new transfer from another school, as mentioned by the children. It was evident that her academic performance was commendable. That must be the new transfer student in your class," a fellow student remarked, glancing at Su Yu. Nodding, the student confirmed, "Yes, her name is Su Yu. She's quite brilliant, having previously studied at home due to health reasons." Gu Sheng guided her to a seat and thoughtfully rose to retrieve a transparent water cup from his backpack, adorned with a cozy knitted sleeve. This was crafted by a family cook specifically for Su Yu designed to keep her cup warm during the winter months and prevent burns. After filling it with hot water from the back of the classroom, he gently handed it to Suyu, then adjusted the scarf around her neck. The parents present exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of discontent towards their own children as they observed his attentiveness. Is that little student the girlfriend of your class's top scholar? The gossip sparked the interest of the 8th grade students, who eagerly shared with their own fathers. It seems that Gu Sheng hasn't yet pursued Suyu, but I have a feeling they will definitely end up together. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? He exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his arm. I'm merely sharing gossip, and you strike me? His father, more incensed, retorted. You should focus on your studies instead of worrying about others' relationships when you have neither a girlfriend nor the grades to show for it. He Chao was struck by a revelation. He had never anticipated that his father would find a new reason to criticize him, one he could not refute. The students and parents waited in their seats for a while until old Wang entered the classroom, clutching a small notebook. He had taken special care of his appearance that day, having had his beard shaved and even dyed his hair, appearing notably youthful and spirited. Approaching the podium with a beaming smile, old Wang greeted, "Good day to all students and parents." A round of applause erupted from the audience. He raised his hand to signal for quiet, explaining, "This semester's parent-teacher meeting is being held early due to weather conditions. However, rest assured, the students' final grades and teachers' feedback will be promptly sent to your mobile phones, ensuring no errors will occur." The 8th grade students murmured in disbelief. How cruel the school can be. Is a minor oversight worth their lives? Although they had their shortcomings compared to Gu Sheng's stellar performance, the students of the 8th grade still ranked among the top in their cohort. Old Wang remarked, "The students in our 8th grade have shown remarkable diligence and progress this semester, with substantial improvements in both collective and individual performances." Indeed, spurred on by Su Yu and Gu Sheng's example, the entire senior class was striving for excellence. Old Wang, especially you, Su Yu, although you have only transferred for a few days, your diligence and effort have enabled you to integrate splendidly into our class. The shy girl, caught off guard by old Wang suddenly mentioning her name, looked around and noticed the approving gazes of the parents present. Gu Sheng had never felt prouder than at that moment. Truly, she is his daughter, born to be the center of attention in any crowd. After old Wang succinctly emphasized some important points for the upcoming holiday, he declared the parent-teacher meeting for Class 8 concluded, leaving some time for the students and parents to engage in casual conversation. Old Wang, Gu Sheng, could you step outside with me for a moment? He was aware that Gu Sheng had chosen to forego the opportunity for guaranteed admission to Peking University following the last competition. Yet, such a chance is rare and precious. He was completely unaware of the principal's 5,000 yuan offer. He was merely a teacher concerned for his students' futures. Moreover, entering university early does not preclude participation in the college entrance examination. Seizing this opportunity presented by the parent meeting, he wished to have a meaningful conversation with Gu Sheng. Chapter 70. The eve upon hearing Lao Wang's words, Gu Sheng rose from his seat. Before departing, he tenderly arranged the hair of the young girl beside him, gently pinching the little bun atop her head, truly reminiscent of a doting father. He then earnestly instructed, "Yu Zai, wait for me here." So you looked at him, softly nodding in agreement. "All right." She then took 3 steps, glanced back, walked 5 steps, and looked back 3 times before leaving the classroom. Following closely behind, Lao Wang to the familiar office. Perhaps due to his frequent visits, the teacher's office had even prepared an empty desk specifically for Gu Sheng. Here, he faced reprimands, and here, he received praise. Lao Wang set down his notebook, speaking with gravity. "Gu Sheng, I won't go." Gu Sheng interjected. "What?" Lao Wang zet bonde, purple. "I haven't finished speaking. Why won't you go? Where are you refusing to go?" Gu Sheng carefully scrutinized Lao Wang's face. "It is quite evident what is written on your face. Guaranteed admission bonus." Lao Wang harbored an inexplicable obsession with bonuses. After Gu Sheng had turned down the principal of Peking University, he knew that this day would eventually arrive. The school would undoubtedly seek out Lao Wang for a conversation, and subsequently, Lao Wang would come to discuss it with him. For Lao Wang, the term bonus was a potent lure. Sighing deeply, Lao Wang lamented, "Indeed, the school has arranged for us to have a serious discussion today." They say that if you agree to the guaranteed admission, there will be a substantial investment in your future. Investment? Gu Sheng furrowed his brow. What investment? Lao Wang turned his teacup, taking a small sip. I heard that a benefactor is willing to donate a teaching building. Something felt amiss. It seemed implausible that someone would altruistically offer money to the school with the sole request of discussing matters with him tonight, urging him to accept the guarantee. Gu Sheng keenly sensed a hint of unease in the air. Just as he contemplated in greater detail, his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to vibrate. The caller ID read, Dai Xian. Unconsciously tightening his grip, he raised the phone to his ear. Dai Xian's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Young Gu, I've managed to uncover some information regarding Yang Yu's previous 2 wives. Gu Sheng's heart tightened instinctively at the mention of Yang Yu. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Dai Xian continued. When Yang Yu was born, his mother had an affair, but ultimately, she was caught by Yang and confined in a side room of the Yang family estate. This information came to me inadvertently. The servant who took care of Yang Yu's mother revealed that Yang would frequently take Yang Yu in during the night. Then, the sounds of a woman's cries would echo from the room. Before long, Yang Yu's mother passed away, yet few were aware of the circumstances surrounding her death. The old servant, gripped by fear, quietly resigned after a few months of service. Furthermore, I discovered that Song Yu, after marrying Yang Yu, was also suspected of infidelity. Most of her medical records indicated the use of sleeping pills, which Yang Yu had purchased for her. And then there was Bai Gu. Her medical history revealed a prescription for large quantities of glucose and nutritional solutions. The rumors circulating about Yang Yu may indeed hold some truth. Xiao Gu, he is a murderer. Dai Xian spoke rapidly, momentarily pausing before continuing. Xiao Gu, he has been stalking Miss Su. Previously, he likely refrained from acting due to the influence of the Gu family, opting instead for covert surveillance. However, recently, he left behind a trace. Miss Su bears a resemblance to his mother. Each word from Dai Xian fell heavily upon Gu Sheng's ears, causing his breath to quicken. The grip on his phone tightened. He discerned the unsettling truth, realizing the source of his anxiety. The school had received a sum of money, and Old Wang was to meet him tonight. This was a deliberate attempt to divert him. Why had Yang Yu been so cautious before, yet now left a trail to be followed? It was due to time. Dai Xian had mentioned that in a few days would be the anniversary of Yang Yu's mother's passing, having witnessed his mother's torment and demise in his youth. This date held great significance for him. Furthermore, there was Gu Sheng. He had found a scapegoat. With his previous methods, he would undoubtedly exploit Gu Sheng to evade suspicion safely. Gu Sheng ran with all his might down the corridor. The sky had turned overcast, and the stillness of night had descended. In the vast expanse of darkness, snowflakes began to fall gracefully. This marked the first snowfall of winter in the capital, the inaugural flurry. Dai Xian's words echoed in Gu Sheng's mind. Yang Yu's mother had passed away on a snowy day, another ominous sign. He sensed a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Yet, he could not afford to stop. The path from the teacher's office to the classroom had never felt so interminable. A biting wind swept across his face. Faster, faster. Before Yang Yu made his move, he had to hurry. In Class 5 of the senior year, Gu Sheng sat at her desk, her gaze fixed on her phone. Her classmates were intrigued by the man beside her, seemingly the same individual who had escorted her to school previously. Was he now her boyfriend? The parents of students in Class 5 were equally interested in him, as it was rare to encounter someone of such outstanding character and youthful promise in their circle. Yang Yu greeted the parents with a smile, exuding an effortless charm. Yes, I am Sheng's boyfriend, and we've decided to get engaged soon. I am not as handsome as you claim. I merely consider myself passably attractive. I will inquire at the company about any departments needing assistance. Though your relative will still need to pass our future technologies assessment. He deftly navigated the conversations with the parents, his words polished and appealing, presenting himself as the quintessential nice guy. Only Gu Sheng, with her eyes cast down, fixated on a message on her phone. Yang Yu, after I leave in 5 minutes, go to Class 8 and bring Su Yu to the back gate of the school. Gu Sheng's hand trembled uncontrollably, her heart gripped by profound fear. Gu Sheng, what of the promise you made to me? Beside her, Yang Yu retrieved his phone, catching sight of Gu Sheng's message. and could not help but emit a derisive snicker. Yang Yu, first fulfill my task. When Gu Sheng is in a state of despondency, I shall assist you. In Gu Sheng's moments of melancholy, Ji Shi will serve as the final piece in his intricate scheme. Yang Yu adjusted his spectacles, concealing the desires and avarice that flickered in his eyes. Ji Shi remained oblivious to his intentions, unaware whether he would indeed honor his word. Yet, she found herself with no path of retreat. Assisting Yang Yu might grant her a chance to continue reveling in her status as a young lady, while refusing his aid would subject her to the torment of the perverse individual at her side. Chapter 71. The beginning in the classroom of Class 8. An unexpected voice called out, "Look, it's snowing outside." It seemed to be the first snowfall of the year. Excited exclamations followed. "Quick, make a wish." Suyu turned her gaze toward the window. Delicate, white snowflakes cascaded from the heavens. Unlike her expectations, the snow in Jing City fell heavily, resembling a sky filled with dancing fireflies. Awe filled her eyes. Qin Yangyang, brimming with excitement, grasped Suyu's hand, urging her, "Hurry, put on your scarf. You must make a wish on the first snowfall." "Will wishes made during the first snowfall really come true?" Suyu inquired, her lips moving even as her hands continued to act. Swiftly, she snatched the scarf resting on Gu Sheng's desk and wrapped it around her neck with a casual flourish. The corridor of the teaching building was now bustling with numerous students and parents. Chen Yangyang carefully guided Suyu through the throngs, leading her to the front row. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and the falling snowflakes adorned the night with specks of pure white. Suyu's eyes sparkled as she stood on tiptoe, leaning over the railing. She extended her hand, palm open, and a small cluster of snowflakes landed softly in her grasp, only to melt away almost instantly. Her cheeks flushed, she exhaled, forming a white mist in the cold air. She rubbed her hands together, mimicking Chen Yangyang's actions, and crossed her fingers over her chest, making a wish upon the first snowfall in Jing City. She hoped for the health and well-being of those around her, for everyone to remain united, and for the chance to witness next year's first snowfall with Gu Sheng and every subsequent year thereafter. As the young girl opened her eyes, releasing a warm breath, Qin Yangyang, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Is there a certain someone among the wishes you made?" Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Gu Sheng was among her wishes. Bashfully, she lowered her gaze to her toes, shuffling her feet, speechless. Chen Yangyang, recognizing Suyu's bashfulness, knew she had struck a chord. Her heart soared with joy, wishing fervently for her friend's happiness with her beloved. Meanwhile, Ji Shi complied with Yang Yu's instructions. After the parent meeting in Class 5 concluded, she rose from her seat 5 minutes later. Navigating through the crowded corridor, she focused on calming her breaths before finally stopping not far from Class 8. Suyu appeared innocent and carefree, laughing and chatting with her classmates, as if the world was a playful jest, causing her to shyly lower her head. Since the moment she enrolled, it seemed everyone had gathered around her. Gu Sheng remained by her side, as did the classmates in Class 8, fiercely protective and unwilling to hear a single word against Suyu. Even Yang Yu had expressed a desire to take her away. Although Ji Shi did not envy the latter's treatment, the feeling of being cherished and defended by so many was something she had never experienced. From this evening onward, Suyu would no longer hold a place in Gu Sheng's heart. As the sole heir of the Gu family, a sense of pride undoubtedly resided within him. Regardless of whether Yang Yu succeeded, the public perception of Suyu on campus would inevitably shift. With Suyu absent, Qi Shi would continue to bask in the adoration of her peers as the school's belle. Life would revert to its previous state, and perhaps Gu Sheng would no longer disregard her as he once did. After discovering Yang Yu's secret, Qi Shi had not altered her attire. She continued to emulate Suyu's style, opting for minimal makeup each day. This was partly due to her reluctance to defy Yang Yu, and partly as a means of imitating Suyu to better approach Gu Sheng. Though she was loath to admit it, the reality remained unchanged. As she slowly approached Suyu, the heels of her shoes echoed against the corridor floor. The snowy weather was indeed frigid. Qi Shi's feet had long since lost all sensation to the cold. Upon reaching Suyu, she placed her now icy hand upon the latter's shoulder. Suyu had been engrossed in laughter and conversation with Chen Yangyang, contemplating returning to the classroom for warmth after watching the snowfall. It was the first time the young girl had witnessed such a heavy snow, and naturally, she found herself entranced, a stubbornness characteristic of a child from the south. When Qinghe's shoulder made contact, Suyu initially assumed she had bumped into someone else. Just as she was about to turn and apologize, she realized it was Qinghe standing behind her. The apology that lingered on her tongue dissipated as she adjusted her scarf in silence. Chen Yang quickly noticed Qinghe's arrival, recalling the unfavorable impression she had previously left. Since Gu Sheng was not present, she felt compelled to protect Suyu on his behalf. Stepping forward, she slightly shielded Suyu behind her. Qinghe, what brings you here? Qinghe raised her gaze to meet Chen Yang's, who was clearly on guard. Embarrassed, she offered Suyu a small smile. I've come to apologize to classmate Suyu. Chen Yang remained skeptical. You already apologized last time. But classmate Suyu did not accept it. Qinghe replied, her eyes fixed on the individual hidden behind Chen Yang. May I sincerely apologize to you today. Classmate Suyu? Suyu gently squeezed Chen Yang's hand that obstructed her, unwilling to remain under someone else's protection. She stepped forward, facing Qinghe, then go ahead and apologize. Qinghe's expression faltered. But there are too many people here. I feel a bit embarrassed. Could you accompany me to the school's back gate? I have a gift for my apology there. Suyu frowned, about to speak when she was interrupted by Yang. Chen Yang exclaimed, what is with all the fuss over a simple apology? Her voice rose, drawing the attention of surrounding classmates. With so many eyes upon her, Qinghe felt her palms grow clammy. In a place concealed from view, she clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, forcing out 2 tears. Despite being the former campus belle, her appearance of distress was indeed pitiable. Qinghe's voice trembled as she pleaded, Su classmate, I truly did not intend for this to happen, especially with so many watching me. I find myself at a loss for words. Suyu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her. The girl across from her was sobbing increasingly, her body shaking with each breath. Presumably, today was the parent-teacher meeting, and no unforeseen incidents would transpire within the school grounds. Thus, she pressed her lips together and finally conceded, very well, I will accompany you. Qinghe, with her head bowed, concealed the upturned corners of her mouth. However, as she lifted her gaze, her expression transformed into one of surprise and delight. Really? Are you truly willing? Suyu nodded affirmatively. She turned to Chen Yang, who had been anxiously concerned for her. It's all right, Yang, I will return shortly. If I am not back in 5 minutes, please do come to the back entrance to find me. Chen Yang, her brow furrowed with worry, nodded. 5 minutes, understood. If you're not back, I will come looking for you. Suyu offered her a reassuring smile before stepping forward to follow Qinghe. Chapter 72, you could not comprehend why the apology was scheduled at the back gate of the school. However, she had never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps there were indeed individuals who felt too embarrassed to bow their heads in front of a crowd. Qinghe remained silent throughout their descent. Suyu followed her down the stairs and into the garden, arriving at the dimly lit rear entrance of the school. Qinghe halted, her gaze fixed ahead, devoid of the earlier sense of grievance, but now imbued with tension. I have brought the person. What did that mean? Before Suyu could ponder further, Qinghe roughly grasped her wrist, tugging her forward. Suyu winced in discomfort, protesting, Qinghe, let go of me. Yet, the one holding her paid no heed and stopped after a couple steps. From a shadowy corner where the light barely reached, a man in a tailored suit emerged. Yang Yu approached Suyu leisurely, then removed his glasses with delicate precision, folding them neatly and placing them in his pocket. His face retained an unsettling smile, sending a chill down the spine. Miss Su, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon seeing Yang Yu in such a state, Qinghe's fear intensified. I can leave now, right? Yang Yu waved her off. Of course, sure. You may go. The atmosphere was evidently awry. Suyu slowly retreated, counting down the minutes in her mind. If she could endure for just 5 more minutes, someone would come for her. Yang Yu, as if he had discovered a toy, gazed at Suyu with keen interest. Miss Su, tell me, who will arrive to rescue you first? or will you be taken away by me more swiftly? Suyu silently regarded him, her heart racing unnaturally within her chest. Yang Yu took a few steps closer. To be candid, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were meant to be mine. Suyu pressed her hand against her left chest, striving to maintain her composure. I do not know you. Yang Yu chuckled softly, his laughter echoing eerily in the dimness. You will soon know me. You shall become my most exquisite creation. He advanced upon Suyu, who continued to retreat until her back met the wall, her breathing becoming shallow. Yang Yu remarked, I almost forgot. While I was investigating you, someone mentioned that you have a heart condition. So now, will it seize you unexpectedly? This was unacceptable. Yang Yu appeared troubled. If you were to die here, what would become of my masterpiece? Meanwhile, Gu Sheng raced down to the teaching building. He immediately ascended the stairs, knowing Class 8 was on the 3rd floor. Many students in the corridor obstructed his path. Panting heavily, he shouted, "Move aside." Upon hearing that voice and witnessing Gu Sheng's uncharacteristic agitation, the students instinctively parted the way. As he neared Class 8, he noticed the seat where the young girl typically sat was now empty. His heart momentarily stopped. Chen Yangyang was currently holding her phone, staring at the time. 5 minutes. Only 3 minutes had elapsed. Where was Suyu? Had she been seen? The anxious voice of Gu Sheng resonated above her. Chen Yangyang, without much thought, was summoned by Ji Shi to the back gate of the school, under the pretense of offering an apology. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng immediately turned and sprinted towards the back gate. Even the usually oblivious Chen Yangyang sensed that something was amiss. She tucked her phone away and hastened towards Class 5. Fang Chu and Qin Kai exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, fearing that something was amiss. They had never witnessed Gu Sheng display such an expression before. Gu Sheng shed his coat, vigorously swinging his arms as he ran. Please, Yu Zai. Wait for me just a moment longer. Suyu, watching Yang Yu approach her, clutched tightly to a small stone she had stealthily taken from a nearby pile. As he drew nearer, she adjusted her stance. 3, 2, 1. Suyu hurled the stones at his face and turned to flee. Yang Yu instinctively dodged, granting Suyu a few precious seconds to escape. She pressed her hand against her chest, her breath quickening. It was difficult to breathe, yet she had to be strong. Never before had she felt such explosive power within her. Time was running out. Someone would come looking for her. But Gu Sheng. Suyu unconsciously called out Gu Sheng's name, as if it could provide her with a sense of calm. As Gu Sheng rushed towards the academy's back gate, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yu Zai. By the time Yang Yu regained his senses, Suyu had already covered a significant distance. His face was filled with fury as he quickly pursued her. He had thought she was a delicate rose, but it seemed he had misjudged her. The rose before him still bore thorns at its stem. Suyu dared not look back, fearing that a glance would allow Yang Yu to catch up. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she pressed on. The back gate of the school was surrounded by numerous small saplings, some obscuring her line of sight. Suyu, Suyu! Gu Sheng, running towards her, screamed with a heart-wrenching intensity. When Suyu heard someone calling her name, she was momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure and ran towards the source of the voice. It was Gu Sheng. The boy's cry struck her heart heavily, and the young girl strained to reach him. She could barely hold on. Her eyelids were growing heavy. In a final effort, she bit down on her tongue. The sharp pains surged through her, clearing her mind slightly. When Gu Sheng arrived, he saw a small girl running unsteadily, with Yang Yu pursuing her, a figure he now wished to eliminate. Upon spotting Gu Sheng, Yang Yu halted. What could a high school student, even one from the Gu family, do against him? He scoffed, watching as Suyu stumbled towards the boy. The moment Suyu laid eyes on Gu Sheng, the tension in her mind finally relaxed. Her pale face bore no trace of color. The hand clasped against her chest gradually fell, and she leaned toward Gu Sheng. Suyu! Gu Sheng lunged toward the young girl, cradling her head in his arms and rolling on the ground for a couple of circles. Suyu lacked the strength to respond. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed. She breathed in shallow gasps, attempting to alleviate the pain in her heart. Gu Sheng's hands trembled slightly as he held her. He dared not apply too much pressure. The girl in his embrace felt even more fragile than usual, as if she had truly transformed into a piece of crystal. liable to shatter within his grasp at the slightest exertion. He raised his gaze to Yang Yu ahead of him, emanating an aura of fury. Gu Sheng glared at him, enunciating each word with weight. Yang Yu, you are doomed. Very well, I shall await young Master Gu at the Yang residence, Yang Yu replied, glancing at his watch. His eyes landing on Su Yu in Gu Sheng's arms. What a pity, today's endeavor has failed. Gu Sheng had no time to deal with Yang Yu. He carefully lifted Su Yu and sprinted toward the school entrance. Hang in there, my little fish. Su Yu, please, I beg you, just a bit more effort. A little more. It is my fault. I should have noticed sooner. I am sorry. Su Yu felt weak, but could still hear. She sensed someone holding her gently. She recognized Gu Sheng's voice, yet lacked its usual calmness. She thought she even heard the boy's sobs. She longed to embrace him. In truth, she was not angry today. It was not his fault. She had been careless. With great effort, Su Yu opened her eyes, feeling the boy's sweat trickle down her cheek. She raised her hand to tug at Gu Sheng's clothing, her tone fragile. Gu Sheng, I wasn't actually angry today. I felt a bit shy. The girl finally expended her last ounce of strength. Her hand fell limply, and in the final moment before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear Gu Sheng's heart-wrenching cry. Yet, she could not respond. When I wake, may I apologize to you, Gu Sheng. Chapter 73. The hospital Uncle Li parked the car around Qinghe Middle School. The warmth of the heater enveloping him as he hummed a tune while awaiting Gu Sheng's return. He reclined the driver's seat, leisurely nibbling on an apple. Suddenly, a chaotic rapping echoed against his window. Pressing the automatic button, he revealed Gu Sheng's anxious and somewhat helpless face outside. Young master, what happened? Uncle Li noticed the girl cradled in Gu Sheng's arms, quietly resting against him. Something was amiss. The moment Gu Sheng had entered the car with Su Yu, Uncle Li pressed the button to close the door. Releasing the handbrake, he slammed down on the accelerator. Young master, brace yourself. I used to race cars. We will reach the hospital in 8 minutes. The vehicle surged forward from its stationary position within mere seconds, emitting the roar of the engine and the screech of tires as they gripped the ground. Gu Sheng held the unconscious Su Yu tightly, the corners of his eyes glistening with red. He desperately steadied Su Yu's shifting body as the car turned. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the more pressing matter at hand. He retrieved his phone, locating Tang Mingshan's number, and pressed dial. At that moment, Tang Mingshan was dining with friends at a restaurant. The phone on the table rang, displaying Gu Sheng's name, prompting him to interrupt his friend's conversation. Yu Tsong fell silent, aware that such emergencies were not uncommon for a doctor. Tang Mingshan answered the call, and before he could even bring the phone to his ear, Gu Sheng's voice came through. Professor Tang, something has happened. Su Yu experienced a heart attack due to stimulation tonight and has been unconscious for 5 minutes. I will arrive at the first hospital of Jing City in 8 minutes. Could you please come? The boy's voice lacked the calm composure it had held that afternoon. Trembling with urgency, Tang Mingshan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. All right, I'm nearby. I'll return to the hospital immediately. Yu Tsong, noticing his haste, quickly donned his coat. I'm a cardiologist as well. I'll accompany you. Chen Yangyang hurriedly reached the door of Class 5. Spotting Ji Shishir seated at her desk with a vacant expression, Gu Sheng had just gone to find Su Yu, and Ji Shishir's presence in the classroom indicated that something was truly wrong. Without hesitation, she kicked open the door to Class 5. Inside, students and parents lingered, yet to disperse. Fuming, Chen Yangyang strode toward Ji Shishir. Before she could react, Yangyang delivered a sharp slap across her face, eliciting gasps from the students who quickly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Gripping Ji Shishir's collar with fury, Chen Yangyang seethed. What have you done to Su Yu? The weight of Yangyang's words shattered Ji Shishir's composure. Clutching her reddened cheek, her eyes glistening with tears, she stared at Chen Yangyang. What have I done? Tell me, what did I do? Ji Shishir suddenly became somewhat hysterical, her gaze fixed intently on Yangyang. One by one, she pried away the fingers gripping her collar. Intentionally drawing close in a manner unseen by other classmates, she uttered words that were maddeningly infuriating. Is it Su Yu? Has something happened? Do you have any evidence? After pushing away Chen Yangyang, her face bore an expression of suppressed rage. Chen, why did you hit me? The students and parents of Class 5 were oblivious to the details of the altercation between the two. All they witnessed was Chun Yangyang instigating the conflict by striking first, prompting them to intervene with conciliatory remarks. "Dear classmate, why not resolve your grievances amicably instead of resorting to violence?" they suggested. "Indeed, young ladies ought to temper their tempers. Besides, the classmate you struck does not seem like a bad person. She is neatly dressed, far more of a student than you. Just look at yourself, wearing that long chain around your neck in this biting cold." Qin Yangyang remained unfazed by their admonishments. She cast a cold smirk at Gu Sheng. "Do you think you can escape today's reckoning unscathed?" She was mistaken, even if given 5 minutes. So you could not be left to face this alone. Qin Yangyang advanced menacingly. "Do you believe she stands alone without protection?" She was determined. No matter how shamelessly she had to pursue, Qin Yangyang would not relent. She seized Gu Sheng's chin with considerable force, rendering the latter unable to break free. "Do you think I am a good person?" Qin Yangyang had merely claimed to hail from an ordinary family, feeling that her own family's identity was too exaggerated. Before entering high school, she had not embodied this persona. Her family had genuine ties to the underworld, and her father, in particular, was formidable, already playing the role of a leader. Growing up in such an environment had undoubtedly instilled a fiercer temperament within her. However, since entering high school, she had managed to keep her emotions in check. To her, Su Yu was someone she needed to protect, a friend she had painstakingly found. Yet now, she had fallen into Gu Sheng's trap. The mere thought of it intensified the grip of her hand. Gu Sheng struck at Qin Yangyang's shoulder, her chin feeling as though it might be crushed. Tears of genuine pain began to well up. When Fang Chu and Qin Kai arrived at Class 5, they were met with the sight of the usually carefree Chun Yangyang gripping Gu Sheng's chin and pinning her against the wall. Fang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed over. "Whoa, Qin Yangyang, you're something else. But let her go first. We need to head to the hospital." Before they reached the back door, they caught sight of Gu Sheng carrying Su Yu away. The car sped off, leaving them unable to catch up. They returned, intending to summon Qin Yangyang to join them, as she was a friend to all. Unexpectedly, they could not find her in the classroom and learned from passing classmates that she had come Class 5 and had slapped Gu Sheng. Fang Chu immediately applauded, appreciating her boldness. As Qin Yangyang observed the two approaching figures, she released her grip on Gu Sheng, her expression fraught with anxiety. "How is Su Yu?" she inquired. Qin Kai exhaled deeply. "Gu Sheng has already taken him to the hospital. We should catch a cab and go together." Upon hearing that Su Yu's condition necessitated a trip to the hospital, the fierce determination that had characterized Qin Yangyang moments before dissipated entirely. She quickly nodded, hesitant to envision Su Yu's current state. "All right, I'll call my father. He is waiting for me outside." Fang Chu and Qin Kai nodded in agreement, leading Qin Yangyang out. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 5, Qin Kai turned, addressing Gu Sheng with a calm yet grave demeanor. "Prepare to atone. You have provoked someone you ought not to have, and the consequences are far more severe than last time." As the trio's silhouettes faded from view, Gu Sheng slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor. Her hands clutched her dress tightly as she murmured, "Why must I atone? I merely invited her outside." Chapter 74. Settling accounts. When Uncle Li accompanied Gu Sheng to the hospital entrance, Tang Mingshan was already waiting there, donned in a white coat. Gu Sheng swiftly placed Su Yu on the small bed that Tang Mingshan had brought. He then watched as the medical staff wheeled her into the emergency room. Su Yu resembled a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale, yet he knew that she would not awaken with a prince's kiss. Lowering his voice, he addressed Tang Mingshan. "Professor Tang, please, I implore you, ensure her success." Tang Mingshan, exasperated, gave Gu Sheng a sharp pat on the shoulder. "Do have some faith in me. After all, I am a distinguished doctor." He exchanged a glance with Yu Tsong, and the two hurriedly entered the operating room. They had deliberated extensively about Su Yu's surgery. Although Tang Mingshan was the lead surgeon, Yu Tsong was also a significant contributor and had already been designated as the second in command. According to the girl's previous health reports, the surgery posed no considerable difficulties. Even with the sudden fainting, they had contingency plans in place. This operation could only succeed failure was not an option. As Tang Mingshan disappeared into the surgical suite, Gu Sheng lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Uncle Li observed his young master, who sat in a daze on the chair beside the operating room. Meanwhile, Su Ji was attending a banquet with Gu Ting, as was customary for a lady of her stature. However, encountering Liang Shu at the venue made her quite uncomfortable. She clung to Gu Ting's arm, her face devoid of any smile. Liang Shu showed no signs of embarrassment, and her companion, Ji Wantian, seemed oblivious to past grievances, bowing and scraping before Gu Ting. Thus, when the phone in her handbag rang, Su Ji felt it was a most opportune moment. She promptly retrieved her phone. Ah, the rascal was calling her at this hour? You little scoundrel. Mom, it's Gu Sheng. His voice was hoarse. There has been an incident with you. We're at the first hospital of Jing City. It's Yang Yu. As her son, he naturally shared her feelings, which were now shattered and fragmented. Su Ji hung up and cast a cold glance at Liang Shu. Although she possessed a cheerful demeanor, she was no fool. The incident at school involving Su Yu could only have been instigated by Ji Shi, who was now Yang Yu's girlfriend. She had warned that should anything further happen to Su Yu, the Ji family would bear the brunt of the consequences. Raising her glass of champagne, she splashed it across Liang Shu's face, shattering the glass at her feet. I warned you not to attempt to harm Su Yu again. Gu Ting was close enough to catch the gist of Gu Sheng's call. Though he was a businessman, his physical condition was far superior to that of Ji Wantian, having maintained a robust health regimen over the years. With his wife taking action, he felt compelled to respond. He could no longer tolerate this. Su Yu had become like a daughter to him. Could he really endure this? In a moment of decisive action, he swung a punch at Ji Wantian, who was momentarily stunned. Gu Ting delivered a fierce kick to Ji Wantian, who lay on the ground, serving as a stark warning to those around. The Ji family is off limits for assistance. I will settle this score myself, including with future technology. When Fang Xiuqin and Chun Yangyang arrived, Gu Sheng was intensely focused, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The scale of future technology was not insignificant. To dismantle it, the Gu family would require at least a week. However, considering the impact of public opinion, 3 days would suffice. Yang Yu looked down upon him, dismissing him as merely a high school student. Yet, unbeknownst to him, some decision-making within Gu's companies was under Gu Sheng's purview. He could compete fairly with future technology or employ other means to bring him down. Now that the issue with Yu Zai had been entrusted to Professor Tang, he held faith in the latter's capabilities. More crucially, he sought to restore justice for Su Yu. Future technology must face bankruptcy. Yu Zai's parents had already asked their own parents to relay this to him. Regardless of their attitude towards him, Gu Sheng would not resist. The fierce expression on the boy's face was unlike anything Uncle Li had ever witnessed. He understood that this time, the opposition would not have an easy time. But as merely a driver, he could only silently stand by Gu Sheng's side, shielding the young master from distractions. Soon, a news article began to gain traction on social media. Clues regarding the death of Yang Yu's wife, heir of future technology. He reached out to numerous media outlets to disseminate the article while erasing his own information. The article was transmitted to the media's inboxes from a location that could not be traced. There had long been speculation regarding the cause of Yang Yu's wife's death. But due to the family's considerable influence, no one dared to speak out for fear of retribution. Nevertheless, such news had persisted intermittently. This time, however, the title was particularly brazen and explicit, prompting several economic media outlets to hastily publish it in hopes of securing an exclusive report. The glow from the computer screen illuminated Gu Sheng's face, and the boy appeared cold and composed, a stark contrast to the anxious persona they had witnessed at school. Gu Sheng closed the laptop, contemplating his next move. Chen Yangyang quietly raised her hand, and before anyone could turn to her, she spoke up, how can I assist? Beside her, Chen's father addressed Gu Sheng. Do you wish to teach someone a lesson? I'm a professional, just pay me. His daughter had been in tears in the car, having heard that her dearest friend, Su, had been bullied into the hospital. Even without compensation, he would lend a hand, but it was customary in their line of work to receive some token payment. Gu Sheng looked up. How many people do you have? He was fuming. Chen's father replied. How many do you need? Gu Sheng retorted, I'll take as many as you have. He envisioned crushing Yang Yu into dust. Call them now. I will pay. He was well aware of Yang Yu's current address. Given the latter's arrogance, he would undoubtedly not be in hiding. It seems that the sense of security provided by future technologies has become overwhelmingly significant to him, or perhaps he has grown adept at handling the two preceding murder cases. Yang Yu is certain to return to the house he purchased, rather than the old residence of the Yang family. Father Qin nodded in understanding and opened his mobile phone. Hello, Lao Su. Instruct all the brothers at the venue to mobilize. I will send you an address. If we are not there, proceed with the destruction without hesitation. Gu Sheng placed the computer on a nearby chair, interlacing his fingers. In half an hour after the destruction, bring the individuals here. Is that feasible? He now resembled a cold, unyielding ruler. Father Chun gazed at him in astonishment, taking in his extraordinary demeanor. It was evident that he was a formidable character. Father Chun replied, Fine, just offer more compensation. He collected 2 pieces. Chen Yang remained stationary, not following along. Her presence would only be a hindrance. Her father was sufficient for the task at hand. What mattered more now was awaiting the conclusion of Su Yu's surgery. She could not find peace without witnessing its successful outcome. Chapter 75. The smash. Upon returning from Qinghe High School, Yang Yu remained as unperturbed as Gu Sheng had anticipated. He held no regard for a mere high school student, regardless of the fact that he was backed by the Gu family. The Yang family's future in technology was equally promising. After all, it was no coincidence that the Ji family sought refuge with them after being cast aside by the Gu family. They recognized the Yang family's capability to rival the Gu family's prowess. Moreover, he possessed what Ji Shushu yearned for most. Young girls were often swayed easily by a few words, which conveniently diverted the attention of others away from him. Yang Yu parked his car in the adjacent garage, opened the trunk, and retrieved a stray long-haired white cat. The interruption of his evening had left him feeling discontented. Yet, this little feline, oblivious to the danger, approached him. He casually tossed a few cat food pellets from the car, and the cat persisted in meowing at him, refusing to leave his side. It was just a distraction he needed to alleviate his mood. He grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck and headed toward his front door, much like one would carry a rag. The small cat struggled desperately beneath his grip, but its tiny legs were insufficient to reach Yang Yu's hand. In a buoyant mood, he hummed a tune while twirling the keys in his hand. Hidden in the shadows of the living room were several muscular men clad in thin short sleeves. Waiting for him, they had been waiting for 5 minutes. As Yang Yu inserted the key into the lock and turned the bolt, the individuals concealed within the house silently crept closer to the door. At the moment the door swung open, an object was thrust into Yang Yu's mouth, silencing him. He struggled, unable to produce a sound, flailing his arms and legs wildly. The little white cat seized the opportunity to scratch him, causing blood to trickle from his hand before it swiftly fled. Only after witnessing his accomplice succeed did Father Qin emerge from his hiding place, casually switching on the living room lights. The sudden brightness forced Yang Yu to squint, and as his eyes adjusted, he hazily discerned a group of muscular men in his living room. Yang Yu, realizing that his captor had loosened their grip, he suddenly broke free and removed the gag from his mouth. Damn it, whose filthy sock is this? He exclaimed, recognizing the unpleasant odor. Trembling, he hurled the smelly sock onto the floor. What era was this that home invasion still occurred? He needed to call the police. Father Qin rolled up the sleeves of his coat and settled onto the couch in Yang Yu's living room, surrounded by his underlings. A cigar dangled from his fingers as he coldly regarded Yang Yu, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Is this the kid? He inquired, gesturing dismissively. Smash his phone and bring him here. The men behind him moved with swift efficiency. Chen Yang had been raised in their midst, and according to their leader, they had never witnessed anyone weep so sorrowfully. The child's mother had passed away long ago, and living among a group of burly men inevitably stirred a sense of sympathy. Everyone here has been saved by Mr. Chun, and naturally, they're also the uncles, brothers, and relatives of Chen Yang. It has come to light that this individual has harmed Yang's classmate. TSK. He indeed possesses a shifty gaze and a nefarious appearance. Unmistakably a villain. Consequently, Wanja, who was closest to Yang Yu, clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms bulging ominously. The stubble on his face now accentuated his fierce demeanor. He forcefully snatched the phone from Yang Yu's hand and smashed it onto the ground, reducing it to a shattered wreck. He then delivered a punch to the man's abdomen, infused with a hint of personal emotion. Yang Yu, wincing in pain, clutched his belly as he was dragged before Mr. Chun. Wanja stood to the side, inquiring, "Chun Chung, what shall we do with this brat?" Mr. Chin's expression was inscrutable. The employer's instructions are to demolish his home first. Without hesitation, the rest of the brothers readily picked up suitable tools. Yang Yu found himself under Wanja's foot, utterly unlike the self-assured individual he had been moments ago. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. Future Tech had made numerous enemies in its quest to dominate the market. However, those smaller companies would not dare to act so boldly against him. Could it be Gu Sheng? No, that was implausible. Gu Sheng was merely a high school student. Even if he had informed Gu Ting about tonight's events, the latter would never resort to such unscrupulous tactics. The Gu family would need to carefully assess the strength of the Yang family before confronting Future Tech. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun, enveloped in smoke, cast a glance at the fallen Yang Yu. This fool hardly appeared to be astute. Could he not deduce that he had offended a few individuals this evening? All of them were in cahoots. Was it truly so difficult to guess? Mr. Chin asked, "Do you not know who you have offended? Have you forgotten your actions this evening?" Yang Yu lifted his head sharply. He had simply failed in a long-planned endeavor. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "It was Gu Sheng. He actually dared. Did Gu Sheng send you thugs? How much did he pay you? I will offer you double. Let me go." The power of money reigns supreme in this world. Those shady enforcers would serve whoever paid them more. "Oh, you offer double?" Mr. Chin regarded him with disdain, raising two fingers. "The price he offered is a figure you cannot afford. Money is trivial. What is truly valuable is the support of the Gu family. Otherwise, relying solely on the scant goodwill of his daughter would not yield such a meager sum. In these times, earning money is no easy feat." Yang Yu, eyeing Chun Cheng's two raised fingers, pressed urgently. "Did he offer you 200,000? Mr. Chun shook his head. 2 million? I can accommodate that. I will give you 4 million. Mr. Chun still shook his head. "What?" Yang Yu exclaimed. 20 million? Is he insane? In response to Yang Yu's astonished gaze, Mr. Chun continued to shake his head. 2 billion. That is utterly impossible. Yang Yu's voice turned sharp. "Are you mocking me?" The sounds of destruction echoed throughout the house. In the living room, the only intact furniture was the sofa upon which Qin Sheng sat. Wanja surveyed the surroundings and addressed Qin Sheng. "It's nearly done. All right, let us take him away." Qin Sheng's father discarded his cigar and rose gracefully, gesturing with an air of authority. Yang Yu, in a state of utter disarray, was dragged away, still struggling in a final act of defiance. "This is kidnapping. Do you have any idea who will be in charge of future technology?" No one present responded to him. "How amusing. What future technology? Isn't it on the verge of collapsing?" Qin Yangyang interjected. "Dad, Gu Sheng said we should take him to this address and keep him there. Someone is already waiting with the key." Qin Sheng's father cast a glance at the address provided by Gu Sheng, stroking his bristly beard with interest. This young man, Yang Yu, was bound to face dire consequences. Although Gu Sheng was merely a student, he exuded an aura of vengeance. Despite his youth, he displayed a ruthless demeanor, insisting that Yang Yu be blindfolded and restrained to a chair. Yet this was hardly surprising. It was said that Yang Yu himself was quite the deviant. Making him confront the consequences of his past actions could be seen as a fitting retribution. Such is the nature of karma. Chapter 76. Awakening. When Su Ji and Gu Ting arrived at the hospital, Su Yi was still in the operating room. Gu Sheng sat silently in a chair, merely glancing at them before rising to stand before Su Ji. "Mother, I failed to protect her." Tears that Su Ji had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks. The unfolding of events was something none of them wished to witness. She accepted the tissue from Gu Ting and dabbed at her eyes. "Is this truly the time for your sorrow? Where's the villain?" Gu Sheng replied. "He has already been detained." Su Ji sighed. "I've already notified Song Ro to come. This matter is our family's fault. Regardless of what Song Ro intends to do, we will not assist her." After a brief pause, she added, "Your father and I share the blame as well. It is our family that failed to safeguard." The thought of the usually obedient and lovely little Yu still in the operating room overwhelmed her, causing her to sob uncontrollably. Gu Ting supported her to a chair, turning to Gu Sheng. As for dealing with Yang Yu, this is where you draw the line. What have you done? Gu Sheng's eyes met Gu Ting's, revealing a hint of ferocity. I intend to confront not only Yang Yu, but the entire future technology and the Ji family. Gu Ting retrieved his phone. I will assist you. Let us discuss your strategy. Gu Sheng opened his laptop. I have already released some minor evidence implicating Yang Yu as a murderer to the media. Future technology stock is certain to plummet. Understanding Gu Sheng's intent, Gu Ting nodded. I will exert pressure on our partner companies, ensuring they do not extend any assistance to the Ji family at this time. Gu Sheng continued. We need to exert public pressure to create internal issues within future technology, which will take 3 days. We must contact Song Yu and Baiji's families to aid in exposing the truth. Gu Ting shook his head. 3 days is unnecessary. With the Su family's influence, we can accomplish this in a day. Song Ro will not refuse. Gu Sheng clicked on a file on his desktop. These are some clues regarding Yang Yu's crimes. I've already contacted the police, and they're taking action. Additionally, there are issues with the financial ledgers within the Ji family that I will also report to the authorities. Gu Ting nodded, feeling a newfound respect for his son's decisive nature, reminiscent of his own in the past. Gu Sheng stated, Yang Yu has been confined in a small room. I intend to settle the score with him. You may deal with him as you see fit, but remember to leave him with a breath of life. Our Gu family has always been law-abiding citizens, and your mother and I do not wish to visit you in prison. The 3 bystanders, Feng Chu and the others, dare not speak. Is this truly the method of education in the Gu family? It is indeed a privilege that Gu Sheng has not strayed from the right path. As time wore on, the anxiety among those present grew palpable. Gu Sheng had silently implored the divine countless times. If there existed a force in the world to punish Su Yu, he would willingly shoulder the burden himself. When the indicator light outside the operating room was extinguished, everyone surged forward. They beheld Tang Mingshan emerging, clad in surgical attire. Gu Sheng approached anxiously, inquiring, Professor Tang, how did it go? Tang Mingshan smiled, realizing he was still wearing a mask before responding. The surgery was a resounding success, resulting in the least damage we anticipated. The patient remains under anesthesia and has yet to awaken. We will transfer her to the ward shortly. A weight lifted from Gu Sheng's heart. He leaned against the wall, as if all his strength had been drained, and for the first time since the incident, he offered a genuine smile akin to a child who had just received a candy. Su Ji, covering her mouth, leaned into Gu Ting's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Gu Ting, maintaining his composure, addressed the nurse exiting the operating room. Please take the patient to the highest grade ward. I trust you know where that is? The newly arrived nurse nodded, fully aware that it was on the top floor, a luxurious space that, if not for its designation, could easily be mistaken for a high-end apartment above the hospital. Chen Yangyang felt a surge of excitement. She was safe, and she resolved to protect her in the future. Kyoto University, was it? Her biology grades were quite commendable. Attending that institution was not beyond her reach. However, she glanced at Gu Sheng, then quickly shook her head. Gu Sheng was far more intimidating than any teacher. She would rather return home to discuss finding a tutor with her father. Chen Yangyang stepped forward. Since Su Yu is fine, we shall take our leave. Please be sure to inform me when she awakens. Feng Chu, equally assertive, added, Guga, don't forget about me, and Qin Kai. We also wish to be notified when Su Yu wakes. Gu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Thank you for today. He then turned to Chen Yangyang. Please have your father send me the bill for his services. At the mention of this, Chen Yangyang quickly waved her hand. My father insists on not charging you much. It still needs to be settled. Gu Ting interjected. What was the originally agreed upon price? His serious gaze was rather imposing. Chen Yangyang involuntarily twitched her lips upon recalling her father's figure. Finally, she sighed. He mentioned 2 yuan. What? Suji thought she must have misheard. In her youth, she had heard of such prices, and 2 decades ago, rates could reach into the tens of thousands. How drastically the prices have dropped in recent years. It must be quite challenging to make a living now. Gu Sheng, upon hearing this figure, was not particularly surprised. The Chun family's business was not particularly prominent. and given his daughter's relationship with Su Yu, they naturally would not charge excessively. This amount was likely calculated considering the collaboration with the Gu family. Given the significant assistance rendered, it was imperative that they not let the other party voice a price. Gu Sheng replied, "That works. I will propose a collaboration plan with the Chun family to offset this amount." Chen Yangyang numbly nodded, realizing her father had indeed struck an incredible bargain. Su Yu felt as though she were lying on a soft bed of cotton, her body surrendering to the gentle embrace of the surface beneath her. However, regardless of how low she sank, the cotton beneath her would always support and protect her. It seemed as though she could still hear the distant calls of many people. Aunt Sue and Uncle Gu, their voices gentle and soothing. And also, Gu Sheng's voice. In the ward, he was the only one remaining. Su Ji and Gu Ting had already gone to the airport to welcome someone. Gu Sheng sat by Su Yu's bedside, his hands tightly clasping hers. The young girl lay quietly on the bed, a sight he had never witnessed before, fragile, as if she might drift away at any moment. Though Tang Mingshan had declared the surgery a success, Su Yu's unconsciousness left his heart in turmoil, unable to find true solace. He leaned his elbows on the bed, pressing her hand against his forehead. "Yuzai, why won't you wake up? I miss you." The first snow of the season continued to fall in Jing City, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. She would surely be delighted upon waking. Yanyu had been confined in the small dark room for quite some time, and I had deliberately instructed that he be denied food. The classmates in her class were all very worried about you, Yuzai. I am too. Gu Sheng's voice grew hoarse as he spoke. The weather in Jing City was ever-changing. The snowflakes drifting from the sky began to diminish, as the somber clouds parted to reveal a pathway of blue above. Sunlight cascaded onto the earth, illuminating Su Yu's hospital room. She slowly opened her eyes, a faint pain in her chest recalling the events that had transpired. She slightly moved her fingers and turned her gaze towards Gu Sheng, who was bowed at her bedside. Sensing her movement, he quickly raised his head. Su Yu's face was pale, yet she offered him a smile, observing the astonishment etched on his face. She spoke with a gentle laugh. "Gu Sheng, I'm thirsty." The young girl remained as heart-wrenching and resilient as ever. "All right," Gu Sheng swallowed hard, suppressing the pang of sorrow swelling within him. The sunflower on the bedside swayed gently, striving to reach the warmth of the sun's rays. In the hushed hospital room, a golden hue of joy was cast upon them. Chapter 77. The arrival of parents. The young boy meticulously retrieved a prepared cup of water from beside the bed. After ensuring the temperature was suitable by testing it against his own hand, he approached the young girl. He produced a relatively large cotton swab from an unknown source, dipping it into the water, which quickly enveloped the swab from all sides. Gently extracting it, he tenderly pressed the swab against the girl's somewhat parched lips. Observing Su Yu's pale face and dry mouth, Gu Sheng felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, the girl's surgery had been safely completed, and he hoped for her future health and peace. The warm cotton swab touched Su Yu's lips, and as he pressed it against her mouth, the water slowly seeped out, moistening her dryness. Unconsciously, she extended her tongue to lick at it. Gu Sheng chuckled at her eager desire for water, gently admonishing her, "You've just come out of anesthesia. You can only have it this way for now. If you're thirsty, just tell me, and once you're able to sit up a bit, you can drink." Sui u not that. Aware that her current state allowed only minimal movement of her hands, as anything more would cause a sharp pain in her chest. She looked at Gu Sheng and asked, "How long has it been?" Her voice was frail yet articulate. Gu Sheng set down the cup and reached out, hooking her pinky with his. This simple connection gave him a sense of reassurance. "Not long. It's a pity we couldn't witness the first snow of the year together," he replied. Suyu turned her head. The sky outside had brightened. Sunlight streamed into her hospital room, casting a warm glow on the boy's back. In the sunlight, his hair shimmered in shades of light brown. A closer look revealed faint dark circles under his eyes, indicating he hadn't slept. A stubble of beard adorned his chin, and Suyu noticed he was still dressed in yesterday's clothes, stirring a pang of concern within her. "I'm sorry for worrying you," she murmured. Gu Sheng paused for a moment before forcing a smile. "Yes, you've certainly caused me worry. Please don't let it happen again, all right? If there's essay next time, I'm uncertain how I would cope." The moment Suyu fainted in his arms was a memory he dared not revisit. His mind had gone blank, relying solely on instinct. Thankfully, his instincts had proven strong enough to get her to the hospital and witness her being wheeled into the operating room. He had even managed to handle Yang Yu until she awakened. Suddenly, Gu Sheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his eyelids drooping slightly. Suyu moved her hand, longing to touch him, to feel his face, his hands, and his weary eyes. Gu Sheng observed her delicate, pale palm as she reached out, and he leaned closer from his chair. First, he pressed his cheek against her hand, then gradually shifted. Suyu's fingertips brushed against him, caressing his eyes and the small mole at the corner. She felt the prickly stubble of his beard, causing her to slightly curl her fingers in response. She gazed at Gu Sheng's fluffy hair. Gu Sheng, it's a bit itchy. Gu Sheng tilted his head, resting against her palm. The youth restrained his strength, not fully leaning down. With his eyes closed, he moved contentedly. Then, holding her hand, he straightened up again. Perhaps the effects of the anesthesia had not completely worn off. Or perhaps it was the absence of any distractions in the ward that lured Suyu back into drowsiness. Sleep, I will watch over you. Gu Sheng leaned forward, gently brushing his fingers against the delicate face of the young girl. Suyu blinked slowly, then you should sleep too. Gu Sheng nodded. The young girl gradually succumbed back to slumber. Gu Sheng sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her for a while. How wonderful was that she remained so vibrantly present beside him. He mused that Suyu was like a flower that had suddenly blossomed in his life, growing exquisite amidst the green leaves and sunlight. It was his finest work as a gardener. In his lifetime, all he needed to do was nurture this bloom tenderly. If only time could slow down, he would gently brush against the verdant leaves of the flower. Morning dew lazily clung to the tips of the leaves. This must be his happiest moment as a gardener each day. A message from Chun Dad arrived on his phone, accompanied by an image. The photo depicted Yang Yu bound to a chair, looking utterly disheveled, bare-chested in the biting cold of winter, enduring torment. Yet, Gu Sheng had ordered a fire nearby and instructed that Yang Yu be kept awake. In just half a day, Yang Yu's spirit had begun to wane. From initially boasting of future technological prowess to begging for mercy, he now hovered on the brink of despair. He was oblivious to how long Gu Sheng intended to confine him or the purpose of his imprisonment, only aware that his cries, rage, and pleas were in vain. The guard around him seemed deaf to his suffering. Gu Sheng took a glance and replied, "Continue." He then powered off his phone and set it aside, intertwining his fingers and placing them on the edge of Suyu's hospital bed, resting his head on his arms. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the fragrance of gardenias clinging to the girl, providing Gu Sheng with a sense of reassurance. He finally closed his eyes, relaxing his entire body and gradually drifting into sleep. When Su Ji and Gu Ting arrived at the hospital with Song Ro and Su Zetian, they encountered this scene. Su Ji glanced at Song Ro's expressionless face, unable to discern her feelings, as her close friend had always concealed her emotions, now even more so. Su Ji cautiously suggested, "How about I go fetch my troublesome little boy?" Su Zetian, seething, glared at Gu Sheng holding his daughter's hand. "Why is he holding Xiao Yu's hand?" Song Ro sighed. "Let them sleep for now. We should step outside to talk." With a sense of unease, Su Ji tugged at Gu Ting, following behind Song Ro, casting a pleading glance at Su Zetian. Su Zetian shrugged, acknowledging his lack of authority. However, the inexplicable collapse of his daughter filled him with indignation. After securing a nearby CF, he slammed his palm onto the table, seething with anger. "Where's the person who harmed Xiao Yu? What was his name?" "Yang Yu." Song Ro pinched the bridge of her nose. They had been tirelessly preparing for the company's relocation, and before arriving in Beijing, she had endured several sleepless nights. Now, hearing news about Xiao Yu and the sound of Su Ji's sobs on her phone only compounded her distress. Song Ro understood that the Gu family did not act out of malice. She was not one to confuse grievances. The true culprit in this matter was future technology. She had indeed heard of this company. Despite its promising name, her discerning eye suggested that it had no future. As times advanced, future technology continued to rely on outdated resources, unable to sustain itself for long. Moreover, regarding Yang Yu, Song Ro's cool voice cut through the tension. "Where is Yang Yu currently?" Gu Ting replied, "He is being detained by Gu Sheng. The precise location has not been disclosed." At that moment, the CAF table resembled a grave business negotiation. Song Ro lifted her gaze. What are your plans? Gu Ting responded. The progress is nearing 2/3 completion. 1/3 of that requires your involvement. Song Ro affirmed. Agreed. I shall not decline. Please send the detailed forms and action plans to my email. Gu Ting replied. I sent them 5 minutes ago. Su Ji and Su Zetian were left speechless, unable to interject. Was this truly the manner in which magnates communicated? Chapter 78. Has he met his future mother-in-law? After a brief exchange, Song Ro resolved to ally with the Gu family before addressing the Ji family. Thanks to Gu Sheng, the discourse surrounding future technology had gained traction online. This strategic move would facilitate their endeavors significantly. The first step involved severing all collaborations related to future technology. Concurrently, the Su family would inform their partners that should anyone be found profiting from future technology while simultaneously undermining them, they would be promptly sued for leaking internal company secrets. She and Gu Ting meticulously outlined a detailed plan to ensure that the matter would be handled swiftly, accurately, and decisively. Following their discussions, Su Ji accompanied Gu Ting back to the Gu residence to retrieve clean clothes for Su Yu and Gu Sheng. Meanwhile, Song Ro and Su Zetian returned to the hospital. The door remained ajar. Gu Sheng leaned against the wall, his tall frame silhouetted as he stared blankly at something on the floor. He had just awoken from a nightmare, drenched in sweat. In his dream, he had seen Yu Zai faint on the ground, with no one to rescue her. He reached out repeatedly, unable to lift Su Yu from the floor. His hands passed through her body, and his cries went unheard. In that dream, he watched helplessly as a blood-red flower blossomed beneath Su Yu. When Gu Sheng awoke, his forehead was slick with perspiration. The despair from his dream still clung to him. He hurriedly glanced at the young girl on the bed, her breathing soft and gentle. Gu Sheng tightly shut his eyes and made his way to the bathroom. Splashing water on his face, he then exited the ward with deliberate care. Leaning against the corridor wall, he contemplated sending a message to Chen Yangyang. Gu Sheng, Su Yu has awakened. Chen Yangyang, that's wonderful. When can I visit her? Gu Sheng, perhaps tomorrow. She just woke up and isn't feeling well. He dimmed the phone screen and tucked it into his pocket. Then, casually glancing up, he noticed a woman in a tailored suit approaching him, accompanied by a casually dressed man. Gu Sheng straightened his posture. He recalled his mother mentioning that Su Yu's mother, Song Ro, was a quintessential strong woman, while her father, Su Zetian, was the head of the Su family. Although generally easygoing, he was also known for his decisive methods. Yet within this couple, Su Zetian always deferred to Song Ro. It could be said that the decision-making power concerning significant matters in the Su family resided firmly in Song Ro's hands. Gu Sheng felt a knot tighten in his throat. He glanced down at his unkempt attire and ran a hand over the stubble on his face. This was his first encounter with his future mother-in-law, and he presented himself in such a disheveled manner. Surely, this would not endear him to Song Ro. Gu Sheng? Song Ro halted before him, her expression inscrutable. In her presence, Gu Sheng felt a commanding aura that surpassed even that of his father. He politely nodded, "Hello, Aunt Song, Uncle Su." Song Ro acknowledged him with a nod and gestured towards Su Zetian. "Zetian, you should go in and check on little Yu. I have something to discuss with Gu Sheng." Su Zetian's gaze oscillated between Song Ro and Gu Sheng. He had his own words to share with the young man. Finally, he lowered his voice and softly acquiesced. "All right, I will go in first. When our Ro enters later, she must be quiet and not wake up Xiao Yu." Outside the hospital room, only Song Ro and Gu Sheng remained. Gu Sheng broke the silence first. "Aunt Song, this time it is my fault. I did not protect her well. You may express any dissatisfaction you have with me." Song Ro scrutinized the son of her dear friend. His face was handsome, his stature commendable, and his character appeared to be quite decent. For now, he was very polite. However, Song Ro remarked, "This matter is indeed beyond control and does not rest solely on your shoulders. Do you have feelings for Xiao Yu?" The moment she saw Gu Sheng watching over her daughter upon their arrival at the hospital, she could discern his affections. Gu Sheng's thoughts were laid bare by Song Ro's probing, and his expression turned resolute. "Yes, I love her." Song Ro's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly. She had merely inquired if he liked her daughter, yet he boldly professed his love for Xiao Yu. "Tell me, aside from being the only heir of the Gu family. What else do you possess that would warrant my trust in entrusting my daughter to you? Gu Sheng's eyes brightened. Was there hope for him? After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. I plan to complete my studies in medicine and economics at Beijing University in the shortest time possible. Song Ro inquired, and Gu Sheng continued, Aunt Song, I aspire to become a doctor, but I can also manage the Gu family business. Song Ro probed further. For the sake of Suyu? Yes. I wish to care for her better in the future and hope to be capable of doing so. His tone was steadfast, and he met Song Ro's gaze directly. I possess an early admission qualification to Beijing University, and I will begin my studies there. He would not relinquish his hold on Suyu. He needed to strengthen himself. Observing Gu Sheng in this light, Song Ro smiled faintly. In 3 years, I shall reassess you. The standard then will be whether you can become Suyu's husband, not merely her future boyfriend. The weight of the word future resonated heavily. After all, no one knew what Xiaoyu truly thought. However, Song Ro was certain that her daughter had a fondness for this young man. During their phone conversations, she often mentioned him inadvertently. If she remained oblivious, it would be a disservice to her role as a mother. Moreover, the term future boyfriend held significant implications that were contingent upon Xiaoyu's feelings. As parents, they would not interfere excessively. Yet, should Gu Sheng cause Xiaoyu heartache in the future, both the Song group and the Su family would ensure that the Gu family face consequences. She would exert every effort to make him pay the price. When Song Ro stepped into the hospital room, Gu Sheng exhaled heavily, feeling a wave of perspiration soak his back. He shook his head with a wry smile. The young girl's mother indeed exuded an imposing presence. Fortunately, she did not oppose him. Now, only the young girl remained. Yet, Suyu had stated she was against early relationships. Once he has entered university, can it still be considered young love? Gu Sheng narrowed his eyes, mentally calculating his thoughts. At the very least, this no longer counts. Song Ro bent down to remove her high-heeled shoes, walking barefoot inside. She approached the peacefully sleeping Suyu, a hint of tenderness crossing her face. Little Yu has always been this way, well-behaved, never crying or causing a fuss. Thankfully, the surgery was successful. Otherwise, she would have truly taken a knife to end Yang Yu herself. Su Ziqian reached out, taking the pair of high heels that hung from her fingers. Standing beside Song Ro. Look, our little Yu is so adorable. Song Ro softly replied. Su Ziqian wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Do you agree then? Song Ro rested her head against his chest. Yes, Gu Sheng is a decent person. When we grow old, at least someone will take good care of little Yu. Su Ziqian sighed, gazing out the window. Indeed, but he is not as handsome as I am. Song Ro chuckled at him. Right? Not as handsome as you. Chapter 79. Since that fateful night, Gu Sheng had sequestered herself within the confines of her room. She sat vacantly on her bed, her gaze devoid of emotion, her hands clutching her phone, which illuminated the screen with the memory of the slap she received from someone at Qinghe that very evening. The private chat with Meng Qingshu was rife with mockery. Trembling, she picked up her phone and swiftly scrolled through the messages. Today, Gu Sheng was slapped in class. Does anyone know why? I think I might have an inkling. I heard it's related to Suyu. Don't you all know? I even recorded a video. Xin Yangyang from class 8 barged in and slapped Gu Sheng. Image. JPG. No need to thank me. I heard Suyu was called out to apologize, but for some reason, she returned first. Moreover, it seems Suyu even went to the hospital. Didn't you see Gu Sheng's fierce demeanor? Gu Sheng has been wanting to confront Suyu for a while. Is she still unrepentant? Suyu, it was all about Suyu. In a fit of rage, Gu Sheng hurled her phone against the opposing wall. Breathing heavily, she clutched the bedspread tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment. Why did these people always shield her? That night, she had dialed Yang Yu countless times, but none of her calls had been answered. Even if the Gu family pursued accountability, she, Gu Sheng, was not the mastermind. At that moment, clarity washed over her in Yang Yu's grand design. She had merely been a pawn, destined to bear the blame alone. This was utterly unacceptable. With a darkened expression, Gu Sheng flung open her bedroom door and made her way to the study. Ji Yinshin was still poring over a contract. Weariness etched on his brow. A cup of coffee, now cold, sat beside him. He lifted the cup, took a sip, and irritably resumed his examination of the unfinished documents. Since the feud with the Gu family, Gu Sheng's family had seen their partners withdraw their investments one by one. Thankfully, her sister had managed to forge a connection with future technology, which somewhat alleviated their predicament. However, the methods employed by future technology were far from scrupulous. The collaborations they offered to the Gu family were minimal investments. It could be said that they undertook the most laborious tasks without any profit to show for it. Since the incident with Gu Sheng, Gu Wangtian's health had deteriorated, forcing him to remain at the company for the following days until he collapsed. He was now recuperating in the hospital, leaving Gu Yunshin to manage the myriad affairs of the Gu family. Indeed, he had been working himself to the bone. Though these were minor collaborations, they were sufficient to sustain the operational capital of the Gu family for the time being. Thus, when Gu Sheng abruptly entered the study, she was met with the sight of Gu Yunshin's fatigued countenance. The harsh glare of the study's lights momentarily disoriented her. The last time she had entered the study, the scene had been eerily similar, her brother working under the bright lights, with the coffee she had brought him. How had they arrived at such a juncture? Gu Yunshin heard a sound at the door, but did not raise his head. His pen continued to move across the paper, and his voice, laden with weariness, emerged. "Mom, I'll sleep soon. You should rest." Gu Sheng stood silently at the entrance. Sensing her presence, Gu Yunshin lifted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, his expression turned cold, as if the figure before him was not his sister, but an adversary. Nevertheless, considering Yang Yu's involvement, he ultimately refrained from displaying overt indifference. "What brings you here?" Gu Yunshin inquired, his feelings towards Gu Sheng now a complex tapestry. She was his sister, yet it was her actions that had cast a shadow over the Gu family business. He was acutely aware that his father was not a man of singular devotion, having fathered numerous illegitimate children. Yet, at least during that time, the Gu family appeared harmonious on the surface. His mother feigned ignorance, while Gu Wangtian played the role of the caring father. But now, due to Gu Sheng's arrogance, their family lay in tatters. Gu Wangtian began to spend nights away from home, and Liang Shu wept daily. He had to project the image of a competent leader at work, while simultaneously soothing Liang Shu's emotions at home. And Gu Sheng, his own sister, had become unpredictable and reluctant to communicate, often displaying disdain upon their encounters. Gu Yunshin closed his eyes. Initially, he had never harbored hatred for this sister of his. Marrying Yang Yu had seemed the only viable path. Had Gu Sheng possessed a broader perspective, she would have recognized that this route would yield favorable outcomes in the end. Yet, she had never grasped the larger picture. A moment of silence enveloped the study. Gu Sheng fidgeted with her fingers, recalling her purpose for coming. With a hint of dryness in her voice, she ventured, "Could you lend me your phone?" Gu Yunshin regarded her coolly. Indeed, Gu Sheng had not altered her demeanor. It was only when she sought something from him that her attitude softened. He slightly bent down and opened the cabinet beneath his desk, retrieving an unopened new phone and placing it on the table, sliding it towards her. This was a gift he had purchased for her long ago, now rendered obsolete by the unexpected turn of events that had transformed them all. Thus, it was fitting that the item returned to its rightful owner. Gu Sheng observed the phone in silence for a moment before stepping forward to grasp it in her hand. She looked at Gu Yunshin, who remained absorbed in his documents, and murmured, "Brother, why did we end up like this?" His hand paused mid-signature. Upon hearing the sound of Gu Sheng closing the door, he lifted his head, staring blankly at the study door. Yes, how had they come to be in such a state? Perhaps everyone bore some fault. Perhaps he bore the greatest share. Should he have pushed Sheng into Yang Yu's embrace? Regarding the rumors surrounding Yang Yu, he was not oblivious to them. Rather, he chose to remain uninformed at that time. As for the young girl, Gu Sheng, what thoughts might she harbor upon hearing this matter? Gu Yunshin cast a contemplative glance at his own hands. Perhaps they could never return to the way things were before. Upon returning to her room, Gu Sheng approached the remnants of her shattered phone. She retrieved the SIM card from within and settled down cross-legged on the floor. Opening the box that Gu Yunshin had given her, she was greeted by a pink sticky note adorned with his signature. It read, "Wishing you a happy birthday, Sheng. May you find eternal peace. Gu Yunshin." Ji Shishi's hand hovered in midair, her mouth opened slightly, yet no words emerged. A sudden dryness enveloped her throat. Her fingers gently caressed the note, and as her tears fell, they serendipitously dampened Ji Yunshin's signature, blurring the ink. Chapter 80. Tidying up the President's Office of Future Technology, a row of department managers stood before Yang Renshan, amidst a scattered array of documents littering the floor. Leaning heavily on a polished black cane, he stomped his foot on the ground with a furious outburst. "What did you say?" The trembling managers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Yang Renshan, filled with rage, commanded, "Go, continue searching for Yang Yu, even if it means digging him up from the grave." Yang Yu had been missing since the previous night, but Yang Renshan's intuition strongly suggested that this incident was somehow linked to him. After all, why had some shareholders suddenly begun liquidating their assets and withdrawing investments? Furthermore, why had the Song family, who had remained in S-City, suddenly allied with the Gu family to take action against them? Suddenly, the president's office secretary, Ma Dong, rushed in, panic etched across his face. He swiftly approached Yang Renshan and, before everyone, used a remote to turn on the television. According to credible sources, the heir of future technology may be burdened with the weight of 2 lives, he announced. Yang Yu, age 32, had been married twice, both wives having tragically ended their lives by jumping from heights. The circumstances surrounding these events were indeed suspicious. Yang Renshan, infuriated, sank back into his chair as he gazed at the unfolding news. "Who did this? Get it off my screen," he shouted. His son had indeed displayed some peculiarities, but Yang Renshan did not consider these grounds for reproach. After all, it was normal for people to have quirks, and moreover, both of Yang Yu's wives had committed suicide. He had warned Yang Yu during his marriages to enjoy life, but never to let it lead to tragedy. Yang Yu had always been obedient and would not dare to defy him. The broadcast continued. "Next, we invite an informed individual to share some insights. This is Mr. Song Qingtian, the father of Song Yu." As Song Qingtian's visage appeared on the screen, Yang Renshan leaped to his feet. He noticed that Song Qingtian no longer bore the youthful appearance he remembered. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, his back slightly hunched, and he appeared frail. Yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, as if he had glimpsed a flicker of hope. "Song Yu is my daughter, and she was the first wife of that scoundrel, Yang Yu. She is beautiful, sensible, and intelligent. However, since marrying Yang Yu, she has never called home again. Yang Yu claims it is because she no longer wishes to recognize us, but my wife and I do not believe him. Thus, we quietly traveled to the capital. When Yang Yu was not home, I peered through a crack in the wall and caught sight of my daughter, gaunt and frail, seated in a wheelchair, almost unrecognizable. She saw us too. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately waved her hands, urging us to come home. We cannot enter Yang Yu's residence, but my daughter has promised that when the moment is right, she will find a way to leave." We believed it, but who could have known? The following day, the news of my daughter's suicide leaped from a building surfaced. Song Qingtian's expression was one of sorrow as he recounted this event. He could hardly accept that his well-behaved daughter, Song Yu, would take such a drastic step. After Song Yu's death, he sought answers from the Yang family. Yet the police at that time claimed there was no evidence. With no power or influence, his family had no choice but to relent. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he finally discovered leads pointing to Yang Yu's deliberate act of murder. Upon learning this, he hurriedly made his way to the capital, determined to uncover the truth for Song Yu. Suddenly, the phone on Yang Renshan's desk rang, causing his breath to quicken and his head to spin. The call was answered by his secretary, Ma Dong, who put on speaker. A stranger's voice emerged from the other end. "Mr. Yang, if you disclose the truth about Song Yu and by GE's leap to the media, we will spare your son, Yang Yu." "Who are you?" Yang Renshan demanded. There was a pause on the other end. "Indeed, you should be aware of what your son has done. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Dai Xian, secretary to the president of the Gu Group." Gu Group. Yang Renshan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and the world around him faded to black as he collapsed from his office chair, hearing frantic shouts from the phone. Dai Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that all it takes? How dull. After receiving news from Chen Cheng, Gu Sheng brought Su Zetian to the location where Yang Yu was being held. He initially intended to go alone, but upon learning of his arrival, Su Zetian volunteered to accompany him. Gu Sheng glanced at Song Ro. After all, Su Zetian possessed a demeanor more akin to that of a teacher. Surprisingly, Song Ro did not object and even suggested, "Let him go. A few punches at Yang Yu will suffice to relieve his frustration." His mother wholeheartedly agreed, "Don't worry, that brat Su Zetian isn't as gentle as he appears." Gu Ting added, "Remember to hold back, otherwise you may bear the consequences." Gu Sheng glanced at Uncle Su, who had adeptly retrieved a roll of bandages from his bag, wrapping them around his hands while glancing at him. "Do you want some? It hurts your hands to hit without them." Gu Sheng silently accepted the bandages and wrapped them around his own hands. The small dark room where Yang Yu was confined was now devoid of any guards. The door creaked open, allowing sunlight to pour in, causing Yang Yu, who had not seen the sun for an extended period, to squint. Faintly, he discerned two men of similar height entering, not as robust as he had previously encountered. Once his eyes adjusted, he recognized one of them as Gu Sheng, the high school student he had looked down upon. Yang Yu struggled in his chair. "Gu Sheng, hurry and let me out." He had not eaten for several days. The guards assigned to him would only administer glucose and nutrients at scheduled intervals. He was not fainting, yet he endured physical torment. Presently, he felt utterly drained of strength. However, upon seeing Gu Sheng, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. Yang Yu remarked, "What is this? Have you brought along another assistant?" Indeed, it's a high school student just like Miss Su. So timid. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the individual he deemed a thug had already landed a punch on the side of his face, sending him, chair and all, crashing to the ground. Su Zetian struggled to contain his simmering rage. Was this all? Just this fool? He crouched down, gripping Yang Yu's wrist with considerable force. A sharp cry escaped Yang Yu's lips as his complexion turned pallid, the agony radiating from his dislocated wrist. Once released by Su Zetian, he gazed at his limp hand, devoid of strength, hanging helplessly. This man had dislocated his wrist. Gu Sheng subtly twitched at the corner of his eye. His future father-in-law had discerned the man's ruthlessness. He stepped forward and silently lifted one foot, placing it upon Yang Yu's other unscathed hand. Gu Sheng, upon hearing the sound, expressionless, withdrew his toes. Yang Yu's other hand also fell listlessly. Su Zetian raised an eyebrow, casting an appreciative glance at Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng humbly accepted the acknowledgement. After all, maintaining one's dignity was paramount. Chapter 81. The Fisherman's Child. In the heart, parents always come first. The process of dealing with Yang Yu was exceedingly brutal. So much so that Gu Sheng silently resolved never to provoke his future father-in-law. In the end, he gazed at the bloodied Yang Yu, collapsed on the ground, and could not help but avert his eyes. It was truly horrific. Who could recognize this person, usually so impeccably dressed, in such a state, discarded on the street? After venting his frustrations on Yang Yu, Su Zetian leaned against the rear of the car. With a genteel demeanor, he removed the blood-stained bandage from his hand and retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack, placing them on the car hood. He opened one bottle and gulped it down, casually tossing the other to Gu Sheng, who stood nearby. Exhaling deeply, Su Zetian felt a slight alleviation of the discomfort in his chest. Su Yu was the child he and Song Ro had protected since childhood. Back in S City, they had shielded her well, and nothing like this had ever occurred. That night, upon receiving Su Ji's call, Su Zetian almost lost control of his anger, contemplating whether to simply fly over to the Su family estate in a helicopter. However, Song Ro could not endure the helicopter's cabin, and fortunately, they later learned that the success rate of Xiao Yu's surgery was quite high, prompting them to opt for a commercial flight instead. Su Zetian turned to observe Gu Sheng as he unwrapped the bandage. When Gu Sheng was a child, he and Song Ro often encountered him. Back then, he appeared to be quite the mischievous boy. It was unexpected to see him now, having matured considerably. Yet, Su Zetian, when did you first develop feelings for Xiao Yu? He was curious as a father. Gu Sheng, pausing mid-sip, pondered, perhaps it was the moment I first laid eyes on her. Whenever he spoke of Su Yu, an involuntary smile graced his face. Su Zetian looked up at the azure sky and sighed. Indeed, Xiao Yu possesses an innate charm that captivates at first glance. Gu Sheng, yes. Su Zetian, let us change our clothes before returning. The garments carry a certain odor, making them unsuitable for the hospital. Gu Sheng watched as Su Zetian skillfully retrieved a change of clothes from his backpack, swiftly changing in the car, demonstrating his experience. Gu Sheng glanced at the white shirt Su Ji had thrust into his hands, realizing once more that his mother truly understood the matter well. When Su Yu finally opened her eyes again, the first sight that greeted her was Su Zetian peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Beside him, Song Ro had a laptop resting on her lap, attending to her official duties. The young girl had not seen her parents in person for quite some time. Their usual conversations occurred online. She felt an inexplicable urge to cry upon seeing Song Ro, her voice soft and laced with emotion. Mom. Dad. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, both parents immediately set aside their tasks. Song Ro gently caressed her face. Yes, we are here. Su Yu bit her lip, tears quickly spilling from the corners of her eyes. Someone is bullying me. The young girl is remarkably resilient, yet upon seeing her parents, she reverts to being a child. Her first instinct is to seek their help. Su Zetian feels a surge of anger at the thought of this. He takes a tissue from the bedside table and gently dabs at the corner of Su Yu's eye, reassuring her, it's all right, darling. The matter has already been dealt with. With the support of Song Ro, Su Yu sits up, and she is handed a cup of water with a straw that had been prepared in advance. Brought to her lips. Gu Sheng has been here waiting. We just asked him to take a break. Su Yu's face flushes. She didn't inquire about him. Then Song Ro lightly taps her forehead, saying, it's all written on your face. You all know. The situation between her and Gu Sheng has not yet been officially established. However, in her heart, the young girl has already determined that they will be together in the future. Their current separation is solely due to the school's regulations against early relationships. Although she understands this, the thought of her parents discovering such matters and discussing them openly makes Su Yu feel somewhat bashful. Her cheeks warm, and her eyes flit about in awkwardness. Witnessing Su Yu's demeanor, Su Zetian feels a twinge of discomfort. His adorable daughter seems to be in a predicament, even if the pig in question is decent enough. Yet, he can't help but feel a hint of jealousy. Su Zetian leans closer to his precious daughter, wrapping an arm around Song Ro's shoulders. Little you, even if you do have a boyfriend in the future, your favorite will always be your mom and dad. Su Yu protests, Dad, what are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. She genuinely struggles to respond. In desperation, she glances at Song Ro, who unexpectedly smiles and nods in agreement with Su Zetian's words, eagerly awaiting her reply. Su Yu. Watching Su Zetian retrieve his phone and press the record button, she bites her lip, fearing that if she remains silent, this recording will not only reside on his phone, but also in their family safe. Consequently, the hospital room soon echoes with the young girl's feeble yet embarrassed voice. In the future, even if I have a boyfriend, my mom and dad will always be my number one in my heart. Just as Gu Sheng walks to the hospital room's entrance with porridge in hand, he is taken aback. Tang Mingshan, who had come to check on Su Yu, muses, so the gentle and polite parents I usually see have such personalities? However, he quickly reflects on his own daughter. If his daughter were to be in such a situation at this tender age, he would likely be even more agitated. After all, the quality of that pig remains uncertain. He gives Gu Sheng a sideways glance, snorts, and pushes the door open. Gu Sheng, what else with a sudden disdain for him? Upon hearing movement at the door, Su Zetian has already finished recording and puts his phone away. Song Ro stands to express her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Tang. If you ever need our assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Su Zetian nods in agreement. Gu Sheng sauntered behind, carrying a bucket of chicken congee meticulously prepared by the family cook, along with a selection of simple dishes. Upon hearing Song Ro's words, he seamlessly chimed in, Professor Tang, the Gu family is likewise. After all, Su Yu had already become a cherished member of his heart. He placed the food he had brought on the table and addressed the gathered elders. Uncle, Aunt, I brought some dishes for us to enjoy together. Song Ro nodded with satisfaction, saying, You and Xiao Yu should eat first. We have some questions for Professor Tang. Why should the young ones worry about the adult conversations while they were dining? The recording was already secured. Thus, Tang Mingshan, who had been coaxed out by Song Ro and Su Zetian, stared in bewilderment at the sumptuous feast before him, and at the elegant couple dining together. He had merely intended to check on Su Yu's condition. How had he ended up here for a meal? Chapter 82. Gu Sheng. Touch me in the spacious hospital room. Only Su Yu and Gu Sheng remained. Realizing that her previous words had been overheard by the young man before her, the girl felt a twinge of embarrassment. She discreetly lifted her gaze to observe Gu Sheng's reaction. The youth, moving with ease, adjusted the small table beside her bed, placing the porridge container atop it. He deftly removed the insulated lid, holding a bowl of aromatic porridge. Without hesitation, he scooped a small spoonful, blowing gently on it before offering it to her. His long, fair fingers grasped the spoon's handle, extending it towards Su Yu. The girl opened her mouth slightly, taking in a small portion and swallowing carefully. It had indeed been quite some time since she had eaten. Thus, one fed while the other consumed. When Su Yu felt she had eaten enough, she shook her head at Gu Sheng, signaling her fullness. Gu Sheng simply nodded, placing the spoon back into the bowl and finishing the remaining porridge without a trace of disdain. Su Yu sat on the hospital bed, her mouth slightly agape. However, having consumed from the same spoon, did that not count as an indirect kiss? For some reason, her gaze drifted to the youth's lips, which appeared quite supple. Realizing her thoughts, Su Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Was she, subconsciously, a little lewd? She believed she had lost her composure for the moment and intended to lie down. However, as she moved, still clutching the blanket, a sharp pain shot through her chest. "Oh," Su Yu murmured, almost forgetting that she had recently undergone surgery. Upon hearing her pained sound, Gu Sheng immediately set down the bowl, concern etched across his face. A hint of panic evident. "Does it hurt? Su Yu, just tell me what you need. I fear you might collapse before me again." Gu Sheng's hand hovered 5 centimeters away from Su Yu, hesitant to touch her. In that moment, the calm composure he usually maintained vanished entirely. Su Yu had not anticipated that her slight movement would elicit such a profound reaction from Gu Sheng. It seemed as though, within the depths of his gaze, she glimpsed a shadow of fear. Had he never felt at ease? The girl focused on Gu Sheng, her hand gently reaching out to grasp his pinky finger. Though her grip was delicate, it rendered him immobile. Su Yu softly spoke, "Gu Sheng, I'm all right." Gu Sheng remained silent, aware that he had been overly anxious regarding her health in recent times, without discussing it with Su Ji or Gu Ting. During the hours he spent resting in his room, he had once again dreamt of Su Yu collapsing on the ground. He was not one to easily succumb to psychological distress, yet this particular person compelled him to contemplate more deeply. Gu Sheng's gaze fell upon the area of Su Yu's chest, the site of her surgery. Noticing his unwavering stare, Su Yu gently tightened her grip, intertwining their fingers. "Gu Sheng, touch me," she urged softly. Gu Sheng's voice came out hoarsely. "Is it permissible?" Su Yu perceived that the person before her resembled a weary traveler in dire need of water in a desolate desert. Only by quenching their thirst could they continue on their journey, rekindling their hope for life. Gu Sheng embodied this sentiment. Although he uttered no words, the young girl could sense his apprehension. He feared that he might once again collapse into her embrace. Su Yu nodded, assuring him that it would not happen again. They would remain together forever. Gu Sheng raised his hand, slowly approaching Su Yu. Hesitating, he ultimately halted midway. "Yu Zai, I cannot." Su Yu remained silent. She gazed at him resolutely. "You can?" If only he could feel her vibrant heartbeat, it might revive him from that parched state of being. Gu Sheng, however, was burdened with deeper thoughts. He genuinely yearned to experience the rhythm of her heartbeat, yet the notion of proximity was perilous. While Yu Zai could be naive, as a man, could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng murmured, I can. As a man, he could not concede defeat. Merely using his hand seemed inadequate. After a moment's pause, he bent down before her. The youthful, fuzzy head inched closer. One hand rested on Su Yu's side, while the other firmly grasped her small hand, cautious not to exert too much pressure. He leaned in closer, pressing his ear against her chest. The warm air from the air conditioning gently brushed through his hair. Gu Sheng heard the steady rhythm of the girl's heartbeat, each pulse rhythmic and powerful. It was the finest testament to her existence at that moment. Suddenly, he found himself longing to continue listening. The sound of her heartbeat brought Gu Sheng immense comfort. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. Su Yu breathed steadily, striving to maintain a calm heartbeat. She contemplated that a relationship required mutual understanding. She could live freely beneath Gu Sheng's protective wings, yet he too needed the sense of security she provided. The young man hesitated to voice his fears, but she would sense them. He feared loss, and she would ensure he knew that such loss was not easily borne. They would remain together for a long time. There were still many roads ahead of them to traverse together. She would stand by him. A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips. I'm still alive, Gu Sheng. Therefore, you need not worry so much. Gu Sheng's eyelashes fluttered. He gradually opened his eyes and leaned in, attempting to embrace Su Yu without making contact, aware that it would cause her pain. A bittersweet ache settled in his heart. He truly could not endure a second loss. After a prolonged silence, the young man's voice finally resonated in Su Yu's ear. Yes, you are alive, therefore I am alive. In that fleeting moment, he pondered the possibility of her absence. Yet, he swiftly concluded that he would accompany her wherever she went. Perhaps some would scoff, questioning whether youthful love warranted such profound devotion to the point of risking one's life. Gu Sheng was uncertain. All he knew was that the young girl would face fear alone. In the early morning of Beijing, the snow on the roads had been cleared to the sides. The hour was still early, and people had yet to venture out of their homes. Street vendors, bustling with energy, pushed their food carts to the busier intersections. They formed a line with practiced ease, exchanging pleasantries. Hey, Lao Li, how many baked pancakes have you prepared today? Stop asking me all the time. What about you, Lao Wang? I heard your wonton business was quite good yesterday. Don't listen to what others say. Lao Wang paused, as if noticing something by the trash bin. Shoo, Lao Li, look over there. Is someone lying down? Lao Li followed Lao Wang's pointing finger, wondering if it was yet another drunken soul, especially in this biting cold. They clutched a piece of clothing in their hands and cautiously approached. Yang Yu lay there, shirtless, with dried blood on his face, and an overwhelming scent of alcohol enveloped him. Unconscious, he was sprawled beside the garbage bin. Lao Li sighed. Alas, yet another drunkard. We should call the police. Having been vendors on this street for several months, they had frequently encountered such inebriated individuals, but this was the first time they had seen someone without any clothing. The police arrived swiftly, immediately recognizing Yang Yu's face. The officers exchanged knowing glances, understanding the situation. After thanking the two vendors, they returned to the station in their patrol car. At last, the morning sun rose, and pedestrians hurriedly rushed about their daily lives. The golden rays illuminated every corner of the intersection, including the heap of trash where the drunkard was found. The words on the garbage bin glimmered under the sunlight. Biodegradable waste. Chapter 83. Summons Yang Rinshan was hospitalized due to an acute myocardial infarction. Recent affairs of future technologies have been managed by one of the shareholders. Clad in a hospital gown, he lay beside a blood oxygen machine. As Yang Rinshan's murky eyes opened, he beheld two individuals in police uniforms. Officer Tao approached him upon noticing he was awake, presenting his detective badge. Emmer Yang Rinshan, greetings. I am Detective Tao Guo from the precinct, and this is my colleague, Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin also displayed his detective badge before Yang Rinshan. Ma Dong approached and adjusted the bed, elevating it so that Yang Rinshan was now half-sitting. He raised his hand to remove the oxygen tube from his nose. Detectives? Yang Rinshan queried. Tao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we need to inquire about your son, Yang Yu. Yang Rinshan cast a discreet glance at Ma Dong, who opened his mouth but then averted his gaze. The Yang family had indeed shown him kindness, employing him as a secretary during his most desperate times. However, human nature is not so easily discarded. Although he possessed some knowledge of Yang Rinshan's secrets, he was oblivious to the details concerning Yang Yu. Thus, the words he uttered were the extent of his knowledge. If Yang Yu were truly innocent, he would not suffer wrongful accusations. Yet, if the contrary were true, Ma Dong gazed out the window, contemplating that if that were the case, Yang Yu would have to atone to the two deceased women. Tao Guo retrieved a notepad from his possession. Mr. Yang, may I ask if Yang Yu is your biological son? With Yang Rinshan now awake, it was time to commence the official proceedings of the investigation. Yang Rinshan nodded weakly. Yes. Tao continued. Regarding the two deceased wives of Yang Yu, Was he the perpetrator? Yang Rinshan shook his head. No, Yang Yu has always been a good child, never one to harm others. In his eyes, Yang Yu had always been obedient and compliant, never defiant. A successor to the family business could not bear any blemish. He had consistently emphasized this to Yang Yu, who would undoubtedly not conceal any truths. Zheng Bin, seemingly amused, displayed several photographs before Yang Rinshan. Mr. Yang, please confirm whether the individual in these photographs is Yang Yu. Yang Rinshan's gaze shifted to the images. The dimly lit environment clearly indicated they were captured by a nighttime camera. The person depicted was indeed Yang Yu, identifiable by a small birthmark on the back of his neck and a luxury watch on his left wrist, the engravings magnified to reveal the letters YY. Though the man was turned away, it was unmistakable that he was engaged in the act of animal cruelty. Zheng Bin remarked, "This camera was installed by the precinct recently. Due to its brief operational period, it seems unnoticed, yet it captured this scene. Now, Mr. Yang, please tell us, does Yang Yu still appear to you as an obedient and kind individual? The person in the photographs is Yang Yu." Yang Rinshan managed to utter with great difficulty. The evidence is overwhelmingly apparent, leaving him no choice but to concede. Yet what does that truly signify? It is known that some murderers begin their dark journey by torturing animals. Tao Guo presented several photographs discovered in Yang Yu's solitary residence, which had been locked away in various rooms, only to be found with the lock shattered. Yang Rinshan swiftly recognized the individuals in the photographs as Song Yu and Bai Gu, his former daughters-in-law. Tao Guo remarked, "If you are reluctant to believe, we possess further evidence." Upon receiving word from a colleague about Yang Yu's presence at the street corner that morning, their criminal investigation unit's inbox was flooded with an email. The sender remained anonymous, yet the contents were rife with evidence of Yang Yu's actual crimes. Thus, they formally commenced their investigation into the case. How could he have taken 2 lives and roamed freely for so many years? It was even rumored he intended to target a third, a high school girl no less. Truly monstrous. Tao Guo continued. This morning, Yang Yu was discovered at the street corner without a shirt, bearing injuries on his face. Have you found him? How is he? A glimmer of acuity sparked in Yang Rinshan's murky gaze. Zheng Bin scoffed. He's quite well. We rushed him to the hospital immediately. He only sustained minor injuries. What they omitted was the doctor's revelation that Yang Yu's hands bore signs of previous dislocations, suggesting someone had first dislocated them before having them set. Tao Guo pressed, "Mr. Yang, are you absolutely certain you were unaware of Yang Yu's intent to commit murder?" Yang Rinshan shook his head. He had indeed harbored suspicions regarding Song Yu's cause of death. However, Yang Yu had never revealed any incriminating signs before him. Yang Yu would not kill. Please refrain from spreading rumors, or I shall contact my lawyer. Tao Guo and Zheng Bin exchanged glances, realizing that further inquiries here would yield nothing fruitful. Tao Guo concluded, "Very well, Mr. Yang, please take care to rest. We shall notify you again once our investigation reaches a conclusion." As Gu Sheng entered the campus that morning, she acutely sensed the shift in the gazes of her peers, now scrutinizing her with malice rather than mere curiosity. As she traversed the school paths, students who had previously engaged in conversation turned away, feigning ignorance upon her approach. Gu Sheng retrieved the phone Ji Yunshin had given her the day prior. The topic she initiated on the school forum had garnered extensive discussion. I heard Gu Sheng asked Su Yu to apologize, but the instigator was her boyfriend. Ah, the one who accompanied Gu Sheng to the parent-teacher meeting? Yang Yu, 32, has lost 2 wives. No thanks needed. I've always been puzzled as to why Gu Sheng would associate with Yang Yu. Is it an alliance? But that's not the crux of the matter. The key question is why Yang Yu wanted Gu Sheng to lure Su Yu out. Is he interested in Su Yu? But why would that result in her needing hospitalization? Did you not see the financial news report a few days ago? Yang Yu may indeed be a murderer. Upon her entrance into Class 5, all the students quietly turned their gaze towards Chen Yangyang, who stood at the back of the classroom accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Fang Chu and Qin Kai. This morning, when Chen Chang dropped her off at the school gate, she encountered these 2 individuals. Merely mentioning that as long as Su Yu remained in the hospital, she, Chen Yangyang, would insist on dragging Gu Sheng by the collar to compel her to apologize to Su Yu. led Fong Chu and Qin Kai to follow her out of concern for her ability to confront the situation alone. Gu Sheng, unfazed, placed her backpack on the desk, completely disregarding the trio. Fong Chu incredulously pointed at Gu Sheng, exclaiming, "Her audacity is truly remarkable." Qin Kai chimed in, "Indeed. By the way, does your hand still ache from slapping her? After all, her skin is rather tough." Chen Yangyang replied, "Indeed, my palm turned red right after." The students of Class 5 still recalled Chen's formidable display from that evening. Meng Qingshu entered the classroom with her backpack, relishing the unfolding drama. Sure. It seems you won't be attending school today. Is Gu Sheng present?" Gu Sheng looked up towards the two officers at the door. Lowering her gaze, she acknowledged their arrival. Silently rising, she gathered her belongings, saying, "I'm here. Let us go." On the night when she could not reach Yangyu, Gu Sheng had a foreboding sense that perhaps he had already been dealt with by the Gu family. The Gu family never showed mercy in their dealings, just as they had once done to the Ji family. However, they were meticulous in their methods, leaving no traces. Whatever Yang Yu had done would undoubtedly be handed over to the authorities. Gu Sheng could only rely on her own knowledge to extricate herself from this predicament to the greatest extent possible. She was merely a threatened high school student, a role that easily evoked sympathy from others. Moreover, even if matters escalated, she doubted she would face any real consequences. Yet, it seemed the Ji family was destined for ruin. Chapter 84. The absence of Gu Sheng is not a concern. The scene of Gu Sheng being taken away by the police quickly circulated among the students at the school. Furthermore, news regarding Yang Yu had transcended beyond financial news. Gu Sheng was indeed correct. The manipulation of public opinion was effective. It took only a few days to address the Ji family and future technology. The stock of future technology plummeted, prompting shareholders to withdraw their investments in haste. With the primary pillar of the Ji family now collapsed, the company faced allegations of internal financial misconduct. The next encounter Ji Yunshin had with Gu Sheng was at the police station. The two siblings exchanged silent glances. As they brushed past each other, Ji Yunshin ultimately halted and called out to his sister. Sure, there is a card and a property certificate in the drawer of my study. The card contains 5 million, and the property certificate is in your name." He gazed at Gu Sheng's retreating figure. "Regarding Yang Yu, I take full responsibility. These assets are mine. The password is your birthday. Live well with mother. As long as you refrain from extravagant spending, this sum should suffice." Ji Wangtian had already fled abroad with the funds when the incident occurred. As the head of the company, Ji Yunshan bore the responsibility to rectify the situation. He would not shirk his duty. Although he was aware of the fraudulent activities within the company, he had failed to act. Thus, he must bear the consequences. Ultimately, he felt remorse for his sister. It is often only after a crisis that one begins to comprehend and awaken to reality. Reflecting on the time he pressured Gu Sheng into an alliance with the Yang family, he found himself appalled by his past actions. Future technology swiftly declared bankruptcy, and since attending Yang Yu's trial, Yang Renshan's health had deteriorated significantly. During the investigation into Yang Yu's case, the police inadvertently uncovered a troubling incident from his youth. Yang Renshan gazed at the summons in silence. Ma Dong handed him his resignation letter. "Mr. Yang, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Have you considered that Yang Yu's actions may also stem from your influence?" Yang Renshan did not deny it. In his childhood, his parents named him Renshan, hoping he would embody kindness and benevolence. However, he failed to live up to that expectation. Thus, he named his son Yang Yu, wishing for him to achieve greatness. Little did he know, his son had only inherited his undesirable traits, excelling in them, indeed. Now at his age, facing the prospect of spending the latter half of his life in prison, he felt a deep sense of sorrow. Yet it was what he and his son deserved. During Su Yu's hospitalization, Chen Yangyang visited once. Su Yu's wounds had yet to heal completely, but her complexion appeared significantly more vibrant. Indeed, how could it not be? Gu Sheng took care of her to the extent that it seemed he might even carry her to the restroom. He was nearly bound to her, making her feel the need to guard against his piercing gaze whenever she wished to embrace him. On the day of Su Yu's discharge, Song Ro and Su Zetian conveniently moved into the Gu household. Fortunately, the Gu residence was spacious, providing ample guest rooms. Merely, Gu Sheng held something in his hand, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Gu Sheng, "Mother, we possess a guest room. Why was I directed to the study instead?" Su Ji and Song Ro's idle chatter abruptly halted. Indeed, there was a guest room, yet the study was considerably closer to Xiaoyu. Under Song Ro's scrutinizing gaze, Su Ji stiffened. Ahem. It was simply to immerse you in the ocean of knowledge. As she spoke, she attempted to retreat. Song Ro interjected. Then why does Xiaoyu sleep in Gu Sheng's original room? Su Ji quickly replied. That is because that room is the largest, and we must provide the best for Xiaoyu. In the Gu family's dining room, the cook had already prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome Su Yu's parents and to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. The dishes were visually and aromatically appealing, yet the young lady glanced at the bowl of fish porridge before her, then at the skewers of barbecue nearby, the fragrant aroma of cumin wafting enticingly. She felt tempted. Su Yu, if I cannot eat it, why place it before me? After days of porridge, she yearned for a rebellious indulgence. Yet she refrained, aware that Song Ro would be concerned. She bit her spoon, observing the others at the table relishing their meals, her eyes brimming with envy. Gu Sheng's thoughts were entirely focused on Su Yu. He had already sensed what the young girl was contemplating. However, with so many present, discreetly offering her a treat in front of everyone might provoke a joint admonishment from both families. He subtly waved his phone at Su Yu. The girl, spoon in mouth, quickly received the message and quietly opened it in a small corner. Gu Sheng, I will bring you something delicious shortly. Su Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, and the fish porridge even seemed to take on the flavor of barbecue. As everyone neared the end of their meal, Gu Sheng picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth. There is something I wish to announce. Gu Sheng, in a few days, I will be heading to Peking University to study, but I will still participate in the college entrance examination, applying as a candidate for admission to Peking University. Su Ji had never heard him mention this. Aren't you going to finish high school with Xiaoyu? After all, she anticipated capturing moments of their youthful struggles together. Su Yu looked at him, bewildered. But didn't TU already decline that guaranteed admission? She refrained from reacting emotionally to Gu Sheng's decision. She understood this matter pertained to him and, by extension, to her. Gu Sheng nodded. Yes, I declined, but I can enroll and begin studying at any time. And I have already secured a professor, Tang Mingshan, who is a faculty member at Peking University. Song Ro and Su Zhitian continued their meal in silence. Although Gu Sheng's decision was made with Xiaoyu in mind, it ultimately concerned the Gu family, who had never involved themselves in such matters. Gu Ting had no particular thoughts on the matter, yet his words were startling. So, this household no longer requires the arrangement of your room? Su Ji's eyes brightened upon hearing this. So, Xiaoyu is essentially our daughter now? Song Ro responded. Zhitian and I are merely returning to S City tomorrow to handle some affairs. We are not abandoning you. Gu Sheng pressed his forehead, saying, Mom, I am merely going to school. It does not signify that I am severing ties with the family. Su Yu responded with a question mark. Chapter 85. Song Ro's counsel that evening. Su Yu remained preoccupied with the thought of Gu Sheng bringing her food. After bidding her parents good night, she returned to her room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Dressed in soft pajamas, she settled onto the small sofa in her room. Before long, she heard the gentle sound of footsteps at the door. Her eyes brightened as if she could already smell the aroma of grilled delicacies in the air. She hurried to the door and opened it to find Song Ro, also clad in pajamas, with her arms crossed over her chest. Instantly, the young girl became obedient, standing still and asking, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Song Ro reached out and tapped her little head, saying, Aren't you awake as well? Did you think I was Gu Sheng and feel disappointed? I did not. The girl protested, her eyes widening in surprise. I just can't sleep. You thought I didn't notice your little antics at the dinner table? Song Ro remarked as she stepped inside. However, you can only savor the flavor. You must wait until you're fully recovered to indulge in greasy foods. Since the scheme she devised with Gu Sheng had been exposed by Song Ro, there was no point in concealing it further. Yet, merely tasting the barbecue felt like a joy diminished by half. So you nodded glumly. Song Ro possessed an astonishing ability to perceive her thoughts, always seeing through her intentions. Su Ji treated Su Yu as though she were her own daughter. But But could Song-ro not discern her little schemes? How long had they known each other? The moment Su Ji's eyes flickered, Song-ro was aware of any tricks at play. Seeing Song-ro enter the room, Su followed closely behind. The warm light in the room enveloped them. Song-ro beckoned the young girl to come closer as she sat on the edge of the bed. Mom and Dad will be leaving tomorrow, but there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you, my dear Suyu. Suyu rarely witnessed such seriousness from Song-ro, and she too felt a sense of gravity, gazing intently at her mother. Yes, she replied solemnly. Song-ro opened her palm, stating, First, you must not allow yourself to be wronged. Suyu nodded. Second, no kissing. Suyu questioned her with a puzzled expression. Third, you must not engage in intimacy until you are adequately prepared. Suyu's eyes widened in shock. Fourth, the young girl's face flushed crimson as she hastily grasped Song-ro's raised hand, exclaiming, Mom, we haven't. She and Gu Sheng shared nothing more than a pure relationship, at most. Perhaps a kiss on the cheek. Fourth, there must be no relationships that could lead to complications. Song-ro lowered her hand and gently patted Suyu on the head. Lastly, if you ever feel wronged, you must speak to your father and me. Suddenly, the young girl dove into Song-ro's embrace, exclaiming, Mom, even before you leave, I'm already starting to miss you. Be careful not to touch the wound, Song-ro cautioned, wrapping her arms around her precious child. Suyu's words were becoming increasingly sweet. Just the thought of having to deal with those shareholders back in S-City left Song-ro feeling disgruntled. What a stroke of misfortune, otherwise. We would have settled in the capital long ago. For a long time, Suyu had regarded her mother as a gentle and beautiful woman of strength. Is it true that you would say such things? Song-ro asked, lowering her head to gently brush Suyu's nose. That is all I have to say for now. I'm going to bed. You should just taste a bit later and turn early. Suyu nodded, following Song-ro to the door. She turned to glance at the small clock in the room, estimating that Gu Sheng would soon arrive. Approximately 5 minutes after Song-ro left, Gu Sheng quietly approached, carrying a box of prepared barbecue skewers. He tread lightly and spotted the young girl standing at the door. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that she was now wearing shoes. Yu Zai, let's hurry inside. We mustn't let anyone else see us, he whispered. Suyu blinked her bright eyes at the enticing skewers, mimicking his lowered tone. My mom already knows. What does she know? Gu Sheng inquired. Suyu pointed at the box in his hand. She knows you're bringing me food. Gu Sheng felt a pang of concern. Oh no, I hope Song-ro doesn't give me a bad review in her mind. He placed the box on the table and opened it, filling the room with the delightful aroma of barbecued food. He then activated the air circulation and rested his chin on his hand, watching the girl savor her meal. Suyu obeyed Song-ro's advice, chewing without swallowing, merely seeking to indulge in something flavorful. Gu Sheng observed the girl's face, glistening with grease, and reached for a napkin, leaning closer to her. You've made quite a mess. Huh? The young girl instinctively leaned in, and after feeling Gu Sheng wipe her mouth, she glanced at the skewers in her hand. Do you want some? I've already had my fill. Gu Sheng noticed a small smear of sauce on her fair cheek. His gaze grew somber. You still have a bit on your face. Tomorrow, he would send Suyu to school while he headed to Jing University to meet Tang Mingshan. Under the arrangements of the university, he would reside in the dormitory and return only once a week. The thought of not seeing the girl daily left him feeling discontented with this decision. Since they could not meet every day, he wished to keep a memory of her. Unaware of his thoughts, Suyu, hearing that there was something on her face, noticed her own hands were greasy as well. She leaned in again, seeking his help to clean her face. However, the imagined napkin never met her skin. Instead, she felt a gentle kiss on her cheek. Gu Sheng's tongue swiftly captured the sauce from her face. Then, with his other hand, he raised his camera and pressed the shutter button. Suyu exclaimed, Hey, that's not fair. She watched as Gu Sheng nodded in satisfaction at the freshly taken photo, even setting it as his wallpaper. Her silly expression alongside Gu Sheng's profile, kissing her cheek, was now immortalized. In disbelief, Suyu pointed at him. Why did you take a picture? Gu Sheng reclined contentedly on the small sofa, admiring the new screensaver. My brother is heading to Kyoto University tomorrow. Surely, I cannot bear the torment of longing in silence. Can I? What torment of longing? The girl's voice trailed off, becoming increasingly faint. We'll see each other once a week. Reflecting on this, it felt rather disconcerting. If I finish my holiday early, I shall visit you at school. Suyu contemplated, realizing she could seek him out herself. It need not be limited to once a week. Gu Sheng asked, "Is that what you say?" "Yes," Gu Sheng replied. "Then record a message, lest you deny it later." Suyu was taken aback. Had he truly overheard her conversation with her father? The young girl regarded him with a puzzled expression, confirming that all men were indeed the same. Finally, as Gu Sheng was pushed out the door, he glanced at the box in his hand, then at the firmly closed door before him. What had he done? Chapter 86. Remember to think of me early the next morning. Song Ro and Su Zetian finished breakfast and returned home. Uncle Li drove Su Yu and Gu Sheng to the entrance of the school. Tang Mingshan, a man who placed great importance on punctuality, had arranged for Gu Sheng to report at 9 o'clock that morning. The journey from Qinghe to Jingda was still a considerable distance. As he sat in the car, he fussed over Su Yu like a concerned parent, advising her to stay close to Chen Yangyang and Feng Xiuqin while at school. Be cautious not to engage in strenuous activities, and remember to eat well, he reiterated. Gu Sheng, you've already said that 100 times, the young girl replied, adjusting her backpack while gazing at him. Parting ways is a common occurrence among people, perhaps due to her frequent hospitalizations during childhood. Suyu had always managed to cope with the emotions of separation quite well. Gu Sheng chuckled at her demeanor, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his voice softening. And one last thing, remember to think of me. Suyu pressed her lips together, as if making a decision, and discreetly glanced at Uncle Li in the front seat. Sensing her gaze, Uncle Li swiftly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the door, saying, "Ahem, how about trying on these new glasses?" Suyu looked at Gu Sheng and quickly planted a soft kiss on his cheek. She then exited the car, linking arms with the approaching Chen Yangyang as they walked into the school together. Gu Sheng lowered his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had heard her say, "Remember to think of me too." Upon arriving at her classroom, Suyu was greeted by a flurry of classmates. "Suyu, how is your health? Are you fully recovered now? I heard from old Wang that Gu Sheng is heading straight to university. Is that true? Ji Shishir has transferred schools." Chen Yangyang interjected, blocking the crowd to prevent Suyu from being overwhelmed. After all, Gu Sheng had entrusted her with the important task of looking after Suyu at school. The responsibility was significant, and the prospects were bright. With Gu's assistance, her father had even started a bodyguard company, ominously named Mighty Male Bodyguards. Chen Yangyang had once hesitated to admit that the company was linked to her family. She still recalled the awkward expressions on Gu Ting and Gu Sheng's faces during their discussions about the matter. Ultimately, nothing was said, and the company retained its name. Moreover, their collaboration had led to an upgraded security system within the Gu Corporation, employing many of her uncles. Suyu smiled as she answered her classmates' questions, understanding that their concerns stemmed from genuine goodwill. The atmosphere in the class was lively. Class 8 was always a big family. As for Ji Shishir, she recalled Song Ro mentioning that the Ji family had declared bankruptcy and was being acquired. Ji Yundang was imprisoned for orchestrating fraudulent accounting practices. Ji Shishir had moved away with Liang Shu, and the Ji family's former residence was being used to settle debts. Naturally, Ji Shishir had withdrawn from Qinghe, so you did not feel inclined to sympathize with her. Ji Shishir had made her choices and, by becoming Yang Yu's accomplice, had forfeited any expectations of others' compassion. Gu Sheng was dropped off at the entrance of Jingda by Uncle Li. He opened the car door and stepped out. "Uncle Li, could you please help me deliver these items to the nearby neighborhood? I will arrange my dormitory at the school once I complete the necessary formalities." Although he was technically residing in the university dormitory, there were times when one had to stay outside. The Gu family had no shortage of houses. Adjacent to Jing University, in the Jin Rue community, the Gu family possessed a residence. Following Gu Sheng's decision to attend Jing University, he had arranged for the place to be cleaned in advance. Gu Sheng followed the map sent by Tang Mingshan. With an air of youthful elegance, he attracted numerous curious gazes along the way. He paused at the office door and raised his hand to knock. As a professor hired by Jing University, Tang Mingshan had his own independent laboratory and office. He intended to assemble an exceptional team of cardiologists at Jing University. Naturally, the students, especially those in the medical field, would not miss the opportunity to join Tang Mingshan's team. When the knock echoed through the office, Tang Mingshan raised his hand to signal for silence. He glanced at the time, surmising that it was Gu Sheng at the door. That evening, when Gu Sheng discussed his desire to study cardiology under him, Tang Mingshan was quite surprised. After all, as the son of Gu Ting, Gu Sheng was destined to inherit the Gu family business. However, he stated it was for Su Yu. Tang Mingshan had informed him that the probability of complications for Su Yu post-surgery had significantly decreased. Additionally, cardiology was no easy field. The words Gu Sheng had spoken deeply moved Tang Mingshan. Professor Tang, firstly, it's for Su Yu. Secondly, I aspire to become a true doctor who can save lives. Thus, Tang Mingshan agreed and approached the president of Jing University to secure Gu Sheng's admission. He would first study under him, while still adhering to the examination policies. Should he fail to gain admission to Jing University, then this half-year would merely be a waste of Tang Mingshan's time. Tang Mingshan rose and exited his office, saying, "Come in." The expressions of the students within the office varied. Who is it that could prompt Professor Tang to welcome them personally? You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask, my friend? Isn't this the last roommate for our dormitory? Xiao Ming tilted his head slightly toward Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng shot him a glance. How would I know? I don't have X-ray vision. Xiao Ming replied, True. They had been assigned to the same dormitory at the beginning of the semester. Although it was a 4-person room, it had only ever housed 2. Thus, when they were informed last week that a 3rd roommate was finally arriving, Xiao Ming was particularly excited. Yu Cheng was someone who only focused on his studies, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses that seemed almost too heavy for him. He spoke only in brief replies, much like a taciturn person, though he would occasionally surprise with a quip. It was said that their new roommate would not arrive for a few days and had gained admission through a recommendation, having already secured a spot in clinical studies. Xiao Ming ran his fingers through his still thick hair, holding this yet-to-be-met roommate in high regard. Such a person must either be filled with fervor or possess an abundance of hair. After all, he glanced at Yu Cheng's hairline, which was a centimeter higher, and silently felt a pang of sorrow for him. Surely, if Yu Cheng were to find out, he would delve into the research of which hair growth tonic will be most effective. When Gu Sheng pushed open the door and stepped inside, Xiao Ming's attention was entirely captivated by the man's prominent forehead. His hair was thick and jet black, evoking a sense of enviable longing. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the man's face, intensifying his envy. In this era, it is indeed rare to encounter a handsome gentleman in medical school. Wouldn't this leave those who stereotype medical students as mere bookworms utterly mesmerized? Gu Sheng nodded toward Professor Tang Mingshan, extending his hand in greeting. Professor Tang. Chapter 87. Yu Qinghe observed that the individual in question could hardly be considered ordinary. Tang Mingshan extended his hand to greet him as well. He then turned to introduce the newcomer to the other students in the office. This is Gu Sheng, currently still a high school senior, but he has come to study under my guidance ahead of time. This statement carried a weight that piqued curiosity. Was this not a classic case of favoritism? Tang Mingshan was undoubtedly one of the foremost cardiology experts in the country. One could only wonder about the remarkable connections Gu Sheng must possess to become a student of his at such a young age. Soon, murmurs filled the office. Was this not a clear instance of circumventing the usual channels? Indeed, all of us have achieved commendable GPAs within our specialization, some even being graduate students. Yet here was a high school senior. Was this not absurd? Was Professor Tang perhaps related to this individual, aiming to nurture a successor? Fan Sheng, a clinical graduate student, believed he had performed well academically. However, he lacked clinical experience and certain specialized knowledge in cardiology. His aspiration was to become a renowned physician akin to Tang Mingshan. Until now, he had regarded Tang Mingshan as a paragon of professionalism, but the current situation contradicted his expectations. Casting a glance around, he noticed that everyone else dared only to whisper behind closed lips. Resolute, he decided to confront the matter head-on. Professor Tang, we all admire you greatly, which is why we are here vying for the opportunity to be your students. Why is it that this high school senior, who is not even from Peking University, is permitted to study under you? Everyone knew Fan Sheng's reputation for being somewhat arrogant. having accelerated through school since childhood and securing the 6th rank in his city during the college entrance examination. Yet, his emotional intelligence had never been high, and he was taken aback by how low it had proven to be, brazenly questioning Professor Tang in front of so many. Gu Sheng had anticipated this scenario when he chose to study under Tang Mingshan. He had never favored unpreparedness. However, it was true that studying under Tang Mingshan was a case of having taken the back door, albeit the back door of Peking University. Tang Mingshan, hands clasped behind his back, returned to his seat. Gu Sheng earned his early admission to Peking University through his performance in this year's academic competition. I personally requested this opportunity from Principal Zhang. But why is he still merely a high school senior? Fan Sheng's face flushed with indignation. He had also participated in the national academic competition, where he had garnered a couple of first-place finishes in individual subjects, prompting several universities to extend invitations to him. However, his desire to attend Peking University had led him to decline. What of Gu Sheng? I have heard about this early admission to Peking University. Although he received the qualification, he explicitly turned down Principal Zhang's offer. Fan Sheng pressed on. He clearly rejected it. How can he still qualify for Peking University? Furthermore, cardiology is a highly specialized field, and he hasn't even studied the basics of clinical practice. Is he here to compete with us for a spot? Fan Sheng's words carried substantial weight, especially concerning the coveted slots held by Tang Mingshan. Their focus lay not on the early admission, but on the opportunity itself. Indeed, Professor Tang, why is he allowed to compete for a place alongside us? Indeed, this student has never delved into clinical studies. Wasn't Professor Tang's original intention to assemble an exceptional cardiology team? Is it truly appropriate to include a high school senior in this setting? The voices of skepticism are growing louder. Gu Sheng remains composed in the office. Gu Sheng, I plan to utilize my time studying at the university to engage in systematic learning of clinical sciences and will only visit Professor Tang during my spare time. This was an arrangement he had made with Tang Mingshan from the very beginning. Unlike others who have started from scratch, Gu Sheng must approach his studies with diligence and meticulousness. A solid foundation of knowledge is essential for him to transform into the person he aspires to be. Gu Sheng. Furthermore, I will not occupy a spot reserved for Professor Tang. You may consider me a relative of his, occasionally tagging along to attend lectures. Tang Mingshan, weren't you saying something different just a couple of days ago? Since Gu Sheng has articulated his stance so clearly, the others present find it difficult to contest his words. Fan Sheng feels as though the anger within him has been forcefully repressed, leaving him inexplicably frustrated. After bidding farewell to Tang Mingshan, Gu Sheng makes his way to his dormitory, room 312 in Building A. Xiao Ming and Yu Cheng are already there. Yu Cheng is focused on his studies, intent on outpacing his peers. As Gu Sheng unlocks the door, he hears Xiao Ming's urgent voice. What are you doing? Can't you even manage the basics? How on earth did you reach this rank with such poor skills? I could throw some rice on the keyboard and still perform better. Gu Sheng. Yu Cheng glances up from his studies and politely nods to Gu Sheng as he enters. Gu Sheng returns the greeting and retrieves his phone, tapping on Su Yu's chat box. The video call connects. Su Yu's face soon appears on Gu Sheng's screen. The young man's expression is gentle, his voice tender. Yu Zai, I miss you so much. Su Yu seems momentarily taken aback. Yu Cheng suddenly looks up, disbelief etched on his face. No way, buddy. It's only our first day as roommates, and you're already trying to woo me? Xiao Ming yanks off his earphones. Seriously, dude. Yu Cheng doesn't seem like the type to be pursued. Gu Sheng, Su Yu. The young girl's bewildered face appears on Gu Sheng's screen. Is Peking University really that thrilling? Gu Sheng has only just arrived on his first day. She struggles to speak. Gu Sheng quickly gathers his thoughts. Reassuringly, no, I'm absolutely devoted to you. He looks up, a complex expression on his face, and asks his two eccentric new roommates, would you mind appearing on camera? After obtaining their consent, he swiftly adjusts the phone's camera. This is Yu Cheng. This is Xiao Ming, my two new roommates. Then he shifts the screen, capturing the moment in a flash. And this is Su Yu, my future girlfriend. Xiao Ming, wow. My brother, your girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. Yu Cheng, my friend, not only did you meet Professor Tang before us, but you also have a girlfriend before us. So you caught sight of Gu Sheng's new roommate. Xiao Ming, with a headband adorning his hair, exuded an air of coolness. Yu Cheng, despite wearing a pair of glasses that gave him a mature appearance, was undeniably fit and attractive. Gu Sheng took his phone and went to the balcony of the dormitory. Do you miss me today, Yu Zai? In the dimly lit balcony, the boy's face appeared even more profound under the glow of the light. Leaning against the doorframe, he gazed intently at the person on his phone. So you felt her cheeks flush at his teasing. How could someone be so alluring even through video? Gu Sheng, I miss you. The soft voice of the young girl floated into his ears, etched in the night breeze, whispering sweetly of longing to Gu Sheng's heart. Chapter 88. Significant events previously. I always believed that the phrase "a day apart feels like 3 autumns" was an exaggeration. Only at this moment did Gu Sheng truly comprehend its validity. Throughout the day, he busied himself with various tasks, yet whenever he found a moment of respite, longing enveloped him like a gentle mist in the air. It merged with his very breath, becoming instinctual. Gu Sheng raised his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the screen of his phone. Suyu spoke to him about events occurring on campus, and he listened with a smile, eager to absorb every word she uttered. However, this exchange felt akin to quenching thirst with poison. The intensity of his yearning threatened to overflow, ready to explode within his heart. When Suyu said her goodbyes, Gu Sheng nearly blurted out his desire to seek her out. Yet he refrained. The path was one he had chosen, and the future would not afford him such ease. In the moonlight, he gently pressed his lips against the phone, his expression reverent. Suyu, I miss you. Gu Sheng's days at Peking University gradually became filled with busyness. Meanwhile, Suyu devoted herself to her studies at Qinghe Middle School, encouraging her peers to join her efforts. Fang Chu, who was being urged to study by Qin Kai and Qinyang Yang, once called Gu Sheng to express his grievances. Gu, you need to speak to Suyu. She's teamed up with Qin Kai and Qinyang Yang to make me study every day. At that moment, Gu Sheng had just finished his academic duties and was sitting in a laboratory, auditing alongside Tang Mingshan. Gu Sheng replied, So when everyone is at Peking University, you'll be the one selling cold noodles at the shop across the street? The mere mention of selling cold noodles struck a deep blow to Fang Chu. While it was indeed a respectable job, they were all peers, and he found himself lacking even the qualifications to work in a factory assembling screws. Gu Sheng reassured him, Don't be ridiculous. Some factories have quite high educational requirements for such positions. Fang Chu retorted, Isn't that just striving for success? I can do it. Thus, amidst a fervent atmosphere, Fang Chu finally set his pen down. Qin Kai, seated opposite him, finished grading his paper and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. If the admission score for Peking University is low this year, you might have a genuine shot. Fang Chu was uncertain about the admission score standing, but was acutely aware that the examination was imminent. The school had granted students a half-day break to ease their nerves. Yet he found himself ensnared by his companions, working on one final paper. On that day, Su Ji and Song Ro donned striking red kipayos, drawing the attention of onlookers as they alighted from their vehicle. Even television stations dedicated to covering the college entrance examination took notice. A month prior, Song Ro and Su Zaidi had relocated their company to Jing City, purchasing a villa adjacent to Gu Sheng's residence, ensuring they remained neighbors. Upon learning that Su Yu would be moving out, Gu Sheng's thoughts were consumed by a singular notion. Would he no longer have the freedom to seek out Yu Zai? Was the time for his clandestine visits finally drawing to a close? As the television crew focused their cameras on the two women, the reporter inquired, Both of you are dressed quite festively today. Is it in celebration of your children? Suji responded no. Song Ro replied yes. The reporter, taken aback, could only respond with confusion. Suji certainly did not don the chi pao for the sake of Gu Sheng. She had no need to fret over the boy's academic performance. Furthermore, since Gu Sheng's enrollment at Kyoto University, he seldom returned home. When he did, he was invariably accompanied by Xiao Yu, leaving her as a mother, with little opportunity to see her own son. Indeed, raising a son pales in comparison to raising a daughter. Even after moving out, Xiao Yu still makes it a point to greet her daily. Today, her attire was undoubtedly intended to support Xiao Yu. Gu Sheng sat in Uncle Li's car, lost in contemplation. This period had indeed been exhausting. During the day, he followed Yu Tsung to learn clinical knowledge, and in the evenings, he studied cardiology under Tang Mingshan. He felt akin to iron, forged and pounded, undergoing relentless trials. Fortunately, everyone had grown accustomed to his occasional visits to Tang Mingshan's laboratory. Over the past 6 months, Gu Sheng had gradually dispelled the initial prejudices held against him through his exemplary performance. Now, it was common knowledge at Kyoto University that Professor Tang had taken on a new student. Gu Sheng, do not frown. The soft fragrance of a young girl wafted into Gu Sheng's nostrils. He felt a gentle pressure on his brow, prompting him to open his eyes slightly. Originally in a meditative state, Gu Sheng's long arms encircled the girl, drawing her into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Suyu was caught off guard and, with her legs together, gasped as she found herself seated upon his lap. Uncle Li, ever perceptive, discreetly donned his sunglasses. This had become a familiar scene. Since Gu Sheng's attendance at Kyoto University, such moments played out weekly. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed quite the collection of stylish sunglasses, even earning a small profit through various reviews. Gu Sheng's hand secured around Suyu's waist, pulling her firmly against him. The young girl had evidently consumed some nourishing supplements over the past half-year, her figure developing at a rapid pace. His breath brushed against her collarbone, eliciting a tingling sensation. "Yu Zai, I am truly fearful of failing the college entrance examination," he lamented, his tone tinged with genuine concern. Yet, Suyu responded, "Do you have any reason to worry? You have topped every mock exam, and now your English scores have mysteriously soared to near perfection, thanks to some divine intervention. You, who once struggled to pass, are now the pride of the city, and even old Wang is counting on your success to strike it rich." Though Gu Sheng's words were laced with jest, his fatigue was palpable. Suyu understood. "So?" Gu Sheng replied. "So, I need Yu Zai to give me some encouragement." Perhaps having witnessed Gu Sheng's antics too often, Suyu was unfazed by his current demeanor. After all, his last excuse for a kiss had been a lament about a homeless duck he had encountered by the roadside. Thus, after half a year of such encounters, the young girl no longer blushed easily. Calmly, she cupped Gu Sheng's face in her hands, scrutinizing him closely. "Speak, where do you wish to kiss this time?" A smile danced on Gu Sheng's lips as he pointed to his collarbone. In a sultry whisper, he leaned closer to Suyu's ear, saying here, as Gu Sheng's dedicated chauffeur, Uncle Li not only wore his sunglasses, but also deftly pulled up the partition. He opened the door and stepped out, assuming the role of a bodyguard. The car's window was tinted on one side, while it concealed the interior from outside view. Those within could see clearly outside. As Suyu pressed her lips against his collarbone, Gu Sheng let out a light chuckle, his gaze directed at the side window. "Yu Zai, is this appropriate in front of so many people?" The young girl, perplexed, lifted her face, following the boy's line of sight. "Ah, you're biting me again. Gu Sheng, you truly are becoming utterly shameless." Suyu felt a pang of sorrow. When they first met, he was undeniably a reliable elder brother. How had he transformed into such a rogue? TSK, what does he have to lose? Gu Sheng glanced at the time. "Let us go, my future little girlfriend. Once this exam is over, we can drop the first 2 words." Suyu placed her hand in his palm. "A rogue isn't so bad. At least he is hers." Chapter 89. The examination in progress. As Gu Sheng and Suyu descended hand in hand, they stood out conspicuously among the throng of examinees. Ah, today is indeed the day of the college entrance examination. Are these 2 students unable to wait until the exam concludes? Yuyu's mother, your child seems to be quite obedient. Yuyu has been beautiful and accomplished since childhood. However, most parents outside the examination hall were not as carefree as Su Ji and Song Ro. Su Ji was unconcerned, while Song Ro was indifferent. All she wished for was Su Yu's health and well-being. The combined wealth of the Su and Song families was more than sufficient. Even if Su Yu squandered her fortune throughout her life, it would never diminish. Gu Sheng held Su Yu's hand as they made their way toward the examination hall. Su Yu was in Class 2, while he was in Class 3. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 2, Gu Sheng affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. The young man, clad in a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, spoke in a gentle tone that even passing students couldn't help but glance back. "After the exam, just come straight out. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate," he said. Suyu, upon hearing this, exhibited no particular reaction. Gu Sheng often submitted his papers early during mock exams. It was indeed his prerogative. Yet the students passing by were not so understanding. "Are you giving up before the exam has even begun?" One student remarked. "Life is something you must strive for, my friend." Turning around, Gu Sheng spotted a boy with a square face and thick glasses. Searching his memory, he recalled, "Li Wei? Li Bei." The boy replied, slightly taken aback. "How do you know my name?" "Do you know me?" "I am Gu Sheng," he replied. He was aware of Li Wei's face blindness from their previous encounter during a competition. That night, Gu Sheng had hardly slept, plagued by an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Gu Sheng? Oh, I see. My apologies. I have face blindness," Li Wei said, adjusting his glasses, frowning as he mumbled and walked away. In truth, he had learned to recognize faces, but Gu Sheng had never worn glasses before. His affliction was akin to that of a directionally challenged individual, unable to recognize the same person with a changed appearance. Watching Li Wei's retreating figure, Su Yu teased, "Gu Sheng, will you ponder this matter during the exam as well?" The playful glint in her eyes was unmistakable. Gu Sheng gently tapped the space between her brows with 2 fingers. "You mock me. Be sure to wait for me at the school gate." Seeing Su Yu nod vigorously, he felt reassured and proceeded to his own examination room. In an instant, he transformed from being warm and amiable with Su Yu to adopting an expression that warded off strangers, causing many girls who wished to approach him to hesitate. Chen Yangyang and Fang Xiuqin were assigned to the same examination room, Class 13. As the candidates gradually settled into their seats, the exam commenced swiftly. The bell, signaling the beginning of the first examination, rang, marking the gradual conclusion of their high school journey. True to his word, Gu Sheng would submit his paper early and await her at the school gate. As he set down his pen and raised his hand to signal, the proctor, believing there was an issue, hurried over. The young man elegantly capped his pen and, lowering his voice, said, "Teacher, I would like to submit my paper early." In all their years of supervision, the proctors had never encountered a student wishing to submit their exam prematurely. Yet, they felt it inappropriate to comment in the examination hall. Ultimately, they merely checked whether Gu Sheng had completed his identification number on the paper before allowing him to leave the examination room. Gu Ting and Su Zetian, having finished their tasks, arrived at the school entrance. The demeanor of the prominent figures was distinctly different. Reporters stationed at the exam hall recognized Gu Ting at a glance, for he was frequently featured in Beijing's financial news. The stocks they had invested in had also been influenced by his insights, resulting in unexpected gains. Under the sweltering sun, parents waiting for their children to emerge held umbrellas to shield themselves from the harsh UV rays. Beads of sweat glistened on their brows, and their cheeks were flushed from the heat. Yet, their gazes occasionally drifted toward a corner, revealing envy. Su Ji and Song Ro sat beneath a sunshade, a fan whirring beside them, their vehicle parked nearby. They had set up a small table, donned sunglasses, and were indulging in afternoon tea. The tardy Gu Ting and Su Zetian, each accompanied by their laptops, tended to their wives' work while occasionally offering them fruit. The other parents could only sigh at the audacity of the affluent. As Gu Sheng emerged from the teaching building clad in a white shirt and stepped into the sunlight, he drew the attention of the reporters stationed at the school entrance. This student possessed an admirable stature, estimated to be at least 8 meters tall, a perfect subject for the camera. The reporter quickly beckoned his photographer forward. "Excuse me, did you submit your paper early?" Gu Sheng glanced at him and replied, "Yes." The reporter continued, "How would you assess the difficulty of the exam?" Gu Sheng responded, "It was manageable." After courteously answering 2 questions, he made his way directly towards Su Ji and the others in the corner. He checked the time on his watch, greeted Song Ro and Su Zetian, and then boarded their vehicle. He squeezed a glass of fresh orange juice, poured some into Su Yu's cup, inserted a straw, and brought it back down. Song Ro observed him with a sidelong glance. Gu Sheng had indeed performed commendably over the past 6 months. He had remained respectful and diligent, even attending to Su Yu's needs with a dedication that surpassed that of his own parents. The exam had posed little challenge for him, and submitting his paper early was a well-considered decision. Rather than idly waiting in the exam hall for half an hour, he preferred to prepare a drink for Su Yu. Having completed his preparations, Gu Sheng, holding the cup of beverage and an umbrella, arrived at the school gate, waiting for Su Yu to emerge, mirroring the other parents around him. Gu Sheng's presence at that station indeed captured the attention of numerous parents. This child exited the examination hall prematurely. Could it be that he has simply given up? Yu Yu's mother fanned herself with a small hand fan, her tone laced with a hint of envy. Oh, these wealthy children are truly different. They seem indifferent even to the college entrance examination. I have heard that no matter how poorly they perform, they still have prestigious universities awaiting them. The woman, slightly plump and adorned with cascading curls atop her head, exuded an air of sharpness and acerbity. Gu Sheng paid little heed to her remarks. Upon his initial entrance into Peking University, he had endured far harsher criticisms. Maintaining his composure, he awaited Su Yu's emergence. As the bell signaling the end of the first examination rang, a multitude of onlookers gradually gathered at the entrance of the examination hall. Su Yu stood patiently, waiting for the invigilator to collect the papers. After signing off, she stepped out of the school gate, holding her admission ticket and pen. Gu Sheng's figure was strikingly conspicuous. The moment Su Yu exited the teaching building, she immediately spotted him. Chapter 90. 5 individuals. 4 answers. The little girl squinted her eyes, her smile curving at the corners like a crescent moon. She hurriedly ran over and leaped into Gu Sheng's embrace. Just walk slowly. If you run over, what if? Gu Sheng felt his heart nearly leap from his chest upon seeing her approach. His rational mind reassured him that Su Yu could manage a few quick strides without issue. Yet, his emotions vehemently argued that running was absolutely out of the question. Thus, after a brief moment of snuggling in Gu Sheng's arms, Su Yu was heartlessly pushed away. Gu Sheng took a tissue to wipe the sweat from her face, only to have a straw thrust into her mouth. She instinctively took a sip, relishing the icy, refreshing orange juice. The little girl delightedly savored it, allowing the others to meticulously inspect her. Su Yu exclaimed, "Oh, really, it's fine?" Uncle Tang said I could jog a little. The cameraman quietly shifted the lens to include the pair in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Meng Hua from the dance department at Beijing University was in her dormitory, watching the real-time footage of the college entrance examination. Gu Sheng gazed tenderly at a girl, perhaps fearing that his cousin might not have a chance. She opened her phone to respond to Meng Qingshu. Meng Hua. Qingshu. It seems Gu Sheng has someone he likes. At that moment, Meng Qingshu had just exited the examination hall and opened her phone. She smirked disdainfully. She was well aware that Gu Sheng had affections for someone. She had merely informed her cousin to encourage her to approach Gu Sheng. However, Meng Hua had an extremely lofty disposition and would never take the initiative to get close. Thus, she could only claim her own feelings and ask Meng Hua to help keep an eye on Gu Sheng's movements. If Meng Hua could establish a rapport with Gu Sheng, the Meng family would not be implicated in matters concerning the Ji family. Meng Qingshu understood that she was unworthy, and the decision to let Meng Hua approach Gu Sheng was a unanimous agreement within the Meng family. She glanced down at her phone and then replied, Meng Qingshu. Cousin, I know, Gu Sheng looks down on me, but if you have the opportunity to get close to him at Beijing University, could you help me deliver a love letter? That way, it would also mark the end of my secret crush. Meng Hua. All right, Qingshu, but Gu Sheng usually mingles within Professor Tang's circle. I fear I may not be able to penetrate that sphere. Meng Hua. Nevertheless, I will do my best to assist you. Qingshu. Gu Sheng is not suitable for you. Meng Hua sighed as she watched the live footage of the young couple. She could not fathom why her cousin would be enamored with someone like Gu Sheng. During his half-year at Beijing University, she had heard tales of his brilliance, an intellect that shone as he absorbed clinical knowledge from his mentors and followed Tang Mingshan at night. His current capability rivaled that of first-year graduate students. She perceived those who were solely academic as exceedingly dull, a sentiment she had always held. Yet Xiao Ming, who shared a dormitory with Gu Sheng, though he too was studying medicine, his attire and demeanor were much more to her liking. That day on the basketball court, Xiao Ming had shielded her from a wayward basketball. Under the sun, his smile had been radiant, his voice clear. Are you all right? At that moment, Meng Hua took a few steps back, resulting in a slight ankle sprain that brought tears to her eyes from the pain. Xiao Ming scratched his head, gesturing apologetically towards her. I'm sorry, may I give you a hug? I'll take you to the infirmary. She vividly recalled the beads of sweat on the boy's forehead glistening in the sunlight. Although she had always disliked the scent of male perspiration, she found Xiao Ming's fragrance surprisingly pleasant, exuding a distinct masculinity. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they discovered that the nurse had stepped out for a moment. Xiao Ming, identifying himself as a medical student, took the initiative to help her remove her shoes and socks. As her feet were exposed before him, Meng Hua felt a pang of insecurity. Due to years of dancing, they were far from aesthetically pleasing, and she instinctively shrank back. However, Xiao Ming grasped her foot gently and remarked, "You must have endured quite a lot. Your feet appear almost deformed. It must be painful, right? If only I could take a picture, it would make excellent research material." Yet, despite his carefree demeanor, he was aware that taking candid pictures in such an intimate setting would be impolite. Meng Hua gazed at her ankle, recalling the sensation of his touch. It was the first time in her 20 years that she felt a flutter of emotions. Later, when she accompanied her roommate to express her gratitude to Xiao Ming, he failed to recognize her, asking, "Who are you?" This was the first time Meng Hua experienced a sense of defeat and the first encounter with Gu Sheng. Despite being the youngest, Xiao Ming regarded him as the leader, which bewildered Meng Hua. How could this child, whom she deemed unworthy, dare to ask Xiao Ming for water? Her agreement to help her cousin Meng Qingshu was motivated by the desire to forge a closer bond with Xiao Ming, while Gu Sheng held no interest for her. She frequently urged her cousin to abandon her infatuation with him. However, unbeknownst to Meng Hua, that evening, Xiao Ming returned to his dormitory and suddenly remembered who she was. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed to Gu Sheng, who was reading, and Yu Cheng, who was working out, I just realized who that girl from earlier today is." Yu Cheng, gritting his teeth while lifting weights, inquired who. Xiao Ming responded, "She's the girl with the somewhat deformed foot I mentioned before. It's quite unique. I bet she must be a dancer." He continued to admire his own deduction. Yu Cheng and Gu Sheng exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. Gu Sheng set down his pen and spoke to Xiao Ming with earnestness. "Do you know why you don't have a girlfriend?" Xiao Ming shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Yu Cheng quickly chimed in, lamenting, "Because you lack awareness." Xiao Ming retorted, "Don't call me Xiao Ming. It sounds like I'm some clueless elementary school kid who can't speak English but desperately wants to befriend foreigners." He pointed at Gu Sheng, then directed his finger at Yu Cheng. "You dare call me oblivious? Who almost caused our last experiment to fail?" Sighing, he concluded. Gu Sheng sighed deeply and approached, giving Xiao Ming a pat on the shoulder. The individual who is not acquainted with English is not named Xiao Ming, but rather Li Hua. Yu Cheng set down the barbell and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat, stating, "Furthermore, the reason for the near failure of the last experiment was your insatiable craving that led you out to buy drinks, not due to my lack of supervision." Xiao Ming replied, "It seems indeed that there is no fault in this statement." Nearby, Gu Sheng escorted a young girl to sit beside Song Ro. Song Ro and Su Ji subtly shifted their chairs to allow a breeze for Xiao Yu. Su Zhetian glared at Gu Sheng with gritted teeth, observing his attentive demeanor toward Xiao Yu. Gu Ting maintained his typical domineering presence, speaking into his phone to Dai Xian, "No matter the cost, secure that piece of land." When Xin Yang arrived to join the group, she overheard this declaration, her lips twitching in response. Recently, her father, Chun Sheng, seemed to have adopted a peculiar fervor, speaking with a tone reminiscent of Gu Ting. While others might consider this authoritative, when her own father donned a white tank top and glared fiercely as he asserted, "No matter the cost, drive them away," it only served to make others suspect their family of wrongdoing. Fang Chu sat down with a dejected expression. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow at Qin Kai, who was following behind him, and inquired, "What's his issue?" Qin Kai twisted open a bottle of water from the table and took a sip. "Oh," he insisted on quizzing me, only to realize he had written the wrong answer. So you became intrigued. Which answer? The last multiple-choice question. Fang Chu said it was Chen Yang, indifferent, remarked, "I couldn't arrive at an answer anyway. I chose B." Qin Kai calmly responded, "I selected C." So you quietly sipped her orange juice, but I chose D. Gu Sheng interjected, "I too chose D." Chen Yang asked what? Fang Chu chuckled, "Well, it seems we all erred. His mistake doesn't he appear so conspicuous now?" Qin Kai added, "It was careless." Chapter 91. parental relationships with the morning examination concluded, a lengthy interlude awaited before noon, while candidates and their parents scoured the vicinity for dining options. Gu Sheng and his companions had already savored their lunch within the confines of their RV. As some examinees hurried back to their hotels for a brief respite, Gu Sheng and his group luxuriated in the vehicle, finding themselves as comfortable as if they were at home. Once the five had satisfied their appetites and replenished their energy, they disembarked with a stretch, garnering the envy of their fellow students. Cheng Yu, visibly irritated, pushed her mother aside, exclaiming, "Mom, I told you to wake me up earlier." "Oh dear, I merely wanted you to rest better," Cheng's mother replied apologetically, trailing behind her. This remark only served to heighten Cheng Yu's agitation. "If you truly wish for me to rest well, why not book a better hotel instead of that dreadful one? I can hardly sleep there." Turning to face her mother, she fortuitously spotted Su Yu, who was stretching in the sunlight, her fingers interlaced above her head. Gu Sheng, standing beneath the vehicle, effortlessly wrapped his arm around her waist, steadying her with the other hand. Cheng Yu gazed enviously at the scene, pointing at them. "If you want me to be well-rested, why not rent a motorhome like them? You know I barely slept at noon. What if I falter in the upcoming mathematics exam?" Indeed, Cheng Yu was a true reflection of her mother, adeptly exploiting Cheng's vanity. Throughout, Cheng's mother had boasted to anyone who would listen about her daughter's academic prowess, claiming she was destined for Peking University. The mere thought of a poor performance due to inadequate rest would tarnish her mother's grand proclamations. Flustered, Cheng's mother fanned herself and said, Yu, please do well in your afternoon exam. I promise to rent a motorhome for you." Cheng Yu was not a local candidate, and their home was quite distant. She had always been regarded as an exemplary student and a leader among her classmates. After learning that some of her peers from school were in the same examination hall, Cheng's mother suggested they all stay at the same hotel for easier supervision. This led to the scene at the examination hall's entrance where others complimented Cheng's mother. Cheng Yu frowned at her mother and imperiously stated, "You better have it arranged by the time I finish my math exam. I want to impress my classmates." With that, she strode into the examination hall, indifferent to how her mother would manage the rental. As the afternoon exam commenced, Chun Chung, accompanied by a group of uncles, settled onto a small bench next to Gu Ting. When Dai Xian arrived, having rushed from the office with documents in hand, he was taken aback by the sight of several hulking figures with tattoos, momentarily mistaking it for a kidnapping scenario involving the president. However, they merely offered him polite nods and shifted aside. It was only upon entering that he recognized Chun Chung seated nearby, leaving him in silence. "Indeed, Brother Chun, you possess an intimidating aura." Dai Xian placed the documents in front of Gu Ting on a small table. Gu Ting, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with his shoes polished to a brilliant shine, sat on a diminutive stool. A computer occupied the table, leaving no room for any additional items. The noise from outside was relentless, rendering the office conditions rather arduous. Stealthily, Dai Xian retrieved his phone, captured a candid shot of Gu Ting, and sent it to the company's employee group. Gu Corporation Employee Group, Dai Xian, image. JPG, look at our president, diligently working under the scorching sun. He looks truly handsome. Su Tian, indeed quite handsome. Long Zheng, absolutely handsome. Gu Ting, the bonuses for this month are gone. Dai Xian felt a tremor in his heart upon reading this message. He slowly lifted his gaze to behold Gu Ting, immersed in his work. Alongside Su Ji's gleeful expression, Su Ji shrugged. "Not that I'm saying anything, but Dai Xian, considering your age, do you have a girlfriend?" "Ah, I have company matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Swiftly, Dai Xian slipped away, amused, for if he lingered any longer, Su Ji might commence matchmaking. He was still young and ambitious, eager to amass wealth while he could. Meanwhile, Cheng's mother cast a discreet glance in their direction. She had previously remarked that the wealthy could purchase their way into positions without examinations. Now, however, she found herself compelled to lower her standards to engage with these lofty capitalists. The thought alone made her uneasy. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, Cheng's mother took a deep breath, stood confidently before the bodyguards brought by Chun Chung, and declared, "Step aside. I have matters to discuss with those inside." She seemed oblivious to the role of a bodyguard, perceiving them merely as thugs, a category she had always looked down upon. Chen Sheng, amused from within, waved his hand dismissively, let her through. Cheng's mother observed and approached Song Ro. Among the group, the men appeared formidable, leaving only 2 women. Suji leaned against the man in the suit, and Song Ro, adorned in a fitted qipao with cascading hair, seemed more approachable. Thus, she approached Song Ro and commanded, "What did you rent your car and driver? Tell me." Song Ro paused her typing, lifted her gaze, and replied, "It was purchased. You cannot afford it." She then resumed her focus on the screen, her fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. "Then where did you buy it? Surely the seller offers rental services." "It was custom-made, with no rental options." Song Ro gestured towards Su Zadie, who promptly handed her a blank sheet of paper. Song Ro elegantly inscribed a series of numbers. "This is the boss's phone number. You may inquire further." Cheng's mother squinted as she accepted the paper. On the verge of departing, the woman before them radiated an undeniable aura, her high heels tapping lightly against the ground. "Moreover, our child does not require the purchase of an educational degree. If you envy our wealth, hurry to the lottery store next door before it closes and strive to become a millionaire. Spare us your sour remarks." As she walked away, Cheng's mother's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Suji approached Song Ro with a smile. "I thought you wouldn't speak up for that troublesome boy." Song Ro cast her a sidelong glance, her expression peculiar. "Did I defend Gu Sheng?" Suji found her reaction odd. "Did you not? Was it not because you overheard her saying Gu Sheng lacked ability and needed money to succeed?" Song Ro gently patted her shoulder. "I was merely concerned that if Xiaoyu were to associate with Gu Sheng, others might think she too relies on wealth." "That is impossible. Our Xiaoyu is exceptional." "What is Gu Sheng after all?" Su Zetian retorted with frustration, furiously striking the keyboard as if each keystroke were a blow to Gu Sheng. "Damn it. I accepted too early." Watching the troublesome boy and Xiaoyu engage in their affectionate antics was infuriating. Su Ji sighed, "Forget it. That troublesome boy is unworthy of her, making Song Ro unhappy just to defend him." Su Ji sweetly leaned closer to Song Ro. "Indeed, Xiaoyu must not be underestimated." The quiet Gu Ting finally spoke. "Yes, Xiaoyu is a well-behaved child." Chen Sheng, appearing contemplative, added, "Our Yang Yang is also a good child." Chapter 92. The future junior in the examination hall, Gu Sheng, who was inexplicably disliked, sneezed. Furrowing his brow, he pondered that in such weather, it was unlikely he had caught a cold. Was someone secretly cursing him from behind? After submitting his paper for the second time, he exited the school gates. Journalists who had been lying in wait rushed forward. "Excuse me, is this your second time submitting early?" Gu Sheng cast him a curious glance. "Yes." The reporter inquired, "How was the exam for you?" Gu Sheng replied it was all right. The reporter stood bewildered, scratching his head, feeling that this conversation bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had experienced before. As the final bell for the last subject of the college entrance examination rang, Gu Sheng stepped out of the teaching building, the sound echoing around him. He glanced at the reporter holding the microphone. "Submitting early isn't difficult." The reporter exclaimed, "I haven't even said anything, and you've already answered." He and the cameraman exchanged perplexed looks. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng had already spotted Su Yu, who was accompanied by Chun Yang Yang and others. The reporter's eyes brightened. Since interviewing a male student wasn't fruitful, he decided to approach the female students instead. He eagerly moved forward, the microphone extending before his presence. By the time Su Yu realized what was happening, a dark camera was suddenly in front of her, its red light blinking, indicating it was operational. The reporter asked, "Do you find this exam challenging?" Su Yu blinked and responded, "Not really." The reporter slowly angled the microphone toward Chun Yang Yang, standing beside her. Chun Yang Yang nodded knowingly. After all, interviews needed an element of flair. Thus, she confidently declared, "I'm a poor student. The exam was truly difficult." The reporter then inquired, "Which university do you aspire to attend?" Chun Yang Yang replied, "Peking University." The reporter was taken aback. "Didn't TU just say it was hard?" Gu Sheng reached out, pinching Su Yu's cheek. "I'll be waiting for you at Peking University." Surprised, the young girl tiptoed to pat his head, prompting him to bend down obediently. "Senior Gu, strictly speaking, you are just another candidate like me right now. The hem of Gu Sheng's clothing fluttered in the wind. The cameraman silently captured the moment between the two. In the dormitory, Xiao Ming, feeling bored, opened his computer to watch the live broadcast, suddenly cursing loudly. His finger trembled as he pointed at the screen. Yu Cheng, come quick, ISNT this Gu Sheng? Yu Cheng donned his glasses, scrutinizing the image. It is Gu Sheng. Xiao Ming let out a wail and immediately took a screenshot to send. Damn it, Gu Sheng's girlfriend is so adorable, even cuter than in the photos. Laboratory is my home. Xiao Ming, image. JPG, damn it, guys. Come look at Gu Sheng. This little brat actually looks decent. Yu Cheng, in case you can't see clearly, I've specifically sent a high-definition original. Fan Sheng, damn, I've been outdone again. Tang Ming Shano, it's been a while, Suyu. Gu Sheng, TSK, so boring? Did you see the bite mark on my collarbone? Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming suddenly looked up, fixated on the screen as Gu Sheng, with a smirk, held Su Yu's hand while strolling past the camera. As he passed by the camera, he slightly turned his head, revealing a distinct circle of bite marks on his collarbone. Xiao Ming felt as though he even saw Gu Sheng move his lips, muttering, single dog. How could one endure such a remark? He grabbed his bag and motioned to Yu Cheng, saying, let us call Gu Sheng back for the experiment. He has been gallivanting outside. Now that the exams are over, he should be working. Just as Gu Sheng arrived home, he received a phone call from Tang Mingshan, summoning him back for the experiment, stating that Xiao Ming and Yu Cheng were waiting for him. Gu Sheng clenched his jaw. This period, with exams behind him, was supposed to be a time for relaxation, as he had hoped to enjoy a few days with Yuzai. Xiao Ming and Yu Cheng, he would remember them. If it was an experiment they wanted, so be it. No one would leave until they had results. Thus, filled with a fierce determination, Gu Sheng's first action upon seeing Xiao Ming was to seize him by the throat. Xiao Ming flailed his hands at Gu Sheng, gasping, cough, cough, let go. Yu Cheng, help me. Are you really going to watch him make a mistake? Yu Cheng handed the lab coat he held to the arriving Fan Sheng, saying, I can't help. I can't outmatch Gu Sheng. In the past, Yu Cheng had thought he could take on Gu Sheng, who appeared to be as fragile as a flower. Yet, after a sparring session, he barely lasted 10 minutes against him. Since then, he had learned to avoid provoking Gu Sheng. Only Xiao Ming continued to delight in teasing him. Fan Sheng was consumed by thoughts of Gu Sheng managing to find a girlfriend before him. He looked up indignantly. Gu Sheng, you're truly despicable. Gu Sheng snorted dismissively, donning his lab coat and gloves before entering the laboratory. The young man focused intently on the reagent bottle in his hand, raising it to eye level, scrutinizing the reaction. Is a reason for the failure of our last experiment due to your negligence regarding the changes in reagent concentration during distillation? Yu Cheng furrowed his brow. It seems so. Fan Sheng slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it, that must be it. Gu Sheng, you truly deserve that girlfriend. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow and nodded at him. Thank you, Fan Sheng replied. I was genuinely complimenting you in that regard. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng remained in the laboratory, while Suyu lounged on the sofa, her phone buzzing incessantly. She picked it up, and the excited voice of Chen Yang came through. Little Yu, let us go to the graduation party. Suyu inquired, where's the party? To KTV. Fang Chu and Qin Kai have already booked a room. All our classmates are there. The young girl lowered her voice conspiratorially. I need to ask my parents first. And Gu Sheng. All right. I'll await your good news. I'll send you the address shortly. Song Ro and Su Zetian were easy to persuade. As soon as she spoke, they did not refuse her. Song Ro handed Suyu a gift box from the study, saying, this is your graduation gift, little Yu. Go enjoy time with your classmates. Su Zetian smiled warmly. Yes, your parents are not like that brat Gu Sheng, who imposes so many restrictions. Suyu replied. But last time, you didn't allow me to go to the library with Gu Sheng. In the laboratory, Gu Sheng, who was diligently recording data, received a message from a young girl. Suyu, Gu Sheng, I wish to attend the graduation party with Yang and the others. Gu Sheng furrowed his brow. Gu Sheng, wait for me. I will finish soon. Suyu, brother, I will stay with Yang. Gu Sheng, fine. Gu Sheng found himself utterly helpless at the way Suyu referred to him as brother. It seemed that even a mere text message from her rendered him entirely compliant. Xiao Ming, observing the sweet smile on Gu Sheng's face, teased while rubbing his arm. TSK, has the future junior sister sought you out again? Gu Sheng quickened his pace. I must hurry. I am about to pick up the junior sister. Xiao Ming remarked. I really should watch my words. Chapter 93. A gathering with Gu Sheng. When Su Yu and Qin Yangyang arrived at the gathering, the festivities had already commenced half an hour prior. The attendees were all classmates from Class 8, and familiarity flourished among them. While they adhered to decorum within the confines of school, the moment they were liberated, they transformed into uninhibited revelers. The once demure girls from their class now donned provocative outfits, swaying atop tables. The private room was awash with vibrant lights, and upon entering, one could hear the cacophony of laughter and revelry. Seated near the entrance, Fang Chu and Qin Kai leisurely sipped their cocktails. They were accustomed to enjoying a drink at home, and this modest alcohol content posed no challenge for them. Upon noticing Su Yu and Qin Yangyang's arrival, Fang Chu waved them over. Qin Yangyang guided Su Yu to a corner of the sofa, her excitement palpable as she surveyed the surroundings. Su Yu had never frequented such a venue before. She was adorned in a light floral long dress, the hem gracefully extending beyond her knees. Her hair was elegantly styled, and she wore a simple yet exquisite bracelet gifted by Song Ro, adorned with a few sparkling diamonds. The minimalistic design accentuated the beauty of her wrist. The music was thunderous, overwhelming her senses, prompting the young girl to cover her ears in discomfort. Fang Chu handed Qin Yangyang a cocktail similar to his own, then offered Su Yu a glass of warm milk. Su Yu responded with a puzzled expression, tugging on Qin Yangyang's sleeve. I want a drink too. We've graduated. I should be allowed, right? To her surprise, Qin Yangyang looked at her, bewildered, and exclaimed, What? What do you want to do? Su Yu linit gelo. Whispering in her ear, I want a drink. Qin Yangyang replied, Do you want to eat chives? There are no chives here. Su Yu, taken aback, retorted silently, Of course. She was aware that there were no chives. The young girl persisted, tugging at Yangyang's hand and pointing to the cocktail before her. Yangyang, I want to try that. Following her gaze, Qin Yangyang noticed a slice of lemon atop the drink. She scratched her head and said, That lemon doesn't taste good. Just drink orange juice at home. Su Yu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. After shouting a few times, her throat was now parched. She sighed deeply and weakly waved at Qin Yangyang. You go have fun. I'll just sit here for a while. Qin Yangyang nodded. Oh, okay. I'll go pick a song. At that moment, her hearing seemed remarkably acute. With her back turned to Su Yu, Qin Yangyang playfully stuck out her tongue at Fang Chu and Qin Kai, dramatically gesturing with her hands over her heart. We cannot let her drink. Absolutely not. Qin Kai nodded knowingly, patting Fang Chu on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on her. United in purpose, they would never betray her trust. Reassured, Qin Yangyang felt at ease. Despite any hearing impairments, she was still a blossoming young woman and understood Su Yu's desires. She merely wished to sample the drink. But could they truly allow her to do so? What would Gu Sheng think if he found out? After much contemplation, she decided to send a message to Gu Sheng. Qin Yangyang, your girlfriend wants to drink. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng, engaged in the final stages of a task, frowned deeply upon receiving this message. Gu Sheng, no, give me the address. Upon receiving the address, Gu Sheng swiftly removed his gloves and handed the process data to Xiao Ming. Fan Sheng, vigilant upon witnessing his actions of packing up, inquired, Do you intend to leave us here and enjoy yourself alone? Why not? Gu Sheng responded, unlocking his personal locker and retrieving a subtly luxurious package. I'm going to pick up the junior. Do you have a junior? Fan Sheng could only respond with silence. Fortunately, Gu Sheng had nearly completed processing the data, and all that remained for their experiment today was to tie up loose ends. However, Xiao Ming glared at Gu Sheng's departing figure, gritting his teeth. Fan Sheng, will you become mute if you don't speak? Fan Sheng cast a quiet glance back at him, pondering the question himself. He had grown accustomed to opposing Gu Sheng. In moments like these, his silence seemed to deprive him of the satisfaction of hearing Gu Sheng's usual jibes, leaving him with a discomforting feeling. Gradually, a look of alarm spread across Fan Sheng's face. Could it be that he harbored some hidden perversion? I can't, Xiao Ming, Yu Cheng. You two handle the remaining parts yourselves. I need to make a trip to the hospital. Yu Cheng raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? He coldly addressed Xiao Ming. Will you die if you don't speak? With Gu Sheng absent, the remaining three could still manage the workload with ease. However, without Fan Sheng, it seemed they would indeed be working through the night. Xiaoming raised his hand in front of his mouth, mimicking a zipper gesture. Okay, I'll keep quiet. The laboratory was quite a distance from the venue where Su Yu and the others were gathering. By the time Uncle Li dropped Gu Sheng off at the entrance, darkness had enveloped the sky, with a crescent moon hanging like a delicate cut in the black canvas above. Gu Sheng placed his bag in the car and draped his jacket over his arm. Dressed in a white shirt, he stepped out, his expression cool and composed. Excuse me, could you direct me to box 509? The receptionist pointed down a narrow path to the left, walked to the end, and turned the corner. Thank you. She watched him leave, a hint of infatuation in her gaze. After years of working here, it was the first time she encountered someone whose presence captivated her so. Resolute, she decided that if he emerged alone later, she would seize the opportunity to ask for his contact information. When Gu Sheng finally arrived at the box, his eyes first sought Su Yu's position. The young girl smiled at Chen Yangyang, the table strewn with an array of snacks. Brother Gu, you're late. You owe 3 shots. Fang Chu, ever observant, spotted Gu Sheng entering and excitedly patted the seat beside him. Gu Sheng merely glanced at him, calmly passing by to sit next to Su Yu. Fang Chu remarked, Little Yuan, don't embarrass yourself in front of Sister Su. Qin Kai clinked his glass against Fang Chu's, offering a sympathetic look. Gu Sheng's arrival captured the attention of the students present. It had been quite a while since they had last seen him. Gu Sheng, what brings you here? You foolish soul, Su Yu is here. It has been quite a while since we last met. And since you have graced us with your presence today, you cannot evade this drink. Indeed, let us begin with 3 glasses. Oh, Fang Chu has already poured them and set them on the table for you. Gu Sheng lowered his gaze, his slender, jade-like fingers grasping the wine glass. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the 3 drinks. His capacity for liquor was commendable, though he harbored a distaste for its sharp flavor. Well done, Gu Sheng. Mother, I have fallen for him. He is so handsome. Get lost. Your mother would come charging in with a broom if she saw you coming out. Amidst the raucous laughter of the crowd, Gu Sheng sat down casually beside Su Yu. He draped his arm over the back of the sofa behind the young lady. With his other hand, he deftly unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt. A slight movement of his Adam's apple accompanied a deep breath. In the illumination of the room, Gu Sheng appeared even more striking. He spread his long legs nonchalantly, leaning into the sofa. From a distance, Su Yu seemed enveloped in his embrace. The fervent atmosphere caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She noticed the remnants of wine at the corners of his lips and caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance of alcohol emanating from him. She felt his hand, which had been resting behind her, gradually descend to encircle her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. Su Yu squirmed slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of so many witnesses. Yet, the more she struggled, the tighter his grip became, until she found herself swaying unsteadily, her hand bracing against his solid thigh. A soft chuckle reached her ears from Gu Sheng. Are you still moving? Chapter 94. The Queen of Hearts and the King of Spades' laughter was laced with unmistakable mockery. Was he brazenly teasing her? The young girl felt her cheeks flush, and she clenched her fist, aiming a playful strike at his chest. The force was negligible to Gu Sheng, who swiftly grasped Su Yu's hand, enveloping it in his own. It will hurt, he leaned in to add. I meant your hand will hurt. Su Yu remained silent. Their actions in the small corner did not escape the notice of many onlookers. Why was it that everyone else was single while the 2 of them were engaged in such flirtation? How about we play truth or dare? Someone proposed, and the suggestion quickly garnered unanimous approval. All right, we don't need a spinner. We can simply use the playing cards on the table. Thus commenced the card version of truth or dare. The dealer would start by selecting 2 cards to complete a task. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow and leaned down to Su Yu, whispering, What do you think, Yuzai? Would you like to play? Su Yu blinked her large eyes at him and nodded. All right then, we shall join in. Gu Sheng raised his voice slightly to address the classmate dealing the cards. Once it was known that Gu Sheng and Su Yu were participating, the atmosphere in the room grew even more vibrant. In Class 8, numerous girls harbored secret affections for Gu Sheng. With everyone soon to part ways, Seizing this opportunity to connect with him would be a cherished memory of high school. Conversely, Suyu became the ideal type for many boys in the class. Though she had not previously been regarded as such, her physique had notably improved over the past 6 months, and her aura had shifted to embody a blend of innocence and subtle allure. Anyone who beheld her would undoubtedly feel a stir of admiration. The playing cards were swiftly distributed, and the dealer spoke first. I choose the ace of spades. Truth or dare? Qinghe glanced at his cards, responding, truth. One could discern from his expression that a dare would likely be scandalous. The truth question posed was whether there was someone he liked among those present. Someone he liked? His fingers grazing the card-S surface as he shifted his seating position and inadvertently brushed against Feng Chu, who was watching with keen interest. Yes, Qinghe replied. Whoa, bro, who do you like? You can't just keep that from me. Feng Chu's mouth gaped in disbelief. They spent every day together, sharing everything except for this secret. Could it possibly be Suyu? That would not do. Qinghe pushed Feng Chu's face away with his hand. That's the second question. I want to answer it. The excitement surrounding the game was palpable from the very beginning. The next eager participant declared, I choose the 7 of clubs. Chen Yangyang, brandishing her 7 of clubs, eagerly raised her hand and stood up, excitement radiating from her. I choose dare. Very well. Your dare is to ask the first person you encounter outside for their contact information. Chen Yangyang retrieved her phone. All right, wait for me. I'll be right back. At the entrance of box 509, Yu Cheng squinted at the shattered lenses in his hand. He and Xiao Ming had initially intended to find Gu Sheng. However, this fellow claimed to be suffering from a stomach ache and rushed to the restroom, inadvertently shattering his glasses in the process. With over 1,000 degrees of myopia, he could hardly discern which path he had just entered while standing at the door. Yu Cheng felt that even if the gender sign at the restroom entrance were right before him, he might struggle to distinguish it through squinted eyes. After all, the last time he was without his glasses, he had pointed to an ice cream wrapper on the road, mistaking it for a bird, earning him prolonged ridicule from Xiao Ming for his blindness. His fists clenched in frustration. He grew increasingly agitated. Could he not contend with Gu Sheng or Xiao Ming? Nevertheless, he maintained a serious expression, squinting to discern the number on the door. It was 509 indeed, just as he intended to grasp the doorknob to turn it. The door swung open from the inside. Chen Yangyang had not anticipated encountering anyone upon opening the door. Upon seeing the fierce-looking Yu Cheng, she smirked, her demeanor even more intimidating. However, she had come out seeking contact information. The classmates in the room curiously observed the commotion outside. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yu Cheng regained his wits. Is this 509? Hand over your phone. Before he could finish, a sharp female voice interrupted him. Chen Yangyang adhered to a principle. She would match strength with strength. The individual before her appeared formidable, yet she was no pushover herself. She demanded his phone right off the bat. Yu Cheng thought, is this the current state of high school students? Is this truly Gu Sheng's gathering? Hesitantly, he produced his phone. It was swiftly snatched from his grasp, nearly prompting him to call for help. To his surprise, the other person casually manipulated his phone, scanned a QR code of unknown origin, and then returned it to him. The door was promptly shut, as if to prevent him from seeking revenge. Yu Cheng mused. I initially thought she was here to steal my phone. When Xiao Ming emerged, he found Yu Cheng's towering figure squatting at the restroom entrance, attracting curious glances from passersby. Hey, are you foolish? Don't you know to look for Gu Sheng? Yu Cheng scoffed. My glasses are my essence. Xiao Ming, perplexed, replied. So? Yu Cheng insisted. You first accompany me to retrieve my glasses. Then we shall seek him. He seized Xiao Ming, who was about to slip away, and dragged him along while propping himself against the wall. Xiao Ming exclaimed, What the hell, Yu Cheng? That's the ladies' restroom. Having successfully completed her daring adventure, Chen Yangyang returned to the room and handed her phone to the designated person for inspection. Noticing a new contact labeled AAA Professional Bone Repair Master U, she proceeded to the next round. The next card drawn was the Queen of Hearts. Truth or dare? Suyu revealed the card in her hand. The Queen of Hearts displayed before all. The young girl felt a hint of rebellion stirring within her. She placed the card on the table, opting for a dare. After all, what could be more challenging than simply stepping outside to exchange contact details? She could manage that. Chen Yangyang smiled mysteriously upon seeing her choose a dare. Whispering something into the ear of the one giving the orders, the two of them shared a conspiratorial chuckle. Suyu felt a chill run down her spine. Can I change my truth? No, you cannot. Then I declare, Red Queen, your daring task is to consume a finger biscuit with Black King, ensuring it measures less than 1 centimeter in length. The moment this command escaped her lips, a wave of hushed, excited screams erupted. Oh my, the audacity! Aren't you afraid of Gu Sheng's wrath? Yet, someone chimed in, don't you wish to be close to Suyu? If the task goes unfulfilled, it merely means drinking. What is the big deal? The young girl bit her lip, feeling a tinge of regret. She reached for the cup before her and took a sip. The fiery flavor filled her mouth, causing her face to scrunch up like a dumpling. That's my drink. Gu Sheng swiftly took the cup from her hands. Casting a glance at the rim where her lips had touched, he turned it slightly, delicately pressing his lips against it before taking a small sip. It was quite sweet, imbued with a hint of strawberry. So who is the Black King? Yes, come forth, come forth. It's me. Gu Sheng casually tossed the cards in his hand onto the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. Whereas the biscuit. Chapter 95. The biscuits used in the game were swiftly handed over, encased in a commonplace tin box. Gu Sheng received it and opened the lid to reveal an assortment of neatly arranged slender biscuit sticks. He picked one up, and it effortlessly broke in half in his grip. Gu Sheng gently crushed the biscuit fragments between his fingertips. It was remarkably brittle. Indeed, that must be the reason for their selection. Chen Yangyang quickly covered her mouth and corrected herself. No, what I meant was that you all could try a few more times. Suyu glared at the visibly guilty Chen Yangyang. If she were still unaware of Chen Yangyang's mischief, it would be quite astonishing. Gu Sheng reached for a tissue from the box on the table and casually wiped his hands. If it's not completed, can we substitute it with alcohol instead? He was reluctant to force Suyu into doing something she disliked. Love and acceptance should always coexist. If she felt uncomfortable in front of so many people, then so be it. No need. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, looked up, nervously clutching Gu Sheng's sleeve. I can manage. You've already had quite a bit to drink today. She did not wish to remain sheltered under the protection of others, especially since such behavior should